Having traversed time, I found myself transformed into a maidservant. Although the remuneration was generous and the benefits plentiful, the lack of freedom was a pressing concern. Fortunately, after several cautious years spent in the residence of the Marquis, the original owner's mother and younger brother arrived to secure her release. Returning home, I enjoyed 2 years of pastoral tranquility before marrying a suitor whose family was a suitable match. I had hoped that life would continue in this serene and harmonious manner, but little did I know that my husband was, in fact, a cunning man who concealed his true nature beneath a facade of innocence. Thus, under the encouragement of my ambitious husband and younger brother, I ultimately became a lady of high esteem, admired by all. Yet, who truly understands the myriad twists and turns that led to this outcome? On a sweltering summer afternoon, the sun relentlessly scorched the earth. In the moonlight courtyard of the loyal Marquis residence, the lady of the house, Madame Han, was taking her midday rest. The courtyard was enveloped in silence, and a dozing gatekeeper, Granny Yu, leaned against a pillar in the corridor, oblivious to the world around her. Granny Chi hurriedly approached from the narrow alley behind the estate, drenched in perspiration, her clothes clinging to her back, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and face. Upon reaching the entrance, she discovered Granny Yu napping, which incited her ire. Without hesitation, she roused the dozing woman, exclaiming, "You old fool! How dare you sleep here? If those oblivious little vixens slip into the courtyard and disturb the lady, how many lives do you think you have to account for?" Startled from her slumber, Granny Yu, still partially dazed, instinctively stood and pretended to slap herself, saying, "Granny Chi speaks truly, I shan't do so again." Granny Chi had no time for such theatrics. She curtly admonished, "Guard the courtyard properly. If I catch you dozing off again, you can forget about this position," and hurried away. At this, Granny Yu was fully alert. The task of guarding the entrance was a lucrative one. Many envied her for it. If Granny Chi were to replace her, she would have nowhere to weep. Resolutely, she steeled herself to perform her duties, banishing any thoughts of drowsiness. In the main hall, the head maid, Qing Lu, sat at the entrance weaving a net. Upon seeing Granny Chi arrive, she quickly rose and softly inquired, "Granny, why have you come out in such scorching heat? You're drenched in sweat. You should go inside and cool off. The lady has only just fallen asleep. Is there something urgent?" As she spoke, she deftly lifted the bamboo curtain at the doorway, allowing Granny Chi to enter. Inside the main room stood a large porcelain basin filled with a mountain of ice. Granny Chi took a fan and stood by the basin, gently fanning herself, and soon felt a refreshing breeze wash over her. Qing Lu brought over a cup of warm plum juice, smiling as she said, "Granny has just returned from outside. I didn't dare offer you chilled drinks for fear of upsetting your stomach." Granny Chi accepted the cup with a smile, saying, "You are ever so thoughtful." After taking a few sips, she returned the cup to Qing Lu and asked, "Why are you the only one on duty here?" Qing Lu replied quietly, "The lady is resting, and she doesn't require many attendants, so I sent the others to rest." Granny Chi nodded. "The lady is indeed benevolent." Qing Lu agreed, "Indeed, having a mistress like her is a blessing for us." The two exchanged a few more words when they heard Madame Shen's voice from the inner chamber. "Qing Lu, who has come?" Before Qing Lu could respond, Granny Chi hastily answered, "It is I, your servant. I apologize for disturbing your rest." Madame Han sat up and said, "It's fine. You wouldn't come here without reason." Qing Lu, "Assist me in getting up." Upon hearing this, Qing Lu quickly entered the inner chamber, lifting the gauzy curtain of the bed and helping the lady to rise, providing her with warm water to rinse her mouth. Madame Han glanced at Granny Chi, who seemed hesitant to speak, and moved to the dressing table, saying, "Perhaps I rose too abruptly. Granny, please massage my temples." Qing Lu, "Go to the tea room and brew me a cup of the narcissus tea sent by my sister-in-law. Remember, the tea must be steeped in boiling water." "Yes, madam," Qing Lu replied, bowing before turning to leave. Only then did Madame Han inquire, "Speak. What matter is so secretive that you wish to conceal it from Qing Lu?" Granny Chi lowered her voice. "This morning, members of the Bai family came, including Lady Bai, who spent quite some time in the old lattice chambers, chattering away. Young Pearl, while serving tea and water, managed to overhear quite a bit. The Bai family wishes to betroth their eldest son to one of our daughters." Before she could finish, Madame Han interjected with a cold laugh. "Humph, the old lady prides herself on her noble lineage, yet she fails to recognize her own actions. She treats the relatives of her concubines as if they were genuine kin, truly a disgrace to the Duke's family. Does she not see what kind of people they are? Even our illegitimate daughters are beyond their reach." Granny Chi nodded. "You speak true, madam. However, The old lady, being born of a concubine, lacks discernment. I have inquired, and although the eldest son of the Bai family is merely 16 or 17, he is already like his father, indulging in all sorts of debauchery. The Bai family has no substantial assets and has merely survived by taking advantage of others. They have set their sights on our second daughter, thinking that since she grew up under your care, if she were to marry, you and the Marquis would undoubtedly supplement her needs. Humph! Though our title has been passed down, what good is it without real power? The Marquis has endured hardships at the coast for years, facing pirates and danger, all to preserve our family's wealth and status. These ingrates do not appreciate the Marquis, but instead plot against him, driven by resentment simply because he is not their blood. Do not be deceived by the old lad's apparent favoritism towards the Bai family and her eldest son. She secretly hopes that her son will inherit our title. Alas, her son is utterly useless, like mud that cannot be molded. Madame Han's frustration grew as she spoke. Granny Chi stepped forward to soothe her. Do not be upset, madam. Although our Marquis lacks a legitimate son, we have 3 illegitimate sons. The eldest, born of Lady Bai, is already spoiled, but the 3rd and 4th sons are still young and bright with proper guidance. They may yet prosper. Madame Han closed her eyes. If only my Hao had been here, I would not be in such a passive position. Do not be sorrowful, madam. If the spirit of the second young master sees you in such distress, he may not find peace. Besides, you still have your eldest daughter, Granny Chi urged, attempting to console her. Upon hearing Granny Chi mention her legitimate daughter, Madame Han's expression softened slightly. Indeed, for the sake of Tian, I cannot simply yield. Although Ying is not my biological child, she has grown up by my side. Tian has no legitimate sisters to rely upon. I hope they will support each other in their future marriages. How can I allow that wastrel from the Bai family to benefit? I shall write to the Marquis, urging him to refuse the old lattice proposal. Just then, Granny Chi slapped her forehead. What a fool I am! Madam, there is another matter concerning Qing Lu. Madame Han looked up. What about Qing Lu? Granny Chi explained. The old lady mentioned that the eldest young master is now 14 and at an age where he might take an interest in romance. To prevent him from acting recklessly, she intends to send a red silk to him as a maid of the inner chamber. She insinuated that you, madam, do not care for the illegitimate sons. Lady Bai has suggested that the eldest young master fancies Qing Lu and wants the old lady to help arrange a match. If it is not mentioned today, I fear the old lady will bring it up by tomorrow morning. Standing outside, Qing Lu nearly dropped the tray in her hands upon hearing this. She struggled to control her trembling body. Having inexplicably traversed from the modern world to this unfamiliar era was already overwhelming, and being forced into a life devoid of freedom and rights as a servant was unbearable. Now, the prospect of becoming a concubine loomed before her. Chapter 2. The arrival of distant guests. Despite the tumultuous waves within her heart, the years of hardship combined with the wisdom gained from her past life allowed Qing Lu to maintain her composure. She took several deep breaths, standing quietly to adjust her mindset. Inside the room, Han spoke with a cold sneer. Humph, the son of a mouse will surely dig a hole. Just by observing his mother and uncle, one can discern the type of individual he is. How could he be tethered by mere maidservants? It would be a disgrace to the reputation of our maids. If you desire my maid, it must be contingent upon my willingness. Not think that because Qing Lu is my chief maidservant, that the likes of Chogawei and Dongmei can encroach upon her. If the old lady does not mention this, then it is well and good. Should she bring it up, I shall have my retorts ready. Elder Mama Chi nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, Bai Yinyang is overly clever for her own good. Believing that the madam is oblivious to her petty schemes. It seems that Bai Yinyang and the eldest young master are more interested in the madam's private treasures than in Qing Lu herself. If Bai Yinyang were present, she would undoubtedly seek to cultivate a close relationship with Elder Mama Chi. What Chi Mama said resonated with her thoughts, as she had previously advised her son. The madam's accounts were once managed by Feixiu. But that girl has promised herself to the young son of Steward Zhou, making it difficult for us to act against her in her absence these past few months. I hear that the madam has entrusted the accounts to Qing Lu. She is an outsider with no roots in the household. As long as we can bring her to our side, we shall have a clear understanding of the madam's possessions. Her son, the eldest young master of the Shin family, nodded in agreement. Indeed, mother, you possess a keen insight. Hearing Chi Mama's words, Shun Foreign remained unperturbed. She raised her hand to examine her recently dyed crimson nails and coldly remarked, one must possess self-awareness. If one covets too much, one should also consider whether they are deserving of such luxuries. Upon hearing Han's words, which were clearly aimed at self-preservation, Qinglu quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. She stepped forward with purpose towards the door. Lifting a bamboo curtain with one hand while steadily balancing a redwood tray, holding a teacup with the other, with a smile, she placed the teacup on the table in the inner chamber, saying, "This is my first attempt at brewing this tea. I am unsure if it suits the madam's palate. Would you care to try? If it does not meet your approval, I shall brew another pot." The two individuals in the inner room had already shifted to another topic upon her entrance. Han lifted the teacup and took a sip, nodding in approval. For a first attempt, this is quite commendable. The sweet white glazed tea set is also well chosen. I am simply not accustomed to those gaudy crystal and agate cups. I cannot fathom where they are sourced from, and using them always leaves me feeling peculiar. This sentiment struck a chord with Qinglu, as some of those agate and jade items naturally emitted radiation, and some could become problematic under heat. Earlier, Qi Mama had merely given Han a light scalp treatment without any further grooming. As Qinglu picked up a comb and was about to inquire about the desired hairstyle from Shin Foreign, a commotion from outside caught her attention. Without waiting for Han to speak, Qinglu hastily set down the comb and ventured outside to investigate. She found a young maid in a heated dispute with the gatekeeper. "Old lady you." Unable to contain herself, she admonished. "What kind of decorum is this, shouting so loudly? Old lady you," upon recognizing Qinglu as the esteemed maidservant of the Ho Foreign, quickly put on a smile. "Miss Qinglu, it is all the fault of this little maid, insisting on seeing the madam for an urgent matter. How could our madam be summoned by a mere maid from the outer courtyard? I tried to stop her, but she began to argue with me, and I feared she would awaken the madam." Qinglu snorted softly. "Fortunately, the madam is already awake. Otherwise, you both would have faced consequences." She turned to the young maid. "Which courtyard do you belong to? Do you have no sense of propriety? Is the ladies' courtyard one that you can enter at will? Speak your business." Old lady you chimed in. "This young lady is a first-class maidservant beside the madam. Even if you have matters to discuss, you should not withhold them from Miss Qinglu, the young maid." Seeing Qinglu's attire, though not ostentatious, noted the exquisite gold bracelet adorned with red gemstones on her wrist, indicative of her favored status. Thus, she refrained from hesitation and stated, "I was sent by the steward of the outer courtyard, informing that the eldest young lady and young master from the Dagunyang's family have arrived at the dock, and I was to relay this to the madam." Qinglu's eyes brightened. "What? The eldest young lady and young master have arrived? You should have said so earlier instead of dawdling here." After asking a few more questions regarding which steward had gone to meet them and how many carriages were dispatched, she concluded, "Very well, considering the arrival of the eldest young lady and young master, I shall let this matter slide this time. However, should you raise such a ruckus again, beware of facing true consequences. Here, take this ring and amuse yourself." She removed a silver ring set with turquoise from her left-hand ring finger and handed it to the young maid. Having heard tales of the extravagance of the ladies from Yuehua courtyard, the young maid was finally able to witness it firsthand. This ring was likely worth several months of her wages, and she joyfully accepted it and ran off. Old lady you gazed enviously after the departing maid, lamenting the missed opportunity for her own reward had the girl shared the news with her earlier. Unexpectedly, Qinglu turned to her and remarked, "The young maid from the outer courtyard lacks decorum. You, being an elder, should have set a better example. Although her shouting was inappropriate, it was your duty to intervene before engaging in an argument with her. I understand you were hoping to gain favor for yourself, but if you disturb the Madam's rest, can you bear the consequences?" With that, she turned and re-entered. Old lady you dared not retort. Having already faced 2 reprimands, she was acutely aware that being discovered could lead to dire repercussions. Upon hearing the news of her nephew and niece's arrival, Han promptly instructed, "Quickly inform the eldest young lady to prepare for the reception of our distant guests. This afternoon's lessons are temporarily suspended." After a moment of thought, she added, "Also send someone to Ninghui courtyard to inform the old lady, so she may be prepared as well." Qinglu acknowledged her orders, dispatching the little maids to relay the messages. The earlier commotion at the courtyard had awakened others from their afternoon slumber, and everyone resumed their respective duties without chaos. Qinglu addressed the little maid, Jixiang, who was to deliver the message to the eldest young lady's courtyard. "Inform your sister in ink painting that it has been less than 9 months since the eldest young lady arrived. They should be attentive while assisting the young ladies in their preparations." Jixiang complied and departed. As Han observed Qinglu standing there, though her voice was soft and gentle, her commands were clear and composed. She inwardly nodded in approval. Previously, Feishu had managed the affairs of the courtyard at this time, and Qingliu's capabilities had not been as evident, with Feishu currently in Jianzhou to fetch her niece. Qinglu had taken charge of the household matters, revealing her competence. This Qinglu was indeed a promising talent, and the illegitimate son must not be underestimated. Reflecting on her impending niece and nephew's arrival, Han could not help but sigh. These two children were indeed unfortunate. Having lost both parents at such a tender age, they were left with no relatives on their father's side and had to seek refuge with her. Their maternal aunt. The Ho had only one blood sister. She must protect them diligently, ensuring they establish themselves in peace and stability. With this in mind, she called out, "Qinglu, have you prepared the gifts for their introduction? Bring them forth for my inspection." In a short while, Qinglu presented 2 embroidered boxes. "Madam, do these meet your approval?" Han glanced at them, furrowing her brow. "Are they perhaps a bit too modest?" Qinglu replied, "I understand your fondness for the young lady and young master, but I fear the old lady will not bestow anything too extravagant." Chapter 3. The arrival of the eldest young lady Qinglu did not continue, but her meaning was clear. Despite any grievances she may have voiced regarding the old lady in Yuehua courtyard, she must still maintain some semblance of respect when it came to Ninghui courtyard. A slight misstep could lead to misinterpretations by those with ulterior motives, resulting in a loss that would not be worth the trouble. Han immediately grasped Qingliu's concerns and nodded. "Your considerations are quite thorough. We shall proceed as you suggest. Regardless, I can privately supplement their gifts later. By the way, has their courtyard been prepared?" Qinglu smiled in response. "It was prepared half a month ago. I just checked this morning. And everything from furnishings to bedding has been arranged. I will also have the little maids from their courtyard prepare hot water shortly." This moment, Han had already completed her attire, having been assisted by Miyu in styling her hair into a dignified peony bun. Adorned with a set of gold and jade jewelry, she wore a soft silk jacket embroidered with peonies and a matching inner garment, complemented by a light green pleated skirt, achieving an appearance that was both solemn and not overly ostentatious. She nodded at her reflection in the dressing mirror of the inner room. "It is getting late. Let us see why the young ladies have not yet arrived." And no sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from the courtyard, followed by a maid reporting at the door, "Madam, the young ladies have arrived." Han promptly instructed, "It is hot outside. Let the young ladies in quickly and bring some peeled fruits." Soon after, 5 or 6 maidservants escorted 3 sisters into the room. Leading the group was a tall, graceful girl with an oval face, delicate brows, and almond-shaped eyes, exuding a dignified and gentle demeanor that bore a striking resemblance to Han. This was Shen Tian, the legitimate eldest daughter of the loyal and righteous Ho family. The second sister, slightly younger, was of average height, attractive, and exuded a warm charm. She was Shen Ying, the second daughter of the Shen family. The youngest, merely 8 or 9 years old, still bore a childish innocence, yet was adorably lovely. She was Shen Xiang, the legitimate second daughter of the second branch of the Shen family. The old Ho recognized that his 3 sons had different mothers and distinct aspirations. Fearing that after his passing, familial strife might arise over the family estate, he sought to prevent discord among his sons. When the venerable Lord Ho passed away, he had already taken the initiative to divide the family estate. The second and third branches had received their respective residences and moved out. Shen Xiang was the legitimate daughter of the second branch, with an elder half-sister, placing her second in the line of succession. 3 years prior, the second master had secured an official post away from home, initially accompanied by his wife and children. However, fate took a turn when, midway through their journey, Shen Xiang suffered from a bout of illness due to the unfamiliar environment, rendering her unable to proceed. The second madam, compelled by circumstance, returned to the capital with her daughter for recuperation. To her surprise, upon their arrival in the capital, Shen Xiang, who had been so ill on the road, was now lively and full of vigor. The second madam took her to the most prestigious Huangjue temple in the capital to pray for blessings. The temple's master revealed that Shen Xiang's fate was such that she was naturally at odds with the southern regions. She would face no troubles when heading north, but if she ventured south, she would encounter dire consequences, ranging from severe illness to the possibility of never returning. Yet, the second master's hard-won position as the governor of a bountiful land was not easily relinquished. The wealth of that fertile region was indeed substantial, and its women were famously enchanting. The second madam could not bear to let her husband remain there alone for an extended period. Moreover, she had her own responsibilities to manage the household affairs, assist her husband in social engagements, and care for their 2 sons and numerous stepchildren. Reluctantly, the second madam entrusted her daughter to her elder sister-in-law and set off with her maidservants to follow her husband. As she belonged to the second branch, the household staff affectionately referred to her as Second Miss, which was later shortened to simply Mississippi. Fortunately, this young lady was cheerful and sensible, harboring no resentment towards her parents. Instead, she was lively, well-natured, and quickly won everyone's affection. After the sisters exchanged pleasantries, the miss exclaimed, "Aunt, I just heard you mention some fruit. What kind is it?" At this time, "Is there anything other than watermelons and peaches?" Lady Han gently tapped her forehead. "You silly girl, all you think about is food. But this time, you are indeed in for a treat. My second brother from my family sent some celestial honey fruit from Fujian, and it's still fresh. We'll cut it up for you to try shortly." Shunxiang clapped her hands in delight. "Celestial honey fruit? I remember having it once in spring. It was so delicious. Unlike any fruit we have here, I thought I'd have to wait until next year for another taste. Yet here it is now." Xintian chimed in. "Our peaches bear fruit as early as May? While some varieties don't ripen until July or August its, all due to the differences in species, I suppose the celestial honey fruit is the same, with both early and late varieties." "Elder sister, you're so clever. You know everything." Xinxiang gazed at her elder cousin with admiration. Xintian playfully pinched her little nose. "If only you applied that appetite of yours to reading more books. You wouldn't be so naive." Xunxiang pouted. The sage said, "The people regard food as heaven. I am merely following the sage's teachings." This childish remark elicited laughter from everyone in the room. At that moment, a young maid entered, bringing the freshly cut celestial honey fruit. Everyone enjoyed a few pieces and sipped tea. Lady Han, seeing that the time was right, stood up and said, "Let us go to Ninghui courtyard to pay our respects to the old lady. I expect Su Jie and Jian Gu will be arriving soon." She made no mention of the third young lady, Shunlian, who had not come to pay her respects. Thus, the group proceeded to Ninghui courtyard. Upon their arrival, Bai Yinyang was already there, attending to Shun Song and Shanlian. Upon seeing them, the ladies couldn't help but greet them. After the formalities, the third young lady, Shunlian, bowed and said, "Mother, I beg to report that I was delayed in attending to the old lady's grooming and thus missed the opportunity to pay my respects to you. Please forgive my tardiness." Lady Han didn't even glance in her direction. "It is commendable that you show filial piety to the old lady. How could I possibly blame you? Quickly, rise." Sitting at the head of the room, the old lady chuckled. "Look at the attire and adornments that Lin Jie selected for me. What do you think?" Lady Han glanced at the old lady's outfit, a deep red garment adorned with lotus patterns, paired with a rosy skirt and a dazzling headpiece studded with red gems. She felt somewhat speechless and inwardly critiqued. "Although the deceased is your stepdaughter and you need not mourn, is it appropriate to dress so flamboyantly when meeting her children for the first time?" Yet, she maintained a facade of praise. "Lin Jie's taste is indeed commendable. The old lady looks much younger in that red ensemble. However, as for the old lady, her choice of attire matters little. Lin Jie and Songgu's outfits, on the other hand, seem a tad inappropriate, considering it has yet to be 7 months since your aunt's passing." Hearing this, the old lady's expression soured slightly, and she was about to retort when a servant announced, "Cousin and young master have arrived at the entrance and are changing palanquins." Chapter 4. Unexpected twists. Although the old lady harbored little fondness for her distant nephews, she had to maintain appearances and instructed her capable maid, El Lu, to go out and greet the guests. Lady Han designated Q Ingli, and Shun Tian interjected, "Mother, since my cousin has traveled so far, I should personally go to welcome her." Lady Han smiled and nodded. "That is fine. You have met when you were younger, so you are more familiar with each other than others. Hurry along now." Xinxiang, ever the social butterfly, clamored to join as well. Xining, who always followed Xintian's lead, had already positioned herself beside her. Only Shun Lian remained seated, and Shun Song also sat there in silence. While Shun Foreign merely tugged at her lips without saying a word, it was the old lady, Zhou Shi, who spoke up. "The two siblings have traveled a long way. Lin Jie, why don't you go and greet them as well?" Although somewhat surprised, Shun Lian felt it unwise to contradict the old lady's request and agreed to go. After the young ladies departed, Zhou Shi addressed Lady Han. "Old lady, I must say, you've been rather careless about a certain matter." "Humph, trouble is brewing," Lady Han thought. Noticing that the first lady had no intention of responding, Zhou Shi grew irritated. "This Han Shi is increasingly disregarding me." She then stated firmly, "Songgu is no longer a child. He shouldn't be without a maidservant in his quarters. He is the eldest son of our esteemed Lord Ho, and if this were to get out, we would be the subject of ridicule. I've already reassigned a trusted maid from my side to serve him, and you, as his rightful mother, should also show some consideration. I think Q Ingli would be a good fit for Tsonggu." Upon hearing this, Bai Yinyang and Shan Tsong both felt a rush of joy. The old lady had spoken. They were eager to see if Lady Han would dare to defy her. Disrespecting one's mother-in-law is a grave offense. Lady Han, with a flick of her eye, turned her gaze away from Zhou Shi and directed it toward Shensong. Songgu is merely 14 this year. Not yet of age, and yet he is already thinking of his grandmother. How ridiculous would it be for a young master to have a maidservant from his mother's household? At his age, the late Lord Ho was already on the battlefield. What skills does Songgu possess? Is he a scholar? Or a martial artist? He hasn't even completed the 4 books and 5 classics. And he is not even as accomplished as your 2 younger brothers. How dare he covet my maidservants? Truly shameless. This remark caused by Yinyang and her son to turn pale. They had not expected Lady Han to be so assertive today and were momentarily at a loss for words. How can you speak such venomous words to Songgu? You are his rightful mother. If his reputation suffers, what glory will reflect upon you? Zhou Shi admonished sternly. Though she criticized fervently, she secretly relished the discord between her daughter-in-law and Bai Yinyang. Bai Yinyang, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately turned to Zhou Shi. Old lady, I may be but a concubine, but I can endure your criticisms. However, the Bai family is also your maternal kin. Does your disparagement of the Bai family not reflect poorly on you? Upon hearing Lady Han speak ill of the Bai family, Zhou Shi trembled with rage, pointing at Lady Han. How dare you, Shen Shi, insult your mother-in-law's family? Have you no sense of filial piety? Such unfilial and unkind behavior will compel me to inform the Lord and have you dismissed. Lady Han remained composed, replying, Old lady, it seems you are quite confused. Your surname is Zhou, not Bai. Your maternal family is the illustrious Duke of Ngui's household. Do not let certain individuals sow discord. Zhou Shi suddenly seemed to awaken, yet she remained unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, in the Ninghui Hall, the atmosphere was charged with tension. On the other side, Hu Yingli and several maids surrounded the young ladies as they stood at the flower-laden entrance. When a soft palanquin was brought forth, followed by 7 to 8 maidservants, one of whom was the long-absent Fei Xu, as the flying catkins danced in the air, the young ladies hurriedly advanced a few steps. Coming to a halt before several of their companions to perform their greetings, Shen Tian, with a warm smile, remarked, This journey has indeed been arduous for you, Sister Fei Xu. Once today has passed, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Fei Xu and the other young ladies, accustomed to playful banter, did not hesitate to respond graciously, bowing in return. In that case, I shall await the esteemed gift from our esteemed elder sister. At this moment, the sedan chair had come to a stop at the second gate, and a maid lifted the curtain of the chair. Fei Xu promptly stepped forward to assist her cousin down. The instant her cousin alighted from the sedan, Qing Lu was reminded of 2 phrases from the ode to the goddess of the Luo River. Like a startled swan and like a wandering dragon. She was indeed a beauty. Captivating and enchanting. In all honesty, the young ladies of the Ho residence were all stunning. Especially Shen Tian, who could be described as a flower among blossoms, though her beauty exuded a dignified and graceful allure. While Fang Xinsu possessed a different, more delicate charm. Just as Qing Lu was momentarily lost in thought, Shen Tian had already approached the sedan with her 2 younger sisters, reaching out to grasp Fang Xinsu's hand with a smile. Sister Xinsu, it has been many years since we last met. Do you still remember me? Fang Xinsu smiled faintly, her pearly white teeth gleaming in the glow of the setting sun. You are Sister Tian? Of course, I remember you. Shan Xiang leaned forward eagerly, inquiring, Sister Fang, do you recognize me as well? Fang Xinsu recalled her mother mentioning a half-sister of similar age from her uncle's household, and upon observing this cousin's attire, she pondered who she might be. Shen Tian playfully tugged at Shan Xiang's bun and introduced her to Fang Xinsu. This is our second uncle's daughter, Shan Xiang, who has been my companion for the past 2 years. She then pointed to Shan Ying, and this is Ying Jie, whom you have met in childhood. After the sisters exchanged pleasantries, Shen Tian and her companions escorted Fang Xinsu to Ninghui courtyard to pay their respects to the elder matriarch. As they walked, Shen Tian enthusiastically described the sights they encountered along the way. Fortunately, Fang Xinsu had visited many times in her childhood, and with a few prompts, she was able to recall most of them. Having spent a lengthy time in the south, the sudden sight of such spacious and airy architecture lightened Fang Xinsu's spirits considerably. Just as the group approached the entrance of Ninghui courtyard, a little maid hurried over to Shen Tian and whispered a few words. Shen Tian frowned slightly, inwardly sighing at the elder matriarch's lack of peace, always embroiled in some sort of trouble. Chapter 5. The methods of the Han family. Although Shen Tian secretly lamented, she turned to Fang Xinsu with an inscrutable smile. Cousin, it has been years since your last visit. and many places in this residence have changed. Look over there at the lotus pond. It was just excavated a few years ago. Let us take a look before we pay our respects to the old lady. She exchanged glances with several maids nearby. Though Fang Xinsu felt a twinge of confusion at why her cousin prioritized a stroll in the gardens over visiting the elder matriarch, she complied graciously. Reflecting on the maid's earlier words and considering the elder matriarch's status in Ninghui courtyard, Fang Xinsu began to understand. It seemed that even after the division of the family, the whole residence remained fraught with unrest. Thus, the young ladies proceeded toward the lotus pond, while Qing Lu quietly lingered behind. Turning to enter Ninghui courtyard, Shuntian's maid, Ma Xiang, headed to the outer courtyard, needing to intercept a few young masters. Upon reaching the main hall of Ninghui courtyard, Qing Lu observed a group of maids and matrons gathered at the entrance, all holding their breath. Upon her arrival, a little maid beside Madame Shun hurriedly approached her with a few words. Just then, the sound of Zhou's reproaches echoed from within. Qing Lu smoothed her dress and lifted the curtain to enter. The elder matriarch's maid attempted to stop her, but it was too late. Once inside, Qing Lu performed a respectful bow. Greetings to the elder matriarch and Madame I. In response to the Madame's inquiry, she relayed. An urgent message has arrived from the estate in Changzhou, stating that the third master is he. Upon seeing Qing Lu enter, the elder matriarch initially felt a surge of joy, thinking that today might finally see the Shun family's support cut off. However, upon hearing about the third master, she abruptly stood up. What has happened to the third master? Speak quickly, Qing Lu replied. The steward from the estate reports that the third master's illness has flared up again, and it appears he is not expected to recover. The physician they summoned has advised preparations for the worst. Han glanced at her, questioning how she was unaware of such news. If this girl were fabricating tales, she was quite convincing. Regardless of her internal musings, the performance must continue. Is what you say true? Please confirm. Upon hearing this, Zhou could no longer remain composed. In the countryside, what good physician could there be? This person must be a quack. Quickly, send someone to the Thai hospital to summon a physician. Yet, despite her lengthy exhortations, no one moved. Zhou's anger flared. Do my words go unheard? Hurry and fetch the physician. It was her personal maid, Pearl, who gently tugged at her sleeve, saying, Madam, you do not possess the title to summon a physician. Only the Marquis and Madam have the authority to do so. This statement struck Zhou hard. Though she was the late Marquis's second wife and had been included in the family registry, the Marquis had previously sought titles for her, only to have them repeatedly denied. After Shan Mingchang inherited the title, it was even less likely that he would seek a title for a stepmother who constantly provoked him. In the noble circles, ladies typically held such titles, making her an anomaly, due to her standing. Others pretended to respect her, yet inwardly they dismissed her. Therefore, Zhou could only maneuver within the confines of the Ho residence, where few would acknowledge her outside its gates. With Shan Mingchang absent from the capital, only the Marquis's wife Han had the power to summon a physician. Reluctantly, Zhou had to concede. The eldest family's customary respect is commendable, but Bai's behavior has become increasingly unacceptable. Why do you not return to your quarters? As a concubine, you should not be wandering about. You are confined for half a month. Bai was taken aback by the elder matriarch's sudden betrayal, unable to protest as several sturdy matrons dragged her away. Taking advantage of the commotion, Qing Lu positioned herself beside Han, who quietly inquired, What has happened with the third master? Qing Lu softly replied. The steward from the estate lamented that the third master is unwell and requires funds to summon a reputable physician from the capital. Han scoffed. How shameless to come begging for money after all these years since the family split. Nevertheless, she reasoned that if money could resolve the issue, it was not a significant matter. While dispatching someone to urgently procure a physician from the Thai hospital, she also instructed a maid to gather high-quality medicinal herbs and tonics to send to the third master. Observing Han's actions, Zhou recalled her own responsibilities and hastily prepared a large bundle of items. Not fully trusting others, she personally monitored the maid as she collected various fine medicinal herbs, including bird's nest and Ganoderma. Shun Song could not help but intercede on behalf of his biological mother, casting discreet glances at Qing Lu, but she did not even acknowledge him. Han shot him a glance before turning back to Qing Lu. This morning, have the bills from the several inns been settled? Qing Lu responded, Madam, the eldest young master's bill has exceeded the budget this month, so it has not been settled yet. Han gently rotated the bracelet on her wrist. Exceeded the budget, you say? Songer, the household has its rules, and as our eldest son, you should not set a precedent for violating them. Upon hearing this, Shan Song panicked, fearing his allowance might be cut off. He immediately knelt before Han, if my aunt speaks harshly. It would be better for me to rest in the courtyard for a few days. I implore you, madam, have mercy and assist your son. Only then did Han smile with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. You are a gentleman, a master, and must not associate with slaves every day. What are you doing kneeling? The ground is cold. Rise. The household rules should not be altered lightly. Otherwise, your younger brothers would follow suit, and chaos would ensue. Seeing Shan Song's anxious demeanor, Han shifted her tone. However, as a mother, it is permissible for me to supplement you a little. Qing Lu, take some money from my private stash to settle the eldest young master's bill. Additionally, provide him with 100 taels for pocket money. While her words sounded affectionate, she secretly looked down upon Shan Song, thinking him spineless, unmindful even of his own biological mother, despite by treating him as her lifeline. When Shan Song heard that his legitimate mother not only settled his debt, but also generously granted him an additional 100 taels, he was overjoyed, showering Han with flattery. Bai, lacking a dowry, relied solely on the monthly stipends from the family, supplemented by the occasional generosity of the elder matriarch. However, the elder matriarch had never been this generous. His monthly allowance was only 10 taels, and now his legitimate mother had given him 100 taels, truly a display of wealth. With this money, he could indulge in a delightful few days at the fragrance-filled tavern. Witnessing his frivolous behavior, Han could not help but feel a wave of disdain. Qing Lu, observing this dramatic display of rivalry between the legitimate and illegitimate offspring, sighed inwardly, realizing the burden of being a marquis's wife. She did not believe it wrong for Han to employ such cunning. Without a bit of strategy, survival within such a grand household was uncertain. Even someone as astute as the marquis's wife had to grapple with a legitimate son in the mix. At that moment, a little maid outside the curtain reported, "The young ladies have entered the courtyard." Han quickly signaled to Qing Lu, who went into the inner chamber to assist Zhou, who was rummaging through her belongings. Just as Zhou finished organizing her things, she glanced in the mirror and deemed her appearance quite splendid, thus making her entrance with an air of importance. Shin Tian and her companions, encircling Fang Xinsu, approached, while several little maids at the entrance sprang forward to lift the curtain, announcing, "The cousin has arrived. The elder matriarch has been eagerly awaiting you." Chapter 6. A change of masters. Though she was referred to as the old lady, Mrs. Zhou was only in her 40s this year. Due to her proper maintenance and her vibrant attire, she appeared to be in her 30s, which was rather incongruous for her age. Upon seeing them enter, she inquired, "Is my granddaughter here?" The hall had already been prepared with soft cushions by the maids, and Fang Xinsu immediately knelt down, proclaiming, "Granddaughter Fang Xinsu pays her respects to her grandmother." Regardless of her inner thoughts, appearances had to be upheld. Moreover, having just been reprimanded by Madame Han, Mrs. Zhou dared not provoke any further issues. She took out a handkerchief to dab at the non-existent tears at the corner of her eyes and hastily instructed the maid, "Quickly, Jinzhu, help the young lady up." Fang Xinsu rose and then bowed to Madame Han, saying, "I pay my respects to my aunt." Madame Han, not waiting for her to kneel, reached out to support her, saying, "Good child, we are blood relatives. There is no need for such formalities." She then indicated to Shan Song and said, "You have met them before. This is your eldest cousin, born of your uncle's concubine, who shares the same mother as Lien Jia. He has stayed to attend to the old lady and did not come out to greet you." This sounded like an explanation for Shan Song, but clever as Fang Xinsu was, she could discern the implications within her aunt's words. The other two cousins had been waiting outside the main gate since early on, and several female cousins had welcomed them at the second gate. Why was it that only this cousin remained to serve the old lady? At such an age, should he not be residing in the outer courtyard? Moreover, apart from the old lady, who was her mother as stepmother, only these siblings, adorned in vibrant colors, appeared utterly unrestrained. It was as if they deemed the pair of orphans and weak girls as having no support whatsoever. Although her mind was filled with countless thoughts, Fang Xinsu showed no signs of dissatisfaction on her face and, as usual, bowed to Shen Song. Shen Song had encountered many beautiful women since his youth, yet he could not help but feel captivated by Fang Xinsu. However, his lingering gaze was somewhat unbecoming. Fortunately, a perceptive old maid stepped forward to separate the two. The madam could not bear to see her illegitimate son act in such a manner and summoned Fang Xinsu to her side, inquiring about her well-being with warmth. After a brief exchange, she raised her voice to the maids, "Go check on where the third and fourth young masters have taken the young master. Why haven't they arrived yet?" Before she could finish her sentence, a young maid reported from outside, "They are coming. They have already entered the courtyard." Following this, the sound of footsteps approached, and two boys around 10 years old escorted the young master Fang Xinjian. Dressed in a soft silk robe of bamboo green, with a round jade pendant of Hatian jade at his waist and matching jade adornments on his headscarf, Fang Xinjian, though only 12 or 13, exhibited the demeanor of a refined gentleman. After Fang Xinjian bowed to Mrs. Zhou and Madame Han, the siblings naturally engaged in some playful banter. Once their greetings were completed, the old lady Zhou had someone present the meeting gifts. Madame Han noticed that the gifts were indeed of little value, even less than those prepared by Qing Lu. She could not help but mock internally but decided against diminishing her own gifts, instructing the maids to directly present the two brocade boxes to the siblings. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhou was well aware that Madame Han's gifts were undoubtedly more precious than her own, as long as it was not brought to light. It would suffice. After all, they were not her biological grandchildren. Naturally, her valuable items were reserved for her own grandchildren. Why should she bestow them upon outsiders? When Shan Lian noticed the two gilded and inlaid boxes, she realized they contained valuable items, feeling a pang of jealousy. Her legitimate mother had always been generous to an outsider but had never shown her a kind face. Not to mention others. Even as a concubine's daughter, Shun Ying's attire was far superior to hers, all acquired through flattery towards her legitimate mother. Others assumed she was intentionally opposing her legitimate mother, unaware that Shun Lian did not think that way. Ever since she could understand, her biological mother had been at odds with her legitimate mother, often speaking ill of her. Influenced by her mother during her youth, how was she to know that she needed to curry favor with her legitimate mother? By the time she matured and understood the world, it was too late, and she had inadvertently offended the entire legitimate family. Complaining about her mother who had led her astray was of no use. She could only continue down this dark path. She was not foolish. She could see that the old lady did not genuinely care for her and her brother. Yet, as a concubine's daughter, even if her mother bore the eldest illegitimate son, she was still unloved by her father, lacking a powerful maternal family and a substantial dowry. Hence, she had no choice but to cling tightly to the old lady. Though the old lady no longer managed the household, her private wealth was considerable. Even a little from her would suffice for her needs. In her mother's eyes, there was only her son, with little affection left for her. Previously, her monthly allowance had been appropriated to support her brother, and only in recent years had it improved slightly. Observing this mother-son duo over the years, she had come to realize they were not reliable. If she did not secure a path for herself, who knew how much trouble these two would bring upon her? At that moment, a maid approached, interrupting Shan Lian's thoughts. The maid reported that dinner was ready, and thus Mrs. Zhou remarked, "The siblings have traveled a long way and must be tired. Let them return to rest early, since distant guests have just arrived, and the young masters are still quite young. Let us dine together." Having been in the Marquis's residence for so many years, Mrs. Zhou could still articulate some polite phrases when not in a temper. The group then moved in a grand procession to the small flower hall for dinner, where a large round table filled with an array of dishes awaited them. Though Mrs. Zhou had suggested dining together, the boys and girls sat separately, and the maids had already prepared another table for the maidservants. As the eldest among the boys, Shansong led his younger brothers to this table. Naturally, Mrs. Zhou took the seat of honor, while Madame Han pulled Fang Xinsu to sit on Mrs. Zhou's left. Fang Xinsu hesitated for a moment, but Madame Han smiled and insisted, "You are a guest. It is only proper." Mrs. Zhou nodded as well, "You have just arrived. It is only right to sit here." Only then did Fang Xinsu take her seat. Madame Han sat beside her, while Shun Tian led her younger sisters to sit sequentially at Mrs. Zhou's right. Once seated, Madame Han instructed the maid Qing Lu, "The young lady has just arrived and is not familiar with our household. You will accompany her and attend to her needs." Fang Xinsu quickly expressed her gratitude. Mrs. Zhou was preoccupied with thoughts of her son and did not concern herself with which maid Madame Han assigned to Fang Xinsu. While she was pleased to trouble Madame Han, her son's well-being took precedence, and she would not question Madame Han's decisions at this juncture. Although Shansong felt a twinge of regret, he dismissed it, for Qing Lu was not particularly remarkable, and he sighed inwardly before letting it go. Soon, the maids brought forth the dishes, and everyone began to dine. Chapter 7. The dripping emerald studio. Madame Han was strict in her household management. Though there were many maids and servants around, not a single sound was uttered. At the dining table, silence reigned, and Fang Xinsu felt somewhat out of place. At home, meals were filled with laughter and conversation. Yet, understanding her position as a guest, she adapted accordingly. After a moment of quietude, once they had finished their meal and washed their hands, Mrs. Zhou remarked, "The siblings have come from afar and must be fatigued. Let them return early to rest." Madame Han led everyone to see the old lady off and instructed several of the illegitimate sons to ensure Feng Xinjian was escorted back to the front courtyard before turning to Feng Xinsu and saying, "Sister Su, I have arranged for you to stay in the Dripping Emerald Studio, which is quite close to Sister Tian's courtyard, making it easier for you to converse. From now on, consider this place your home. If there is anything you wish to eat or play with, just tell me, and do not feel constrained." Feng Xinsu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt." Madame Han smiled, patting her hand. "We are all family. There is no need for such formality." Then she turned to the maid beside her, asking, "Is the young lady's trunk unpacked?" The maid replied, "It has already been taken care of. Let us go and take a look together." Madame Han said, leading a few young ladies to the Dripping Emerald Studio. Along the way, Madame Han pointed out various locations. "Over there is the Moonlight Courtyard where I and your uncle reside. This side is your cousin's Cloudy Pavilion. To the west of Cloudy Pavilion is your sister Xiang's Moonlit Pavilion, and directly east is your residence in the Dripping Emerald Studio. The row of rooms behind is where Ying Jie and Lian Jie reside, while the western path houses several concubines. Overall, since the loyal Marquis's residence now only housed the main family, the courtyards were quite spacious. Earlier, while the masters were dining, Qing Lu had come with several young maids to help tidy up the Dripping Emerald Studio. Upon seeing Madame Han and the young lady arrive, they hurriedly greeted them, saying, "Greetings to the madam and the young ladies. The room has been tidied up. Please inspect it, and if there is anything lacking, I will rectify it promptly." The group entered the room amid laughter. Feng Xinsu observed the spaciousness and exquisite decor. The bed and dressing table were evidently made from a complete set of Wangwali wood, while the smaller furniture was at least made of red sandalwood. All the bedding and furnishings were in muted colors, perfectly suiting her morning attire. She recalled seeing a lush cluster of verdant bamboo at the courtyard gate earlier, which explained the name Dripping Emerald Studio. The yard also boasted a tall ginkgo tree and 2 plum trees, while several pots of her favorite orchids and other flowers adorned the interior, clearly indicating that the entire courtyard had been meticulously arranged. Gratefully, she bowed to Madame Han, saying, "Aunt, you have worked hard." Madame Han pulled her up, saying, "I merely offered a few verbal suggestions. All the arrangements were made by the maids. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed at Qing Lu, as she selected these items from the storeroom." Feng Xinsu recognized that the maid her aunt had pointed out was indeed the one who served her. At present, with graceful bows, they expressed their gratitude. "In that case, I must thank you, Sister Qing Lu." Qing Lu promptly declined the gesture, turning away to avoid the formality. Feng Xinsu then instructed a nearby maid to present a pouch, which Qing Lu accepted after expressing her thanks once more. Subsequently, Madame Han addressed Feng Xinsu, saying, "This girl Qing Lu has always been sensible. Let her attend to you for now. I notice you do not have many maidservants. We shall arrange for a few more capable ones later." She then inquired of Qing Lu, "Have you prepared the fabrics and ornaments for your cousin?" Qing Lu nodded and pointed to several pieces of cloth and some embroidered boxes on the earthen Kong, stating, "I have gathered them as per your instructions, but since I was unaware of the young lady's measurements and preferences before, I did not hastily proceed. Now that she has arrived, I shall ensure that my maidservants quickly make a few outfits." Madame Han nodded appreciatively. "You have always been thoughtful. Now that you are to serve your cousin, you must continue to do so with the same dedication." Qing Lu bowed, assuring her, "Rest assured, madam, I will serve my mistress with utmost diligence." Madame Han nodded again and added, "Very well, it is getting late. You should rest early, Sujia. Do not worry about Jinga." The other young ladies also rose, with Shantian suggesting, "Cousin, do take some rest. The matriarch prefers tranquility and dislikes disturbances from the younger generation. Therefore, apart from the first day of each month, only on the 5th day do we need to pay our respects. Tomorrow is the 8th. You may rest easy." Feng Xinsu expressed her gratitude to her elder cousin for the reminder and personally escorted her aunt and cousins to the courtyard gate. The little maidservants had already prepared hot water, and Feng Xinsu's trusted maid attended to her washing and bathing. Besides the maidservants, Feng Xinsu had also brought along an elderly woman named Zhang Mama, who was said to be a family servant of the Feng household and had previously served Feng Xinsu's grandmother. At that moment, Zhang Mama was busy organizing Feng Xinsu's belongings with a few young maidservants. Although Feng Xinsu's attire was not overly extravagant, Qing Liu's discerning eye could discern the value of the exquisite white jade hairpin shaped like a begonia blossom adorning her head, which presumably matched the bracelet she wore. Its luster was gentle, understated, and elegant, reflecting on the rumors circulating in the Ho residence that the Feng family had long fallen from grace, and that their young lady and young master were merely there to seek favors. Qing Lu could not help but scoff inwardly. What a bunch of ignorant souls, to owe her knowledge. Despite the Fong family's limited offspring, they had once produced high-ranking officials, making them a quintessential official family. Fong Xinsu's great-grandfather and grandfather had both served as lucrative local officials, and since the family had not divided their inheritance due to their scant heirs, the Fong family remained quite affluent. Her father, in his youth, was even one of the emperor's companions, and his subsequent official posts were all in prosperous regions. However, being a family of scholars, they traditionally valued ancient texts and paintings over ostentation, which is why their wealth did not manifest outwardly. Most of the Fong family's possessions had already been transported to their ancestral home, with the siblings bringing only a few personal items. Nevertheless, Fong Xinsu's luggage alone consisted of dozens of large trunks. The room, initially somewhat empty with its antiquities shelves and bookshelves, quickly filled to the brim. A grand yellow rosewood bookshelf could not even accommodate all of Fong Xinsu's books, leaving several open boxes on the floor filled with volumes. Seeing this, Qinglu approached. "It is indeed too late today. I shall visit Madame's quarters tomorrow to fetch another bookshelf to organize these books." Zhang Mama waved her hand dismissively. "No need. These are not the young lady's usual reads. They can be stored in the small storeroom and aired out when time permits." Hearing this, Qinglu did not argue but softly remarked, "In that case, it seems we have organized things quite well. Mama has traveled a long way. It would be best for you to take a bath and rest, as we can manage here." Zhang Mama turned her stiff neck. After days of traveling by carriage, she was indeed somewhat fatigued. After giving a few instructions, she went to rest. Shortly after, Fong Xinsu returned from her bath, her hair still slightly damp. Rather than hurrying to bed, she sat at the dressing table by the window to read. Qinglu entered with a tray and placed it on the small round table in the inner room. Smiling as she said, "This is the sweet steamed milk curd that the eldest lady just sent over. Would the young lady care to try it?" Fong Xinsu set her book down and looked at the wooden tray containing a palm-sized roux-kiln sky-blue lotus bowl filled with a white substance topped with raisins and walnut kernels. She inquired, "What is this made from?" Qinglu smiled. "It is made from cow's milk, sweet rice wine, and sugar." Fong Xinsu nodded. Although she was unsure of the taste, it felt a bit impolite not to try it since her elder cousin had sent it. She took a spoon, carefully scooped a mouthful, and was pleasantly surprised by the rare silkiness that melted in her mouth, accompanied by a delicate milky sweetness devoid of any unpleasant dairy flavor. During the earlier banquet, she had eaten little, leaving her stomach half empty, so she polished off the entire bowl of curd. Afterward, Qinglu assisted her in rinsing her mouth, cheerfully saying, "The eldest lady mentioned that she eats this every day. Since the young lady enjoys it, we shall have a bowl sent over daily." Fong Xinsu furrowed her brows slightly. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for my cousin?" "Not at all. It's merely a matter of a few words. The small kitchen usually prepares extra, as the other young ladies do not care for this flavor. If the young lady does not eat it, it would simply benefit us," Qinglu replied with a smile. Fong Xinsu observed that Qinglu spoke with clarity and poise, smiling as she remarked, "In that case, I shall indulge in my cousin's generous offering. As we are both newcomers, some customs remain unclear to us. So I hope Sister Qinglu will guide me." Qinglu hastily responded, "The young lady is being overly polite. It is not necessary. Furthermore, both you and the young master are intelligent and perceptive. There is no need for my guidance. It is merely that I am somewhat familiar with the people in this household, and I can share some insights with you." Fong Xinsu smiled faintly. "If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Please tell me about the various members of the household, so I may be more informed." Noticing Fong Xinsu's eagerness to learn, Qinglu meticulously detailed each individual in the household, from the matriarch to the various young ladies, concubines, and their senior maidservants, explaining their temperaments, preferences, and the intricate relationships among them. Fong Xinsu understood quickly. With just a few hints from Qinglu, she grasped most of the dynamics and was able to strategize her future interactions. After Fong Xinsu retired for the night, Qinglu returned to her own quarters. She had a room to herself and upon entering, opened the pouch Fong Xinsu had given her. Curious about its round contents, she discovered it contained several pearl-sized beads. Though she had seen a few pearls of similar size before, these possessed a rare pinkish-purple sheen, making them exceptionally precious. Qinglu carefully stored the beads and, after a brief freshening up, lay down to sleep, feeling somewhat tired after a busy day. With Qingliu's guidance, Fong Xinsu and her brother quickly adapted to life in the Ho residence, often winning the favor of the household servants. The maidservants like Qinglu received double monthly wages and were generous with their rewards for the lower servants. Those who initially hesitated to serve in the daquise regretted their decision, realizing too late how wealthy the young lady was. However, It is often said that money cannot buy foresight. Upon hearing from the servants about the extravagant spending habits of the young lady and young master, Shun Song began to entertain certain thoughts. The first time he laid eyes on Fang Xinsu, her beauty enchanted him to the extent that he felt half his soul was captured. With the strict rules set by Madame Han, he could not approach the young lady's quarters, as he was always accompanied by 2 or 3 matrons upon entering the second gate. For days, he had not stepped outside the mansion, focusing instead on ingratiating himself with Fang Xinjian, hoping to find similarities with her sister. Now that he learned of this cousin, who was not only beautiful but also wealthy, Shinsong began to contemplate his intentions toward Fang Xinsu. If he could marry her, he would gain both beauty and wealth. He pondered how he might achieve this. Before he could devise a plan, news arrived at the estate. The Marquis had achieved victory in the southwest coastal region, decisively defeating the Jinsha kingdom, which had long posed a threat to the great Kang dynasty, capturing many of its nobles. He was now returning to court in triumph. With such a victory, there would undoubtedly be rewards and accolades. And the atmosphere in the estate turned jubilant. Countless guests arrived to offer their congratulations. Since the loyal Marquis had not yet returned, most of the visitors were noble ladies, who were naturally received by Madame Han herself. Balancing the responsibilities of managing the household while entertaining esteemed guests, Madame Han also prepared for her husband's return. Thus, she delegated some household chores to several young ladies, stating, "You are all grown now. It is time to learn how to manage the household affairs, for this is the most crucial skill for a woman. The arts of poetry, music, and painting are merely pastimes and do not constitute the core." After arriving at the Ho residence, Fang Xinsu joined her cousins in the girls' school, where they studied poetry and literature in the mornings and practiced music and art in the afternoons. Now, with Madame Ho's directive, their studies were suspended and even the youngest, Shun Xiang, was assigned tasks. After all, there were no imperial examinations for young ladies. Compared to the arts, managing the household and social etiquette were far more essential lessons for a young lady of quality. The responsibilities assigned to the young ladies varied considerably. Shin Tian managed the grand kitchen, while Fang Xian Su oversaw the sewing room of the master. Shun Xiang was in charge of the quotas for each household. Shan Ying managed the decorative items, and Shen Lian was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Madame Han instructed her servants to tidy up the Tunghua pavilion, which was closest to the outer gate, to serve as a workspace for the young ladies. And she dispatched her confidant, Granny Chi, to oversee the proceedings. The young ladies gathered there every day at the crack of dawn and only dispersed at noon. This arrangement allowed them to convene and deliberate on matters collectively. And although there were occasional minor oversights, no significant chaos ensued in these days. Qing Lu accompanied Fang Xian Su and thus witnessed the myriad facets of life. The servants initially presumed that with the young ladies taking charge, the unmarried misses would naturally be more lenient and thus easier to manage than Madame Ho, leading to a degree of laxity and evasion in their duties. Many engaged in embezzlement, substituting inferior goods for the genuine article. Some even concocted false pretenses to extract additional funds or pilfer items from the estate. However, after 3 to 5 days, a discernible shift occurred among the staff. Shin Tian, being the legitimate daughter of the Ho family, commanded a certain authority that deterred the servants from being negligent. Having assisted Madame Han with household matters for several years, she was well versed in the workings of the kitchen, which remained relatively honest under her jurisdiction, allowing her to handle affairs with remarkable ease. Since her mother's passing, Fang Xian Su had managed household affairs for the past year or two, overseeing the family's land and shops. Though she was an outsider, she never shirked her responsibilities and had developed a systematic approach to her duties. When the servants faltered, she would not scold them harshly but rather engage in calm and methodical discussions, presenting her reasoning clearly, leaving those who responded feeling as though they might wish to vanish into the ground. Despite Shin Xiang's youthful appearance, her early departure from her biological mother necessitated her self-reliance. And with guidance from her late mother's nurse, she gradually found her footing. In contrast, Shin Ying and Shun Lian struggled considerably. Both were illegitimate daughters and thus were often looked down upon by those in the household with more prestigious management roles. Shun Ying, accustomed to gentleness, found it difficult to assert herself. Fortunately, Granny Chi's presence provided support. After experiencing a few minor setbacks, Shun Ying steeled herself and disciplined a few recalcitrant servants, who then became noticeably more compliant. Shin Lian initially floundered for a few days, but soon regained her composure, adhering strictly to the established household regulations. Anyone who broke the rules was treated equally, regardless of their status, with appropriate penalties or rewards meted out, thus earning her the respect of the staff. Overall, The mere dismissal of a few servants and the reassignment of responsibilities transformed the atmosphere within the household, leading to a newfound compliance among the staff. As Shun Xiang and her sisters began to wield their authority, they anticipated a vigorous reformation. However, the servants, accustomed to Madame Han's management, quickly extinguished any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. One day, while they were idly passing the time, a servant unexpectedly approached with a message, stating that she needed to collect this month's tea money for the young masters. Shun Xiang inquired. "What tea money?" The servant replied, "2 taels of silver each month, meant for the young masters' tea, refreshments, and writing materials." Shun Xiang scoffed, "Each of our brothers has their own quota, totaling 10 taels per month. Writing materials, tea, and snacks are all distributed according to their respective shares. Where does this tea money come from?" The servant awkwardly smiled. "It has always been this way. Perhaps it is simply a way to supplement the young masters." Shun Xiang retorted, "That is utter nonsense. Even if it were to supplement the brothers, it should be collected by the head nurse or senior maid of each courtyard. What does it have to do with you?" At that moment, Arya, the maid of the third young master, Shun Mao, chimed in with a smile. "I have never heard of our young master receiving such funds. He often buys his own tea when he doesn't tea like what is provided." Shun Xiang remarked, "It seems this money is lining someone else's pockets." The servant lowered her head in silence, and just as Shun Xiang was about to punish her, Shen Tian tugged at her sleeve. Noticing her cousin shaking her head, Shun Xiang understood that she was being advised against escalating the matter. Although perplexed, she replied, "Very well, let bygones be bygones. I shall overlook this matter this time. But if it happens again, I will not be so forgiving." The servant could only acquiesce and leave. After the servant departed, Shen Xiang turned to Shen Tian, "Sister, why did you stop me from punishing that maid?" "It is precisely because these servants see us as easy to deal with that they dare to act so unscrupulously." Shen Tian shook her head. "Mother has managed the household for many years. Do you think she is unaware of such trivial matters? However, a river too clear has no fish. We are a distinguished Ho family. It is only natural to allow some leeway for the servants. Mother's management has been quite strict, and the overseers only dare to pocket minor amounts. I have heard that a steward from a duke's estate colluded with the housekeeper to inflate the prices of poultry and meat by several times. A 3-coin egg was reported as costing 200 coins. Luckily, the newly married daughter-in-law stumbled upon these accounts and informed her mother-in-law, uncovering the entire scheme. Can you imagine how much silver was found in that steward's possession?" The group was intrigued, and Shun Xiang eagerly pulled at Shen Tian's sleeve. "Sister, do tell more." Shen Tian continued, "That individual managed the household for merely a decade, amassing a fortune of several tens of thousands of taels, along with countless treasures and a 4-courtyard residence. Were it not for the restrictions on land ownership for slaves, he would likely have become a significant landowner. Even a typical 4th or 5th rank official, over a decade, might not be able to accumulate such wealth." The others gasped in astonishment. Fang Xi and Su also recounted tales of unscrupulous servants from wealthy families in Fuzhou, who abused their power to the detriment of their masters. The sisters collectively delved into this topic. Meanwhile, outside, the waiting maids exchanged glances, uncertain if they should respond to the matter at hand. If they did, what if they inadvertently said something amiss and found themselves labeled as unscrupulous servants? At that moment, a maid rushed in from the flower-draped gate, kneeling before them and announcing, "Ladies, someone from the palace has arrived with a decree and awaits in the front courtyard. Please, Miss Fong, proceed to receive the decree." Receiving a decree? What decree? Although her mind was filled with questions, Qing Lu quickly pulled Fang Xi and Su aside to assist her in preparing for the occasion. Fortunately, she always carried a few outfits and accessories for the young lady, just in case. Today, Fang Xi and Su wore a moon-white inner garment paired with a water-blue diagonal collared robe. Qing Lu retrieved a lilac smoke gauze top from her belongings for her to wear. On her head, she adorned a pair of white jade hairpins with green accents, which were somewhat understated. Qing Lu then found a carved green jade hair ornament with a lotus pattern that complemented her look perfectly. Disliking the burden of wearing too many bangles, Fang Xi and Su typically donned only 1 or 2, which was somewhat modest for the fashion of noblewomen in the prosperous Kang dynasty, where 4 bangles were the norm. Today, she wore a pair of green jade bangles, and Qing Lu added another matching pair of jadeite bangles. 2 green jade rings were slipped onto her fingers, and a green jade vine flower pendant was hung at her waist. Thus, her appearance was deemed quite respectable. Although the decree was bestowed upon Fang Xi and Su, it was customary for the young ladies of the Ho family to accompany her in receiving it. When Madame Han arrived, she found Qing Lu already assisting the principal in her preparations, helping Shen Tian adjust her attire, while the others were still in a flurry. Clearing her throat, she said, All right, that should suffice. Let us proceed to receive the decree. We mustn't keep the officials waiting. The group hurried to the front courtyard, where the young masters were already gathered, and a ceremonial table had been prepared. One by one, they knelt on the soft cushions, and upon seeing everyone assembled, the eunuch Su unfurled the decree and began to read. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, in essence, the decree expressed that Fong Xian Su's father had died in the line of duty, having devoted himself selflessly to the service of the state, and the emperor was deeply grieved by his untimely demise. Upon learning that he had a son and a daughter, the emperor conferred upon Fong Xian Jin the title of a fourth-rank Yunqi general, while Fong Xian Su was granted the title of Luan County princess, along with a reward of 100 taels of gold and other treasures. After the decree was issued, Madame Han, as the head of the household, naturally invited eunuch Su to stay for tea. He smiled politely. Madame Ho, you are too kind. I must decline the tea, as I have duties at the palace and cannot linger. However, he noted that the Empress Dowager wished to meet the county princess Luan, instructing Madame Han to bring her to the palace the next day at the hour of Chun, where someone would be there to receive them. The sudden ennoblement of the two children by the emperor was already peculiar, and now the Empress Dowager's desire to meet Fong Xian Su filled Madame Han with questions. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as she assured, "Rest assured, eunuch, I will bring the county princess promptly tomorrow." As eunuch Su departed, the head steward of the Han residence promptly accompanied him out, ensuring he received his due share of tea and silver. Once the palace officials had left, everyone gathered around Fong Xian Su and her brother to offer their congratulations. Shan Song, upon seeing the beautifully adorned Fong Xian Su, felt a pang of envy. He turned to see his sister standing beside Fong Xian Su, appearing quite amiable, and with a swift thought, he pulled Shan Lian aside to a secluded spot. Shan Lian, flustered, shook off Shan Song's grip, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you doing? You're ruining my dress. This is a new outfit just delivered from the genie pavilion, and I'm wearing it for the first time today." Shin Song, attempting to placate her, replied, "Dear sister, do not be angry. When I have money in the future, I will buy you 10 or 8 sets of clothing, so you can wear whatever you desire." Shin Lian clearly did not believe his words. "Buy 10 sets in one go? Brother, do you have any idea how expensive the garments at Jinxiu Pavilion are? The outfit I am wearing is merely of average quality there, each costing over 30 taels of silver. Just one set would consume 3 months of your salary. How do you intend to purchase it for me?" Shin Song rubbed his palms together. "Brother has no money at the moment, but if you are willing to assist me, there will certainly be a way in the future." Shin Lian looked at him in confusion. "How do you expect me to assist you?" Ensuring there were no onlookers around, Shan Song whispered a few words in Shan Lian's ear. He was convinced that upon hearing his plan, Shan Lian would wholeheartedly support him. To his astonishment, Shan Lian gazed at him as if he were a fool. "Brother, are you out of your mind? Even if our cousin is not conferred the title of county princess, she is still the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official, with a substantial dowry and beauty to match. You, a mere illegitimate son, dare to covet her? Not to mention the madam. If our father were to return and learn of your intentions, he would not let you off lightly," Shan Song retorted angrily. "What are you saying, girl? What of the county princess? As long as her reputation is tarnished and she does not marry me, does that mean she can become a nun? Just think, if she truly marries me, not only would she bring a hefty dowry, but the title of heir to the marquisate would also be mine. At that time, you would be the sister of the heir, and I would surely help you find a suitable husband." Hearing Shan Song's increasingly absurd assertions, Shan Lian coldly replied, "I advise you, brother, to stop dreaming in broad daylight. Cousin Fong is not as easily deceived as you think, and even the madam cannot be easily manipulated. You should return and ponder this matter carefully." With that, she turned and left. Seeing Shan Lian's heartless demeanor, Shan Song stamped his foot in frustration. "You wretched girl, once I am successful, don't come begging me for help." Upon returning to her residence, the more Shan Lian pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Shen Song, that fool, had always been reckless, compounded by his utterly unreliable mother, by Inyang. She hoped they wouldn't cause any major trouble. With that thought, she could no longer sit still and instructed her maid to bring along 2 bags of pastries to visit Bai Inyang. Bai Inyang, confined to her quarters and unable to go out, was delighted to see her daughter. "Oh, I just heard from a little maid that both the cousin and cousin brother have been conferred titles. TSK, our cousin is a motherless daughter and has faced difficulties regarding marriage. Now that she has the county princess's title, her future marriage prospects are secure. If your brother could marry her, that would be splendid." Shan Lian nearly spat out the tea she had just swallowed. Truly a case of like mother, like son, both lost in their fanciful dreams. Unlike the naive by Yinyang and Shansong, Shunlian, having received a thorough education in etiquette, found it impossible to believe in Shansong's plan riddled with flaws. At this point, she could not help but admire Han Shi. Despite Han Shi's disdain for her due to Bai Yinyang, she had never withheld opportunities and privileges from Shunlian. From literature to etiquette, her education was on par with that of Shen Tian and Shan Xiang. For this, she had always been grateful. It was her understanding of etiquette that instilled a sense of honor within her. However, with her mother and brother in their current state, she had tried numerous times to advise them but could not prevent their folly. Bai Yinyang continued her incessant chatter, urging Shunlian to take advantage of the steward's absence to secure some benefits for herself. Unable to endure any longer, Shunlian stood up and said, "I must go pay my respects to the old lady. I shall take my leave now. Aunt, do take care of yourself." As she walked toward the courtyard gate, she turned to the maid Song Ji, who had come to see her off, and said, "You are reliable and perceptive. Aunt is getting on in years and sometimes can be a bit confused. You should offer her more guidance." Song Ji hesitated. "Miss, you jest. What am I to her? How can Aunt heed my words?" Shunlian smiled. "In any case, I am here. If Aunt behaves inappropriately and you cannot stop her, be sure to come to me. Even if I cannot persuade her, there is always the madam. Otherwise, if she inadvertently causes a major disaster, you, being her closest maid, will be the first to face the consequences." Song Ji straightened. "Yes, I understand." Watching Shunlian gradually recede into the distance, Song Ji felt that the third miss had changed, clearly different from before. Her words and actions now bore a certain depth. Finally, within Bai Yinyang's faction, there was someone who understood. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, the eldest young master, Shun Song, approached. After his arrival, he dismissed all the maids and women, whispering with Bai Yinyang for quite some time. Recalling Shunlian's warning, Song Ji listened attentively, and upon hearing the conversation, she was instantly struck with alarm. After Shan Song left, Song Ji sought a convenient excuse to visit Huai Bai Pavilion. She relayed the schemes concocted by Shun Song and Bai Yinyang, and Shunlian's eyes turned icy. These two truly are blinded by their own foolishness, plotting such unreliable schemes. Are they courting death? Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Did you overhear when aunt and brother planned to execute their scheme?" Song Ji shook her head. "No." The eldest young master instructed aunt to maintain closer ties with the county princess, to often praise him for his filial piety and propriety in her presence. In hopes of gaining her favor, no other arrangements have been made as of yet. Bai Yinyang said that if only we, the Marquis's household, were aware of this matter, perhaps it could be kept under wraps. It needs to be made public and cause a stir in the city. They certainly have a grand plan, Shunlian said angrily, glancing at Song Ji. "I see you understand how absurd and laughable their schemes are. Yet they believe their plan is flawless. If this were to be revealed, aunt and brother, being the masters, would merely face some punishment, but the servants would not be so fortunate." She then removed a pair of red gold bangles from her wrist and slipped them onto Song Ji's hand. "Dear sister, you must keep a close eye on those two, otherwise, we shall all suffer the consequences. From now on, I shall rely on you." Dai and Di Chui Zhai, however, they remained blissfully unaware of these matters. The entire courtyard was bustling with preparations for Fong Xian Su's entrance into the palace the next day. With maids busy scenting clothes, searching for jewelry, and preparing reward pouches, creating a scene of utter chaos, Fong Xian Su, feeling somewhat exasperated, threw down the chess piece in her hand. "Enough. What is all this fuss about entering the palace? Is there any need for such commotion? I have yet to remove my mourning attire, and even for an audience with the Empress Dowager, it need not be overly extravagant. Just wear what I typically don for receiving guests. The jadeite jewelry will suffice." As night fell, she ordered the room to be tidied and instructed everyone to rest. Rarely did Fong Xian Su display such irritation, and the others dared not speak up. Carefully organizing the scattered garments and jewelry before quietly leaving. Due to the nature of the audience, they could not bring too many maids. Han Shi and Fong Xian Su only took Fei Su and Granny Qi to serve them, as both had previously accompanied Han Shi into the palace and were more familiar with the palace's rules. Although Steward Su had mentioned that the Empress Dowager would receive them at the hour of Qin, the two set off at the hour of Mao.by noon. Han Shi returned, but Fong Xian Su had not yet come back. All the sisters waited in the Yuehua courtyard, and upon Han Shi's return, she removed her outer garments, while Shen Tian personally handed her a bowl of sour plum soup. Han Shi took half a cup before slowly saying, "The Empress Dowager and Su hit it off remarkably well. She wishes to keep her in the palace for a few days." Shen Tian immediately smiled. It seems our cousin is indeed blessed. Although the other sisters felt a twinge of jealousy, they could not help but join in the praise. Within the palace, the Empress Dowager invited Feng Xi and Su to dine with her, and unexpectedly, the Emperor and Empress also joined the gathering. During the meal, the Emperor was exceedingly amiable towards Feng Xi and Su, inquiring about many things from her childhood and bestowing upon her numerous precious jewels. As they took their leave, he remarked, "I have had a long-standing friendship with your father. It is hard to believe he has passed away so young. Had it not been for the arrow he took for me in our youth, perhaps he would still be in good health. Since mother is so fond of you, do stay in the palace a while longer. If you face any grievances, just let someone inform me. I shall take care of it." Seeing the Emperor and Empress Dowager treating Feng Xi and Su with such favor, none dared to slight her. And the concubines hastily sent various exquisite jewelry, fabrics, and ornaments her way. Everyone believed the Emperor and Empress Dowager's generosity stemmed from Feng Daren's influence, for he had grown up alongside the Emperor, and their bond was naturally deeper than that with other officials. After Feng Daren's passing, it was only fitting that the Emperor would favor his descendants. Only the Empress Dowager knew the truth. The Emperor's affection for Feng Xi and Su was because she was his biological daughter. Alas, what a twisted fate it was! Upon returning to Qian Yuan Hall, the Emperor dismissed his attendants. He retrieved a scroll from the bookshelf, revealing a painted portrait of a noblewoman. Had Qing Lu and the others been present, they would surely have been astonished. The woman in the painting bore a striking resemblance to Feng Xi and Su, differing only in her delicate willow leaf brows and cherry-like lips. In contrast, Feng Xi and Su possessed naturally graceful, distant mountain brows that elegantly arched into her hair, strikingly similar to the Emperor's brow shape. Gently caressing the face of the woman depicted, the Emperor sighed softly, "Ruo Shi, today I have finally seen our daughter. She resembles you in many ways, yet also shares some of my traits, and her lips are strikingly similar to the Empress Dowager's. If only you were still here, how wonderful it would be for our family to be together." Feng Xinsu initially felt a sense of trepidation, yet upon witnessing the Empress Dowager's genuine affection towards her, she gradually relaxed. Noticing Feng Xinsu's nervousness, the Empress Dowager offered words of comfort. "There is no need for you to be anxious. Your father was also raised under my watchful eye during his youth. I regard you no differently than my own granddaughter. Consider this place as your own home and do not feel constrained." While there may have been an element of exaggeration in her words, Feng Xinsu certainly did not dare to treat this place as her own abode. Nevertheless, the dowager's benevolent demeanor reassured her. And as a solitary orphan, she had little to fear from the machinations of the reigning Empress Dowager, allowing her to gradually unwind. In Chapter 12, with Feng Xinsu absent from the estate, all conspiracies directed against her were temporarily set aside. And Shun Song resumed his extravagant lifestyle. The other young ladies continued overseeing household affairs. Although their mistress was away, with Feng Mama and Qing Lu overseeing things in Dichui Zhai, no disturbances arose. That night, Qing Lu dreamt of her previous life, reminiscing about the exuberant youth that could never return. Upon awakening, she wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and draped a robe over her shoulders. Moving to the window, gazing at the luminous moonlight outside, she pondered, "I wonder if it is equally tranquil on the other side." Since her arrival in this realm, she had been preoccupied with adapting to her new life, acquiring numerous skills and engaging in the subtle rivalries among the young maidservants. It had been quite some time since she dreamt of modernity. Interestingly, her journey into this new life was intertwined with dreams. In the months leading up to her transition, she often experienced peculiar dreams, featuring a young girl clad in ancient attire. Initially, this girl was known as Lin Yuran, originating from the relatively affluent town of Baishan, situated in the outskirts of the capital. Her father was the grandson of a scholar, and her mother hailed from a family of scholars. Despite being a girl, her parents adored her immensely. Born in September, when chrysanthemums bloomed, her father personally named her Yuran, inspired by Tao Yuanming's phrase about enjoying the southern mountains. When she was just over 2 years old, her mother bore her a younger brother. In the following year, her father successfully passed the provincial examination, on the verge of achieving the status of a tongsheng. However, misfortune struck when he contracted dysentery just before the metropolitan examination, missing his chance and, not long after, tragically passing away. After her father's demise, the family had some savings and a few acres of fertile land. Her mother occasionally crafted embroidery to sell, and with the support of relatives, they managed to scrape by. Yet calamity struck again. When the dreamer was 7, the previously serene town of Baishan suffered an unprecedented flood. Homes and farmland were suddenly submerged. In desperation, her mother was forced to flee with her 2 children. During their escape, her mother fell gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. In a moment of despair, young Uran, upon seeing a steward from a wealthy household purchasing people among the refugees, unhesitatingly offered herself for sale. Having learned a few characters and some needlework from her mother, she managed to secure a price of 10 taels of silver, more than others. She implored the steward from the Shen household to help find a doctor for her mother, promising to pay from her own earnings. Seeing the child's filial piety at such a tender age, the steward agreed, not only assisting in finding a physician and procuring medicine, but also arranging a temporary shelter for her mother and brother, assuring her that once her mother recovered, she could enter the household as well. Half a month later, her mother, Lin Dusher, had largely regained her health. Although she felt immense sorrow upon learning of her daughter's sacrifice, she was powerless to change their fate. Servants from affluent families could not simply be redeemed at will. Hearing that the floods had receded in their hometown, she decided to return to the countryside, where at least a few acres of land remained, ensuring they would not starve. However, the silver Uran had earned from selling herself dwindled to less than 2 taels. Years of supporting her father's education, seeking medical care, and arranging his funeral had left little left in the family's coffers. Determined, she resolved to encourage her brother to achieve success quickly, hoping to redeem her in due time. With tears in her eyes, Uran bid farewell to her mother and younger brother as she entered the household, where she was renamed Luer, as the matron responsible for training them remarked, "Now that you are a maid, you must act like one, not dwell on the past." After 3 months of training in a courtyard, she was assigned as a lowly servant in the study of the outer courtyard. Luer felt immense gratitude towards the Shen household and dedicated herself to her duties with utmost diligence. Her fortunes changed when, by chance, she saved Han Yuqing, the legitimate son of the Han family, who had accidentally fallen into the river while visiting. The esteemed mistress of the household regarded her with newfound respect, promoting her to a second-tier maid and renaming her Qing Lu. Had it not been for this fortuitous event, as an outsider brought in, she would have never hoped to enter the inner courtyard without extraordinary luck. While serving, Qing Lu diligently learned various skills from the senior maids. The ancestor of the loyal and righteous Marquis Shan Mingchong was the revered Duke of Loyalty from the Great Xia dynasty, and their title had been passed down for 4 generations, maintaining significant power and influence. Lady Shen, of the Chongping Marquis family, also hailed from a long-established lineage. Naturally, in such a household, the servants adhered to strict regulations and propriety. Excelling as a senior maid was no easy feat. One had to master the art of observation, embroidery, tea preparation, and fan-making, while also possessing basic literacy and arithmetic skills. Knowledge of various silks, porcelain, and ornaments was essential. By the time Qing Lu had nearly mastered these skills, she had reached the age of 12 and had already become one of the trusted attendants of the esteemed Lady Shen. Lady Shen recognized Qing Lu's composed demeanor and meticulous nature, contemplating arranging for her to serve her husband's young servant in a couple of years, hoping she would eventually become a capable stewardess. One day, Lin Yuran awoke to find herself inexplicably transported into her dreams, embodying the ancient Qing Lu. Those dreams, once fanciful, had materialized into reality, while her memories of modern life had grown somewhat hazy. Was she experiencing Zhuang Zhou's butterfly dream or merely a fleeting reverie? Having read numerous time travel novels, Yuran quickly regained her composure. Regardless, everything before her was undeniably real. Since she had arrived, she resolved to live well. Her parents had passed away, and her relatives seldom visited. In the modern world, she had no lingering attachments. Although she was uncertain of the original owner's fate, Yuran felt compelled to live well in her stead, ensuring that if the original owner ever returned, she would find a favorable environment. She had little time for lamentation or excessive contemplation. Survival was paramount. The ancients held a profound belief in the supernatural. If she exhibited any abnormalities, it would surely raise suspicion among others. She could only strive to adapt swiftly to her surroundings, with the aid of the original owner's memories and her own caution. After more than a month, Qing Lu finally harmonized the dreamlike visions with the reality she inhabited. Having lived 30 years in the modern world, she was older than the current mistress, and her experiences in 2 lives rendered her increasingly prudent in her actions. However, she understood the adage that the bird that sticks its head out is the first to be shot. Thus, she refrained from competing and focused on diligently performing her duties. Ironically, it was this very demeanor that caught the eye of Lady Shen. 6 months later, she replaced the married Qing Hong and was elevated to the status of a first-tier maid, responsible for Lady Shen's hairpins and jewelry. Although she had been assigned to serve her cousin, this cousin was exceptionally clever and gracious, treating the servants with kindness. Moreover, those sent by Lady Shun received double the monthly wages. With various rewards, Qing Lu had a bountiful couple of months. Yet, despite the abundance of rewards, the desire for her freedom lingered in her heart. Deep down, she remained a modern individual. No matter how convincingly she portrayed herself as an ancient person, her yearning for liberty could not be extinguished. At this juncture, the gatekeeper approached her, announcing that her brother had come to see her. In Chapter 13, The Promise of the Han Family, Qing Lu had encountered the original owner's relatives since her arrival. Her mother and brother would visit every few months, bringing her food and clothing. Initially, others speculated that they sought to extract silver from her, and Qing Lu had her doubts when she first arrived. However, as time passed, she grew skeptical of such claims. Her mother and brother never asked her for money. Instead, they would slip her silver, fearing she might lack funds. Qing Lu naturally declined their silver, yet she had never given them any either. She hurried to the back entrance, where her brother Lin Anren had visited several times before. The gatekeeper recognized him as the brother of the esteemed maid Qing Lu and allowed him to wait in the hallway. Upon entering, Qing Lu greeted the seated youth with, "Little brother." Lin Anren immediately rose, exclaiming, "Sister, you've come." Qing Lu gestured for him to sit and produced a handful of coins from her pouch, handing them to the gatekeeper. "Please fetch some exquisite dried fruits from the back street for me. I shall watch over things here for mother." The gatekeeper delightedly accepted the coins and hurried off. Anren, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "Sister, you always spend so much whenever I visit." Qing Lu affectionately ruffled his hair. "It's nothing, I am simply happy to see you. What do these few coins matter? By the way, didn't you visit last month? Why have you come again? Is there something amiss at home?" Her family was cautious about visiting too frequently, fearing they might burden Qing Lu. Anren smiled slightly. "Sister, I passed the Tongxing examination. I've come to the capital for the next round of the imperial examination." Even with her mature mindset, Qing Lu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Really? When did you take the Tongxing exam? I had no idea." Anren's face flushed slightly. "I hadn't intended to pass. I just thought I'd give it a try. I was surprised to find that I had succeeded. The teacher said my studies were acceptable and encouraged me to try for the next exam." Qing Lu smiled and said, Do not feel too much pressure. You are still young. Even if you have unfortunately failed this time, there will be another opportunity." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "What do you mean by passing or failing?" The siblings turned in unison, only to find it was Fei Su, followed by an old woman carrying a food box. The old woman set down the box and turned to leave. Qing Lu chuckled and asked, "What brings you here?" Fei Su opened the food box and, while serving the dishes, replied, "Madam heard your brother has arrived and suggested that the kitchen prepare some fine dishes to send over. So you two could have a proper chat. I happen to have just finished lunch and felt a bit full, so I volunteered for this task to help digest. By the way, what were you two discussing about passing or failing?" Qing Lu smiled slightly and said, "Oh, it's nothing. My little brother has passed the examination for Tongsheng and has come to Beijing for the academy test." Fei Su was taken aback, exclaiming, "How old is Lin Guer this year? He has already passed the Tongsheng examination. He is 2 years younger than me, only 13. So young. That truly is an impressive achievement. His future prospects are boundless. Such joyous news cannot go uncelebrated. You must host a feast?" Fei Su teased. Qing Lu waved her hand dismissively. "As a mere maid, how could I boldly host a banquet for such an occasion? Once Anren passes the examination for Xiu Kai, I will surely treat you all to a grand feast. Indeed, however, once your brother truly becomes a Xiu Kai, I fear you may not be able to remain in this household." Fei Su said, well aware of her friend's aspirations after years of friendship. Seeing her friend's hopes coming to fruition, she could not help but feel happy for her. She stood up and declared, "Then I shall await the feast you promise. Now, you two siblings should catch up. I must take my leave." Upon returning to Yuehua courtyard, Mama Qi noticed Fei Su's beaming smile and could not help but ask, "What good fortune has befallen you, child, to be in such high spirits?" Fei Su replied with a smile, "It is not my good fortune but rather Qing Lu's." In the inner chamber, Madame Han also inquired, "What happy event has Qing Lu experienced?" Fei Su responded, "I just delivered a few dishes as per your instructions and heard that Qing Lu's brother, Lin Guer, has passed the Tongsheng examination and is here for the academy test." Madame Han smiled, saying, "That truly is wonderful news. How old is Qing Lu's brother to have passed the Tongsheng examination? He must be a prodigy. If that is the case, have him come over soon. I would like to meet the boy." Fei Su complied and went to fetch him. The food prepared by Madame Han's small kitchen was, of course, exquisite, though Qing Lu was accustomed to it and found nothing remarkable. Anren, however, was tasting such refined cuisine for the first time and ate with great enthusiasm. "Qing Lu, while serving him, laughed and cautioned, "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." She poured a cup of tea and set it beside him. At that moment, Fei Su rushed in, her urgency palpable. Seeing they had not finished eating, she urged Qing Lu, quickly, "Stop eating for now. Let your brother tidy up, Madam wishes to see him." Hearing this, Qing Lu promptly helped and ran to his feet. Adjusting his hairpin, Diane Ran had come to visit his sister dressed in a nearly new robe, which, albeit of inferior fabric, was still clean. When Madame Han met and ran, she asked him many questions. Although he appeared somewhat nervous, he spoke with poise and dignity for one so young, which endeared him to her. Observing his clean but plain attire and the calluses on his hands, she surmised he was not the sort who indulged in frivolity. She recalled what Fei Su had said. Qing Lu's family visited her several times a year, bringing clothes and food without ever asking for money, indicating their genuine desire to see their daughter. However, scholars typically valued their reputation highly. With this thought in mind, Madame Han asked, "I have heard Lin Guer has already passed the Tongsheng examination. He is indeed a remarkable youth with a promising future ahead. But do you not fear that others will mock you for having a sister who was once a maid?" Lin and Ran replied, "When my mother was gravely ill, I was still young and naive. My sister sold herself to save our mother and protect me. That was a noble act. If I were to despise her for this, would that not render my education in vain?" Hearing his words, Madame Han smiled, "Good. You have ambition. I hope you remember what you have said today and treat your sister well in the future. I shall make this clear. If you succeed in the upcoming academy test, I will permit you to take your sister away without requiring a single coin for her ransom." Lin and Ran exclaimed, "Madam, do you truly mean this?" Madame Han nodded with a smile. "What I say is binding. If you do not succeed this time, you may come for your sister whenever you do." Lin and Ran bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, madam, for your immense kindness. I shall study diligently for the examination." Chapter 14. Jian Ing Qing Lu also expressed her gratitude but could not help but think, "Madam is truly far-sighted." According to the laws of the Dekong dynasty, anyone who achieves a degree cannot have their close kin enslaved. As long as Lin and Ran passes the examination for Shokai, Madame Han will have no choice but to release her. Madame Han gifted Lin and Ran a pair of gold ingots shaped like ruby, a fine inkstone, and 2 newly published books before dismissing him. Qing Lu saw him off to the corner gate, saying, "Although Madame has said so, you need not take it to heart. Just treat it with a calm mind. I did not expect you to come, and I have only finished half a pair of shoes for you. After your examination, come by again. I still have some things for you." After saying this, she handed him a purse. "When you are out, do not be too frugal. Take this with you." An Ran hesitated to decline, but Qing Lu smiled, saying, "A small allowance is something I can manage." Unable to refuse, An Ran accepted. After bidding farewell to her brother, Qing Lu returned to her room and opened the bundle An Ran had brought. Inside, she found a crimson cross-collared jacket, a bright red skirt adorned with flowers, and a pair of embroidered shoes. Trying them on, she found they fit her perfectly. Both Lin Mu and Lin and Ran had treated her well, but this was merely because the original owner was their kin. Since she had received such familial affection, it was only right for her to repay it. Although the clothing was made of fine cotton, it was not suitable for wear in this household, where even the third-tier maids were clad in silk. If she donned such attire, who knows what rumors might arise? Qing Lu carefully stored the garments, then opened her fabric trunk and selected a piece of stone blue silk with bamboo patterns. She tailored a robe for Lin and Ran according to his measurements. The fabric bore a subtle pattern, eliminating the need for further embroidery. Qing Lu swiftly added a wide border of aquamarine brocade, and by evening, the garment was complete. Thankfully, Fong Xian Su had not yet returned, allowing her the time to sew a dress for Lin Mu, as well as a pair of shoes for both mother and son. She anticipated that An Ran should be finished with his examination by now, so she instructed the old woman at the corner gate to inform her as soon as he arrived. And the old woman promptly agreed. While Lin and Ran had not yet arrived, Fong Xian Su returned, laden with rewards, personally delivered by the steward Lu Gonggong from Xianing Palace. Along with her were a lady-in-waiting, 2 matrons, 2 senior palace maids, and 2 junior maids. Lu Gonggong informed Madame Han, "The Empress Dowager has said that now that the county princess has received her title, she will surely have more interactions with the royal family. It would be prudent for her to have attendants familiar with royal affairs. By regulation, the county princess should have 4 matrons and 4 senior palace maids, but seeing as she has praised her former maids so highly, only these few have been appointed. The county princess has requested that since she resides in the Marquis' residence, it would be more comfortable, and thus the Empress Dowager has allowed us to bring her back. Henceforth, the Marquis' wife will have to take extra care of the county princess. Madame Han listened respectfully and quickly replied, "Please convey my gratitude to the Empress Dowager. I shall take good care of the county princess." In addition to the items for Fong Xian Su, Lu Gonggong also brought gifts from the Empress Dowager for Madame Han and Shen Tian, among others. These included silks, palace fans, pearl necklaces, and the like. While not inherently valuable, the fact that they were bestowed by the Empress Dowager lent them a certain prestige. Upon hearing that Fong Xian Su had returned, all the young ladies gathered to visit her. As it had been more than 10 days since they last met, they encircled her, chattering excitedly about her experiences in the palace. Even Fong Xian Su, who was usually composed, felt overwhelming joy at returning to her familiar surroundings after the anxiety of her time in the palace. Surrounded by her sisters, she distributed the palace flowers, agate necklaces, and other gifts among them, ensuring even the attending maids received their share. While the young ladies were engrossed in idle chatter, Qing Lu did not have the luxury of leisure. She returned to Dichuizhai and, with the help of several maids and matrons, hurriedly tidied the place. The attendants who had come with Fong Xian Su must be properly accommodated. Fortunately, Dichuizhai was spacious, with ample rooms suitable for Fong Xian Su's previous standing. However, with the sudden addition of 7 or 8 people, the space felt somewhat cramped. Thankfully, Dichuizhai was adjoined by a Li Huatang, which contained only 3 small main rooms and 2 side rooms, and had remained unoccupied. It just so happened that the back wall of the west room had an access door connecting to the new space. Qing Lu informed Madame Han and took the key to the corner door, opening it to clean and refresh the rooms, inviting 2 matrons and several palace maids to stay there, as for Animo. She was accommodated in the west ear room of Dichuizhai. Qing Lu also selected 2 clever young maids to assist her. After having lunch in Yuehua Courtyard, Fong Xian Su returned, and the maids were quick to gather around to bow and greet her. Fong Xian Su smiled and waved her hand, saying it was unnecessary, then distributed a bit of reward money before introducing Animo and the others to everyone before they dispersed. Zhang Momo had served by her side since childhood. Having not been apart from Fong Xinsu for such an extended period since her birth, she could not help but feel her eyes welling up at the sight of her return. "My dear, you have lost quite a bit of weight. You must take care to nourish yourself." Qing Lu promptly stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Momo must have missed the county lord too much, which is why she perceives the county lord as being frail. In my eyes, the county lord appears much more spirited." After saying this, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Momo. Startled, Zhang Momo suddenly remembered that her young mistress had spent several days in the palace, and her remarks about her weight could be misconstrued as a complaint against the royal family. If overheard by someone with ill intentions, it could spell trouble for the young lady. Fong Xinsu also sought to defuse the situation. In Momo's eyes, "I have never been plump since childhood." Then, with a smile, she inquired, "How are the rooms prepared for my aunts?" Qing Lu replied, "They have been arranged properly." Fong Xinsu then addressed Animo and the others. "Given this, Aunts and Momo, please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the accommodations and rest a while. Qing Lu is the head maid of my courtyard. If you require anything, feel free to ask her." Several young maids then guided them to their respective rooms. After a busy half-day, Fong Xinsu felt somewhat fatigued. Coral and the others assisted her in changing into casual attire, removing her hairpins and other adornments, and helped her lie down to rest. Just as they exited the inner chamber, they noticed a young maid peering anxiously at the door. Qing Lu said to Coral, "You stay here to attend to the county lord. I will go check on this." Stepping out, she frowned and asked, "What is the matter? You cannot be so careless and disturb the county lord's rest." The young maid replied urgently, "The elder maid journeying from the palace is dissatisfied with her accommodation and is causing a ruckus." Chapter 15. Andamo. Qing Lu frowned. "I will go take a look with that." She hurried to Linghuanong, where she found the maid named Jinying standing at the door of the west wing, arguing with several others. 2 matronly figures stood by, observing with disinterest, offering only a few casual remarks without any substantial advice. Another maid, Qixio, was persistently trying to persuade Jinying, "If you find this room unsatisfactory, I will gladly exchange with you." "Why must you argue endlessly?" Jinying retorted with a cold laugh. "If my room is unsatisfactory, does that mean yours is any better? Not only does it reek of mildew, but on this sweltering day, there isn't even a hint of shade. Who do you think will be baked to death here?" At that moment, Qing Lu approached with a smile, saying, "Since Sister Jinying is unhappy here, we can certainly find you a better room. However, it would be unfortunate if the county lord were disturbed while resting." Huaping added, somewhat aggrieved, "We have tried to advise this sister as well, asking her to make do for now. We plan to reconsider accommodations once the county lord awoke." Yet who would have known she would be so insistent? Jinying replied, "What do you mean by saying I am being unreasonable? Clearly, there are many fine rooms in the courtyard. Why must we be placed in this dilapidated one?" Qinglu smiled and said, "This was indeed my oversight. I thought it would be more congenial for all of you from the palace to reside together, which is why I hastily arranged this courtyard. Since Sister Jinying is dissatisfied, we shall find you another room. Which one would you prefer?" Jinying, her phoenix eyes narrowing, looked at her and said, "I heard the county lord mention that you are the head maid of this courtyard. So your room must be the finest. Are you willing to part with it for me?" This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Qinglu wanted to refuse but hesitated, recognizing that Jinying was a maid favored by the Empress Dowager. Thus, she smiled and began to respond, but was interrupted by a voice. "Why should she give it to you?" Fang Xinsu, accompanied by Andamo and Coral, had arrived. Everyone promptly ceased their argument and approached to pay their respects. Qinglu stepped forward to apologize. "It is my fault for not being thorough, which has upset Sister Jinying and disturbed the county lord's rest. I willingly accept responsibility." Fang Xinsu replied, "You may rise. What fault do you bear? I have said before, you are the head maid of this courtyard, and therefore, everyone must heed your direction. If anyone finds this unacceptable, they may return from whence they came. Why courtyard is small and cannot accommodate great deities." With that, she turned and walked away, followed by the rest of the maids. Antimo lingered behind, casting a cold glance at Jinying. Though Jinying had been brazen before Qinglu and the others, she dared not act out in front of Antimo, who was one of the Empress Dowager's trusted aides and had served her for many years as a third-rank palace maid. She was not someone a mere eighth-rank maid could contend with. Seeing Jinying bow her head, Antimo sneered, "I see you have been blinded by ambition. How long has it been since your promotion to eighth rank? Have you forgotten your place? In the end, you are merely a servant. Meixiang and the others are all servants. Who is nobler than whom? You looked down upon the maids originally in this courtyard, yet fail to realize they are the county lord's trusted aides. Truly, you do not know your own mortality. Should there be another instance, I will personally deal with you without the county lord's intervention." After saying this, she turned to the two matrons. "You two as well. If she is out of line, you should have advised her. I know your thoughts. You merely believe that following the county lord of Lewin will lead to a dead end for your futures, so you are unwilling to put in effort and even harbor dissatisfaction. But do not forget, once you have followed the county lord of Lewin, she becomes your mistress. Do you really think that if she were to dismiss you, you could return to the palace? Reflect on that. In the main hall of Dequeezy, Fang Xinsu sat angrily in the main seat, addressing Qinglu, who stood nearby. "You need not blame yourself. It is not your fault, but rather their intention to nitpick. It was merely that they felt that following a county lord of such low rank as myself would hinder their path to success. Humph, should there be another occurrence, I will not let it go so easily." Qinglu replied, "Regardless, they have come from the palace and possess rank. It is best to afford them some dignity." Fang Xinsu retorted, "No matter their rank, they are still mere servants. Can their rank surpass mine? Since they have chosen to follow me, they are naturally my maids and must adhere to my rules." Qinglu then smiled and said, "In that case, it seems I have been mistaken, thinking that since they come from the palace, they should be afforded extra respect. I forgot that the young lady is their mistress. Whether or not to grant them dignity is entirely up to the young lady." That moment, Antimo entered the room. Upon her arrival, she bowed deeply to Fang Xinsu. "I have failed to discipline them properly and have disturbed the county lord. Please punish me, county lord." Fang Xinsu casually brushed her waist with her hand. "Indifferent, Antimo, please rise. You are a trusted aide of the Empress Dowager, a third-rank female official. I am merely a lowly county lord. How can I endure such a grand gesture from you?" Antimo felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed that the county lord of Lewin was extremely displeased with her previous actions. Chapter 16. Unwarranted fury. Antimo felt rather wronged. Before leaving the palace, she had been summoned by the Empress Dowager for extensive instructions, thus she had not had the time to properly guide Jinying and the others. She had intended to take her time to gradually mentor them once they arrived at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis. Yet, unexpectedly, Jinying had shown such a lack of composure. Unable to restrain herself within an hour of arrival, Antimo wondered how someone so lacking in discretion had even managed to attain the rank of 8th rank. Sighing, she thought to herself that there was no point in dwelling on the past. Ultimately, it was her own negligence. However, this was not the time for explanations. Antimo could only apologize again, expressing many sincere words, which eventually led Fang Xinsu to transform her anger into joy. "Very well. The misbehavior of those below does not concern you, and I shall continue to rely on you in the future." Saying this, she ordered that Animo be properly escorted to rest. Once Animo had departed, Fang Xinsu's expression grew cold. She had initially hoped that since the Empress Dowager had entrusted Animo to her, their master-servant relationship would naturally be harmonious. It was a waste of her efforts to be cordial. Only to find that Antimo was so indifferent, it appeared that she could no longer depend on her. After such an uproar, Fang Xinsu lost her desire to take a nap. Qinglu brought a cup of her favorite Wui rock tea, and as Fang Xinsu inhaled the familiar fragrance, her frustrations eased somewhat. She took a few sips and set the cup down on the table, turning to Qinglu. "You understand me best, Qinglu. Alas, you will not be able to stay with me for long." Qinglu replied somewhat awkwardly, "Does the young lady know?" Fang Xinsu shook her head. "There is no need for you to elaborate. It is indeed a good thing that your family wishes to redeem you. Who would wish to remain confined in this four-walled space for a lifetime? I often wish I were a man, to venture out and explore. Even if I cannot achieve great accomplishments, merely broadening my horizons would suffice." Qinglu laughed. "Hasn't the young lady already seen the world? I heard from Feng Momo that the young lady traveled to Chengde, Maozhou, and other places as a babe, and later accompanied Master Feng to the south, traversing 1,000 miles, witnessing numerous cities and counties, and experiencing diverse cultures and customs. You are indeed well-traveled and knowledgeable. I envy you greatly." Fang Xinsu said somewhat despondently. "That was all in the past. Who knows if I will ever have the chance to leave the capital again?" Noticing Fang Xinsu's melancholic demeanor, Qinglu smiled and said, "By the way, the tea flowers you instructed me to tend to before your departure have begun to bloom. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Fang Xinsu's eyes lit up. "Really? Where are they?" As she spoke, she followed Qinglu to the east ear room. As Fang Xinsu gazed into the past, she noticed that the few pots of flowers, which had appeared somewhat withered before her departure, now thrived with exuberance. 2 or 3 pots had already blossomed with flower buds as large as longan fruits. Filled with joy upon witnessing this transformation, she recalled how, after moving to the south with her father, she had developed a fondness for camellias, planting several large camellia trees in the courtyard of her residence. When returning to the capital, she had not intended to bring any of these plants with her. However, her brother, knowing her affection for camellias, had specially arranged for 20 fine specimens to be sent along. Regrettably, these delicate flowers suffered greatly during the journey, leaving her with only 6 or 7 frail plants upon her return. Initially devoid of hope, she had casually remarked for them to be well cared for. To her astonishment, these camellias had miraculously revived. With a smile, she asked Qinglu, "I never expected you to have a talent for gardening. Dear sister, do tell me, is there anything you cannot do?" Qinglu humbly replied, "Miss, you flatter me. I merely learned a few rudimentary skills from the gardener in the manor during my childhood." Hua Ping, joining the conversation, chimed in, "Miss, you may not know this, but when Qinglu was at the Yuehua courtyard, she had a penchant for nurturing flowers and plants. She even managed to revive the notoriously difficult to care for green chrysanthemums for our young lady. The hydrangea tree in the Yuehua courtyard was sent from Fuzhou by the Marquis. It too was on the brink of death before it was saved by Qingliu's diligent care." Qinglu smiled modestly. "Enough of old tales. They hardly warrant mention now." Fang Xinsu laughed. "Had you not mentioned it? How could I have known? I had no idea you possessed such skills. I even brought along several flower seeds that have been lying around. Had I known sooner, I would have brought them out for you to tend to." As she spoke, she hurriedly called for someone to fetch them, but Qinglu stopped her, laughing. "It is not that I am shirking responsibility, but I am unsure what kind of seeds you have brought. At this time of year, it is not the best season for planting flowers." Fang Xinsu slapped her forehead in realization. "I completely forgot. Spring is indeed the ideal time for planting." With that, she turned her attention back to the blooming camellias. The maids exchanged knowing glances, instinctively gathering around her to share in the moment. Before long, Fang Xinsu had set aside her earlier concerns. Having spent several days in the palace without the opportunity to practice her brushwork, she felt inspired by the newly sprouted buds of the camellias and declared her intention to paint. Coral and the others promptly retrieved all the necessary supplies, and she began to paint. In no time, she had depicted a solitary white camellia in full bloom when Zhang Momo entered, carrying a bundle. Upon seeing the painting, she smiled and said, "Your skills have truly improved, my lady. However, this solitary flower appears rather sparse. Adding a couple more branches would create a more lively composition." Under normal circumstances, Fang Xinsu would have smiled and nodded, perhaps even added a few strokes as suggested by Zhang Momo. But today, feeling irritable, She found herself regarding the usually amiable Zhang Momo with annoyance and pouted. Must even my paintings be critiqued? If you desire vibrancy, I might as well paint peonies. Why bother with these trivial camellias? Saying this, she picked up the paper to tear it, but was stopped by Qinglu and Coral. Qinglu grasped Fang Xinsu's arm and urged, "Please, my lady, do not be angry. Whatever you wish to paint, Momo only expresses her fondness." There was no intent to criticize. She was merely joking, so do not take it to heart. Fang Xinsu stamped her foot, still somewhat reluctant. Qinglu, puzzled by her usually composed demeanor, wondered what had caused this sudden volatility since returning from the palace. She could only offer a gentle smile, saying, "Zhang Momo has served you for over a decade. You know her well. She cherishes you dearly, and knowing your fondness for camellias, she instructed us to prepare a dress embroidered with white camellias for you." She then glanced at the bundle in Zhang Momo's hands. "That must be it. Come, let us see what you have brought for Our Lady." Chapter 17. Business. Fang Xinsu had never before allowed her temper to flare so. Leaving Zhang Momo momentarily taken aback, seeing Qinglu signaling her, she quickly blinked back her tears and laughed, opening the bundle. "My lady, do take a look at this garment. If it does not please you, I shall make another." The light green blouse was adorned with 2 or 3 partially opened white camellias and several deep green leaves at the collar, exuding a fresh, elegant charm in the sweltering summer heat. Fang Xinsu instantly recognized the effort that had gone into its creation. The embroidery was unmistakably Zhang Momo's handiwork. Reminded of her earlier outburst directed at Momo, she felt a twinge of remorse, realizing how upset she must have made her. Thus, she awkwardly remarked, "Momo, you are getting on in years. Such intricate work must strain your eyes. You must not do this again." Zhang Momo chuckled. "As long as my lady does not find it bothersome, I would gladly toil endlessly for you. Would you care to try it on?" she asked. Fang Xinsu nodded, and the maids eagerly assisted her to the inner chamber to change. With her fair skin and graceful figure, she appeared even more enchanting in the garment. Fang Xinsu remarked, "This style is rather unique. Is it a new trend in the capital?" Coral replied with a grin, "It was designed by Qinglu, who insisted you would look splendid in it." And indeed, she was right. Fang Xinsu nodded. "Qingliu's creativity knows no bounds. You all should learn from her." As they chatted and laughed, Xintian arrived with 2 maids in tow. Fang Xinsu promptly rose to offer her a seat. "Elder sister, you have come at the perfect time. Please sit." Then, turning to Qinglu, she instructed, "I recall that elder sister adores melon slices. Coincidentally, the Empress Dowager bestowed upon me 2 boxes of fine Luan tea. Fetch some for her, will you?" Xintian smiled. "No need to hurry. A few days ago, fresh lotus roots and walnuts arrived from the estate, and I had them prepare walnut soup and some pastries. They turned out quite well, and I brought some for you to sample." The maid Mo Hua placed a small basket on the table, opening it to reveal a green glazed bowl adorned with floral and bird patterns, accompanied by 2 white porcelain plates. Inside the bowl was the walnut soup Xintian had mentioned, while the plates held osmanthus sugar-steamed chestnut cakes and sweet glutinous rice lotus slices. Each plate contained only 4 or 5 pieces, yet they appeared exquisitely crafted. Fang Xinsu exclaimed, "Cousin, your timing is impeccable. I was just feeling a bit peckish." She sampled each delicacy, exclaiming after tasting the glutinous rice lotus slices, "These are acceptable, but the chestnut cakes are delightful, so light and fluffy." She then drank a good portion of the walnut soup, nodding in approval. "This walnut soup is quite pleasant, too. It has a nice, sweet flavor." "You are too kind, elder sister." Xintian covered her mouth and chuckled. Now, do not be too hasty with your gratitude. I came today with a matter to discuss." Fang Xinsu widened her eyes. "What is it?" Xintian explained. "Mother has given me one of her shops, and coincidentally, the previous lease has expired, leaving it vacant. I thought I might as well not rent it out, but rather embark on something of my own. I do not seek to earn much silver. I merely wish to gain some understanding of the market and its affairs. Mother has been quite busy lately, so I thought of coming to you for advice." Fang Xinsu nodded. "Indeed, while women of our status may not need to venture out into the world, in the future, we will inevitably have to manage households and affairs. If we know nothing, how can we prevent being deceived by those beneath us? When I first began managing the household in Jinju, I encountered quite a few tricky situations. Fortunately, my father guided me, and my younger brother provided assistance. Otherwise, I would have faced many embarrassing moments. Have you thought about what you wish to do with the shop?" Xintian did not answer but pointed at Fang Xinsu's attire. "This garment is quite distinctive, and the camellia embroidery is exquisite. Did you bring it back from the palace?" Fang Xinsu shook her head. "Palace garments are grand and opulent. None are as understated as this. Zhang Momo made it for me, and the design was conceived by Qing Lu. It is indeed lovely. Such a pure color suits you perfectly. By the way, I assume the fabric is what you brought back. My skirt is made from the same material, all from those you gifted me, Shen Tian remarked while smoothing the fabric of her own dress. Fang Xinsu's thoughts shifted. Are you considering entering the silk trade with this fabric? That could be a long-term venture, but do you have a source? Shen Tian nodded. Our family hails from Jinling, where many relatives still reside. The Jiangnan region is known for its silk production, and several of my relatives are involved in that trade. Additionally, a cousin from my uncle's side has gone to Sichuan with her husband. Where shoe brocade is renowned, I do not aim to establish a grand enterprise. I merely wish to earn a little pocket money. A couple of rare silks paired with some ordinary fabrics would suffice. Fang Xinsu nodded in agreement. It seems you have already devised a plan. Since everything appears to be in order, why not give it a try? Then I shall, Shen Tian replied, though she felt a twinge of anxiety as this was her first independent venture. Speaking with her sister helped alleviate some tension, but she did not genuinely seek anyone's advice. The two sisters continued to discuss various trivial matters, and Fang Xinsu even invited Shen Tian to admire her camellias. To which Shen Tian could not help but praise. These camellias are indeed exceptional. The maidservant presented a cup of Luan melon seeds tea, as mentioned moments ago by Fang Xinsu. Shen Tian took a sip and remarked, Indeed, it is exquisite tea, fragrant and refreshing. Fang Xinsu smiled and replied, Sister, since you enjoy it, take a can with you when you leave. I, for one, seldom indulge in such. Shenan, aware that Fang Xinsu typically favored plain tea, chuckled, Your taste is quite similar to mother's. She too enjoys her plain tea. The sisters conversed for quite some time, until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they tidied up and proceeded to the moonlight courtyard to pay their respects to Madame Han. On that day, Qing Lu was pointing out several pots of newly blossomed camellias to Fang Xinsu. Perhaps these flowers possess a spirit of their own. They appeared rather lackluster in our presence. Yet after I meticulously tended them for a while, they blossomed only 2 or 3 pots. Since you returned, it seems they cannot wait to bloom, captivated by your grace. Fang Xinsu shot her a playful glance. Qing Lu, how is it that you two speak in such a flattering manner, much like Shan Chao? This is not like you at all. Shan Chao interjected, My lady, you have always praised my eloquence. Why now do you deem it flattery? I cannot help but feel disheartened. Observing this scene, Jinying silently criticized. How can the esteemed county lady of Luan behave in such a manner? She was never so unruly in the presence of the Empress Dowager. I wonder if the Dowager would still hold her dear if she witnessed this side of her. Before long, Fei Shu approached with a smile, addressing Qing Lu, Dear sister, your brother has passed the scholar's examination and is here to escort you home along with your mother. Qing Lu seemed incredulous, but Fang Xinsu playfully nudged her. Are you so delighted that you have become a fool? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Hurry and greet your family. With a flutter of nerves, Qing Lu entered the side hall of the moonlight courtyard. Initially apprehensive, she was abruptly embraced by Lin Dusher, who burst into tears. Qing Lu, unable to contain herself, joined in her weeping. Though she lamented the loss of a capable housekeeper she had nurtured, Madame Shan recognized Lin Anren's eloquence, youth, and admirable character. She believed he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. In light of this, it seemed more prudent to grant them a favorable outcome. Moreover, having accompanied her for many years, Qing Lu had developed a deep bond with her mistress. Now that she had found a promising path, Madame Shun could only feel joy. Thus, Madame Shun readily consented to Lin Anren's request, demanding no ransom in return. She merely instructed them to return home and come back for Qing Lu after some time. Even as Qing Lu prepared to depart, there was no haste. She needed to organize her belongings and bid farewell to everyone. More importantly, she had to go to the government office to change her household registration to that of a commoner. Madame Shun dispatched the estate steward to handle this personally, and the following day, he returned with Qing Lu's new registration. Henceforth, Qing Lu would no longer be a maidservant of the Shen household. She was now Lin Yuran, a maiden of the Lin family in Tongzhou, reclaiming her own name. However, the Shen family had grown accustomed to calling her Qing Lu, and so they continued to do so. No longer a servant, she was relieved from the duties of a handmaiden. Madame Shun appointed another second-rank maid, Zijin, to take over Yuran's responsibilities. Zijin, originally of a lower rank, was now elevated to first rank alongside Xianin, who had previously served Fang Xinsu. On that day, as Yuran was engaged in inventorying Fang Xinsu's personal belongings with her 2 companions, Madame Shun summoned her. Not only did Madame Shun allow her to take all the rewards she had received over the years, but she also generously gifted her 50 mu of land adjacent to Baishan town. along with a 200-tael silver note and some textiles and jewelry. Surprised by the abundance of gifts, Yuran was hesitant to accept. Madame Shun reassured her, there is no need for further modesty. If it were not for your timely rescue of Chenggur, I shudder to think what might have happened. You were just a child back then, and I did not bestow upon you anything of value. You have grown up by my side, akin to a daughter. Now that your brother has succeeded and come to take you home, it is fitting that your hardships are finally rewarded. Should you face any grievances upon your return, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall advocate for you. She then added gently, our first-rank maidservants, once they leave our household, will find their status comparable to that of a respectable gentry's daughter. It is prudent to have your own possessions in order. Even if you wish to support your family, you must ensure you have a safety net. Were it not for her genuine concern, Madame Shun would not have spoken so candidly. With tears in her eyes, Yuran acquiesced. Madame Shun then produced a box, saying, I hear you are departing, and my sister-in-law has sent this box of items for you. Please accept it. Since she was still residing in the Dequeasy, she called upon 2 matrons to assist in delivering the items there. Once home, Yuran opened the brocade box gifted by Madame Han and discovered 2 50-tael silver notes, along with 2 pairs of solid gold bracelets and 4 pairs of gold and silver rings. While the craftsmanship of the bracelets was not particularly exquisite, each weighed 4 taels, making them quite valuable when combined. Upon hearing of her fortune, the other ladies expressed their happiness and presented her with gifts as well. Miss Shen Tian sent her maid Qinghe with several pieces of jewelry and some fabric. When Qinghe arrived at Yuran's quarters, seeing that others had departed, she produced one of the hairpins from the jewelry. Upon examining the hairpin, Yuran noted that its design was rather unremarkable. Although the top was adorned with a piece of jade, the overall appearance seemed somewhat coarse. The Shun family ladies were known for their exquisite tastes, and such a hairpin hardly seemed fitting for them. Even a slightly respectable third-rank maidservant would likely not appreciate it. Curiously, she pondered this discrepancy. Qinghe smiled at her and twisted the base of the jade, causing the top to detach. The hairpin was hollow, and inside was a 50-tael silver note. Qinghe remarked, the young lady said that since you are leaving, it is uncertain when we shall meet again. Keep this as a memento, return to visit when you can, and if any troubles arise, do not hesitate to reach out, not vanish without a trace. Yuran smiled and nodded, I fear you may tire of my visits in the future. Please extend my gratitude to the young lady. Truly, they were mother and daughter, both concerned for her well-being and fearful of her facing hardships upon her return. Though Madame Shun and the others may have been overly cautious, Yuran understood that their intentions were rooted in care. After all, she had not seen her family in years, and there would inevitably be doubts in their hearts. Yet, regardless of any ulterior motives, she would not let the opportunity to become a legitimate commoner slip away. As a modern soul, she remained troubled by her identity as a slave, a life dictated by the whims of fate. Raising her head to gaze at the sky, she found the imposing walls of the Shun residence obstructing her view. She could only see a small square of sky above the courtyard. Yet beyond those walls lay a broader expanse of sky, as well as the freedom she had long yearned for. Knowing of her impending departure, Fang Xinsu felt a twinge of reluctance. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless maidservants, yet few possessed the intelligence and integrity of Yuran, who consistently offered guidance in subtle ways. Their relationship had flourished harmoniously. Hearing rumors about the Lin family's modest means, Fang Xinsu grew concerned that Yuran might suffer hardships upon her return. However, upon witnessing the unique brilliance in Yuran's usually serene eyes, she understood her deep longing for home. Thus, she instructed Xianin to prepare a substantial collection of items for her point one day. When they were alone, Fang Xinsu suddenly inquired, I have heard that you sold yourself. If your parents had sold you instead, would you harbor resentment towards them? Yuran, taken aback by Fang Xinsu's question, pondered for a moment before sighing, I cannot say for certain. It would depend on the circumstances. If it were a matter of life and death, then it would be unavoidable. However, if it were merely for wealth, I might not forgive them. Fang Xinsu pressed further, what could compel a person to place their child in the care of another family? Yuran replied, perhaps that family was impoverished and unable to care for another child. Fang Xinsu shook her head. The family may have had many children, but the head was influential and affluent. This statement seemed to allude to some hidden secrets of nobility. Yuran sensed a connection to Fang Xinsu's entry into the palace and, after reflection, furrowed her brow. If it is not a matter of money, then there must be some underlying reason. The higher the status, the more sordid affairs abound. One misstep could be fatal. Sometimes, distance is a blessing in disguise, in my opinion. Regardless of the truth, living well is what truly matters. You speak wisely, Fang Xinsu murmured, deep in thought. Though their acquaintance had lasted only a little over 2 months, she had already discerned that Yuran was a lover of literature, particularly drawn to miscellaneous works, much like herself. Thus, she meticulously organized a substantial collection of county records, travelogues, historical texts, and other items for her, filling an entire large chest. Yuran was initially inclined to decline the gifts, but upon noticing that the majority comprised books, she gratefully accepted. These volumes were the finest means to comprehend the world, and she could not bear to refuse. Hearing from Xianin that Fang Xinsu's birthday fell in September, and lacking a suitable gift, she resolved to embroider a screen as a birthday present for her. Shining and Shanxiang both dispatched maidservants to deliver various pieces of jewelry and other items, while the third and fourth young masters from the outer courtyard also sent gifts of writing implements and treasures as mementos. Even Shen Lian sent a maid with a pair of red gold bracelets and several gold and silver coins, claiming they were meant to serve as keepsakes. Yet, the eldest master, Shun Tsong, remained silent. And Yuran did not dwell on it. Aside from the masters, the other young ladies also presented gifts, ranging from embroidered pouches and handkerchiefs to hairpins and fabrics, accumulating quite a bundle. As preparations were underway for her departure, Fang Xiansu decided not to have Yuran on night duty any longer. That evening, her roommate, Zijing, took over the night watch at Fang Xiansu's quarters. After bidding farewell to the visiting young ladies, Yuran locked the door and began to inventory her belongings. Although she had been in this era for some time, she had always been apprehensive about adapting to ancient life, with countless tasks to complete each day, and had yet to properly count her accumulated possessions. The original owner had spent many years in the Shen household, with only the first 2 or 3 years as a lowly maid, during which she had managed to save little. However, after becoming close to Madame Shun, she began receiving a monthly allowance of 500 coins, which later increased to a tael of silver. Nevertheless, the monthly allowance was merely a fraction of Yuran's wealth. The bulk came from various gifts bestowed by her masters. After rescuing the young master of the Han family, Madame Shun claimed that she had not given anything of great value. Yet Qing Lu received 2 ingots weighing 10 taels of gold and a pouch overflowing with gold seeds. Yuran retrieved her keys and opened a small camphor with chest designated for valuable items, revealing over 10 boxes of various sizes. The largest was a deep crimson vanity case inlaid with mother of pearl, which, upon opening, revealed a 2-tiered interior. The upper tier housed several gem-studded gold bracelets and rings, while the lower tier contained a pair of delicate phoenix hairpins inlaid with red gemstones. These particularly precious pieces of jewelry were gifts from Madame Shun and the eldest young lady for her birthdays over the past few years. Among them, a brocade box adorned with peony patterns contained a set of red gold jewelry inlaid with rubies, which was the most treasured. This set included a pair of gold phoenix hairpins, a pair of bracelets, a pair of earrings, and a pair of rings, all set with rubies the size of lotus seeds, their clarity and brilliance unmistakably valuable. This exquisite set was bestowed upon her last year for her 15th birthday. As she, being a maid, was not required to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, prompting Madame Shun to gift her the jewelry. However, she had never dared to wear them, leaving them tucked away. The other boxes mostly contained various types of jewelry, including gold butterfly hairpins, blue enamel flower hairpins, pearl-studded silver hairpins, jade ornaments, and an array of cloison and red coral earrings, all dazzling in their variety. When Yuran first arrived, she was struck by the opulence of it all. Who said the ancient world was not advanced? Just look at the craftsmanship of these gold filigree pieces, all meticulously handcrafted. In modern times, she could scarcely afford the labor costs alone. One box was filled to the brim with gold seeds and gold coins, while another pouch contained loose silver coins and copper money. Most of the silver coins and ingots she had received were exchanged for silver notes, amounting to approximately 200 taels, combined with the silver notes given to her by Madame Shun and the eldest young lady today, bringing her total to nearly 500 taels in silver notes alone. She tucked the notes into the pocket of her clothing. Given the high quality of gold distributed within the household, the original owner had refrained from converting it into gold notes, instead accumulating it. Typically, she only spent copper coins and small silver amounts, hardly touching her gold, which, if converted to silver, would be worth around 700 to 800 taels. Next, Qing Lu examined several chests containing clothing and fabrics, revealing an impressive array of luxurious materials such as brocade, floral silk, cloud-patterned satin, and Hangzhou silk. She also found some fur coats and thick woolen garments, not inferior to those seen in the dramas of her previous life. Just the clothing and fabrics alone would exchange for 600 or 700 taels of silver. The remaining assorted items When laid out, covered an entire bed. Before Yuran's arrival, the original owner had been a second-tier maid, receiving ample rewards, though still unable to compare to the head maid in charge. Once she became the head maid, in addition to the rewards from the Shin family, during festival seasons, Yuran received generous gifts from the mistresses when assisting the matriarch with hosting. After all, in a prestigious household like the Shuns, the visitors were often from esteemed families, including princesses and noble ladies, who were naturally very generous. Rough estimates suggested that in just over 2 years since her arrival, Yuran had amassed a fortune of 1 to 2,000 taels of silver. No wonder, in Dream of the Red Chamber, a cast-off character like Qing Wen could still save a few hundred gold pieces. Chapter 20. Unrest despite her substantial collection of silver and gold. What Yuran cherished most was the box of treasures gifted by Miss Fong. It contained not only books but also several chess and painting manuals, items that even wealth could not easily procure. While gold and silver are fine, should calamity strike, they might vanish overnight. Knowledge, however, once lodged in the mind, remains indelible. After organizing her belongings, Yuran retrieved several embroidered pouches, each containing small trinkets, intending to gift them to her young ladies. She also set aside some clothes that had become too small and additional fabric to be given to the little maidservants. Over the next 2 days, Yuran visited various places, bidding heartfelt farewells to her masters and sisters while presenting them with sewing supplies and other items. Known for her generosity and kindness, many were reluctant to see her go, leading to several tearful farewells. Fei Su and Qing He discussed pooling their resources to host a banquet for Yuran's send-off. When the Shen sisters caught wind of this, they too joined in the effort. Shun Tain asked Qing He, "What are your plans for the arrangements?" Qing He smiled, "We maids have pooled together 5 taels of silver, intending to request the kitchen to prepare a splendid feast, along with 2 jars of fruit wine." Shun Tain shook her head, "Just your group alone seems lacking in spirit. We should all participate together. Since Qing Lu has been with us for so long, it would be fitting to make the farewell feast a grander affair. Fresh fruits and vegetables just arrived from the estate. I shall have them sent in for us to enjoy. I will contribute another 5 taels to ensure the kitchen prepares more elaborate dishes." Shen Xiang, who loved a lively gathering, chimed in, "Indeed, such a joyful occasion should not exclude us. I suggest we set up a few tables by the listening rain pavilion at the Lotus Pond rather than confining ourselves indoors. All the ladies and maidservants from our courtyard should join, so we can properly celebrate Sister Qing Lu." Being merely teenagers, they all had a youthful inclination toward merriment. Even the typically reserved Shining smiled, saying, "Surely, we cannot let the eldest sister shoulder all the responsibility. Why Spring Yin makes delightful pastries. I shall have her prepare some exquisite treats. I will contribute another 2 taels." Thus, Shun Lian also offered 2 taels, while Fong Xian Su and Shun Xiang, both well off, each contributed 5 taels. The kitchen steward, upon receiving the money, was both amused and bewildered. What do the young ladies wish to eat and drink? There is no need for such a sum. Shun Tain laughed, saying, "The matrons work hard, and since we are hosting a banquet, we should not adhere to the usual allowances. Accept these funds, and ensure you procure the best ingredients." Fong Xian Su added, "This silver is not to be taken lightly. We expect you to prepare some unique and delightful dishes. Do not serve us with anything ordinary, for I am not as forgiving as the rest of you. And I will not tolerate any subpar offerings." The steward, trembling, replied, "Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to deceive the county lady. Rest assured, I shall ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." With a wave of her hand, Shen Tain dismissed the steward as she departed. At that moment, Wei Yu arrived with 2 matrons, bowing as she announced, "Someone from the palace has come. The Empress Dowager has sent some gifts for the county lady, which I have already instructed to be delivered to the Di Chui Zhai." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of envy. This cousin of theirs had somehow caught the Empress Dowager's eye. Receiving frequent gifts, whether returning home or otherwise, encompassing various necessities, it was no exaggeration to say that even a less favored princess in front of the Empress Dowager might not enjoy such privileges. Were it not for Fong Xian Su's current period of mourning, she would have been inundated with various invitations and posts. Upon returning, Zhang Mama presented the items from the Empress Dowager, showing them to Fong Xian Su: a basket of fresh lychees, a basket of fresh longans, and a jar of Persian snails. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Lu took a closer look at the renowned Persian snails. Having heard much about them from the familiar palace dramas of her past life, yet never having seen them in person. Externally, the imported goods were indeed presented with a layer of exquisite packaging. Regardless of the gold and jewels adorning the exterior, they still contained mere eyebrow pencils within. Seeing the lychees and longans, Fong Su felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I've had these." The astute Zi Jing had already peeled one open and offered it to her. Fong Su tasted it and remarked, "The flavor is still quite fresh. With so few, it would be difficult to divide them. Let us each take a plate to send to Jiangu Air, as he enjoys these as well. We will set aside some, cooled with ice, for tomorrow's banquet, and the rest shall be sent to Aunt and the old lady." Turning to Si Jin-ing and others from the palace standing at a distance, she added, "As for the old lady, being a senior, it would be best for Miss Jin-ing to deliver it personally." Jin-ing felt a deep reluctance. As someone from the palace, why must I be relegated to such errand work? However, upon observing the occasional dispatch of gifts from the Empress Dowager, it became evident that the Lady of Lewin had captured her favor. And thus, one must tread carefully to avoid offending her. Consequently, I dutifully accompanied the young maid, bearing the gifts to her. This exquisite box contained no less than 16 pieces of the finest snails. And Fong Xinsu, who typically favored a more understated appearance, remarked, "I hardly know when I shall make use of such a collection. Perhaps it would be prudent to distribute some among my sisters." Therefore, a maid was dispatched to carry out her wishes. Aside from Shen Tian receiving 4 pieces, the others, including Shen Xiang and Shen Ying, each received 2. For the others, it was of little consequence. Yet Shen Xiang's maid, Kai Wan, expressed her discontent, saying, "I have heard that the cousin presented 4 pieces to the eldest lady. Our mistress is also a legitimate daughter. Why then does she receive but 2? The same as the others?" Silence. Before she could finish, Shen Xiang reprimanded her. "Is this matter for you to discuss?" and ordered her to leave. Faced with her mistress's disapproval, Kai Wan reluctantly fell silent. After Kai Wan departed, Shen Xiang turned to her wet nurse, Madame Chen, and said, "Nurse, I believe that Kai Wan, having grown older, has also grown more opinionated. After all, we have shared many years together. Now that my mother is no longer here, I implore you to find her a suitable match and let her depart." Madame Chen advised, "My lady, why must you pursue this?" Kai Wan's remarks were merely thoughtless. Dismissing her would not be wise. She has spoken thus on more than one occasion, and if this continues, I may take her words to heart. Should she truly come to conflict with the eldest sister and the cousin, what benefit would that bring to me? Do you not recall the origins of my illness? Madame Chen's heart raced with alarm. "My lady." Shen Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. You need not explain. We both understand the situation. Since my mother left me in the Marquis's residence, it is clear that keeping someone like Kai Wan close would only invite trouble. My father's tenure is nearing its end, and my aunt's brother holds a position in the Ministry of Personnel, and my father's fate lies in their hands. I have no ground to claim grievance. Please make the necessary arrangements swiftly." Madame Chen bowed in assent. And for the first time, a sense of reverence stirred within her as she regarded the frail figure before her. The young lady, who appeared simple and carefree, possessed a remarkable acuity and restraint. In a few years, she might surpass even the eldest daughter in wisdom. Recognizing her mistress's astuteness, Madame Chen set about attending to Kai Wan's affairs. Fortunately, Kai Wan's parents still resided in the capital, and she discreetly visited Kai Wan's family. By afternoon, Kai Wan's parents arrived to request an audience with Shen Xiang, announcing that they had arranged a marriage for her and pleading for the lady's benevolence in allowing Kai Wan to leave. Shen Xiang, smiling, replied, "Since it is a joyful occasion, I cannot stand in your way. However, let us agree that a banquet be held in the back garden tomorrow, allowing Kai Wan to remain until after the festivities. I must prepare some gifts for her." Kai Wan's mother gratefully accepted, overflowing with thanks. The others, unaware of the developments, expressed their surprise at how quietly Kai Wan had secured a match. After all, she was 18, an age ripe for marriage. Furthermore, it was said that her fiancé was a young steward from the second lady's shop, clearly a promising match, prompting playful teasing from the others. Though Kai Wan felt a pang of dissatisfaction, she had been taught by Madame Chen and her mother to maintain her composure. When she saw Madame Chen arrive with a generous assortment of gifts, the lady had certainly fulfilled her expectations. Unable to contain her emotions, Kai Wan rushed to Shen Xiang to express her gratitude, and the two embraced, shedding tears together. Thus, the matter was settled. The following day dawned bright and fair, and early on, Shen Tian dispatched someone to prepare the Tingyu pavilion. The space was thoroughly cleaned, bamboo curtains drawn, and the air infused with the fragrance of mugwort. The riverside was refreshingly cool, albeit plagued by mosquitoes, prompting the young maids to place several incense burners to ward them off. Additionally, the tea room staff came to light a fire for boiling water in preparation for tea. Considering that Fong Xinsu was still in mourning, No entertainment was arranged. The young ladies gathered together, and other friends of Qing Lu, such as Fei Su and Mei Yu, arrived as well. Knowing the ladies were hosting a farewell banquet for Qing Lu, Han Shi graciously permitted them to gather, saying, "You sisters have always been close. It is good to come together and chat. I, too, wish to join, but I fear my presence might impose upon your merriment. You must go and toast Qing Lu on my behalf. It is my sentiment." As a result, the number of maids in the Yuehua courtyard was significantly reduced. Coincidentally, a matriarch from the Shen family was celebrating her birthday that day, and though their relationship was rather ordinary, she was a relative of Han Shi. After several invitations, Han Shi could not decline and decided to attend, bringing along Madame Qi and a few young maids. The lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom, their pink petals and verdant leaves creating a strikingly beautiful sight. The young ladies, of similar ages, gathered in lively conversation. Besides Qing Lu, Kaiwan became the target of everyone's teasing. While Qing Lu had merely returned home, Kaiwan had already arranged her engagement, making her the center of attention. Though she had only sipped some fruit wine, she was quite flushed from being urged to drink. Despite her differences with the group from the palace, it would have been impolite to abandon them in such a setting. When Antimo noticed that only young ladies were present, she excused herself. While Zhang Mama and others remained hidden, Qing Lu sent a table of delicacies over and invited Jin Ying and Shou Luo to join the feast. Inevitably, she had to send some fresh fruits to Han Shi and the others. Fang Xinsu, disinclined to see Jin Ying's face, deliberately assigned her the task of delivering items to Fang Xinjian in the front courtyard. After completing her errand, Jin Ying returned, still nursing her grievance. "This lady of Luan truly seems to think little of herself, sending me about as though I were her servant. I was never treated this way in the Sinang Palace. Such tasks could easily be managed by a young maid. It was utterly disrespectful." As she approached the Tunghua gate, a commotion ahead caught her attention. Curious, she hurried forward, discovering a group of elegantly dressed noblewomen along with their attendants engaged in a heated argument with some matrons of the household. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the leader among them as Princess Lu Zhan. Jian Ying recalled hearing about the discord between Princess Lu Zhan and the Lady of Luan during her time in the Sinang Palace. Today, with Princess Lu Zhan's imposing demeanor, it seemed she had come to confront the Lady of Luan. Chapter 22. An interrogation reflecting on the cold shoulder she had recently received, Jian Ying thought. Regardless of the favor Lady Luan enjoys, how could she possibly overshadow Princess Lu Zhan, the Empress Dowager's own granddaughter? Princess Lu Zhan had always been favored by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor alike. And she had a mother, Consort Wei, who was also highly regarded, along with her royal brother. After weighing these considerations, Jian Ying approached, saying, "This servant pays her respects to Princess Lu Zhan. May the princess enjoy longevity and peace." Princess Lu Zhan had made her status clear on multiple occasions, expecting that the servants would promptly open the doors to welcome her. To her surprise, however, the attendants dismissed her claims, stating, "We have never encountered a noble who arrives without proper etiquette. Even if it is truly the princess, we must report to our masters first before they can come to receive you." They resolutely barred her entry. Fearing that the commotion might escalate and attract the attention of the lady of the marquis, Princess Lu Zhan was anxious to avoid trouble. Han Shi's second brother was married to her own aunt, the Princess Jinghua, and if Han Shi learned of this, she would undoubtedly intervene, making it difficult for Princess Lu Zhan to pursue her grievances against the Lady of Luan. The subordinates brought forth are utterly useless. After much entanglement, they have failed to enter the second gate. La Zhan, in a state of vexation, suddenly hears someone offering her greetings. She turns around to see a maid who seems somewhat familiar. Thus, she inquires, "Are you also a maid in this manner? How do you recognize this palace?" Jing Ying responds respectfully, "Your Highness, this humble servant originally served the Empress Dowager in the Sinang Palace, but was assigned to the Honorable Luan not long ago." "Ah, no wonder you seem familiar. You were once by the side of our imperial grandmother," La Zhan remarks, and in a different tone, she continues, "Since the imperial grandmother has sent you to Luan, why are you not attending her? But instead have come to the outer courtyard?" Jing Ying replies, "This servant was instructed by the Honorable Luan to deliver something to young Master Fong in the front courtyard." Her tone carries a fair amount of resentment, which La Zhan readily perceives. However, this does not deter her from adding fuel to the fire. TSK, look at our Honorable Luan's grandeur, a high-ranking maid from the Sinang Palace, yet here she has been reduced to a mere errand girl. A noblewoman nearby concurs, indeed. Who knows if she still holds our Empress Dowager in regard? Your Highness, such disrespect towards the Honorable Luan must not go unchallenged. Yes, Your Highness must consider the dignity of the imperial family. Le Jeune coldly chuckles as the direct granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. How can I tolerate an outsider diminishing her esteem? Come, let us pay a visit to this honorable Lewin. I wish to ascertain whether she still holds our imperial grandmother in regard. Having said that, she attempts to advance further when the gatekeeper, Yu Mama, second only to Chi Mama in the inner courtyard, tries to obstruct her. Yet, she is pushed aside by Jingying, who asserts, Mama, do you not see clearly? Before you stands the illustrious Princess Lejin. Not even you, nor the madam, would dare to impede the current princess. In a moment of hesitation, Yu Mama is pushed aside by the entourage brought by Princess Lejin, and they boldly make their way into the Chuehua gate. Seeing the situation slip away, Yu Mama quickly retreats with the other maids, seeking a back route to inform the madam, hoping she returns soon. As Lejin strides forward, she inquires, What is that girl Lewin doing? Jingying replies, The chief maid by the county princess's side has redeemed her freedom, and the county princess has set up a banquet in the back garden to send her off. A banquet? Humph. I recall that girl is still in mourning. How could she indulge in wine during her period of filial piety? Truly unfilial and disloyal. Upon hearing this, Lejun feels an even greater sense of satisfaction. Lewin, I shall catch you in the act and see how you will justify yourself. Tio drink during a period of mourning would surely displease our imperial grandmother. With her entourage following, she storms towards Tingyu Pavilion, ready to confront them, but the scene before her causes her to swallow her words. Where is the promised banquet? Where is the merriment? Before her, in the corridor, there is a large writing desk spread with a 6-foot-long silk cloth, densely adorned with depictions of the garden scenery. All the young ladies of the Shun family, including Fang Xinsu, are each holding a brush, engrossed in their painting. Even the nearby serving maids are quietly gathered around, seemingly oblivious to Lejin's arrival. It is only when Lejin can no longer contain herself and exclaims, What exquisite interests you all possess, that they seem to realize her presence and hurriedly bow. Calling her Your Highness, Lejun, however, does not return the greeting, leaving them to kneel on the cold stone path. Ignoring them, Lejun strides into the corridor, glancing at the artwork on the desk, and sneers, This painting is quite commendable. You have indeed worked hard to achieve this in such a short time. Alas, no amount of concealment can mask the fact that the Honorable Lewin drank wine during her mourning. Fang Xinsu, unflustered, responds, I am unaware of what the princess speaks of. Lejun retorts with a cold smile. I never imagined the Honorable Lewin would also resort to falsehoods. Truly, the Empress Dowager should witness your true nature. Jingying, what did you just say? Realizing she has thrust herself into the fire, Jingying, with no other options left, can only hope that Princess Lejin will topple the Honorable Lewin. Thus, she steps forward and states, This humble servant was tasked by the county princess to deliver something to young Master Fang. Before I left, there indeed was a banquet set up in the garden. I do not know when it was dismantled. If the princess does not believe me, she may inquire with others. Others? Surely they are merely servants of the Marquis's residence. Would they not cover for their master? Jingying responds, Aside from me, there are also Antimo and several others by the county princess's side, all of whom came from the Sinaying Palace. They would not lie. Naturally, Lejin's attendants go to summon these individuals. Lejin assumes that those who have been placed beside Lewin would harbor some dissatisfaction, and she would not miss the chance to exploit this opportunity. Thus, she calmly states, Speak the truth. Today at noon, did the Honorable Lewin drink wine here? They naturally look to Antimo, who steps forward and bows. Your Highness, while the county princess and the ladies of the Marquis's residence did share a meal and some fruit here today, there was no wine consumed at the banquet. Lejin did not anticipate Antimo would side with Lewin. And neither did Jingying. In a panic, she insists, Auntie, you must think carefully. Before the princess, you cannot be partial. The implications in her words suggest that Antimo is attempting to exonerate Lewin. Antimo replies, Every word I speak is the truth. I would never deceive the princess. After all, I was sent by the Empress Dowager to oversee the county princess's upbringing. Should the county princess's reputation for drinking during mourning arise, whose face would be tarnished, it would ultimately reflect poorly on the Empress Dowager. Even if the county princess had indeed drunk, she could only claim she had not. This Jingying truly cannot comprehend. If anything were to happen to the county princess, what good would it do for them, the palace servants? At this moment, Lejun turns her gaze to the other palace attendants. What say you? If you believe Aunt Mo's words are incorrect, feel free to speak up. This princess shall advocate for you. None of them utter a word. Although Lejun is notoriously willful, she is not without wit. seeing Antimo and the others speaking up for Fang Xinsu. She realizes that she cannot pin the accusation of drinking during mourning on Luan. However, she has a backup plan. She turns to Fang Xinsu. Very well, perhaps Jingying simply misremembered. Yet, when I arrived, I did indeed see Jingying dispatched by you to deliver something to your brother. A dignified 8th-rank female official from the Sinang Palace reduced to a mere errand girl under your command. Where do you place the esteem of the Sinang Palace? Do you still hold our imperial grandmother in regard? Fang Xinsu stands abruptly, responding, since the Empress Dowager has entrusted them to me, how I employ them is my prerogative. If they presume upon their status from the Empress Dowager's palace to be disrespectful to their master, that would truly tarnish the reputation of the Sinang Palace and the Empress Dowager. Ah, Fang Xinsu, you are indeed quite eloquent. When have I permitted you to rise? The imperial grandmother may be kind enough not to hold it against you. But I lack such tolerance. To treat me with such disregard is the height of insolence. Come, let me teach this disrespectful one a lesson. Typically, even the less favored princesses and consorts are often bullied by Lajin. And her attendants are equally unruly. Seeing Lajin's command, a maid behind her immediately steps forward to strike. Fang Xinsu, caught off guard by Lajin's brazen behavior, is momentarily stunned. Qinglu, kneeling beside her, sees that the maid is robust. Her palm nearly the size of a fan, and if that slap lands on Fang Xinsu's face, it would likely leave her disfigured. Without a moment to spare, Qinglu stands and shields Fang Xinsu with her own body. The maid's hand lands squarely on the back of Qingliu's head, causing her to feel a dizzying whirl, stars flashing before her eyes as she nearly collapses. Fang Xinsu swiftly steadies her. Qinglu, are you all right? Witnessing Princess Lajin's brazen and unreasonable behavior, Shen Tian and the others no longer regard the need for decorum. They quickly stand, shielding Fang Xinsu and her maid. Shen Tian declares, what is the meaning of this? Your Highness? Not only is my cousin an esteemed county princess appointed by the emperor, but we, the Shen family, are also a respectable marquis residence. Even if our manner has its faults, it is for the emperor to decree. Not for you to cause such a ruckus. What place do you hold for our loyal and righteous marquis residence? Lajin coldly scoffs, a mere marquis residence, hardly worthy of my consideration. Even if I were to dismantle your residence today, what could you do about it? Nearby, a woman echoes her sentiments. Indeed, Shen Tian, do not assume you carry any weight. The legitimate daughters of a marquis residence are nothing before a princess of such noble birth. Wise up and step aside, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself. Shen Tian does not recognize her, but Shan Ying and Shen Lian do. The speaker is Wei Ruxia, a concubine's daughter from the family of the Wei Shufei. They have crossed paths at gatherings of the influential, and it is said that Wei Ruxia has ingratiated herself with Princess Lejin, treating even her legitimate sister with disdain. However, no matter how much one fawns, it cannot change her status as a concubine-born daughter, and at gatherings, she can only remain amongst those of her kind. Shenlian quickly assessed Wei Ruxia's status in her mind. Indeed, she was the niece of Wei Shufei. Yet her father was merely a 5th-rank official. Were it not for the favor of Wei Shufei and the 3rd prince, she wouldn't even have a chance to squeeze into the circle of noblewomen. If it truly came to a confrontation, should she support her elder sister or remain a mere observer? The loyal and righteous marquisate had been a prestigious family for a century. Lu Jian did not wish to create an ugly scene. Thus, she addressed Shen Tian, saying, in light of your father's position, I shall spare you. I will only trouble Fang Xinsu, so step aside. To her surprise, Shen Tian remained unmoved. If the princess wishes to harm my cousin even a single hair, she must first step over my corpse. Princess Lu Jian ground her silver teeth. You refuse to heed my kindness, so you shall face the consequences. She then cast a glance at Wei Ruxia, who promptly reached out to push Shen Tian aside. The princess commands you to move. Did you not hear? However, before her hand could touch Shen Tian, it was intercepted by none other than Shen Lian, who firmly grasped her wrist. Who do you think you are to lay hands on my elder sister? Shen Tian was taken aback by Shen Lian's unexpected defense, while Shen Ying, who was accustomed to following her, still remained hidden behind her, showing no intention of stepping forward. Shen Tian maintained a calm facade, yet a new plan began to form in her mind. Upon receiving the news, Fang Xinjian and Shen Rong, along with some servants and matrons from the front courtyard, arrived, but Lu Jian did not even spare them a glance, directly commanding several guards to keep them at bay. These guards were lent to her by the 3rd prince, tasked primarily with her safety, yet they typically would not engage in her disputes. After all, Lu Jian usually dealt with noblewomen of high standing. Should any serious trouble arise, she, as a princess, would likely suffer no repercussions. But they would be at great risk at this moment. Antimo and others had already positioned themselves in front of Lu Zhan. Please reconsider, Your Highness. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of today's events, it could be detrimental to you. This remark struck a nerve with Lu Zhan, who, in a fit of fury, retorted, What does it matter? I refuse to believe that my grandmother would take issue with me over an orphaned girl. This Fang Xinsu, with her pitiful countenance, has managed to ingratiate herself with the Empress Dowager. Not only did she charm away the 7-colored pearl crown last time, but she also snatched away the tribute from Persia. It is utterly shameless. Today I shall teach her a lesson, so she understands that some things are beyond her reach. After speaking, she turned to the 2 matrons behind her. What are you still standing there for? Get to work. Anyone from the Shun household who tries to obstruct me, be they young ladies or maids, shall be dealt with accordingly. I will bear all consequences. The 2 matrons exchanged glances, recalling that it was not the first time the princess had bullied the daughters of ministers. Past punishments had always been mere bluster, and they figured this time would be no different. Thus, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action. Seeing these 2, Antimo felt a pang of alarm, while others might not know. She was aware that these 2 matrons had been meticulously trained by Wei Shufei. Although they appeared no different from ordinary matrons, they were secretly skilled. She wondered how many nefarious deeds they had aided Lu Zhan in committing. Would today truly bring calamity to the loyal and righteous marquisate? Chapter 24. Resolute Antimo grew increasingly anxious. These 2 matrons were not easy to deal with. Where was the messenger? Xiao Shi, who had gone to summon help from the palace. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan's entourage had already engaged in a scuffle with the matrons and maids from the Shun household who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Although Lu Zhan had brought numerous attendants, they were on the Shun family's territory. While the others hesitated to retaliate due to their status as the princess's entourage, they nonetheless controlled the situation to prevent her from approaching her intended target. The 2 matrons finally made their move, effortlessly tossing aside a robust matron. Working in tandem, they advanced, seemingly on the verge of seizing Fang Xinsu's garments when suddenly a few stones flew through the air. Striking their right hands, ouch, ouch, they cried in pain, clutching their hands in distress. Lu Zhan, infuriated, demanded, Who dares to disrupt my business? I do. Lu Zhan turned to see none other than the crown prince, accompanied by the 5th prince, the Duke of Rong, and cousin Hanyu from the Jinghua family, leaving her momentarily speechless. Hanyu, upon noticing several of his own household's maids and matrons lying on the ground, rushed forward to check on the situation. Seeing his daughter and niece in disarray, which filled him with sorrow, Lu Zhan, How dare you? You have the audacity to invade the loyal and righteous marquisate, assaulting the daughters of ministers. Do you have any regard for propriety? The crown prince admonished. Lu Zhan remained defiant. What is propriety? Is it not defined by my father? I am a dignified princess. They are merely the daughters of ministers. I struck them. So what? You. The crown prince was rendered speechless by her insolence. This Lu Zhan had become increasingly unruly, openly disrespecting him. You should have the courage to voice such words to the Empress Dowager or the Emperor, remarked the Duke of Rong coolly. I shall go if I must. What is there to fear? Lu Zhan persisted. The princess, being of noble birth, has little to fear. It is the loyal and righteous marquisate that ought to be wary, for to provoke a royal princess should not go unpunished. After saying this, she pointed at several guards standing nearby. My household lacks the ability to prevent a group of outsiders from intruding into our inner courtyard, and my esteemed marquisate is renowned for its loyalty. How pitiful it is for my husband, who fights bravely on the battlefield, to sacrifice everything for his country, only to have his children and niece humiliated in their own home. Where is the honor of the Shun family? How can I face my ancestors? What face do I have to welcome my husband back? I might as well die, she exclaimed, rising to crash into a pillar of the Tingyu pavilion, before anyone could intervene. Han Shi's head struck the pillar, blood gushing forth, startling everyone. The crown prince and his companions hastily sent for a physician. It would be a scandal if Han Shi were to suffer any serious injury. Shen Tian rushed forward to support Han Shi. Mother, are you all right, mother? Han Shi discreetly blinked at her, then closed her eyes, her hands seemingly accidentally resting on Shen Tian's. Seeing her mother unharmed brought Shen Tian great relief. She quietly took what her mother had been holding and concealed it in her sleeve, using her other hand to cover the wound on her mother's head, weeping, Mother, if anything happens to you. What shall I do? Fang Xinsu, believing her aunt had truly sustained an injury, felt deeply pained by Han Shi's current state of uncertainty. She turned to Lu Zhan and slapped her hard, coldly stating, "If anything happens to my aunt, I, Fang Xinsu, will not rest until I have your blood." No one expected Fang Xinsu to dare lay a hand on Lu Zhan, or perhaps they thought of it but chose not to intervene. Lu Zhan, clutching her reddened cheek in shock and anger, exclaimed, "You actually dared to hit me? No one has ever laid a finger on me, not even my father. I will report this to the emperor and have your entire clan executed." Fang Xinsu scoffed. "Fine, let the emperor see if he dares to execute my entire clan. Tell him to investigate thoroughly, lest he punishes the wrong people." "You? Just wait," she retorted, covering her face and fleeing. Meanwhile, the Duke of Jian observed Fang Xinsu's fierce demeanor with interest. Having grown accustomed to the predictable behavior of noblewomen, he found such a bold and sharp-witted young lady quite refreshing. Lu Zhan, having departed, left the crown prince dismayed at the chaos in the loyal and righteous marquisate. He regretted coming over to witness the spectacle. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhan would behave so outrageously. Storming into the marquisate, slapping a county princess, intimidating the daughters of the marquisate, and provoking the lady of the marquisate to the brink of despair. This matter would not end well, considering the situation. He lamented the third prince's efforts to curry favor with the loyal and righteous marquisate. Now, his own sister had caused such a scandal, without the marquis present and with the Shun family members being concubine-born. Fang Xinjian approached the crown prince and his companions. "Today's events require your highnesses and princes to be informed. The duke should have treated you with utmost courtesy, but given the current state of the household." Before he could finish, the crown prince waved his hand. "There is no need for further words, Fang Dui. We witnessed the events ourselves. I shall return to the palace to report to the emperor. Rest assured, the lady of the marquisate, the county princess, and the young ladies shall not suffer this humiliation in vain. As for the Shin family, I leave it to you, Fang Gongzi, and cousin Hanyu to take care of matters here. If anything is lacking in medicine or supplies, feel free to send someone to me." Without further ado, he turned and left, followed by the fifth prince and the Duke of Jian, while only Hanyu stayed behind to attend to his aunt's injuries. After seeing off the crown prince and his entourage, Fang Xinjian remarked, "Thanks to cousin Han, the crown prince and the others were summoned. Otherwise, who knows what schemes Princess Lu Zhan would have employed?" Hanyu replied, "It was merely a fortunate coincidence. I happened to be out with several lords today and ran into my aunt hurrying back, which is how I learned of Princess Lu Zhan's audacity. This Lu Zhan was truly despicable. Tomorrow I will certainly urge my mother to speak with my grandmother and uncle in the palace." In the palace, Emperor Kongming was already aware of the situation at the loyal and righteous marquis's residence. Enraged, he flung all the scholarly implements from the imperial desk to the ground. This Lu Zhan, while her capriciousness in the palace could be overlooked, how dare she intrude upon the esteemed marquis's manor? Bully the county princess whom I have personally conferred, and strike the marquis's daughter? This is utterly disgraceful. Who has given her such audacity? Chapter 25. By Yushu Hin Gao. The entire room of eunuchs knelt in silence. Not daring to utter a word, Grand Eunuch Lu thought to himself, "Oh dear, this temper of Princess Lu Zhan is surely a result of your indulgence. When she previously disfigured a young lady from the Wei Yuanbo's household, it was merely a thunderous uproar that passed without consequence. Is it any wonder if she stirs up even greater trouble in the future?" Of course, Lu only dared to voice these thoughts internally, never speaking them aloud. At that moment, a guard entered to convey a message. The crown prince and the fifth prince request an audience. Emperor Kongming instructed them to be admitted. Upon entering and observing the chaos, the crown prince surmised that his father must have learned of the day's events. He spoke, "I beseech you, father, quell your anger. Sister Lu Zhan is still young. She simply requires proper guidance. However, I fear for Lady Shan's condition. Should anything unfortunate occur, I implore you to send an imperial physician to check on her." "What has happened to Lady Shan?" Emperor Kongming was only aware that Lu Zhan had caused a disturbance at the loyal and righteous marquis's residence. Unaware of the incident involving Lady Han, the crown prince hesitated before saying, "Because Sister Lu Zhan brought several guards to intrude upon the marquis's inner courtyard, she startled the Princess of Luan, who was painting, as well as the young ladies of the Shin family." The marquis's wife, feeling incapable of managing her household, believed that the young ladies had been affronted by foreign men, and therefore sought to end her life as an apology to the ancestors of the Shin family. Then, the crown prince knelt, saying, "It is all my fault for not being able to stop Lady Shun from seeking death. I ask for your punishment." The fifth prince and others followed suit, kneeling and echoing, "We are all incapable. Emperor Kongming waved his hand, saying, "Enough, this matter does not concern you." "What is the condition of Lady Shun?" the crown prince replied. "I only saw Lady Shun bleeding profusely after she struck her head against a pillar. Being a foreign man, I felt it improper to linger in the marquis's inner courtyard, so I have already dispatched a royal physician to attend to her." Emperor Kongming raised his voice. "Lu Zhan, immediately send 2 imperial physicians to the loyal and righteous marquis's residence. Ensure that Lady Shun is safe and sound. Inform the empress of this matter as well, so she can make the necessary arrangements." Emperor Kongming understood that Lady Han would not face significant danger to her life. Her actions were merely a means of expressing discontent. After all, she would not seek death in front of so many witnesses. But her actions were a direct result of Lu Zhan's intrusion into the marquis's inner courtyard. She was merely concerned that the young ladies of the Shin family would be criticized. Alas, a mess created by one's own child must still be cleaned up by oneself. He then inquired, "How old is the eldest daughter of the Shin family this year?" This question left the room full of men awkward, as it was inappropriate to inquire about a young lady's age. However, Lu Zhan thought for a moment and replied, "I recall that Princess Luan is 13 this year, so the Shin girl must be a year or two older. Making her 14 or 15. Emperor Kongming glanced at the 5th prince, who stood silently behind the crown prince. "I remember, you, 5th, are 17 this year, an age suitable for marriage." The 5th prince, understanding the unspoken intentions, recalled the composed manner of the Shun girl, who, despite her mother's injury, managed to command the servants with remarkable poise. More importantly, she had a capable father who wielded great power. Was this a serendipitous opportunity? The 5th prince, suppressing his excitement, paused before saying, "I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Shun family is both beautiful and wise, possessing a rare grace. I request, Father, that you grant me her hand in marriage." This 5th prince, who was usually reticent, surprised Emperor Kongming with his clarity of thought. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Excellent, summon the decree." The others congratulated the 5th prince, while the crown prince, amidst the celebrations, sighed inwardly. In the end, this has turned into a fortune for the 5th. Many have sought to curry favor with the loyal and righteous marquis but found no entrance, and now it has inadvertently benefited my usually silent younger brother. Yet, considering the 5th has always shown deference to me as the crown prince, I shall suppress my feelings of envy. Soon after, several imperial edicts resonated throughout the palace. The first was the decree granting the marriage of Shun Tian to the 5th prince, followed by another wherein the empress adopted Fang Xinsu as her goddaughter and conferred upon her the title of Princess Luan. Naturally, Emperor Kongming did not extend leniency to the instigator of this farce, Lu Zhan. He did not even meet her and directly sent her away to the royal facility designated for errant female relatives, the Bailian. Lu Zhan's mother, the favored consort Wei, did not have the chance to plead for her daughter before a decree stripped her of her title, demoting her to consort Wei, and ordering her to reflect in solitude. Had she not borne a nearly adult 3rd prince, it was uncertain how she would have fared. The Empress Dowager, Empress, and others dispatched their trusted female officials to visit Lady Han at the loyal and righteous marquis's residence, bringing with them an array of precious medicines and tonics. The previously watchful circles of the powerful, upon learning of the 5th prince's decree of marriage, quickly grasped the emperor's intentions. Ladies with connections rushed to bring lavish gifts to visit Lady Han, while those unfamiliar sent their servants to deliver gifts and well-wishes. In a flash, the entrance of the loyal and righteous marquis's residence was once again bustling with visitors. Eventually, the Shin family was compelled to announce, "The marquis's wife has sustained serious injuries and has been advised by the imperial physicians to rest quietly. Therefore, she shall not receive any visitors." With this, the commotion outside the Shin residence finally subsided. In the moonlight courtyard, although Lady Han was not severely injured, she still needed to put on a facade. Several young ladies took turns attending to her. Even the elderly matriarch in the Ninghui courtyard, who secretly wished for Lady Han's demise, felt obliged to send someone daily to inquire about her condition. On this day, having finally dismissed the idle guests, Lady Han turned to Shen Tian and said, "I only intended to seek an explanation for you, but it seems I overstepped. I had hoped to find you a suitable family of good repute to marry once you reach the age of marriage, so you could live a life of peace. Who would have thought the emperor would bestow you upon the 5th prince? At least he is a primary consort. Otherwise, how could I face your father? Being a wife is hard, and being a royal consort is even harder. If you were to suffer grievances in a common family, your brothers could come to your aid. But in this exalted realm, how could I rest easy?" Shintian replied, "Mother, you worry too much. Given our family's background and my father's military achievements, as long as the 5th prince is not excessively unreasonable, I will surely fare well." Lady Han remarked, "The fifth prince has always been taciturn and inconspicuous among the princes. I know not what his temperament truly is. Your cousin Han, you should be somewhat acquainted with him. Perhaps you could ask him to inquire about the fifth prince's character. We must ensure he is not a person of false appearances and hidden flaws. Otherwise, I would rather risk my own life than push you into a fiery pit." Shun Tian helplessly said, "Mother, you worry too much. After all, he is a dignified prince, raised under the guidance of esteemed mentors. I believe he will not stray far from propriety." Lady Han shook her head. "That is not certain. Look at Princess Lu Zhan. She too was educated by a governess, yet turned out to be willful and domineering." Seeing her mother so troubled, Shun Tian could only advise, "Since there have been no reports of the fifth prince behaving inappropriately, it stands to reason that he is harmless. If you remain truly concerned, you may simply inquire with cousin Yu later. Please do not trouble yourself with worry here. It only makes me anxious. Take good care of yourself. I shall visit the distant Willow Pavilion to see Sister Qinglu." Lady Han nodded. "Go then." "Is that girl recovering well?" Shen Tian responded, "The other injuries are healing, but the patch of hair that was torn out will grow back in time. However, the injury on her neck, inflicted by that palace servant's armor, may leave a scar. I cannot say for certain." Lady Han said, "That girl is indeed good. Had she not risked her life to protect Su Jie, it might well have been Su Jie lying in bed today. If that slap had landed on Su Jie's face, her life would have been ruined. By the way, I have a jar of Bai Yu Shu Hin Gao bestowed by the Empress, which is highly effective for external wounds and scars. You should take a jar to her. It is far better than any other remedy. Additionally, bring her some fine bird's nest and Ganoderma. I have plenty of those." Shun Tian nodded and took the ointment and tonics gathered by Fei Su to the distant Willow Pavilion. Chapter 26. Leaving the residence on that day, the palace servant who injured Qing Lu wore spiked armor. But fortunately, Qing Lu had been turned away from her, and her face suffered no major harm. Even so, a large bump formed on the back of Qing Lu's head, taking several days to subside. Now, while the other injuries were healing, the patch where hair had been torn out had also grown back, yet the inch-long scar on her neck remained somewhat red and swollen, appearing rather fearsome. Fang Xinsu retrieved the finest scar removal ointment she had saved for herself and applied it to Qing Lu's injury, but it merely made the wound appear smaller and could not heal it entirely. Seeing Fang Xinsu fretting over Qing Lu's scar, Animo said, "There is no need for the princess to worry excessively. 2 years ago, a young lady from the Wei Yuanbo family suffered a similar injury and tried countless ointments to no avail. In the end, it was the empress who bestowed the palace's sacred medicine, Bai Yu Shu Hin Gao, upon her, and it is said that after using it, her injury recovered completely, leaving no trace behind. If the princess is truly concerned for Qing Lu, perhaps you should inform the Empress Dowager. Surely, upon considering Qing Lu's loyalty in protecting her, the Empress Dowager would grant her the medicine. Then I shall send someone to deliver a message immediately." Fang Xinsu stood up to say, "What message shall you send?" As the conversation unfolded, Shen Tian entered from outside. Fang Xinsu promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Shen Tian smiled and remarked, "What a coincidence. It seems destined that you need not make this journey. My mother, having heard of Qingliu's severe injuries, specifically instructed me to bring the white jade soothing ointment that the Empress bestowed upon her for Qing Lu to use." Upon hearing this, Fang Xinsu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Indeed, my aunt is thoughtful." Yet, her expression quickly turned somber as she continued, "If it weren't for my protection, Qing Lu would not have had to endure such misfortune. Moreover, my aunt is still confined to her bed recovering. My sisters also suffered considerable indignities that day. It is all my fault. I have implicated everyone." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Shen Tian hurriedly offered her a handkerchief to dry her tears. "Dear sister, how many times must I tell you? We are all family. Such words are unnecessary. You reside at your uncle's house. Surely, we, as your kin, cannot stand idly by while you are bullied by outsiders. If you regard us as your true family, let this be the last time you speak of such things." Fang Xinsu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. If only she were indeed a true niece, it would be easier. The more kindness the Shen family showed her, the more unsettled she felt. However, upon hearing Shen Tian's words, Fang Xinsu's tears transformed into a smile. "Good sister, I shall speak no more of it. Come, let us go and see Qinglu." Indeed, the ointment from the palace proved to be miraculous. After just a few days of using the white jade soothing balm sent by Shen Tian, the scar on Qingliu's neck gradually faded, leaving only a faint pink mark. The scar, positioned at the back of her neck, was seldom noticed, and now, unless one was already aware and deliberately looking for it, it would be nearly imperceptible. Once her injury healed, Lin Anren came to visit, and she informed Han Shi and Fang Xinsu of her desire to return home. Yuran personally came to pay respects to Han Shi, who felt reassured only after seeing Qingliu's scar. Well, it matters not. You have long since severed ties with the family. Since your relatives are concerned, it is better for you to return home sooner. Had I sent you back earlier, perhaps you would have avoided this suffering altogether. Yuran replied, I am exceedingly grateful to have stayed a few extra days in the residence. It served to shield the princess from calamity. I am tough-skinned and not afraid of much. Had the princess borne that blow? I shudder to think. Fortunately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Han Shi readily allowed her to leave and sent along a large bundle of fine supplements and medicinal items, including precious goods like ginseng and bird's nest. Han Shi remarked, these items are not rare in our household, but once you step outside, acquiring them will be a challenge. The ginseng and lingji are all prepared. As long as they are stored properly, they can last 3 to 5 years without issue. Keep them. In case of an emergency, you will not be left empty-handed. Seeing Han Shi's heartfelt insistence, Yuran accepted the gifts. Upon hearing that Yuran was about to depart, Fang Xinsu felt it would be inappropriate to keep her any longer. Besides the items she had given previously, she instructed Granny Zhang to pack a few fashionable new accessories and several recent books for her. Yuran looked at the jewelry box before her, somewhat speechless. Fang Xinsu had mentioned packing a few pieces, and she had not thought much of it, but upon opening it, she was taken aback by the dazzling array of jewelry within. This was no mere handful of accessories. It was a full box. Yuran estimated that the value of the contents could easily amount to 1,000 pieces of silver, if not more. No wonder she had asked Granny Zhang to deliver it directly to her room. It seemed she wished to avoid drawing attention. It appeared that Fang Xinsu felt that since she had taken a blow for her, this was a form of thanks. After much contemplation, Yuran ultimately decided to accept the items, reasoning that having more was better, and she could always find a way to repay the kindness later. The weather was clear, and Lin Anren had hired a carriage to fetch them early. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, hurried to announce his arrival. Yuran bid farewell to Han Shi and the young ladies, parting with tears in her eyes. Although she had given away most of her clothes and materials to her sisters, the remaining items filled an entire carriage. While the carriage Lin Anren had arranged was quite spacious, the sheer volume of her belongings took up all the seats, forcing Yuran to sit on a wooden box near the door curtain, cradling a bundle in her arms, while her brother drove from outside. Despite the discomfort, as Yuran peered through the curtain's gap and caught sight of the blue sky and white clouds, a smile broke across her face. She had finally breathed in the air of freedom. At noon, the siblings paused beneath a large tree by the roadside to enjoy some snacks with warm water, resting briefly before continuing their journey. They dallied a bit, fearing they would not reach home before dark. Finally, just as twilight began to settle, they arrived at their home, a humble dwelling in a village on the outskirts of the capital. However, the house seemed somewhat different from what Yuran remembered. Sensing her confusion, Anren explained, "This is our ancestral home, which has been preserved due to its higher elevation. It was spared from the floods that year. Our house in town was destroyed. When we returned from the city, due to financial constraints, Mother decided to sell that plot of land. Regardless, we still possess this ancestral home and 7 or 8 acres of land, and the money we obtained is sufficient for our daily needs." Yuran nodded, but her thoughts lingered on the original owneress' recollections of a stewardess mentioning that during a good year, a single acre of fertile land could yield enough grain to exchange for 800 or 900 coins after taxes, meaning that 7 or 8 acres would barely bring in 6 taels of silver annually, which would have to support her brother's education. She couldn't fathom how the family managed to save up over 30 taels of silver. This fleeting thought passed through her mind. At that moment, upon hearing the sound of the carriage, Lin Mu emerged from the house. Seeing her children standing safely at the door, tears streamed down her face. She stepped forward and embraced Yuran, crying out, "Good child, you have suffered these years. It is good to be home. Our family is finally reunited." Though not accustomed to such intimacy, Yuran did not pull away. The situation stirred a bittersweet ache in her heart. Men's emotions tend to be more resolute, and Anren, standing nearby, reminded her, "Mother, sister has endured a long journey. Let us first move her belongings inside." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded vigorously. Yes, how foolish of me to forget. I was too busy shedding tears. Quickly, Anren, help your sister move her things to the northwest room. Afterward, we shall prepare a meal." Anren lifted the carriage's curtain, and Lin Mu was taken aback by the sheer volume of items her daughter had brought back. She inquired, "Yuran, with so many belongings, will the ladies in the residence be displeased?" Yuran smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, mother. These items are all gifts from the masters over the years, along with some local trinkets gifted by friends. There is nothing shameful among them. Hearing her daughter's response, Lin Mu felt relieved. Reflecting on the opulence she had witnessed during her last visit to the Shen residence, she couldn't help but sigh. Such affluent households are indeed generous. Even a maid like Yuran possesses so many fine things. Yet, thinking of the years her daughter had spent being summoned at others' whims, even the wealth she acquired seemed less joyous. The three of them made numerous trips back and forth, finally moving all the belongings into the northwest room. Afterward, Lin Mu took Yuran's hand and said, "You shall reside in this room from now on. Our circumstances are far less than those of the Shen residents. Please make do with what we have. If there is anything you desire, we can gradually acquire it in the coming days." Yuran glanced around. The room was quite spacious, furnished with a clay bed, a dressing table, a wardrobe, and a set of tables and chairs, all appearing newly made. Her heart felt considerably lighter. Hearing Lin Mu's words, she quickly replied, "Mother, there is no need for such formality. This is more than adequate no matter how lavish the Shan residence may be. This is my true home." Lin Mu feared her daughter might be dazzled by the splendor of the wealthy and was immensely comforted by Yuran's clarity and straightforwardness, which only deepened her concern for her. Yuran had not disclosed the injuries she sustained to her family, for the events were now behind her, and her wounds had healed. Discussing such matters would only burden her family without remedying anything. So she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. To celebrate her daughter's return, Lin Mu had slaughtered an old hen early on and, combined with dried mushrooms, red dates, and goji berries, had prepared a large pot of chicken soup. Remembering that her daughter had relished dumplings as a child, she had also made a batch filled with cabbage and pork. At the dinner table, Lin Mu placed a large chicken leg into Yuran's bowl, urging her to eat more. Yuran wished to decline but could not resist her mother's kindness. Although the hen was old, after simmering for half the afternoon, the meat was tender and flavorful. Melting in the mouth, Yuran finished the chicken leg, drank a bowl of soup, and ate several dumplings before declaring herself full. Anren remarked, "Sister, you have eaten too little. You must eat more in the future." Anren was at a growth spurt. Though he appeared slender, he had quite the appetite. He devoured more than half of the dumplings himself. Lin Mu shot her son a glance. "Enough. Do you think everyone can eat as much as you do?" Regardless, Yuran did not eat much. "Look at how thin you are getting. You must eat more. Being able to eat is a blessing." After dinner, Yuran took the initiative to help her mother clear the table. And Lin Mu did not stop her, instead urging her son to assist his sister. Lin's mother contemplated that although she was reluctant to let her daughter suffer, ultimately, her daughter would need to marry and, upon entering her in-laws' home, would likely be scorned for her lack of skills. It would be wiser to begin learning gradually now, to avoid future subjugation. Yuran, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She could not simply sit idly by while the elders attended to the dishes. To her surprise, her younger brother also offered to help. Wasn't it said in ancient times that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen? The kitchen was located in a side room on the eastern side of the courtyard, and Ran placed the remaining chicken soup and dumplings into the cupboard. Then, taking the bowls and chopsticks from her sister's hands, she said, "Sister, you should take a rest. I will wash the dishes." Before Yuran could respond, Ran had already placed the dishes into a wooden basin and began washing them. Ran's movements were quick and practiced, clearly indicating her familiarity with the task. She scalded the dishes with boiling water, then rinsed them with cool water, effectively removing the grease and grime. After cleaning the dishes, she poured the soapy water into a wooden barrel, retrieved some powdered substance from a bag at the door, added it to the barrel, then crushed a piece of something resembling rice cake and tossed it in, finally pouring in some hot water and stirring it with a wooden spoon. Noticing her sister watching her intently, Ran shyly smiled and said, "We have 2 sows in our backyard, and since we had a hearty meal tonight, the dishwater will be perfect for feeding the pigs." Yuran nodded with a smile, secretly admiring how well Lin's mother had raised her brother. He was practical and unpretentious, devoid of the pedantry often associated with scholars. The pigsty was located in the northwest corner of the yard, separated from the 2 rows of houses by a large vegetable garden, while a brood of hens was kept in the northeast corner. Together with her brother, Yuran poured the pig feed into the trough, realizing that the courtyard was larger than she had anticipated. Although there were only 5 main rooms, the side houses were well equipped, and the backyard was even more spacious than the front yard. Ran explained that their grandfather had left behind 2 houses. The larger one had been given to their uncle's family. Yuran mused that the Lin family's ancestors must have been quite affluent. Upon returning to the main house after feeding the pigs, Lin's mother chatted with them briefly before saying, "You two siblings must be tired. It's best to rest early. Yuran, I bought a new wooden basin for your room a few days ago. And I just brought you a basin of hot water. It should be just right for you to wash up now." Yuran, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Mother, how can I trouble you to fetch water for me?" "That hardly seems appropriate," Lin's mother chuckled. "As a mother, it is entirely fitting to serve her daughter. Besides, you just returned, and everything is unfamiliar to you. Once you settle in, I won't have to do this anymore. Now, go wash up and rest." Yuran complied and excused herself, only to return shortly after with a bundle, placing it on the table and saying, "Mother, this is the clothing I made for you both a few days ago. I rushed a bit, so the stitching may be a bit coarse. I hope you and my little brother won't mind." Lin's mother was taken aback, realizing that in just a few days, Yuran had crafted a new outfit for both her and Enran. Though the garments lacked intricate embroidery, the stitches were meticulous and even, indicating the effort put into them. The fabric was not particularly luxurious, but was made of fine Songjiang cloth, suitable for everyday wear. With tears in her eyes, she accepted the gifts, saying, "Child, didn't I just have your brother bring back 2 sets of clothing? Why have you made more?" A mother is naturally delighted to wear what her daughter has made. "But you mustn't do this again. It must have been exhausting to rush these 2 outfits in such a short time." Enran, pleased with the clothes his sister made for him, expressed his gratitude before returning to his studies. Chapter 28. Plans. After washing up in her room, Yuran lay on the unfamiliar earthen Kong, pondering her future. This dynasty was quite different from the history she knew. It was named the Dekong dynasty, a name she had never heard before. The attire bore a resemblance to that of the Ming dynasty, yet many aspects were more advanced. For instance, glass, soap, and firearms, items that would only appear in later generations, were already present. Although glass windows remained a luxury only affordable to the wealthy, women's status was significantly elevated compared to historical norms. For example, there was no custom of foot binding, and divorce was not a concept here. Only separation was acknowledged. No matter the reason for separation, women could take their dowries with them. Moreover, women who had experienced separation or were young widows had the right to remarry or remain single, and no one, including their in-laws or brothers, could force them into widowhood or marriage. The typical marriage age for men and women began after 18, with no practice of marrying at 15 upon reaching maturity. Thus, Yuran realized she had 2 more years of freedom. Although she had acquired quite a few items from the Shen residence, she did not wish to squander them. Moreover, Madame Shan was correct. While she had accumulated many possessions, she did not intend to use them all to support the household. She calculated that the original owner's belongings were worth approximately 700 to 800 taels. And with her own contributions, the total support for the Lin family would not exceed 1,000 taels. Though she had studied history in modern times, she had also dedicated years to learning calligraphy and traditional painting, possessing unique insights into color matching. Additionally, her university thesis had centered on ancient embroidery, and she had reviewed countless materials on the 4 famous embroidery styles: Su, Xiang, Yu, and Shu. She had also explored other styles such as Gu, Jing, Lu, and long embroidery. Having meticulously studied various stitching techniques, including straight stitches, cross stitches, long and short stitches, and more, her knowledge had gradually faded over time. However, upon her arrival in this world, she had fully inherited the original owner's embroidery skills. Through continuous practice, the techniques that had once slipped from her memory began to resurface and were applied to her work. The original owner's embroidery skills were already remarkable, and combined with her own insights, Yuran's embroidery had truly become exceptional, particularly in double-sided embroidery, a skill few mastered. If she could perfect this craft, it would provide her with a means of livelihood. While not intending to play the role of a saint, she still planned to gradually allocate a portion of the original owner's funds to improve the family's circumstances. She had noticed that although Lin's mother and Enran's clothing was clean from washing, it was all patched up. The long robe Enran wore when he picked her up was one she had made for him a few days prior, but after returning, he had changed into a patched short garment. Even though she had already made each of them an outfit, the remaining fabric would spoil if left unused for too long. It would be worthwhile to make a couple more sets for Lin's mother and Enran. Since they were now family, it was important to nurture their bond. With these thoughts in mind, Yuran soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to bright daylight, having not slept in so late for quite some time. Yuran hastily dressed, and as she stepped outside, she saw Lin's mother tidying up the courtyard. She hurried over, feeling guilty, and said, "Mother, I'm sorry for waking up so late. Let me help." Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively. "It is nothing. You must have had no time to rest at the manor, so it's only right you take a few days to recuperate now that you're home." I've kept some food warm for you on the stove. Hurry and wash up before eating. Yuran nodded and asked, "Where's my little brother?" Lin's mother replied, "He took a day off from the academy and left early this morning after breakfast. He won't be back until the end of the month." Although Ran has passed the scholar's examination, the next level to become a Jiren will be even more challenging. His teacher mentioned that his essays still need improvement, so he plans to focus on passing the Jiren exam in the next couple of years. This way, it will be more advantageous for you when the time comes for you to marry. Yuran mused that she hadn't known her little brother was leaving so early. "I missed the chance to see him off." She said, "What of it? You've returned now. There will be plenty of opportunities to send him off in the future. Now, eat your breakfast and change into some fresh clothes. I heard that your aunt and 2 uncles sent word a few days ago that they would visit you today. Since it's still early, I'll take you to greet your uncle's family and a few neighbors." Upon hearing this, Yuran quickly finished washing up and hurriedly ate a few bites. Breakfast consisted of thin porridge and leftover dumplings from the previous night. She noticed that there were some tofu and pork belly on the kitchen table, likely for entertaining guests later. After finishing her meal, Yuran returned to her room to change her clothes. Yesterday, she had worn the satin garments she commonly donned at the manor. A pale moon-white jacket and a white pleated skirt adorned with blue flowers. Having risen late, she hadn't had the chance to find a change of clothes. Seeing Lin's mother dressed in the new clothing she had made, Yuran found a Songjiang cloth dress to wear as well. Thankfully, she had anticipated this during her time at the Shun residence and had made 2 sets of cotton clothing. Otherwise, wearing overly extravagant attire in this rural setting would have been inappropriate. She was also grateful for the support from her many sisters. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to produce so many garments in such a short time. Picking up a mirror, she noted that this small mercury mirror was quite a rarity. The original owner, as a senior maid in the Shun residence, had only possessed 2. Yuran gazed at her reflection, removed the gold and ruby earrings, and replaced them with delicate silver lotus flower studs. The gold hairpins in her hair were exchanged for a silver hairpin and a flower made of gauze. She removed the bracelets and rings from her hands and placed them into the dressing box on the table. Just as she finished tidying up, she heard the sound of knocking at the door from Lin's mother, and she quickly called out, "Mother, the door is not closed. Please come in." Chapter 29. Relatives. When Lin's mother entered and saw her daughter clad in a simple garment, she silently nodded in approval. She said to Yuran, "Since you are ready, let us depart. We shouldn't linger too long." After glancing at the dressing box that Yuran had placed on the table, she continued, "There are many children visiting today. Please tidy those up, so they don't get damaged. I will fetch a few items, and once you are finished, wait for me at the door." Yuran, having forgotten to inquire about who was present at her aunt's house, found a few handkerchiefs and pouches to adorn herself. She also retrieved the 2 exquisite 8 treasure boxes and several packets of snowflake candies that Fei Su had given her just before she left yesterday. Bringing these items into the main room, she coincidentally saw Lin's mother emerging from the inner chamber with a few packets of snacks. Noticing the items Yuran had brought, she inquired, "What are these?" Yuran smiled and replied, "I came back late yesterday and forgot these. They are snacks from the Shen residence, and there are quite a few inside. I thought to gift 1 box to my uncle's family and keep one to entertain my uncles and aunts. What do you think?" With that, she opened the box to show Lin's mother the snacks, revealing 8 distinct delicacies, each exquisitely crafted. Lin's mother glanced at the gilded box adorned with begonia patterns and remarked, "The snacks are one thing, but this box is too extravagant as a gift." She then went into the house and retrieved a bamboo 8 treasure box, placing the snacks inside. Turning to Yuran, she added, "It's not that I am stingy, but that box must be worth at least 10 taels of silver in our close-knit family. We value practicality and warmth. If we present a gift that is too lavish, it may leave others uncertain about how to reciprocate, and it could seem we've grown distant." After speaking, she took a pair of scissors and cut a few bunches of fresh grapes from the trellis at the door, placing them into a bamboo basket. Then, locking the door, she led Yuran outside. Observing Lin's mother's actions, Yuran pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, after spending an extended period at the Ho residence, she had inadvertently adopted an air of extravagance. She would need to be more mindful in the future. Lin's family home lay at the southernmost edge of the village, and since it had grown dark when she and her brother returned the previous day, their cartload of goods had likely gone unnoticed. They walked eastward for several meters before heading north for about 20 meters, arriving at her uncle's house. Yuran noted that her uncle's courtyard was indeed much larger than theirs, complete with an auxiliary building and a screen wall. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Dushur called out, "Is my sister-in-law home?" Just as the words left her lips, a woman in her 40s and a young woman in her 20s appeared. Likely her daughter-in-law. The elder woman, upon seeing them, quickly approached with her daughter-in-law, grasping Yuran's hand and addressing Lin's mother. "Is this the girl Yuran? Thank the heavens, she has finally returned. Your mother has waited for so many years." Lin's mother interjected, "Yuran, this is your aunt. Quickly greet her." Yuran hurriedly bowed. Lin's mother then pointed to the young woman beside her, saying, "This is your sister-in-law." After Yuran had paid her respects, her aunt led them into the main room, where her uncle was seated, waiting to greet her, accompanied by two younger cousins. One cousin was studying at the academy, while the other worked in a shop and could not return. Another cousin had gone to visit their aunt, but it was said she would come with her family later that day. Seeing Yuran return safely, the family expressed their warmth and did not treat her with disdain due to her previous position as a maid. At least not outwardly. Both her aunt and sister-in-law presented her with pouches and quickly offered snacks and fruits to welcome their long-lost niece. Upon seeing the delicacies Yuran had brought back, they could not help but praise their exquisite craftsmanship. When they learned that Lin's mother was wearing a new dress made by Yuran, they showered her with compliments once more. As the family chatted and laughed, her aunt naturally inquired about her experiences at the Ho residence. Yuran carefully selected what she could share and spoke for about half an hour before Lin's mother stood to take her leave. "We will bring her to visit again next time. My sister and brother-in-law will be arriving soon, and I must prepare her for their arrival." At noon, her elder brother and sister-in-law were set to join them for a meal. Her aunt nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may head back first. We will come over shortly. Knowing that you have returned today, your elder brother has already butchered 2 ducks early this morning. I will prepare a pot of old duck soup and fry some meat patties to bring over." Being close relatives, Lin's mother did not refuse, smiling as she replied, "Sister-in-law's old duck soup is indeed a delicacy. I shall be fortunate to indulge in it at noon." With that, she took Yuran back home, leaving behind the exquisite box of snacks, but returning with the bamboo basket filled with plums and peaches. Observing the returned gifts from her uncle's family, Yuran fell into contemplation. On their way back, they encountered several villagers, and Lin's mother introduced them one by one to Yuran. Although most faces bore a look of curiosity, they all greeted Yuran with smiles. Once they were out of earshot of others, Lin's mother remarked, "I expect your uncle's family will arrive shortly. After so many years apart, you may have forgotten some things, so let me remind you. Your elder uncle and second uncle separated after your grandparents passed away a few years ago. Your elder uncle's eldest cousin is 23 this year. He became a scholar 2 years ago and is now working as a tutor for a wealthy family in the neighboring county. He has already taken a wife and has a set of 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl, whom I believe your cousin will bring along today. Your second cousin is 17 and is currently studying at the academy. He and your brother both passed the entrance examination this year, but I doubt he will be able to come today. Your cousin, age 20, has married the second son of Uncle Deshing's family in our village, and she may also come over today. Your second uncle has a son and a daughter, both younger than you. The daughter is a year younger, while the son just turned 10. You all played together when you were younger. I wonder if you still remember." Seeing her daughter nod, Lin's mother eased her heart and proceeded to discuss the circumstances of Lin's family aunt. Lin's aunt, being the granddaughter of a scholar before her marriage, was not only literate but also skilled in needlework. She married the son of the Liu family from the riverbank and bore 3 robust sons, yet she always longed for a daughter, thus doting on her elder brother's daughter and frequently taking her to play. Upon arriving home, Lin's mother cut the pork belly she had bought that morning in half and began stewing it in a clay pot, then instructed Yuran to watch over the fire while she went to the backyard to gather vegetables, with substantial firewood in the stove. As long as she kept an eye on it to ensure it didn't go out, everything would be fine. Yuran washed the fruits her aunt had given her and placed them on 2 plates. Noticing the plums glistening like crystal, she picked one up and took a bite, discovering it to be exceptionally delicious, with a unique sweetness. Although she had eaten many things at the Ho residence, such fresh fruit was a rarity. After tidying up the main room and checking the stove fire, Yuran felt a bit bored and retreated to her own room, where she found a partially embroidered handkerchief. Sitting on the chair by the door, she resumed her embroidery. Since it was just a handkerchief, she did not stitch large patterns but merely adorned the corners with a few lotus leaves and 2 lotus flowers. As she embroidered, she surveyed the entire courtyard. Having arrived the previous day after dark, she had not seen much. Now, she could truly appreciate it. The main entrance of the house was located at the southeastern corner of the courtyard. Upon entering, there was a screen wall, followed by another gate adorned with hanging flowers leading into the main courtyard. In front of the flower gate, a cluster of green bamboo was elegantly planted, radiating vitality. In the main courtyard, 2 pomegranate trees and a grapevine were flourishing, and it seemed there was also a jujube tree in the backyard. In addition, various peonies and other flowers were cultivated. The entire courtyard and residence were constructed from quality blue bricks and black tiles. Despite their age, the estate possessed an air of elegance. Just as she was about to finish embroidering a half-bloomed lotus flower, she heard a commotion at the door, followed by a young boy running in energetically, calling out, "Aunt, I'm here." Chapter 30. Xiao the boy dashed to the front of the main room but, upon not seeing his familiar aunt, momentarily froze. However, Yuran recalled what Lin's mother had mentioned and, after a brief thought, smiled and said, "You must be Su Xian, my cousin from my second uncle's family. Am I right?" Su Xian nodded, "Yes. How did you know my name?" Before Yuran could respond, he continued eagerly, "I know now. You must be the Yuran cousin that my mother mentioned. Hello, cousin." With that, he properly bowed. Yuran hurriedly returned the gesture just as Lin's mother came back from the backyard, exclaiming, "Xianair has arrived. Have your uncle and parents come as well?" Su Xian replied, "They have all come. Riding in the carriage made my bottom soared. I jumped off at the village entrance and ran here myself." Hearing this, Lin's mother quickly urged Yuran, "Come, let us go outside to greet them." As they reached the entrance, Yuran's uncle's family had just arrived. Lin's mother stepped forward with Yuran, pointing out each person for her to greet. Although it was not customary in the countryside to exchange formal greetings, after Yuran's long absence, both aunts bestowed her with pouches. After the initial greetings, Lin's mother organized everyone to move inside. Though neither of her uncles were particularly loquacious, their moist eyes revealed their affection for their niece. Yuran. The two aunts remained much the same as recalled by the original owner of the memories. The elder aunt still exuded her gentle demeanor, while the younger aunt remained as straightforward as ever. This time they had come bearing a bountiful array of gifts, some air-dried cured meat, dried fruits, half a bag of millet, and 2 large carp. Lin's mother playfully chided, "Every time you sisters visit, you bring so many things, it truly makes me feel embarrassed." Both aunts chuckled and offered modest refusals, with the younger aunt teasingly suggesting, "If you find it too much, we can simply take some back with us when we leave. Perhaps then, you might feel obliged to add a little something to our bounty." This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Cousin Air and Su Xian took the items to the kitchen, where Su Xian skillfully fetched a wooden basin, filled it with water, and placed the fish inside. Before long, everyone gathered in the main hall, their eyes drawn first to the exquisite octagonal box adorning the square table, for such delicate items remained rare in this locale. Seeing this, Lin's mother felt a sense of brightness in her heart, promptly inviting her brothers and sisters-in-law to partake in the meal, while personally serving each younger member a piece of pastry. Yuran busied herself with pouring tea, and after much effort to ensure everyone was served, she finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had the assistance of her cousin Xiao Yun from the second uncle's family. Otherwise, managing tea for so many would have been quite a task. In gratitude, Yuran shared a smile with Xiao Yun, then took her hand and urged her to sit down, saying, "Cousin, do take a moment to rest. You must be weary from helping." Xiao Yun's demeanor was markedly different from that of her mother. She was exceedingly quiet and gentle. With a smile, she replied, "It's nothing, cousin. I am not tired." She still held some memories of this cousin who was a year older, recalling how she often played with her in childhood, always prioritizing her own enjoyment of treats and games. Now, after many years apart, there was an inexplicable sense of closeness upon their reunion. At tea that moment, the younger aunt exclaimed, "Oh my, Yuran, did you embroider this cloth? The work is truly vibrant. I dare say that even the finest embroiderers from Baishan town cannot rival your skill." Upon finishing her sentence, she handed the embroidery frame to the eldest sister-in-law, saying, "Sister-in-law, do take a look. Am I exaggerating?" The elder aunt examined the embroidery and noted that on the pale green gauze background were stitched 2 or 3 lotus leaves, and 1 fully bloomed and 1 half-bloomed lotus flower. Though still incomplete, the design already radiated a bright and vivid tone, with evenly spaced stitches and lively color choices, truly remarkable. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, this craftsmanship is beyond comparison. It is exceptional. Next, the 2 uncles, cousins, and others took turns admiring Yuran's handiwork, all expressing their admiration. Yuran, rather than feeling shy, responded with a gracious smile. Observing her poised and elegant demeanor, everyone felt a sense of envy. Seeing the elders engaged in conversation, Yuran led her cousin Xiao Yun to her room to play. Xiao Yun, witnessing her cousin's needlework, felt an even greater admiration for her. Prompted by Yuran's invitation, she readily followed. Once in the West Room, Yuran invited her cousin to sit on the heated bed and offered her some pastries and sunflower seeds, while she hurriedly searched for cups to pour water. After a flurry of activity, She finally sat down, noticing Xiao Yun seemed a bit reserved. To ease the atmosphere, she casually asked, by the way, why didn't the eldest sister-in-law come today? I haven't seen the two little nephews either. Xiao Yun replied, the eldest sister-in-law took Guer and Duoer to visit her family in the neighboring county a few days ago, and to see our eldest cousin. They might not return for a while. I see, then we shall have to wait for another opportunity to meet, Yuran said. What do you usually do for leisure at home? Not much, just sewing and needlework, Xiao Yun replied. Your embroidery is truly excellent. I used to think my skills were quite good, but seeing yours today, I realize how naive I was. Yuran smiled. There are always those more skilled than oneself. My work is merely sufficient to impress here in this countryside. At my previous home, there were many who surpassed my abilities. Xiao Yun looked surprised. Your skills are already so impressive. I can't imagine what even better embroidery must look like. Yuran turned to retrieve a pouch from a box on the table, presenting it to her cousin. This is a pouch given to me by a seamstress at the manor, whose skills even the princess has praised. Take a look. Xiao Yun accepted the pouch and marveled at the embroidered depiction of a cat pouncing on a butterfly. The stitches as fine as a hair, the colors delicate and vivid, the little cat appearing almost lifelike. After examining it closely, she exclaimed, I had heard that outstanding seamstresses could make flowers, birds, insects, and fish appear lifelike. But I thought it was just an exaggeration. I never imagined I would see it for myself today. This pouch must be quite valuable. Please, cousin, put it away. It was evident that Xiao Yun greatly admired the pouch. Yet her polite demeanor only endeared her further to Yuran. She placed the pouch in Xiao Yun's hands. Though this skill is rare, I have several such pouches. Besides, this one is intended as a gift for you. The items inside are the true gift I wish to present. I didn't anticipate you would be so focused on the pouch itself. No wonder the saying buying the case while neglecting the pearl exists. Xiao Yun asked in surprise, is this really for me? Yuran nodded. Of course, it is genuine. Would I deceive you? You are not the only one. I have prepared similar gifts for the eldest sister-in-law and her two sons as well. And I will need to trouble you to help me take them back. Xiao Yun quickly agreed. That is no trouble at all. You can count on me now. Quickly open it and see if you like what's inside. Chapter 31. Aunt Xiao Yun opened it to discover a pink peony fashioned from gauze, adorned with a few tiny white pearls at the center, appearing almost lifelike and exquisitely crafted. Everyone has an innate appreciation for beauty, and Xiao Yun was no exception. This flower is truly lovely. Yuran chuckled. Speaking of which, this was gifted to us by our lady's family at the end of last year. It is said to be a style passed down from the palace. So it was something worn by the princess. No wonder it is so beautiful. Just as Xiao Yun was about to decline, Yuran interjected, take it. I have plenty more and I cannot wear them all myself, and these will fade if left too long. Come, let me put it on you. Let us show the aunts how beautiful it looks. Xiao Yun paraded around the main hall wearing the peony, receiving numerous compliments. Just as she turned to thank her cousin, she realized Yuran had gone to the kitchen to prepare lunch. She hurriedly followed, eager to contribute to her cousin's generosity and not feel undeserving of such lovely gifts. Unfortunately, the two aunts and Lin's mother did not provide them much opportunity. After helping to wash the vegetables, they were promptly sent away. The younger aunt declared, all right, you two are not needed here. You've been raised so delicately, we wouldn't want you to become soiled. Go back to the west room. Yuran, take this chance to guide your sister in her needlework, and need to show her all your best techniques. Just share a bit of your knowledge. It will be beneficial for her. With the aunt's insistence, Yuran had no choice but to take Xiao Yun back to her room. Lin's mother had often remarked how fortunate they had been over the years to have two uncles to look after them. Otherwise, how could they have preserved such a grand ancestral home and several acres of land upon returning as orphans? Had they not been separated from their uncle's family during the flight to safety, perhaps the original owner would not have fallen to the depths of servitude. While the aunts might have spoken casually, Yuran took their words to heart, noticing the pouch Xiao Yun carried, which displayed commendable embroidery for her age, a skill passed down from their grandmother. Yuran took out a piece of plain cloth and taught her cousin several uncomplicated stitches and basic techniques. Xiao Yun learned quickly. Within a short time, she had grasped the techniques, though mastering needlework requires time and practice, and she could only manage a tentative understanding for now. As the two sisters taught and learned from each other, their conversation flowed easily, filled with laughter and camaraderie. While they were engrossed in their discussion, a young woman's voice suddenly echoed from the courtyard. Oh no, I am late. Aunt, please do not blame me. It's all this pesky little boy's fault. I had just changed him into new clothes to take him out, and then he made quite a mess. I ended up covered in it. I rushed here as soon as I finished washing the clothes." Lin's mother took the chubby toddler from the young woman's arms, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this little one has gained quite a bit of weight in just a few days. You've done well to carry him all this way. I was just thinking of sending your second brother to fetch you." Yuran and Xiaoyun set down their work and stepped out from the west room. Xiaoyun called out, "Sister Xiaolan, you've come." "Greetings, Sister Xiaolan," Yuran added, ready to pay her respects, but Xiaolan pulled her into an embrace, saying, "Among sisters, there's no need for such formalities. I came by several times yesterday, but you were not home until it was dark, so I returned. Had it not been for your mischievous nephew, I would have arrived much earlier today. Speaking of which, you've really transformed. I remember you as a skinny little thing, but now you've blossomed into such a fair and lovely young woman. Truly, a girl changes so much by 18. Not at all, Sister Xiaolan. You've grown even more beautiful. Your little nephew looks just like you. He will surely be a handsome lad when he grows up. You flatter me." At that moment, the elder aunt, cradling her grandson, chimed in, "All right, enough with the sweet talk. As a mother, it is quite unbecoming to exhibit such a lack of composure. Look at your two younger sisters. Though they are younger, they conduct themselves with far greater steadiness than you do, and yet you seem utterly unperturbed." Xiaolan quickly interjected, "Oh dear mother, it is not easy for you Ran to return. You must maintain some dignity in front of my sister. Otherwise, how can I fulfill my role as her elder sister? Thankfully, I have a thick skin. Otherwise, I would have been brought to tears by your remarks long ago." Auntie was both amused and exasperated. "You little rascal, your tongue is as sharp as ever. Hurry and assist your aunt in setting the table. Your timing is impeccable, just as we are about to serve the meal." Xiaolan chuckled. This is what they call arriving at just the right moment. Yuran and Xiaoyun swiftly joined in to help. Just as they finished arranging the table, Uncle and Aunt arrived as well. Though Aunt was nearing 30, she still retained a graceful and delicate demeanor, while Uncle appeared quite robust and imposing, resembling a classic Beauty and the Beast scenario. Yuran, while greeting them, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Aunt Lin embraced Yuran, her eyes glistening with emotion. "My dear child, how wonderful it is to have you back." Auntie chimed in, "They say nieces resemble their aunts, and indeed, Yuran and her aunt bear a striking resemblance." Others echoed the sentiment, affirming the familial likeness. At that moment, a young lady, holding onto both Aunt and Yuran, remarked, "Yuran, I wonder how you grew up so beautifully. You certainly inherited the best traits of our Lin family, though your nose and face shape are remarkably similar to second aunt's. Unlike me, despite having delicate features, my large nose and round face make me appear quite plump." Noticing that the young lady was of a similar age to her and bore a slight resemblance to Aunt, Yuran smiled and asked, "Are you perhaps Sister Ting Ran? My mother has spoken of you often." Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, though they had just met, the sisters felt a sense of camaraderie. With everyone gathered, Mother Lin took the lead in preparing for the meal. Due to the large number of guests, they divided into two tables, one for men and the other for women. Mother Lin prepared her signature braised pork, while Auntie made a yellow braised carp. Additionally, there were dishes of stewed radish with meat, lotus root with cured meat, stir-fried cucumbers with eggs, scallion tofu salad, sautéed rapeseed, and cold-seasoned tune sprouts, coupled with the old duck soup and duck meat pies brought by Aunt, and the sauced pork from Auntie. The table was filled to the brim, leaving the children with grease on their lips. Not long after lunch, Uncle's family prepared to take their leave. Their village was over an hour's journey away, and if they did not hurry, they would not reach home before nightfall. Mother Lin did not insist too much, as her daughter had returned, and there would be plenty of opportunities for reunions in the future. She merely packed some of the pastries Yuran had brought along with a basket of fresh vegetables from their garden for her two sisters-in-law. Both aunts were aware that her family had no shortage of vegetables, so they graciously accepted. Aunt's family lingered until dusk before heading home, as their village was closer. That evening, Yuran opened the pouches everyone had gifted her, discovering that most contained silver coins and tokens. Only Aunt's pouch held a pair of golden leaf-shaped earrings. When Yuran mentioned this to her mother, Mother Lin advised her to keep them safely, and she obliged. In the following days, upon hearing of Yuran's return, the village's relatives and acquaintances began visiting under various pretenses, all eager to learn about the grand maidservant from the noble house. Although Yuran found it somewhat tiresome, she patiently engaged with the visitors, exchanging pleasantries. Fortunately, after a few days, life began to settle into a more tranquil rhythm. One morning, after breakfast, Mother Lin said to her daughter, "Today, I plan to head to the town to sell some embroidery I have completed this month. You should accompany me to purchase a few fabrics for new clothes, as I have noticed you have been wearing the same two outfits." Yuran smiled and replied, There is no need to buy fabric. I still have plenty I brought back, however. I have yet to find the time to sew, as so many visitors have been coming. The clothes I wore in the manor do not quite suit me at home. Moreover, your garments are quite worn. You should have a few new pieces made. Mother Lin retorted, what do I need new clothes for at my age? Besides, did you not just make me 2 new outfits? You, however, are at the blossoming age of youth and should take care to present yourself well. The fabrics you brought back are fine materials that should be saved for your dowry. Yuran wanted to argue further but was cut off by Mother Lin. Enough. I have not bought you much in your life. I can certainly afford a few pieces of fabric. Hearing her mother's insistence, Yuran did not refuse the gesture any longer. She suddenly remembered a piece of fabric she had brought back. A lovely green fabric adorned with a peony design, perfect for making her mother a top for the coming cooler days. Their village, known as Shaolin Village, was only 4 or 5 miles from the town, so the mother and daughter decided to walk there. Their home was situated at the village's entrance, and many passers-by would stop to chat upon seeing them, regardless of whether they were familiar. Most were relatives, and their inquiries were filled with goodwill, straightforward yet not unkind. The devastating flood from years past had torn many families apart in the village, with some even losing their loved ones. Those like Yuran, who served in a noble household, were considered fortunate. Many girls were sold into unspeakable fates, and countless lives were lost in that disaster. Although this era was more lenient towards women, during calamities, parents typically prioritized their sons' safety, often sacrificing their daughters. As for whether being sold into servitude would bring shame, Yuran willingly sold herself to save her mother, an act of filial piety that could hardly be criticized. Furthermore, it was said that men preferred to marry maids from wealthy families over women from lesser households. Having served as a senior maid in the capital S Marquis family, Yuran's experiences far exceeded those of the other village girls and wives. While she had just returned, her character and appearance were yet to be fully recognized by the villagers. As time passed, it was likely that suitors would soon be knocking at the Lin family's door. Just as the mother and daughter exited the village, they encountered Uncle Shuangfu and Aunt, who were taking their ox cart to visit relatives in town. Aunt Shuangfu warmly invited them to join. The cart also held another mother-daughter pair of similar age to Yuran. Once settled, Mother Lin began introducing everyone. This is your Uncle Shuangfu driving the cart, and this is your Aunt Shuangfu. These 2 ladies are from your great-uncle's family, and Sister Yulian is among those who visited us the other day. Yuran smiled, I remember. That day, the 2 aunts and the 3rd aunt came to our house. Didn't they? Their names are certainly elegant compared to the likes of Dia and Ernyo. Mother Lin had mentioned that great-uncle and Yuran's grandfather were brothers, and his family often looked after their widow and orphan relatives. So Yuran had a good impression of them. Unfortunately, great-aunt had perished in the flood. Otherwise, Yuran would have paid a visit upon her return. Great-aunt chuckled, this girl has a good memory. Yulian is the daughter of your 2nd aunt. What brings you and your mother out today? Mother Lin replied. We gathered some embroidery to sell in town. Just as she finished speaking, Yuran noticed Yulian's face turn crimson. Great-aunt, however, readily answered, Yulian's aunt has arranged a marriage proposal, and they are set to meet in 5 days. I thought I would take her to get some fabric for a new dress. Oh, what a joyous occasion. Regrettably, I cannot attend that day, but if it goes well, please do keep me informed. What do you mean you can't go? I had already planned for you to be there. And Yuran, having just returned from the capital, surely has more experience than us. You should help your sister assess the situation. Mother Lin hesitated. Perhaps it would be best for Yuran to go alone. I should refrain from attending. Great-aunt insisted. Nonsense. Your husband has been gone for many years. Your children are grown now, and you are not in mourning anymore. Besides, you are now the mother of a scholar. How could you be embarrassed? You should seize opportunities to participate in such gatherings. Otherwise, how will you manage when it comes time for your children to marry? Aunt Shuangfu chimed in. Exactly, in our village. As long as it's not within the first 3 years, who cares? Look around. How many couples in our village are still intact? Aside from the single ones, most are remarried, and some have even married 3 times. Yet they still come to celebrate weddings. Who is as particular as you? After hearing this, Mother Lin replied, very well. If my sister holds me in such esteem, I shall certainly bring Yuran along to assist. In truth, I had been swayed by what your sister said. I had always considered myself a widow and avoided such gatherings. However, now that my children are approaching marriage age, if I remain ignorant, how will I manage their weddings? Since the hosts themselves do not mind, why should I cling to my reservations? At that moment, Mother Lin noticed a basket at Aunt Shuangfu's feet, filled with eggs and a piece of floral cloth. She inquired, Sister-in-law, are you going to the town to deliver a maternity gift for your eldest daughter? Aunt Shuangfu smiled, indeed. My daughter is due in a month, and we thought we would visit her while the fields are not busy." Mother Lin chuckled. "Your daughter is fortunate. Her firstborn is a healthy boy. Regardless of whether this one is a boy or a girl, it will surely bring joy." Shuangfu's wife responded, "Indeed, as long as our daughter is safe. That is all that matters." However, her in-laws naturally prefer grandsons. The eldest daughter already has a son, so this pregnancy is being nurtured with great care. The group chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the town. Upon reaching the outskirts, Shuangfu and his wife headed east, while Lin's mother and the others alighted from the carriage. After walking about half a mile, they reached the town center. It was her first time wandering the streets since arriving in this ancient era, and everything felt refreshingly novel. The town was bustling, with roads wide enough to accommodate 3 to 4 meters of traffic, lined with various shops, rice stores, fabric shops, general goods stores, carpentry shops, and tea houses. All manner of establishments were present. Even on a non-market day, the streets were populated with people. In this era, apart from a few affluent families, most common households did not restrict their daughters from venturing out, leading to a considerable number of young women and brides on the streets. Since there were overlapping items to purchase, Lin's mother decided to join her aunt and others, intending to return together for companionship. The embroidery shop Lin's mother wished to visit was conveniently located next to the fabric store. So her aunt took her daughter to select some fabrics while Lin's mother planned to sell her embroidered pouches first, before joining them. This embroidery shop was the largest in the town, occupying 2 spacious storefronts over 2 floors, with a wooden sign reading Lu's Embroidery Shop hanging at the entrance. As Lin's mother stepped inside, she called out to a young woman behind the counter who was busy with an abacus. "Madam Lu." The woman looked up and upon recognizing Lin's mother, greeted her with a warm smile. "Oh, it's Aunt Lin. It's been quite a while since your last visit. And who might this be?" Lin's mother replied with a smile. "This is my daughter. You may call her Yuran." Then, turning to Yuran, she added, "This is the proprietress of Lu's Embroidery Shop. You can greet her as Sister Lu." Yuran stepped forward to pay her respects. "Hello, Sister Lu." Madame Lu promptly returned the courtesy. "So, this is the Yuran who has returned from the capital. My, you certainly carry yourself with the grace befitting someone from a distinguished family. It's rare to find someone of your stature in Baishan town." "Enough flattery," Lin's mother interjected. "I have come for a purpose today. Look, these are all the pieces I have embroidered this month." With that, she placed her bundle on the counter, opened it, and pushed it towards Madame Liu. As Madame Lu examined the items, she commented, "Aunt Lin's craftsmanship is indeed exceptional. It's no wonder you have raised a scholar. These embroidered pieces carry an air of elegance that surpasses others." She continued, "This must be a family heirloom, right? I believe your niece Xiaoyun possesses a similar talent, perhaps 6 or 7 parts of your skill." Lin's mother chuckled. "Indeed, Xiaoyun has a greater gift than I. Our sewing skills were taught by my mother, but she only instructed Xiaoyun for 3 or 4 years. Had she taught her continuously until now? I fear that child would have surpassed me long ago." Madame Lu replied, "You jest, but Xiaoyun still lacks experience. 3 to 5 years cannot compare to your mastery." Lin's mother laughed lightly. "What does it matter if she surpasses me? She is family, after all. Should I harbor jealousy? However, her skills fall short compared to my daughter. Come, Yuran, show your work to your sister." Following her mother's instruction, Yuran placed her small bundle on the counter and opened it. The embroidered pieces she brought were few. Just the handkerchief she stitched a few days prior and several pouches she practiced on while at the Shun residence. She brought these items to gauge their potential value, pondering whether her aspiration to support herself through her embroidery could indeed be realized. Though it was just a handful of pieces, Madame Lu examined them for quite some time. She set down the pouch in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, truly a hidden gem. Such skill would surely stand out in the capital. I wouldn't dare to sell these. Aunt Lin has truly raised a remarkable daughter. Let us settle on the previous prices, 51 for each pouch, 31 for the handkerchief, and 3 taels for that small screen, totaling 4,601. Lin's mother typically earned 3 to 5 taels of silver each month from her embroidery. Otherwise, she could not have saved over 30 taels of silver to redeem her daughter after supporting a scholar. In this era, financing an education was quite expensive. After some thought, Madame Lu proposed, "Let us consider Uranus handkerchief at 8-1, and each pouch at 2-1, totaling 20 taels of silver. What do you say? 21 is nearly equivalent to 20 taels. At that moment, 5 taels of silver could sustain a family of 3 for a prosperous year." Lin's mother had not anticipated that her daughter's work would be valued so highly. Seeing her daughter's lack of objection, she replied, "Sister Lu has always been straightforward, so let us proceed as you suggest." Madame Lu, observing the graciousness of Lin and her daughter, noted Yuren's composed demeanor as she received such a sum without flinching, thinking to herself that this truly reflected her upbringing in a distinguished household. She felt inclined to cultivate a relationship with the talented Yuran. Thus she generously gave them 24 taels of silver along with 601 in copper coins. AT this time. Most common folk dealt in copper coins. Although it was often said that one could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, the actual conversion typically required an additional 10 or so one. This was still during a time of peace. In times of famine or strife, 1 tael of silver could exchange for 100 to 201. After all, silver was much more convenient to carry in this small town. Such an amount of silver was considered substantial. Madame Lu had even tapped into her personal savings, yet she was no fool. She planned to transform Yuren's handkerchief into a small screen and pair it with a fine frame to send to the capital, ensuring at least a profit of 10 taels. Lin's mother handed over the 20 tael silver ingot directly to Yuran, who, noticing other customers in the shop, refrained from excessive protest, thinking she would return it to her mother once they got home. Rather than rushing to collect her payment, Yuran took the opportunity to select some high-quality embroidery threads. Upon seeing the threads she chose, Madame Lu remarked, "These aren't worth much. Consider them a gift for my sister. Just promise me that you will sell your embroidered pieces to me in the future." Yuran humbly declined at first, but seeing Madame Lu's insistence, she relented. She understood that the price offered by Madame Lu likely still contained significant profit margins. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so generous. Before leaving, Yuran made a special request of Madame Lu. "I have a small favor to ask, and I hope Sister Lu will oblige." Madame Lu, somewhat surprised, replied, "What is it?" "Speak freely, Sister Yuran." Yuran said, "I kindly ask that you keep the silver earned from my embroidered pieces a secret. I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu admired Yuran even more and assured her solemnly, "Rest assured, sister. Even without your request, I would keep this confidential. If the others in the trade were to learn of your skill, they would surely come to drive up prices, and that would be detrimental to my business." This exchange elicited laughter from both Lin and Yuran. After bidding farewell to Madame Lu, the mother and daughter duo proceeded to the neighboring Qin fabric store. Inside, Lin's aunt and Yulian were deliberating over a piece of light red fabric adorned with lotus patterns and a light green fabric with floral prints, unable to decide which was more appealing. Seeing Yuran and her mother approach, Lin's aunt eagerly beckoned, "Aunt, come quickly. Help us choose which of these 2 fabrics looks better. We seem to have lost our sense of judgment after deliberating for so long." After a moment of thought, Lin's mother replied, "Yulian is fair-skinned. She would look good in any color. However, since this is a joyous occasion, we should opt for something more vibrant." Lin's aunt nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Shopkeeper, please cut a piece of this fabric for us." Next, Lin's mother intended to select the light green floral fabric for Yuran but was promptly refused. Yuran herself picked out a piece of light purple and a light blue plain fabric. In fact, the fabrics she had brought from home were of superior quality, but they would stand out too much for everyday wear in the village. The fabrics Yuran chose, though unadorned, were of fine cotton and cost considerably more than the one her aunt was purchasing for Yulian. The 2 pieces totaled 301, yet Lin's mother paid without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin's aunt couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise, realizing her sister-in-law was quite willing to spend money. Suggesting that Yuran must have earned a substantial amount from her embroidery work. Had she known the selling price of Yuran's pieces, her astonishment would have deepened further. After purchasing the fabrics, Lin's aunt went to the silver shop to buy her daughter a pair of small silver studs shaped like lilacs and a delicate silver hairpin adorned with a peony. With Yulian preparing to meet someone special, it was the perfect time for her to look her best, and these items would serve as future dowry. Lin's mother also considered buying a couple of pieces of jewelry for Yuran, but was stopped by her daughter. Reflecting on the exquisite jewelry Yuran had worn upon her return, Lin's mother realized that her daughter would likely find the town's offerings beneath her standards, and thus she refrained from insisting, planning instead to take her daughter to the county town for quality pieces in the near future. After concluding their shopping, the group headed home together. Once back from the town, Yuran busied herself with preparations. The 29th of August marked the birthday of Madame Shan. Although she was no longer a servant in the Shan residence, she did not intend to sever ties with them entirely. After all, having a solid backing was crucial in this era, and the Shen family undoubtedly represented her most significant support. In August, the osmanthus flowers were in full bloom, and she prepared a grand screen embroidered with a golden osmanthus pattern for Madame Shan. The current embroidery patterns predominantly featured peonies, hibiscuses, and other large flowers, while few dared to create designs with smaller blooms like osmanthus. This was due to the intricate work involved in stitching such petite petals. And primarily, The difficulty in finding suitable patterns.as for Yuran. Her ability to create intricate floral patterns made the task seem far less daunting. Although this exquisite embroidery had been mostly completed during her time at the Shen residence, she anticipated finishing the remaining portions within a month. However, with the arrival of September 16, which marked Miss Fang's birthday, there was also the necessity of preparing a gift for the occasion. With June already well underway, and considering the time required for mounting the piece, there remained less than 3 months to finalize everything. Thus, when all was calculated, it became evident that Yuran's time was quite limited. Yuran shared her plans with Mother Lin, who wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "Your thoughts are well placed. Having spent so many years in that household, the madams and young ladies have treated you kindly. It is only fitting that you invest effort into preparing their gifts. Focus on your work. I shall handle matters at home." Yuran hesitated, responding, "If that is the case, I will not be able to contribute to the household finances." With a smile, Mother Lin reassured her. "Dear child, there is no need for you to worry about such things. We have over 10 acres of land, and coupled with my earnings, our daily sustenance is more than sufficient. Besides, your brother's school fees have already been paid this year, and he frequently assists the academy in copying books, which provides him with enough pocket money. Furthermore, I have saved over 30 taels of silver, originally intended for your redemption. Just the other day, I entrusted someone to scout for suitable farmland. Should there be good land available, I plan to purchase a few more acres to help accumulate your dowry." Yuran quickly lowered her head, softly saying, "Mother, what are you saying? If you wish to buy land, why not acquire a bit more? During my years at the residence, I have saved up some silver as well. I can contribute 100 taels, along with the 20 taels earned from today's embroidery, and your 30 taels, totaling 150 taels, which could purchase over 20 acres of good land. With the additional 100 acres gifted by the matron, the yield from these lands would sufficiently cover our household needs. Sparing you from such arduous labor." Mother Lin promptly declined, exclaiming, "How can this be? Your savings are the result of your hard work over the years. They should remain as your dowry. How could I possibly spend your money?" Yuran urged, "Mother, please do not refuse your daughter. It is my duty to show filial piety. Moreover, money held in hand is stagnant. Investing in land yields annual returns." After Yuran's persistent persuasion, Mother Lin accepted her daughter's goodwill. Though she harbored her own intentions, coincidentally, a family in the village, having prospered from trade in the county, was preparing to relocate entirely, selling off their village land while retaining only their ancestral home. They owned over 30 acres of prime farmland, valued at 7 taels per acre, but offered it to fellow villagers for 6 taels each. Mother Lin expended her savings to purchase 25 acres, while the remainder was acquired by other villagers. Among the land certificates she brought home, 20 acres bore Yuran's name, which deeply touched her in an era where mothers often favored sons over daughters. It was rare to find a parent like Mother Lin, who cherished her daughter. Yuran had discussed that while the land could be registered in her name, the annual harvest should still contribute to household expenses. Especially considering her brother's future expenses for examinations, marriage, and family, it was not that Yuran was overly saintly, willing to spend her own money for others, but rather a reflection of societal norms. A woman with a promising brother would fare better in her marital home. Even though the constraints on women had lessened significantly compared to historical times, many injustices still prevailed in a society that professes gender equality. True equality remains elusive, particularly in a feudal context. Thus, one must abide by the prevailing rules of survival. Soon, the day of Yulian's matchmaking arrived, yet Yuran did not attend, instead entrusting her mother with a delicate hairpin. Upon arriving at Yulian's home, Mother Lin noticed that the place had been meticulously tidied. Yulian stood bashfully at the entrance, playfully teased by a gathering of aunts and relatives. Upon seeing Mother Lin arrive alone, Yulian's mother quickly inquired, "Why did only your sister-in-law come? Wasn't it agreed that Yuran would join as well?" Mother Lin leaned closer to whisper in Yulian's mother's ear, "That child has her period, making it inconvenient for her to come. She is watching over the house." Why Yulian's mother expressed her disappointment, saying, "Oh dear, what a shame. However, if this meeting leads to an engagement, she must certainly be present." Mother Lin smiled in agreement. Upon learning that Yuran could not attend, Yulian felt a mix of happiness and disappointment. She was glad that Yuran, possessing superior looks and demeanor, would not overshadow her. Yet, she was disheartened, having hoped to deepen their friendship through this opportunity. However, when Yulian beheld the exquisite hairpin Yuran had sent with Mother Lin, her heart swelled with joy. It was a rose-hued silk peach blossom, the satin fabric rendering the vibrant color even more ethereal. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly not something one would find in a rural setting. Mother Lin adorned Yu Lian with the hairpin, instantly enhancing her beauty. Amidst the chorus of compliments, Yu Lian thought, Sister Yuran is quite generous to gift me such a beautiful hairpin. Chapter 35. Pomegranate blossoms bearing children. Meanwhile, Yuran, having been dealt the good person card, leisurely finished a bowl of ginger tea before heading to the kitchen to prepare feed for the chickens in the backyard. Since Mother Lin had instructed Yuran to lock the front door from the inside before leaving, she felt secure from unexpected visitors. Through recent experiences, Yuran had become adept at various household tasks: washing clothes, cooking, feeding livestock, and sweeping. Although Mother Lin often urged her to rest, she felt it would be inconsiderate to let her mother toil alone. The 2 sows had already been fed by Mother Lin in the morning, leaving only the chickens to attend to. The Lin family kept 13 chickens, 11 of which were hens and 2 were roosters. Due to their careful care, the hens laid at least 8 or 9 eggs daily, and after setting aside what the family needed, Mother Lin sold the surplus at the market for a bit of coin to supplement their household expenses. Pouring the chicken feed into a basin, Yuran took the opportunity to gather eggs from the coop while the chickens were busy eating. Fortune smiled upon her today, as she collected a total of 10 eggs. Afterward, she noticed that although the backyard now housed a chicken coop and pigsty, there remained ample space. If the opportunity arose, she could consider raising a ewe for its beneficial milk. Yuran also contemplated crafting some decorative nets and flower garlands to earn a little extra pocket money to assist with household expenses. Mother Lin had mentioned that Yuran would be taking the provincial examination next autumn, and should he succeed, he would officially be a scholar. Compared to the preliminary examinations, the provincial ones demanded more financial resources. Moreover, if he were to attain the scholar title, further expenses would be incurred for the capital's spring examination. Achieving the rank of scholar required more than rote memorization. Social engagements would entail additional costs. And as his elder sister, Yuran felt compelled to provide support. Returning to her room, Yuran retrieved a palm-sized rosewood box she had acquired during her service at the Shun residence. Inside were an assortment of small beads and fragments of gemstones, ranging from the size of green beans to mere grains of rice, all collected during her time as a maid. Back then, as a senior maid, she regarded such items with disdain. However, they now held considerable value. This box of assorted gems was of excellent quality, suitable for crafting small accessories like hairpins. While she had larger beads, she hesitated to use them for this purpose, believing these smaller ones would suffice for her floral creations. After spending the morning crafting a pair of beautiful hibiscus-patterned hairpins and several exquisite flower hairpieces from satin, she also fashioned a few decorative nets. Unlike common designs, her nets featured seasonal blossoms and motifs representing longevity and prosperity, which she had devised herself. 18 noon. Yuran casually prepared some noodles for herself, then took a moment to admire the blooming peonies and peonies in the garden, allowing her eyes a brief respite before resuming her embroidery. By the time Mother Lin returned in the afternoon, she found that the osmanthus flowers and leaves on the embroidery had been nearly completed, with only the challenging pair of partridges remaining. While finishing the floral and avian design was not particularly difficult, rendering it beautifully was a greater challenge. Despite the heat, Yuran ensured to wash her hands with warm water before each stitching session, avoiding any scented oils that might cause her palms to sweat and soil the silk threads. Observing the half-stitched golden partridge, which, though merely in its embryonic stage, already exuded a lively charm, Mother Lin nodded appreciatively. Her daughter had developed such remarkable embroidery skills, providing her with a solid foundation for the future. Through years of practice, Yuran had become increasingly attuned to her craft, elevating her embroidery skills to new heights. As Mother Lin expressed, the pieces Yuran created now radiated vitality at first glance. Noticing the joy on her mother's face, Yuran poured her a cup of warm water and inquired, "Has Yulian's marriage been settled?" After taking a couple of sips, Mother Lin nodded, "Indeed. Otherwise I would have returned sooner. Both families have found favor in one another, and the elders have no objections. The young man's village is only a dozen or so miles from ours, and both communities share familial ties. Ensuring familiarity, your uncle's wife and the groom's mother reached an agreement on the spot. I realize I have not mentioned this to you, so you were unaware that in our small town, it is customary to meet prior to engagement. To honor the daughter's status, it is generally the groom's family that brings gifts to the bride's home. If both parties are agreeable, the bride's family will accept the groom's gifts and then host a meal for them. If the woman is not interested, she will graciously refuse the gifts from her suitor and politely send him away with a cup of tea. Conversely, if the man does not find the woman appealing, he will leave her with 5 fish balls as a farewell gesture, signifying no fate. An encounter like today can be considered a minor engagement, and in a few days, the man's family will present betrothal gifts, formally solidifying the engagement. Once this major engagement is established, the marriage cannot be easily revoked. Yuran suddenly realizes. So that is how it works. It seems that even during this time, there is a certain level of openness. Allowing for matchmaking. Observing her daughter engaged in conversation while diligently working on her embroidery, Lin Mu couldn't help but express her concern. It's all right to take your time with your work. You spend so many hours embroidering every day, you mustn't wear yourself out. Additionally, doing too much of this is not good for your eyes. Yuran smiled and reassured her. Mother, there's no need to worry. I am aware of my limits. I work no more than 3 hours a day, taking breaks every half hour to stretch. I won't tire myself out. Besides, Madam Ho and Miss Shin's birthdays are approaching, and if I don't hurry, I might not finish in time. Once I complete this work in the next 2 months, I can rest properly. Seeing her daughter's determination, Lin Mu relented. Although Yuran preferred to stay indoors, her gentle disposition and broad knowledge made her popular among Ting Ran and Yulian. Unfortunately, Yulian was already engaged, and it was inappropriate for an engaged girl to roam freely. At 17. Her marriage was set for the following autumn, and she had little time left for leisure, as she would soon begin embroidering her wedding gown. In addition to her own gown, she would need to create 2 sets of everyday garments, 2 outfits for the groom, shoes and socks, as well as footwear for her future in-laws and brothers-in-law, which was no small task. One day, Lin Mu took a carriage to the county to visit her son. Yuran was at home, engrossed in her embroidery, when Ting Ran arrived carrying a basket of sweet melons. Upon entering, she smiled and said, I saw second aunt waiting for a carriage by the roadside this morning. She told me you were home alone today and asked me to come play with you. Yuran took the basket from her. Sister, you are welcome to come, but why bring so many melons? They must be heavy. Please sit and rest for a moment. Ting Ran waved her hand dismissively. It's just a short walk. There's no need to rest. These melons were picked this morning, and once they're gone, there will be no more. Their thick skins allow them to be stored in the cellar for a month or 2, so we can keep them if we can't eat them all. What have you been working on at home? As she spoke, she noticed Yuran was embroidering a new design featuring pomegranate blossoms, vividly red and bursting, revealing translucent seeds that looked lifelike, indistinguishable from the pomegranate tree in Yuran's yard. Truly captivating. Ting Ran gently stroked the embroidery and exclaimed, I used to think my skills were quite commendable, but every time I see your work, I feel a pang of shame. No wonder your aunt always urges me to learn from you. Your creations are exquisite. The patterns are lovely and unique. Where did you get this design? Chapter 36. The pattern. Yuran smiled and replied, I drew this design myself. Would you like to embroider it? Ting Ran nodded. Yes, I've been thinking of doing some embroidery to earn a little pocket money since there's not much work in the fields at the moment. While embroidering small items like pouches takes time and yields little profit, it's better to work on something larger. I believe your design carries a wonderful meaning, and the embroidery shop would gladly accept such festive patterns. After this, she retrieved a sketchbook from the bedside cabinet and handed it to her cousin. I want to keep this piece to give as a gift, so it wouldn't be fitting to give it to you. But look, this book contains several pomegranate patterns. See if there's one you like. Initially, Ting Ran felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing she couldn't use the pattern Yuran had drawn. However, as she flipped through the sketchbook Yuran provided, her discontent faded. She asked, Did you draw all the patterns in here? When Yuran nodded, she exclaimed, Oh my, your designs far surpass those my mother has saved for decades. How did you come up with them? While I can recognize a few characters, I truly know nothing about drawing. No wonder people say, it's better to marry a skilled maid than a common girl. Being a maid allows one to learn to read and draw. How wonderful. I almost wish to become a maid myself. Yuran chuckled. Being a maid is not as glamorous as you think. When I first entered the household, I was a lowly maid with no standing at all, tasked with the dirtiest and most arduous cleaning chores. Summer was bearable, but in the dead of winter, I had to rise at dawn to clean the courtyard. If it snowed, it was even worse. We had to make sure the ground was spotless before the master rose. If even a single snowflake remained, we would face scolding or deduction of pay, and worse, we could be punished. My hands would freeze and crack. Had I not fortuitously saved the lady's nephew, I would still be assigned to those menial tasks. You wouldn't believe it. Even in March, the lake was still icy cold, and I nearly exhausted myself dragging young Master Han out of it. I fell ill afterward, suffering from a high fever for 7 or 8 days. Everyone thought I wouldn't survive, and I was so delirious I didn't even wish to live. Yet, remarkably, I woke up. Upon reflection, I think I must have seen my father in my dreams. Surely, it was his spirit watching over me. After that, my fortunes began to turn, and I gradually rose from a lowly maid to a senior maid. gaining opportunities to learn skills. Having faced death, what is there to fear? I shamelessly sought guidance from the embroidery maids in the household, and while the young ladies studied, I followed along to learn to read and draw, at least acquiring some basic knowledge. Though this experience belonged to the original owner, Yuran felt a pang of sorrow as she recalled it. Since her return, while the elders had been kind, she sensed a hint of jealousy from the younger girls her age, who subtly inquired about her personal affairs, which she skillfully deflected. Fortunately, her younger brother had recently excelled in his studies, earning the title of Shiotsai, which deterred most from provoking her. Today, she expressed these sentiments to make it clear that her current situation was a hard one, and there was no need for envy. Hearing this, Ting Ran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As the youngest daughter in her family, she had always been cherished. Although the recent flood had affected her family, she had been sheltered by her parents and brothers, escaping any real harm. As a girl raised in comfort, the sudden emergence of a cousin who excelled in every way stirred feelings of jealousy within her. If not for Yuran's generous nature and her tendency to overlook minor grievances, their friendship might not have flourished. Though Ting Ran could be somewhat spoiled, she possessed a kind heart. Today, upon hearing her cousin's words, she realized how foolish her jealousy was. Yuran's accomplishments were earned through hardship, and there was nothing for her to envy. She wiped away her tears and grasped Yuran's hand, saying, "Dear sister, it is my fault for bringing up sad memories. Survivors of great calamities are sure to find blessings ahead. Your fortune lies in the future." Yuran wished to move past this topic and pointed to the sketchbook before them. "Let us not dwell on the past. It is all behind us. Sister, do look through these patterns and see if there is one you like." Thus, the two sisters resumed their cheerful discussion about the designs, ultimately settling on a pattern featuring begonia blossoms. Although the design appeared extravagant and somewhat gaudy, it was suitable for Ting Ran's skill level, as a well-executed color scheme could make it shine. Other designs, such as scenes of misty southern rivers, autumn leaves, and landscapes, were indeed elegant and refreshing, but beyond Ting Ran's current embroidery capabilities. Aware of her limitations, she opted for this relatively simple pattern, knowing that while Yuran might find it somewhat commonplace, it would still sell well in by Shui Town. Ting Ran jotted down the design and stored it carefully, noticing Yuran still diligently at work. She remarked, "Dear sister, you should take a break too. I've been here for an hour, and you haven't rested at all. Be careful not to strain your eyes. Come, let us go for a stroll." Yuran stretched her sore neck and smiled. "All right. Where shall we go?" After a moment of consideration, Ting Ran responded, "It's been a while since I've seen Sister Yulian. I wonder how her wedding gown is coming along. Let us go visit her." With that, they tidied up a bit, locked the door, and set off hand in hand to Yulian's home. Why Yulian lived just a few hundred meters from Yuran. And after a short walk, they arrived. When they got there, Yulian's mother, Madame Zhou, was sitting at the entrance, making shoe soles while keeping an eye on her grandchild playing nearby. Upon seeing them, she warmly greeted, "Ah, you two sisters have come. Yulian is in the west wing. Go on in and play." Why Yulian was equally delighted to see them. She welcomed them in, offered them a seat, and went to the main room to brew a pot of tea. Bringing out a plate of freshly dug peanuts, at tea this time, the peanuts were not yet fully mature, but they were exceptionally crisp and tender. Yuran tasted one and was pleasantly surprised by its sweetness, so she indulged in a few more. Ting Ran also had some and then asked, "Sister Yulian, I heard from my mother that the wedding fabric brought back from the capital cost 2 taels for just a 3-foot piece. It must be beautiful. Could you show it to us?" Yulian laughed and chided. "Is there anything you are not curious about, you little rascal?" With great care, she retrieved a piece of azure cloth from the cupboard, cautiously unwrapping it to reveal a vibrant red satin adorned with intricate peony patterns. The fabric, resplendent in color and exquisite in design, sparkled in the sunlight as it lay at the entrance. Although it may not rival the luxurious brocade or the ornate floral satin, it certainly held its own charm. The two women praised its beauty, and Yulian carefully put it away once more. Ting Ran, with a smile, remarked, "Sister Yulian, why don't you promptly begin embroidering the wedding gown instead of stowing it away?" Upon hearing this, Yulian's cheeks flushed, and she playfully tapped Ting Ran on the head, saying, "You little rascal. You dare to tease me. Just wait until your betrothal. I shall not let you off easily." Ting Ran quickly grasped Yulian's hand, pleading, "Oh dear sister, I confess my fault." Yulian shot her a mock glare. "Enough, I shan't stoop to your level." She then added, "You two have arrived at the perfect moment. Help me decide what floral design would suit this fabric best. I have been poring over patterns these past 2 days, and have yet to find one that satisfies me." Upon hearing this, Tingran could not help but chuckle at last. You have encountered a true expert. She then pointed at Yuran. I may not know much about this, but Yuran's sister is an adept. You should seek her counsel. Yulian turned to Yuran's sister. The gauzy flower you gifted me last time was truly exquisite. Your embroidery skills must be exceptional. Dear sister, having spent so many years in the capital, you have surely seen much. Please assist me, for I am quite distressed. Yuran waved her hand dismissively. I cannot claim to be well-versed. I have merely seen a bit more than you both. Since you do not mind my humble opinions, I shall share them. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. She then gestured towards the neatly folded fabric. This piece is already splendid. Should we embroider more flowers upon it, it may appear rather jarring. Instead, why not simply adorn the collar and cuffs with a broad golden border, embroidered with a circle of festive patterns? This would showcase the embroidery while preserving the fabric's inherent beauty. What do you think, Sister Yulian? Yulian smiled. You truly possess a lively mind. I had not considered that. Let us proceed as you suggest, though I fear we cannot afford gold thread. Yuran chuckled. I merely suggested it casually. To highlight the embroidery, we need not use red. Shades of gold or orange would suffice. I happen to have plenty of yellow and apricot threads. This afternoon, I shall ask my mother to help me cut the fabric, and I will follow your suggestion. The three sisters continued their discussion on designs until midday, when Yuran and Tingran bid farewell to return home. Although Aunt Jo eagerly invited them to stay for a meal, Yulian's sister-in-law displayed clear reluctance, clattering dishes in her hands. Both Yulian and Tingran, being proud individuals, were unwilling to remain in a place where they were met with disdain. Thus they insisted on departing. After their exit, Mrs. Zhou cast a glance at her daughter-in-law, Zhang, and remarked, It seems you have grown quite bold. I can no longer control you. When the eldest returns tonight, let him discuss this matter with you. With that, she retreated to the main room, disregarding her, and called her daughter and grandson to dinner. Although Zhang felt somewhat anxious, she believed she had done nothing wrong, and upon reflection, she felt reassured. However, when her husband Lin Cheng returned that evening and learned of the situation, he reprimanded her sharply. Zhang felt increasingly aggrieved and could not help but cry out, They are merely two young girls, not some esteemed personages. They came to our home, hardly contributing anything, merely accompanying my sister-in-law for a bit of laughter. And yet they expect to stay for dinner. Should they come every day, does that mean we must provide meals daily? Is my sister-in-law so precious that even her companions must be treated with such regard? What do you mean by that? Zhang retorted angrily. What do I mean? They haven't even sent the betrothal gifts yet, and our parents have already prepared such a dowry for my sister-in-law. A mere handful of fabric costs 2 taels of silver. Not to mention other clothing. We are not a wealthy family. Do we need to squander resources like this? And the furniture alone has cost 3 or 4 taels in labor, not to mention bedding, jewelry, and silver for the dowry. Adding it all together, one tea that amount to 20 or 30 taels? Lin Cheng shouted, Enough. No need to continue. I understand. You are merely envious of your sister, Zhang retorted. I do not consider myself a petty person, but our parents are certainly biased. When I first entered this family, how little was my betrothal gift? My sister-in-law never does heavy work. After all, she is a young lady, meant to appear presentable to attract a suitor. But if she takes away all that silver, it is simply too much. How much silver do we have left? Once my sister-in-law is married, will we have to forego our own livelihood? Lin Cheng sighed. In the end, this is all about money. Rest assured, my sister's wedding will not cost our parents much. She has saved quite a bit on her own. Zhang remained skeptical. Where will the remaining silver come from? The betrothal gifts haven't even been presented yet. Lin Cheng smirked. That is precisely why our mother wishes to cultivate a good relationship with those 2 cousins. Do you know how much my sister earns each month from embroidery? How much? At least a tael, and at times even 2. She gives half to the family and saves the other half. Over the years, she must have accumulated quite a sum, perhaps 30 to 40 taels. Lin Cheng took a sip of tea and continued leisurely. Zhang was astonished. My sister can earn that much from embroidery? Do not deceive me. I have sold pouches before. They only fetch 4 or 5 one each. And I can make at most 3 or 4 a day. Even if my sister worked herself to the bone, she could hardly earn 2 taels a month. Lin Cheng regarded her with a knowing look. With your skills, you cannot even embroider properly. How could you earn significant money? My sister, however, is skilled in embroidery. The plain pouch cannot be compared in price to one adorned with intricate designs, Zhang added. So that is the case. I rarely visit my sister's room and had no idea her skills were so remarkable. Yet, how does this relate to Tingran and the others? Lin Cheng explained, Our mother's needlework is ordinary. She could not teach my sister. Why sister learned from the second aunt when she was young, and the eldest aunt also guided her. This is a family legacy. Even if my sister has only grasped the basics, it is enough for her to benefit for a lifetime. Her skill is a significant factor in securing such a fine fiancé. Our mother ought to be grateful to her for a lifetime. Moreover, not only did Anran, at such a young age, pass the scholar's examination, but Uran also hails from a marquise household, having been the personal maid of the marquise. Even after leaving, there remains a connection. If we treat them kindly now, it may serve us well should we encounter difficulties in the future. Zhang nodded. I see now. I have misunderstood. Tomorrow, I shall apologize to our mother. Speaking of which, this Uran girl truly does differ from us. Her demeanor and actions are quite distinct. Even in walking, she possesses a grace that is hard to ignore. Oh, I had not noticed that. Enough of this. After a long day outside, returning only to argue with my wife is truly enough. Husband, I admit my faults. You have worked hard. Come, let me massage your shoulders. Thus, the minor upheaval at Yulian's home passed. When Uran next visited, she noted that Zhang's demeanor had become considerably more courteous, but she paid it no mind. Continuing with her daily life, aside from tending to her modest tasks, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to embroidery. The piece titled Pomegranate Blossoms was completed in merely 10 days, and she made significant progress on the embroidery prepared for Feng Xinsu. Remembering Feng Xinsu's fondness for Dumu's poetry, she selected one of his most renowned works, Mountain Journey, and illustrated several scenes inspired by the poem's essence, eventually choosing her favorite as a draft to embroider. Now, it was beginning to take shape. Chapter 38. Culinary endeavors. With ample time at her disposal, Uran finally felt inclined to explore other pursuits. In recent days, she had taken to pickling cowpeas. Lin's mother had harvested an abundant crop this year, and even by the end of July, fresh pods continued to emerge. With just the two of them at home, they could hardly consume such a bounty. Offering it to neighbors was futile, as nearly every household had planted their own. Observing Lin's mother in distress, Uran decided to take charge of the surplus. Drawing from her memories of her past life, she began the process of making sour pickled beans. First, she took a large, clean pot devoid of any oil, filled it with sufficient water, and added Sichuan peppercorns, dried red chilies, salt, and star anise, bringing it to a boil before allowing it to cool. Next, she took another clean, oil-free pot, boiled water, and briefly blanched the washed cowpeas until just tender, draining them and placing them into a clean jar. She poured in the cooled peppercorn water until the cowpeas were completely submerged, added some cooled boiled water at the jar's opening, and sealed it for preservation. In about 20 days, they would be ready to eat. With a steady supply of ripening cowpeas, she diligently worked for over half a month until all were pickled. Looking at the row of black jars lined up in the kitchen corner, Uran clapped her hands in satisfaction, having finally completed the task. However, each time Lin's mother entered the kitchen and saw the row of black jars, she felt compelled to cover her eyes, for these jars were rather expensive. Uran had chosen the best jars available, with each costing 31, which was somewhat acceptable. Yet, the small jars, merely the size of a palm, each cost 51, causing Lin's mother to wince at the expense. Had it not been for her daughter's pride, she would have considered sending the shopkeeper back to retrieve them. Fortunately, after much reassurance from Uran, and acknowledging that with careful use, these jars would last for many years, Lin's mother gradually calmed her nerves. When Lin Mu visited the academy to see her son again, she brought with her not only the customary provisions of dry rations and meat sauce, but also a jar of pickled green beans and braised chicken feet made by Uran. With a smile, Lin Mu said to her son, "Your sister knows how arduous your studies are and specifically used her own money to buy chicken feet and pig trotters for me to bring you, along with 10 braised eggs, fearing that you might go without. They smell delicious. Just peel them and dip them in hot water before eating." Anran scratched his head and replied, "Yes, they do smell delightful. Mother, please thank my sister for me when you return. I can manage with a simple meal at the academy. Do not let her spend too much." Lin Mu, smiling with satisfaction, said, "Your sister has over 100 acres of land herself, and harvest is just around the corner. You need not worry about her. Besides, since your sister's return, our family has been quite prosperous. You should allow yourself to enjoy better meals at the academy and not deprive yourself. While studying is important, your health is paramount." Anran nodded in agreement, informing his mother that the academy would have a break in about 10 days and urged her not to return. Lin Mu acquiesced, and after exchanging a few more words, she hurried back. She had come by horse-drawn carriage with the other scholars' mothers from the town and feared they might be waiting anxiously for her. After bidding farewell to his mother, Anran returned to his residence just in time for lunch. Most of his classmates had gone to the academy dining hall for their meal, leaving only Li Wenba, who was gnawing on a hard steamed bun accompanied by pickled vegetables. Bai Lang Academy, wherein Ran studied, was situated in a rather remote location, built on the side of a hill. There were not many vendors around, so students either brought their own meals or dined at the academy's canteen. Naturally, children from wealthy families had servants who brought them meals regularly, while those from ordinary households were less pampered, with only those who could afford the canteen being considered relatively well off. Many children from impoverished families could not even afford the canteen and had to bring simple fare from home, like steamed buns and pickled vegetables, of which Li Wenba was one. An Ran placed his food on the table in the center of the room and said, "Li brother, stop eating that. Come, try this braised delicacy my mother just sent me." Although Li Wenba was somewhat pedantic, he shared a mutual understanding with Lin and Ran, as both had lost their fathers early in life, allowing their friendship to flourish. Thus, he did not hesitate to accept the chicken foot and Ran offered him. After taking a few bites, he complimented, "Auntie's cooking has improved again." Lin and Ran laughed and shook his head, saying, "You guessed wrong this time. These delicacies were made by my sister. She also pickled some sour green beans, which are quite delicious, though a tad spicy. You should try them." Li Wenba could handle spicy food, and feeling a bit embarrassed to focus solely on the meat, he found the sour and spicy green beans a perfect accompaniment, devouring them alongside a large bun brought by Lin Mu. Knowing his nature, and Ran frequently offered him pig's trotters and braised eggs. The two were thoroughly enjoying their meal when their other roommates returned. One of them complained, "The food at the academy is getting worse. The stir-fried dishes don't even have a drop of oil." Another chimed in, "Isn't that the truth? The soup is so clear you can see your reflection in it." A few others echoed their sentiments. The first voice to speak pushed open the door and, upon seeing the two happily feasting, exclaimed in astonishment, "You two are here eating all by yourselves. This is truly unacceptable." With that, he swiftly snatched 2 chicken feet and a piece of pig trotter from the oil paper bag. The others, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, rushed over, and in an instant, the previously full table was half empty, leaving only some buns and sour green beans. Fortunately, Ran had been quick and had grabbed several chicken feet before they entered. Otherwise, he would have had nothing left to eat. He handed one to Li Wenba, and just as he was about to bite into his remaining chicken foot, a young man in a brocade robe rushed in and snatched it from his hand, proclaiming, "Ah, you two are enjoying good food without inviting me." The others glared at him in annoyance, saying, "Cheng Zijuan, you eat well every day. How dare you come here to snatch food from us? Truly shameless." The young man feigned ignorance, devouring the chicken foot and accompanying it with half a bun and the sour green beans. After finishing, he patted his belly in satisfaction, saying, "These pickled beans are delicious, light and refreshing. Auntie's skills are remarkable. And Ran, you are truly fortunate." When the others finished their first round and sought to take more, the braised delicacies had already been entirely consumed. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can impoverish his father, at the age of 10 or so, when appetites are at their peak, and with little sustenance available at the academy. It was nearly impossible to resist the smell of meat. What did it matter for their usual politeness? That was merely a facade. Even the sages have said that enjoying alone is not as good as sharing joy with others. They were all classmates and friends. How could one bear to eat alone? Stashing away delicious food to savor for days or weeks was something only the female dormitories could manage. Boys, on the other hand, would surely fail to make friends if they did so. Yet, most parents remained oblivious to this reality, urging their children to bring back plenty of good food while knowing full well that little would actually reach their children's mouths. This has been the case throughout history. Once everyone was full and had wiped the grease from their mouths, they all said, "And Ran, Auntie's cooking is superb. These chicken feet are so flavorful. Next time, have her bring more." Lin and Ran smiled without replying. He disliked discussing his sister in front of too many people, fearing it might demean her. He glanced at his nearly new shoes, which his sister had made for him last time. In the mere 2 or 3 months since his sister's return, she had already crafted him 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. His mother had made clothes for him before, but the affection from his mother and sister felt distinctly different. Moreover, his sister's garments were undeniably more fashionable. The feeling of having his sister nearby was truly delightful. Before long, it was the 10th day of the 8th month. As many students were returning home to assist with the autumn harvest and with the mid-autumn festival approaching. The academy granted a 10-day holiday to An Ran brought back his summer clothes and thin bedding that he would not need for the time being, as it would soon become cold after the mid-autumn festival. When he arrived home, Lin Mu had just stepped out. "You Ran," hearing voices at the entrance, went to see and was pleasantly surprised to find her younger brother had returned. Seeing her brother struggling under the weight of a large bundle and clutching a hefty load of clothes, with a horse-drawn carriage just having departed, Yuran hurried over to relieve him of the burden, asking, "Little brother, you're back? Why didn't you send word?" And Ran smiled and replied, "Coincidentally, I have a classmate, Cheng Zijuan, who is the grandson of Lord Cheng in town. His family sends a carriage to fetch him every time he returns, and I have hitchhiked several times." Yuran nodded and said, "In that case, when you leave, I will prepare some exquisite pastries for you to take as a token of gratitude. Although they are generous, we should not take advantage of them." Previously, their mother had also said this. Whenever she made shoes for Ran, she would always make a couple of pairs for him to take to Cheng Zijuan as well. Cheng Zijuan adored the shoes made by their mother, claiming they were far more comfortable than those made by his family's embroiderer. Moreover, since Ran had also shared the food their mother had sent, it was only fair. After assisting her brother in placing his bedding in his room, Yuran asked, "What do you feel like eating? I will prepare something for you." "Anything is fine. It will undoubtedly taste better than the food at the academy." Ran replied. "Sister, mother mentioned that the braised delicacies she sent last time were made by you, and they were truly delicious. I hardly had a chance to eat much before Cheng Zijuan and the others snatched them away." Mentioning this made Ran a bit sulky. Yuran cast him a sidelong glance. Realizing he was still just a child, she chuckled and said, "This dish is somewhat troublesome to make. I will prepare it for you tomorrow. Mother mentioned that you love beef, and coincidentally, I encountered someone selling it at the market this morning, so I bought some. I've made some sauced beef and still have a small piece of fresh beef left. How about stewing it with potatoes?" And Ran nodded with delight. "That would be wonderful." "Thank you, sister." Seeing her brother's obedient demeanor, Yuran couldn't help but pat his head affectionately. After a while, Lin Mu returned home and was pleasantly surprised to see her son. The family enjoyed a lively dinner together, and Lin Mu felt both excited and gratified to see her children getting along so well. During the meal, Lin and Ran remarked, "Mother, sister, Cheng brother has invited me to the capital the day after tomorrow. Do you have anything you would like me to bring?" Yuran inquired. "Where do you plan to go?" "I have been back for a while and have been wanting to bring some gifts for the lady and the princess." "Princess? Which princess?" Lin Mu asked curiously. Yuran rubbed her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget to mention this to you? I was previously assigned by the Marquis's wife to serve the Marquis's niece, Miss Fong. This young lady, due to her father's influence, was granted the title of County Princess, and later, she was adopted by Her Majesty the Empress, thus becoming Princess Luan." Lin and Ran laughed and said, "So, sister, you have served a princess before? That is indeed a grand honor. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Lin Mu interjected, "Enough with the grandiosity. It doesn't matter whom one serves. Being a servant is not an easy task. Now that your sister is home, it is best not to dwell on the past. You should also refrain from mentioning such things in the future." Lin and Ran stuck out his tongue. "Understood, mother." He then turned to Yuran and asked, "Sister, is there anything you would like me to bring?" Yuran replied, "No rush. I will let you know tomorrow morning." The following day, Lin Yuran rose early and selected about 10 large pomegranates from her yard, placing them in an exquisite bamboo basket. She then picked a few bunches of grapes from the arbor in front of the house. Then, she retrieved a few jars of the cowpeas and spicy cucumbers that had been soaked beforehand. Carefully wrapping them up, along with a large bag filled with various dried vegetables, she took out several brocade boxes and a bundle, showing each item to Anran. "Once you reach Jiaomen, simply seek out your sister Feixiu. If she is unavailable, you may approach Wei Yu or Hong Ying. Any of them will suffice. This larger brocade box is for Madame Ho, containing a small Kong screen that I crafted myself for her enjoyment. Additionally, the lady has a penchant for sweet and sour delicacies. We happen to have a few fresh fruits that fit that description, though they may not be as exquisite as what she is accustomed to. It is still a heartfelt gesture to offer her our family's fruits." The smaller brocade box contains pouches meant for the young ladies, filled with some trinkets I made for their amusement. The tiniest box holds 2 stones I collected from the riverbank, intended as a playful gift for the princess. She pointed to the bundle, saying, "Inside this bundle are small items I crafted for some of my sisters, including sachets and fan tassels. You may give them to Feixiu and let them choose what they wish." Lin Anran, observing the heap of items, inquired with confusion, "Sister, while I understand these gifts, why have you included our family's pickled vegetables? Surely the esteemed Ho residence lacks for nothing of that sort." Yu cast him a sidelong glance. "You may not be aware, but although the Ho residence is never short of sumptuous delicacies, such simple fare is seldom seen. They may very well appreciate it. Just ensure it is delivered, and worry not about anything else." Upon arriving at the street leading to the Ho residence's Jiaomen in the Chung family's carriage, Lin Anren was unexpectedly halted by several servants, who inquired, "What business do you have?" Lin Anren was taken aback by the multitude of gift-bearers at the Mid-Autumn Festival. The area around the Jiaomen was bustling with individuals bearing offerings. He refrained from mentioning his intent to present a gift to the lady, instead bowing and stating, "I am entrusted to deliver some items to Sister Feishu, who is in the lady's service." The servant, noting Lin Anren's modest attire, assumed he was merely attempting to gain access to the Ho residence's back entrance. Having frequented the place before, Lin Anren overlooked the necessity of offering a bribe. The servant scolded him, "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can see the lady's chief maid at your whim? Step aside. Miss Feishu is currently occupied attending to the lady's guests and cannot meet with you." With that, he shoved Lin Anren aside. Caught off guard by the servant's rudeness, Lin Anren stumbled but was steadied by Cheng Zijuan. Cheng Zijuan advised, "It seems that time has cooled the tea. Now that your sister is no longer in service here, they likely do not wish to see you. Perhaps we should just leave." Lin Anren shook his head. "I promised my sister I would deliver these items, and I cannot go back on my word. I can wait a little longer. Cheng brother, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to do so." Cheng Zijuan countered, "I have no pressing matters. There is no rush. I will accompany you for a while longer." Meanwhile, Cheng Zijuan's servant, holding a book, muttered, "Young master, we still need to deliver gifts to uncle's family. It is nearly noon. It would be unfortunate to miss the hour." "Silence, you chatterbox," Cheng Zijuan reprimanded. The servant, still unconvinced, retorted, "It is true. A poor scholar forcing his way into the Ho residence to forge connections. Does he not realize who the esteemed Duke of Loyalty is? He arrives with a few rotten melons and dates. And yet he is blocked from entry. You rascal." Just as Cheng Zijuan was about to chastise the servant, Lin Anren interjected, "Cheng brother, there is no need to be angry. The servant speaks some truth. However, I have come today at my sister's behest, and I must have an explanation. You may go about your business. I will wait here." With that, he disembarked from the carriage and set the items his sister had entrusted to him aside. As soon as the items were down, they drew the laughter of several onlookers nearby. Who is this fool, arriving at the Grand Duke's residence with such worthless vegetable leaves? Everyone else, bearing treasures worth thousands, cannot gain entry, yet this fool thinks he can. The servants blocking the alleyway whispered among themselves, "Where did this simpleton come from? Even if he knows Miss Feishu, do you think she would accept such gifts?" Chapter 40. Pomegranate. Hearing the laughter around them, Cheng Zijuan grasped Lin Anren's sleeve. "Lin brother, perhaps it would be best to leave these items behind. After returning, discuss this with your sister. In this situation, you will not be able to deliver them." Just then, a carriage turned into the street. The servants, upon seeing it, quickly cleared a path and urged the surrounding crowd to disperse. "Make way, make way. If you bump into the people inside, you will be held accountable." One of the individuals glanced at the items at Lin Anren's feet and disdainfully remarked, "Young sir, I advise you to take these scraps and leave. You appear to be an unsophisticated country bumpkin, utterly lacking in discernment. Do you not realize that the lady's chief maid would not deign to look at your trinkets?" Sitting inside the carriage, Mama Chi frowned at such arrogance. "Who is speaking so presumptuously?" she questioned. Lifting the carriage curtain, she addressed the servant. "What gives you the audacity to speak in such a manner? The lady has repeatedly instructed you to act with discretion. Look at how you carry yourself, making it seem as though the servants of the Ho residence are all as rude as you." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lin Anren. "Ah, is that not young Master Lin?" Having seen Lin Anren numerous times over the past few months, Mama Chi recognized him immediately. She then descended the carriage with the assistance of a young maid. "Young Master Lin, when did you arrive? Is your sister not with you?" Lin Anren smiled. "My sister is at home. She said the residence would be exceptionally busy during the festival, so she chose not to add to the chaos. After the 15th, she will come to pay her respects to the lady, the princess, and the young ladies, and also to celebrate the lady's birthday." Mama Chi chuckled. "That is indeed sensible. Since you are here, you should at least come in and sit for a while. The lady, the princess, and the young ladies have been inquiring about your sister. Do go and see the lady, and inform her of your sister's recent circumstances." Lin Anren replied, "During the festival, the lady is likely quite occupied. My sister instructed me to bring some items. Please, Mama, take them to her. I would not want to disturb her." Mama Chi insisted, "It is no trouble. Regardless of how busy the lady is, she will find time to meet you. Just follow me." She instructed the coachman and young servant to load the items onto the carriage. Lin Anren turned to Cheng Zijuan. "Thank you, Cheng brother, for bringing me here. I shall go in and pay my respects on behalf of my sister. You should return to your important matters." Cheng Zijuan nodded. Now that you can enter, I am relieved that I shall take my leave." With that, he and his servant exited, leaving the carriage outside due to the narrow alleyway. Meanwhile, Lin Anren followed Mama Chi, smoothly entering the Ho residence, leaving the servants and the throng of gift-bearers astonished. How truly modest he is. He managed to bring in such seemingly worthless dried vegetables. Meanwhile, those of us carrying treasures were ignored. Mama Chi settled Lin Anren in a small flower hall outside the second gate, saying, "You can wait here peacefully. I will go inform the lady." She then instructed an older servant to treat him well. Seeing Mama Chi's amiable demeanor towards Lin Anren, the older servant quickly brought forth fine tea and snacks. At this moment, Lin Anren recalled his sister's instructions and retrieved a handful of coins from his pouch, offering them. "Thank you for your kindness, Mama." The older servant, initially surprised by Lin Anren's humble appearance, was delighted by his generosity, accepting the coins with a smile. "Young master, you are too kind. Please make yourself comfortable here. I will be in the front room. If you need anything, just call for me." Meanwhile, Mama Chi led the maid and the items to the main hall of Yuehua courtyard. Upon her arrival, several young maids greeted her. "Mama has returned." Mama Chi inquired, "Is the lady available at the moment?" One of the young maids responded, "She has been busy all morning, meeting several groups of guests, but she has just found a moment of respite." As she spoke, she lifted the curtain for Mama Chi, who entered the inner chamber, only to find Duke of Loyalty present. Lady Han was reviewing a list of gifts, while the Duke reclined with his eyes closed, resting. Upon seeing Mama Chi, Lady Han smiled and asked, "Have all the gifts been delivered?" Mama Chi replied, "Yes, madam, everything has been delivered, and the old lady instructed me to convey her regards to you." Lady Han nodded, "Very well, I appreciate it. You have worked hard for much of the day? You may return and rest now." Mama Chi smiled, "There is no rush. On my way back, I encountered young Master Lin at the entrance of Jiaomen. He came to the capital with his classmate to purchase books and has brought festive gifts for various masters. It's commendable that he thought of us. What did he bring? Where is that child? Let him come in. I wish to see him." Immediately, a maid was dispatched to retrieve the items left outside, while another went to the flower hall to summon Anren. Duke of Loyalty Shen Mingchong, still with his eyes closed, inquired, "Whose child is this? What makes him so noteworthy?" Lady Han explained, "He is the brother of the girl Qingtian. I have mentioned him to the Duke before. He is only 13 this year and has already passed the scholar examination. Such a background, he can be considered a prodigy." Shen Mingchong opened his eyes. Indeed, to achieve such a distinction at this age in the capital is quite remarkable. "Is this the same Qingtian who shielded Su Jie from disaster?" Han nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this girl is truly good-hearted. 10 years ago, she bravely leaped into the river to save Jian Guer. Typically, a maid would have become prideful after such an act. But over the years, I have observed her with a discerning eye, and she remains entirely humble, diligently fulfilling her duties. She is not only clever but also loyal. If it weren't for her brother's remarkable achievements, I would be reluctant to let her go home." Shen Mingchong remarked, "Since you hold her in such high regard, you should invite her over often, treating her as if she were a relative's daughter." "I share the same sentiment. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to see her brother?" Han replied, just as she noticed the little maid bringing over pomegranates, grapes, and the like. With a smile, she said, "Lately, my social engagements have been quite taxing, and all I crave is some fresh fruit. Yet, these people insist on bringing in fruits from afar instead of enjoying what's readily available, and no matter how well preserved. By the time these fruits reach us from such heights and distances, they lose their freshness. They taste bland and lack flavor. It's far better to eat freshly picked fruits, which look so tempting." She then instructed, "The young ladies do not favor sour fruits, so let us not divide the pomegranates. Leave a bunch of grapes for us, and distribute the rest among the young ladies. As for these boxes and bundles, they should be returned to their rightful owners. Take the preserved vegetables to the small kitchen and have them prepared, inviting the young ladies to come and enjoy the fresh offerings." That moment, Fei Xiu had already skillfully washed and cut a large pomegranate, presenting it on a jade plate. Han picked up a piece, peeled a couple of seeds, and tasted it, saying, "Ah, this pomegranate is quite flavorful." She then began to eat, not bothering to spit out the seeds. Seeing her relish the fruit, Shen Mingchong also took a couple of seeds into his mouth, only to spit them out immediately. "Why is it so sour?" Chapter 41. Lord Wang. As Han wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, she chided, "I have always preferred sour pomegranates over sweet ones." "You should have asked." Shen Mingchong rinsed his mouth with a sip of tea. "I did not anticipate it would be this sour." Han tasted a couple more seeds. "I find it quite pleasant, a perfect balance of sourness and sweetness. Kimima, do give it a try. Offering a piece to Kimima, she replied after tasting, this servant finds it quite acceptable. Not overly sour. Shen Mingchang shook his head. No wonder women are so fond of vinegar. Han was not pleased with this remark and was about to retort when a little maid announced from outside. The Lin family young master has arrived. The two promptly adjusted their clothing and sat up straight as Lin Anren entered, following the maid. I pay my respects to the Marquis and Madam. Han smiled warmly, do rise. Shen Mingchang, observing Lin Anren's composed demeanor, found himself favorably impressed. After assessing his knowledge through conversation, he nodded appreciatively. You are quite ambitious. Since you have already passed the Shotzi examination, when do you plan to take the provincial examination? Lin Anren replied. I believe I am somewhat unprepared for this year's upcoming exam, and my teacher also feels my writing is not yet up to par for the provincial level. Therefore, I plan to participate in the examination next autumn. Shen Mingchang nodded in approval. At such a young age, you possess such composure. That is commendable. Coincidentally, I have a nephew who also resides in the manor. He is a few years your senior and has delayed his studies due to mourning. He too will be attending the provincial examination next year. Both of you lack distinguished mentors and come from modest backgrounds. Yet you have both achieved so much at such a young age. Compared to my own wayward children, you are indeed much more admirable, Lin Anren humbly responded. You flatter me, Marquis. Your literary and martial prowess is renowned. So I trust your sons are equally exceptional. Shen Mingchang waved his hand dismissively. If only they possessed half of your knowledge, I would be content. You shall see for yourself. Shortly, I will have someone take you to meet them. You are of similar age, and I trust you will find common ground. He then sent someone to escort Lin Anren to the front courtyard to meet Shansong and the others. Shansong needed no introduction. Having not even completed the 4 books and 5 classics, he naturally had nothing to discuss with Lin Anren. The remaining Shunrong and Shan Mao, while slightly more accomplished than Shansong, still found little in common to converse about with a scholar from a humble background. Fang Xinsu had returned to the Fang family's ancestral home for ancestral rites, but fortunately, there was a cousin of the Marquis, Shanzhe, who was quite knowledgeable. Lin Anren found him to be an engaging conversationalist. The young ladies received Yu Yuan's thoughtful gifts with great delight. Being skilled in her craft, she had meticulously selected and prepared exquisite and charming items, which were adored by both the young ladies and maids alike. Fang Xinsu also returned to the Fang residence. Regardless of who her biological father was, she would forever be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Fang family. The responsibilities that were hers to bear, she would never shirk. Shun Xian sent someone to deliver Qingliu's belongings to her, and upon opening the box, she discovered several pieces of jade-like stones adorned with various patterns. Though not particularly refined, they possessed a unique rustic beauty. She smiled and remarked, Qinglu truly understands my preferences. What worth do gold, silver, and jade hold compared to these intriguing stones? Additionally, there were some pouches and fragrant sachets. Fang Xinsu picked up a pair of palm-sized peacock feather brocade pouches and laughed, saying, I wonder how she thought of such a distinctive design. Who delivered these items to her? She inquired of a servant. The servant replied, they were sent to the Marquis's residence by her brother. Fang Xinsu glanced at the sky, noting the sun was already setting. She instructed those nearby, it's getting late. Remember to send someone to her family tomorrow morning to deliver some mooncakes and pastries from our residence. Meanwhile, Cheng Zijuan arrived at his Uncle Wang's residence in the western part of the city just as noon approached. His uncle had already begun entertaining guests, and upon seeing him arrive late, he inquired with some displeasure, why did you come so late? Although Uncle Wang was merely a 5th-rank official, he remained the most significant support for the Cheng family, which relied on trade to make a living in a corner of the capital. Cheng Zijuan had always disdained his uncle's haughty demeanor, but he dared not express any discontent. Thus, he replied with feigned respect, I happened to accompany a classmate to deliver some items to the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence. But I was delayed by the congestion outside. Upon hearing the mention of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Uncle Wang became instantly attentive. Is it the residence of Shen Mingchang? Indeed, Cheng Zijuan confirmed. At that moment, another guest interjected, these days, not just anyone can deliver items to the Marquis's residence. Your classmate should be cautious not to overreach. Seeing that the speaker was also dressed in fine attire, Cheng Zijuan refrained from confrontation and merely replied, my classmate is well acquainted with one of the maids in the Marquis's household, which allowed him easy access. Uncle Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and he gestured for Cheng Zijuan to take a seat. Inquiring eagerly, does your classmate have any prior connections with the Shin family? Cheng Zijuan longed to boast about Lin Anren but realized the assertion would not withstand scrutiny. Therefore, he stated the truth. My classmate's sister was formerly a maid in the Marquis's household. After he passed the Shotsai examination recently, he brought her back home. This time, he was delivering items on her behalf. Uncle Wong quickly contemplated the implications. His term in office was nearing its end, and whether he could advance further would depend on the favor of his superiors. The loyal and righteous Marquis was currently one of the most prominent families in the capital, having just returned victorious. The emperor had showered him with favor. The Marquis's legitimate daughter was betrothed to the fifth prince, making her a confirmed princess consort, while his niece was a county princess, and his nephew held the rank of Yunqi Due. Even Madame Shun, Han, was not to be underestimated. Although she had no legitimate son, a daughter who was a princess consort held far greater weight than many legitimate sons. Furthermore, her family was equally impressive, with her elder brother serving as the present deputy minister of personnel, and her second brother being a distinguished prince consort closely related to the emperor. Considering this illustrious family, it was no wonder that envy stirred within him. With this in mind, Uncle Wong resolved to treat Cheng Zijuan with even greater courtesy, pouring him plentiful cups of wine and extracting numerous details about the Lin family. Chapter 42. A matter of concern. Cheng Zijuan had consumed little food but had drunk copiously, and eventually, he could no longer withstand the effects of the alcohol. After a trip to the restroom to expel the contents of his stomach, he felt considerably more lucid. He rinsed his mouth with some tea and nibbled on a few pastries before taking his leave. Having gathered most of the necessary information, Uncle Wong did not press for more details and personally escorted him to the door, even having the servants prepare a generous assortment of fruits and pastries for him to take home. Cheng Zijuan was taken aback by his uncle's unexpectedly amiable demeanor. Though somewhat uncomfortable, he felt a sense of pride. However, this pride transformed into unease when he met Lin Anren. I hope I didn't say anything inappropriate, he worried. Lin Anren had been waiting at the corner gate, and the servants, already familiar with Cheng Zijuan, greeted him warmly and asked him to wait a moment. One of them hurried to inform Lin Anren and assisted him in retrieving the items. Anren remembered to slip each of them a handful of coins, no matter the amount, as a token of appreciation. Cheng Zijuan felt somewhat shy in front of his classmate. Anren, oblivious to his discomfort, cheerfully remarked, I could smell the alcohol on you from afar. It seems you've had quite a bit to drink. Cheng Zijuan chuckled awkwardly. My uncle was quite insistent. As a younger relative, I couldn't refuse. He then quickly changed the subject, asking, Brother, did you empty the Marquis's residence? Why so many items? Anren, with a hint of embarrassment, smiled and said, I too find this to be excessive, but Madame Ho mentioned that apart from these few new books and some stationery, everything else is for my sister and has nothing to do with me. She insisted that I take it all back. Cheng Zijuan remarked with envy. I never expected that after visiting your sister's home, you would maintain such good relations with the people here. As the day was getting late, the coachman urged the horses to hurry back. The two of them sat in the carriage, swaying a bit, which left them little opportunity for conversation along the way. Upon reaching the county town, the coachman, as usual, first dropped Cheng Zijuan off at the Cheng residence. Observing the fading light, Cheng Zijuan suggested, It's getting late. Why not stay here for the night before you depart? Lin Anren shook her head. I mentioned I would return tonight. Otherwise, my mother would be worried. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 food boxes from the pile of items given to her by the Han family and handed them to Cheng Zijuan, saying, These are southern delicacies made by a chef from Jinling at the Ho residence. Take them home and let your mother and the others have a taste. Cheng Zijuan exclaimed, From the Ho residence? I can't accept this. Such fine gifts are better off enjoyed by you at home. Lin Anren insisted. There are plenty more. I've had these many times, and they are not particularly delicious, just visually appealing and fitting for festive occasions. Seeing that there were indeed more items in the carriage, Cheng Zijuan finally accepted. Then I shall graciously indulge in the blessings of my brother and sample these delicacies from the Ho residence. Lin Anren then pressed a large pomelo into his hands before following the carriage away. Cheng Zijuan, needing no assistance, hurriedly carried the items into his grandmother's courtyard. Grandmother, look what wonderful treasures I have brought for you. Cheng Zijuan's mother, Chen Shi, was attending to the elderly matriarch and, hearing her son's voice, lifted the curtain to step outside. What treasures merit such a ruckus? Do calm yourself. Cheng Zijuan, unafraid of his mother, grinned and bowed before rushing inside, placing the items on the upper end of the 8 immortals table in the room. The elderly matriarch was the first to notice the round, plump pomelo and smiled. This is a southern fruit, known as pomelo, correct? We seldom see such here. It is indeed rare. Chen Shi, spotting the fruit, inquired, Did your uncle give this to you? Cheng Zijuan shook his head. When has my uncle ever been so generous? Considering his official rank, his household likely lacks such luxuries. Chunshur scolded. What are you saying? Your uncle is a fifth-rank official. Besides, if it wasn't from him, did you receive it from your impoverished classmate? Chung Zijuan bristled at her words. What do you mean by impoverished? Not to mention that his family has recently acquired 200 acres of land. Lin Xiong is now a proper scholar in his own right. You look down upon him, but little do you know that all these items were given by him, and this delicacy, crafted by the head chef of the Ho residence, is something most have never even seen. I fail to understand why you hold him in such contempt. Chunshur scoffed. How do you know that those items were not obtained by that Lin family sibling through some form of servility? Why would you even want them? I have always advised you to associate with those of similar social standing. That Lin family is so poor they can't even afford a servant, and they don't even own a carriage. What benefits can you possibly derive from mingling with such people? The elderly matriarch frowned, displeased. Enough of that. Let us speak less of it. While we may not lack silver, outside of this modest patch of land, who recognizes you? Even if the Lin family is poor, Lin Guer is now a legitimate scholar who need not bow before the county magistrate. Moreover, he has already succeeded in his examinations at such a young age. In a few years, he may very well achieve the status of a jurin or jinze. Do you believe that those delivering gifts to the loyal and righteous Ho are merely seeking to curry favor? Have you inquired who the loyal and righteous Ho's household accepts gifts from? Even if you brought all of our family's possessions, they might not even take notice. Chunshur was unconvinced. Isn't it just a Ho residence? What is so remarkable about it? Before the elderly matriarch could respond, Chung Zijuan interjected. How can it not be remarkable? Lord Shun achieved victories in the southwest. Upon his return, the crown prince personally led civil and military officials to greet him at the southern gate of the capital. His eldest daughter has been betrothed to the fifth prince, and the lord's niece has been conferred the title of a princess. Their prominence is unparalleled. Even my uncle wishes to send them gifts. Upon hearing this, Chunshur fell silent. Chung Zijuan, noticing that his mother had ceased her incessant nagging, eagerly opened the 2 food boxes to show his grandmother and mother the delicacies within. Upon seeing the exquisite craftsmanship of the treats, even the mooncakes were only the size of walnuts, adorned with various auspicious patterns, making them quite tempting to eat. After Lord Wang had sent off the guests, he turned and returned to the inner courtyard, where he found his wife, Lu Shur, and whispered his plans to her. Lu Shur, after listening, hesitated. The Lord's intentions are well-meaning, but our son has only been married for half a year. If we start preparing for a second wife, I fear his wife and her family may not take it well. Lord Wang laughed coldly. Once we establish a connection with the loyal and righteous Ho residents, what do we have to fear from his wife and her family? This matter must be expedited. If others get ahead of us, it could be disastrous. Lu Shur nodded in agreement. It is too late today. I will set out for Baishui County early tomorrow. Chapter 43. A second wife? The next morning, Lu Shur, accompanied by maids and servants, set off in 2 carriages towards Baishui County. Instead of going directly to the Yuran household, she visited the Chung family to seek out Chung Zijuan's mother, Chunshur. Previously, it was always Chunshur who went to the capital to pay her respects to Lu Shur. Never had she imagined Lu Shur would come to the Chung residence. Upon hearing the report from her servants, Chunshur hurriedly went out to greet her at the door, continuously inviting the maids to serve tea and snacks. Lu Shur had no intention of wasting time on refreshments and was about to decline when Chunshur said, Cousin, do try this delicacy. It comes from the loyal and righteous Ho residence, and I can hardly bear to eat it myself. If it weren't for your visit, I would never have brought it out for guests. The loyal and righteous Ho residence? Lu Shur swallowed her words and took a piece to taste, praising. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. It is exquisitely made and exceptionally delicious. I never expected that your sister's family could procure delicacies from the Ho residence. Chunshur explained. That is true. Yesterday, Jun Guer accompanied a classmate to deliver gifts to the loyal and righteous Ho residence, and this was the return gift from Madame Ho. The young man is quite considerate and brought 2 boxes back for Jun Guer. There was also a fruit called pomelo, as large as a soccer ball. Otherwise, how could we ever have the opportunity to enjoy such a precious item? Lu Shur sipped her tea, her mind racing with thoughts. It seems that this Lin family's eldest daughter holds a certain standing in the eyes of the noble family, or they would not have given such a generous gift. The Lord's plan is indeed sound. If we can truly connect with the loyal and righteous Ho residents through this girl, our family's fortunes could rise swiftly. With that thought, she wasted no time and directly revealed her intentions to Chunshur. Chunshur, surprised that Lu Shur had traveled all this way for such a matter, said, So, cousin, you have come for this reason? Lu Shi grasped her hand and said, "Dear sister, as you know, your brother's term is nearing its end, and his superior is not particularly fond of him. If we do not quickly find a patron, your brother's career may be at an end. In that case, our joint business ventures may also be jeopardized." Chen Shi was alarmed. Is it truly that perilous? That Lin family's daughter is merely a servant by birth. For her nephew to marry her as a second wife would be to grant her face, and she would have no reason to refuse. However, despite having served Madame Ho, she is still just a maid. Can she truly wield influence in the officialdom? Lu Shi continued. You may not be aware, but Madame Ho's elder brother is the Deputy Minister of Personnel, overseeing the promotions of officials. Moreover, I inquired at the Ho residence yesterday. That girl once saved the life of the young master of the Han family, which is why the Han family treats her quite favorably. Once we marry her into our family, what is there that we cannot accomplish? If your brother were to rise another rank, would he not be generous to you? After hearing Lu Shi's words, Chen Shi was resolute. A coachman from our estate has visited her family several times. Let us set off at once. The two women hurriedly boarded a carriage towards Baishui town. After having breakfast, Yuran was busy organizing the items her brother had brought back the previous day. Besides snacks and mooncakes, there were also 2 jars of fine yellow wine, some spices, and various fruits. There was nothing particularly valuable, which relieved Yuran, as she would not know how to respond if the lady had given her an overly lavish gift. Lin Mu and she were busily sorting through the items when they heard a knock at the door. Is Lin Yangzi home? Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Mu stepped out from the room, only to find 2 elegantly dressed noblewomen she did not recognize, accompanied by a throng of maids and servants. Lin Mu hesitated and asked, "May I inquire why the 2 ladies have come?" "Have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" A slightly younger woman replied. "Isn't this the home of Lin Anren? I am Qing Zijuan's mother. Why would Qing Zijuan's mother come to their home?" From past experience, this Lady Cheng held her family in low regard. Lin Mu felt increasingly suspicious but did not show it, smiling as she said, "Ah, it is Lady Cheng. Our son has indeed received much care from your household. Our humble abode is somewhat simple. If you do not mind, please come in for a visit." The 2 women were, to be honest, somewhat put off, as they were accustomed to grand estates and found it hard to look favorably upon such a rural dwelling. The matters they wished to discuss were not suited for public discourse. At that moment, Lu cast a glance at Chun, and the 2 of them, each accompanied by a maid, entered the main hall. At this juncture, Yuran also heard the commotion. Although she was uncertain of their intentions, as they were guests, she courteously brewed 2 cups of tea to offer them. Lin Anren also approached to pay her respects to the 2 ladies. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuran quietly positioned herself behind Lin's mother, refraining from speaking further. Chun, observing Yuran, smiled and remarked, "This must be Lin Guo's sister, the graceful Lu girl who has come from the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence. Indeed, she carries herself far more adeptly than our own maids." Turning to Lu, she added, "Cousin-in-law, do you not agree with my assessment?" Since Yuran's arrival, Lu had been discreetly observing her. She noted the young lady's poised demeanor, which, though not strikingly beautiful, was refreshingly elegant. Lu felt a measure of satisfaction. Noticing Yuran standing quietly with her head slightly bowed behind Lin's mother, exuding a gentle and serene presence, Lu perceived her to be easily manageable. "Thus," she echoed, "I think so too. Come closer, let me have a better look at you." Unaware of Lu's status, Yuran recognized that Chun had seated her in a position of honor, indicating that Chin's status surpassed Lu's. Although Yuran was not fond of Lu's scrutinizing gaze, she refrained from expressing her discomfort, especially since her younger brother frequently relied on Qing Zijuan's assistance. Therefore, she felt compelled to maintain a modicum of politeness. Approaching Lu with a smile, she performed a respectful greeting. Lu seized Yuran's hand, beaming. Upon closer inspection, "You truly are a remarkable child, far surpassing the daughters and daughters-in-law of our family." Having said this, she removed a gold bracelet from her wrist and insisted on gifting it to Yuran. Taken aback by the unexpected generosity, Yuran repeatedly declined. Lin's mother interjected, "Madam, you are overly generous. This gift is too extravagant for a young girl to accept." Responding to Lu's subtle encouragement, Chen covered her mouth with a giggle. She can certainly accept it. After all, a mere gold bracelet is trivial compared to the full set of gold jewelry she will one day be able to receive. She then turned to Lin's mother, saying, "I have heard that Lin Jier is yet unbetrothed. Today, I brazenly propose a good match for her." Proposing a match? Lin's mother thought to herself, finding Chen's lack of decorum in discussing marriage in the presence of a young lady rather inappropriate. Feeling a twinge of displeasure, she voiced her concerns. At that moment, Yuran turned to make her exit towards the inner chambers, but Qian interjected, "Since this matter pertains to Lin Jie, why not allow her to listen?" Noting that her mother did not oppose, Yuran hesitated but ultimately decided to stay. Qian gestured towards Lu, stating, "I speak of no one other than the son of my cousin-in-law." Then, feigning exasperation, she continued, "How could I forget to introduce you to my cousin-in-law? She hails from a respectable family. My cousin is none other than Master Wang, a prominent official in the Ministry of Rites, a bona fide fifth-rank courtier. My cousin-in-law, upon hearing of Lin Jie's admirable qualities, specifically requested me to come with her, wishing to propose that her eldest son take Lin Jie as a second wife. Is that not a splendid match?" Chapter 44. The Zeaton Rui inlaid with white jade. One would assume that the Lin family would be overjoyed to hear that their daughter could marry into the household of a fifth-rank official. To their astonishment, as soon as the words were spoken, the previously smiling faces of the three Lin family members turned somber. Yuran remained silent, while Lin's mother was the first to speak, saying, "There is no need to mention such matters, madam. My daughter will never become a concubine." Lin Anren resolutely added, "Indeed, my sister has endured much to leave the Marquis's residence, and I am determined to find her a worthy match. She shall not be a concubine." Hearing this, Chun felt a bit awkward and stammered, "Lin Guer, think this through. If your sister enters the Wang household, they might offer you some assistance, which could prove more beneficial than your arduous studies." Lin Anren scoffed, "If this is such a good match, then why doesn't Madame Chung pursue it for herself?" Lu, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough. A mere scholar should not be so arrogant. Be mindful of your future. You must accept this bracelet. After all, a favorable day is approaching, and you shall need to prepare for your sister's wedding, as there will surely be a procession." Lin Anren retorted angrily, "I would rather forsake my own prospects than allow my sister to become a concubine in your household." As Lu appeared ready to retaliate, Chun quickly soothed, "Do not be angry, Lin Guer. You have misunderstood, and my cousin-in-law is simply hasty in her words. Your sister would not be an ordinary concubine but a legitimate second wife, complete with a banquet and celebration. Even upon leaving, she would be addressed as Auntie by outsiders." A voice suddenly rang out from outside. "What does Auntie even mean?" Everyone turned to see none other than the chief maid, Xiao Luo, who served Fang Xinsu. Following the incident involving Princess Lejeune, Jining had been sent to the laundry bureau for hard labor. Although Imogu had favored Fang Xinsu that day, she too was reprimanded by the Empress Dowager and recalled to the palace, replaced by another maid to assist Fang Xinsu. Only Xiao Luo remained, having been diligent in her duties. During the incident with Princess Lejeune, she had steadfastly protected Fang Xinsu, earning her the Empress Dowager and Emperor's praise. After Fang Xinsu was elevated to the status of a county princess, the Empress Dowager had bestowed additional maids and matrons upon her. Originally, Fang Xinsu intended for the acquaintance, Hua Ping, to come, but when Hua Ping's mother fell gravely ill, she rushed home to care for her. With the upcoming festival, many were preoccupied with their own tasks. Observing this, Xiao Luo volunteered to take on the assignment. Fang Xinsu thought that since Xiao Luo was of a fifth-rank status, her visit to the Lin family would surely minimize any unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, during a recent visit to the palace, the Empress Dowager had rewarded Xiao Luo after hearing of Yuran's selfless act of saving Fang Xinsu. Regardless of the gift's value, anything bestowed by the Empress Dowager was undeniably prestigious. It must be said that Fang Xinsu possessed remarkable foresight, as Xiao Luo arrived just as Yuran was being pressured into marriage. Yuran, feeling quite indignant, greeted Xiao Luo eagerly. "You serve the county princess and are constantly busy. How do you find the time to come here?" Without even glancing at Qin and Lu, Xiao Luo smiled. "The county princess has been thinking of you, so she sent me to check on you. I also bring some surprises." With a knowing glance, she signaled for a matron to bring forth several brocade trays. Yuran saw that one contained a rui carved from Zeaton wood inlaid with white jade. Another held a golden collar adorned with tourmaline and a matching pair of gold hairpins, while yet another tray held a pair of red gold bangles inlaid with agate and a matching pair of rings. Seeing Yuran gaze at her in confusion, Xiao Luo chuckled. "These are no ordinary gifts. They were specially bestowed by the Empress Dowager and the Empress upon learning of your unwavering loyalty to the county princess." Hearing this, Yuran immediately placed the jade rui onto the table in the main hall. Kneeling down and bowing her head several times, "I thank the Empress Dowager and the Empress for their generous gifts." As she knelt, Lin's mother and Lin Anren naturally followed suit. Even Qian and Lu, despite their reluctance, could not stand idly by while others paid their respects to the Empress Dowager. Thus, they too were compelled to kneel. Once the proper respects were paid, Xiao Luo cast a glance at Qian and Lu, saying, The Empress Dowager heard that you have returned home and instructed the Marquis's wife to find you a suitable match. You have become quite the celebrated figure. Do not let yourself be deceived by those with ulterior motives. Who knows, perhaps one day the Marquis's wife will find you a fifth-rank official for a son-in-law. Yuran shot her a playful glare. You only know how to tease me. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is my mother, and this is my younger brother. As she spoke, she introduced Lin's mother and Anren to Xiao Luo. Since Xiao Luo brought quite a retinue with her, including 4 maids, 4 matrons, 2 young servants, and 4 guards, it was evident that she took the Empress Dowager's gifts seriously, for any mishaps would not be taken lightly. Observing this entourage, Lu chuckled wryly. It seems I jested about Lin Jie being so clever and endearing that I made a light-hearted comment to my cousin. I hope Lin's wife and Lin Jie do not take offense. Now that we have esteemed guests, we shall take our leave. With that, she and Chun exited in a huff. They had assumed that Lin's girl was merely favored by Madame Chun, and that after leaving the Marquis's residence, no one would come forward to advocate for her. Little did they know, she had the backing of a county princess, and even the Empress Dowager had bestowed gifts upon her. My goodness, with that Rui on display, who would dare to covet her? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. As they departed, Xiao Luo smirked. They are fortunate to have fled quickly. Otherwise, they would have had a more unpleasant encounter. Yuran led her into her quarters, saying, they are simply a bunch of sycophants, unworthy of concern. Thankfully, you arrived early, and with the Empress Dowager's Rui here, no one will dare to impose upon us again. However, I cannot help but worry for the county princess and the Marquis's household. I am merely a maid who has returned home after redemption, and yet I attract the attention of such opportunists. What must the county princess and her household be enduring? Xiao Luo patted her hand. It is no wonder the county princess holds you in such high regard. Your words alone merit her special favor. The lord and lady are both astute individuals, and I surmise they must have devised a strategy to cope with this situation. Upon noticing the arrival of numerous guests, Lin Mu instructed Lin Anren to entertain several guards and attendants in the main hall, while she proceeded to the side room to brew water and prepare tea. A clever little maid soon stepped forward to assist, and Lin Mu particularly took out the tea leaves that Yuran had brought back for the guests. Before long, everyone was enjoying the sweet tea. Lin Mu personally carried 2 cups of tea along with 2 plates of snacks to Yuran's room, exchanged a few words, and then chuckled. You young people have your own topics to discuss. I shall not impose myself here. Chapter 45. Xiao Luo. After Lin Mu departed, Xiao Luo looked around the room. Although it was not spacious and the furnishings were not extravagant, it was kept clean and orderly. The furniture appeared quite new, particularly a large writing desk positioned against the west wall by the window, which was adorned with stacked books and all the essentials for a scholar. A painting of inked bamboo hung on the wall, and a small table by the door held a pot of lush orchids. These books and paintings instantly elevated the room's elegance. Yuran handed her a cup of tea. This is the narcissus that the lady once bestowed upon me. Do give it a taste. Xiao Luo accepted the teacup, expressing her admiration. I see you have returned only a few days, yet your countenance shines even brighter than before. It seems that even in modest surroundings, one can find joy at home, regardless of the simplicity of the fare or attire. Upon hearing this, Yuran smiled. I did not expect that despite our brief acquaintance, you would understand my sentiments so well. It is evident that human connections are indeed governed by fate. Xiao Luo replied with a slight smile. Indeed, some people may be acquaintances for a lifetime yet remain mere nodding acquaintances, while others, upon first meeting, feel as if they have long been friends. Such is the destiny woven by heaven. Yuran remarked. If that is the case, it seems that our meeting is also a case of lamenting lost time. The two exchanged smiles, feeling an even deeper rapport than before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Shi hurried back home to inform Lord Wang of the day's events. Upon hearing that the Lin family daughter had even received acknowledgement before the Empress Dowager, he realized that the Lin family was not to be trifled with. Thus, he could only suppress the matter and seek alternative means. He specifically instructed his wife to ensure that a substantial gift of apology was sent to the Lin family. For if this matter incited envy, it could lead to dire consequences. Besides the rewards from the Empress Dowager and the Empress, Xiao Luo also brought gifts from Feng Xian Su, 2 new books, 2 boxes of tea, 2 bolts of silk, assorted southern dried fruits in 2 boxes, 2 boxes of mooncakes, and 6 pots of chrysanthemums. These chrysanthemums were no ordinary flowers. They were rare varieties, 2 pots of green chrysanthemums, 2 pots of black, and 2 pots of purple. While the green and black chrysanthemums were familiar to Yuran from her past life, the purple ones, nearing a deep blue hue, were exceptionally rare. In her heart, She always regarded chrysanthemums as noble and elegant, and this was her first encounter with such enchanting blooms. Sto Luo smiled, saying, "These chrysanthemums are a gift from the Empress Dowager, totaling over 20 pots, of which a small portion is for you. The princess has instructed that these flowers are not to be received lightly. You must care for them diligently if they flourish by next year." "It would be splendid," Yuran responded. "Rest assured, sister, I will convey to the princess that she need not worry. While I may be less certain about the purple chrysanthemums, the green and black ones are well within my capabilities." Xiao Luo was taken aback. "Are you truly serious?" Yuran nodded. "Indeed. I am confident I believe the princess values the green chrysanthemums the most, and I shall devote my utmost efforts to their care." In her previous life, she had developed a fondness for the fresh and unpretentious green chrysanthemums, having studied their propagation methods and successfully experimented multiple times, giving her ample confidence. After bidding farewell to Xiao Luo and her retinue, Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to Jiang Xi's timely arrival, along with the Empress Dowager's gifts, we averted potential trouble from Madame Wang and Madame Cheng. Lin Anren, feeling a bit ashamed, said, "Sister, it is all my fault. I should not have divulged your matters to Cheng Xiong. Otherwise, this misfortune would not have befallen you." Yuran replied, "I do not believe your classmate is a petty individual. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Perhaps the servants of the Cheng family spoke out of turn. It is also my fault for being greedy that day and accepting a ride in their carriage." Pondering this, she added, "I have an idea that I would like to discuss with mother and brother." The two eagerly inquired about her idea, and Yuran reflected before saying, "The autumn rent has been collected this year, and our family is somewhat more prosperous now. It is time to purchase a carriage for our travels. Moreover, with my brother now a proper scholar, perhaps we should consider hiring a young servant to assist with errands." Lin Anren declined. "I spend most of my days at the academy, and having a servant would be of little use. It is mother and sister who toil with embroidery to supplement our household. To take on additional labor would be rather taxing for them. I think it would be better to hire a housekeeper or maid." Just as Yuran was about to respond, Lin Mu chuckled softly. "There is no need for further debate. Our family has collected over 70 taels in rent this autumn, along with several dozens of grains, which will be sufficient for us for a year or two. I had already resolved to purchase a carriage and hire a few servants. Recently, there has been significant flooding in the south, and many refugees have arrived near the capital. Heard from Aunt Linyu that a healthy family of 4 or 5 can be bought for only 20 to 30 taels of silver. We need not acquire so many. I think if we can find a family of 3, that would suffice. I have already asked your uncle Linyu to keep an eye out, and if he comes across any suitable candidates, he will inform us." Yuran smiled. "Mother has indeed thought this through. In this way, we will have help at home while also providing a family with a place to stay, which counts as doing good deeds." Lin Mu nodded. "Indeed. The thought of you prevents me from engaging in actions that would separate families." This matter passed without further incident, but later, Lin Anren privately approached Yuran. "Sister, what exactly did you do for the princess to receive such generous rewards from the Empress Dowager?" Yuran had previously stated that she served Feng Exine Su well, and the princess had interceded with the Empress Dowager on her behalf, granting her these gifts as a form of care. While this explanation could deceive Lin Mu, it could not fool the law-savvy Anren. When did the Empress Dowager's gifts become so inconsequential? Realizing she could not hide the truth from her younger brother, Yuran recounted the entire affair, then cautioned, "You may know of this matter, but do not reveal it to mother. We must spare her any worries for you. Do not dwell on it too much. After all, it has passed, and fretting serves no purpose." Lin Anren clenched his fists. "You were fortunate this time, sister. You did not suffer any lasting scars. If you had inadvertently marred your appearance, your life would have been irrevocably altered. It is all my fault. If you had returned home sooner, this disaster could have been avoided." Yuran reassured him. "Enough. Do not dwell on this any longer. See, I am perfectly well, am I not? I have always been blessed with good fortune. Even when I fell and injured my head as a child, it was of no consequence, let alone this minor injury. The fortune teller proclaimed that I am destined for a life of prosperity. To speak candidly, now that I possess the Empress Dowager's gift of the purple sandalwood rui, I shall certainly be regarded more favorably when it comes time for marriage, and no matter whom I marry, they would not dare to easily cast me aside. This illustrates the saying, a blessing in disguise." Lin Anren declared earnestly, "Sister, rest assured. I shall pass the imperial examination next year and return as a successful candidate, ensuring your marriage prospects are elevated." Yuran smiled. "Very well, then I shall await the day when the successful scholar carries me to the bridal sedan." Chapter 46. Purchasing a servant after Xiao Luo returned. She recounted the events of her visit to the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Fong Xiansu furrowed her brows. Such a scoundrel. How well informed they are. Just then, Fong Xianjian came by to visit his sister. And upon hearing the news, he smiled. Sister, there is no need for concern. I will take care of this matter and ensure that the Wang family does not cause any trouble. Since Shan Mingchang's return, Fong Xianjian had become increasingly prudent under the guidance of a male elder. Fong Xiansu wished for her younger brother to gain more experience, so she simply remarked, regardless, do exercise caution. This matter does not greatly concern you, but it ultimately involves a young lady's reputation, so do not act recklessly. Fong Xianjian nodded. Sister, do not worry. I will proceed with caution and ensure that it does not implicate Sister Qing Lu. Even if I falter, there is still Brother Shan Zhe. He is resourceful, and I can consult him for advice. Fong Xiansu inquired. Is he the nephew of our uncle? I have heard that he is stable and capable. In that case, you must devise a foolproof plan together. Fong Xianjian agreed to this. Due to the substantial commotion at the Lin family that day, it was inevitable that neighbors and relatives would come to inquire. Lin Mu, having avoided the incident with Madame Cheng, shared the news of Yu Ran receiving the Empress Dowager's gifts. Instantly, the entire Lin family village was abuzz. Though not far from the capital, the Empress Dowager had always been a legendary figure. It was astonishing to think that someone from their village had received her favor. Yu Ran initially intended to keep the purple sandalwood ruby hidden, but many families came in droves, eager to catch a glimpse of the imperial gift, compelling her to display the ruby in the main hall. Thus, in the days that followed, the Lin family found themselves inundated with visitors. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival was celebrated with only a hasty reunion dinner. As Yu Ran remarked, what is it but a carved wooden ruby? The white jade inlaid above is not particularly valuable. If it were not for the favor of the Empress Dowager, it would scarcely be worth a few dozen taels of silver. Far less than the worth of that collar. However, Yu Ran only dared to voice such thoughts in her heart. Should she utter them aloud, Lin Mu would not let her off lightly. This matter eventually reached the ears of the county magistrate, prompting his wife to personally inquire about it. The magistrate's wife, whose maiden surname is Zhou, subtly broached the topic of Yu Ran's marriage during their conversation. Lin Mu replied, My daughter has only just returned home for a couple of days, and she is still quite young. I think it best to keep her here for a few more years. The Empress Dowager has said that Yu Ran's marriage will be entrusted to the Marquis's wife, and the princess has also mentioned that she will assist in deliberating on the matter when the time comes. Therefore, I dare not take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, not only did the magistrate's wife abandon her thoughts, but even some opportunistic families from nearby villages had no choice but to set aside their intentions for the time being. A few days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Yu's aunt came by with news regarding the matter Lin Mu had asked her to investigate. After paying respects to the Zetan Rui in the main hall, Lin Yu's aunt, feeling somewhat uncomfortable sitting there, pulled Lin Mu outside. Your elder brother mentioned that a family of 4 has recently arrived at the market. The man is over 40, having fled from the south with his family, but sadly fell victim to bandits along the way, leaving only a daughter and a pair of nephews. His daughter is 30 this year. And there is also a 10-year-old granddaughter and an 8-year-old grandson. She used to work for a landlord, adept at kitchen tasks, and now assists that man in household chores to support the family. There are people interested in purchasing her, but she insists on keeping the family together. Others see that the family has both the elderly and young children and are unwilling to take them on. According to your elder brother, this family might be quite suitable for you. Though the old man is over 40 and cannot do heavy labor, he can handle simple tasks like feeding horses and cleaning. To put it bluntly, your family is rather different. Acquiring a young man in his 20s or 30s may lead to gossip from meddlesome women. I realize I am speaking out of turn, so please do not take offense. Lin Mu replied, Sister-in-law and elder brother are genuinely considering the welfare of U.S. daughters, and I am truly grateful. Since elder brother has deemed it acceptable, it must not be far from the mark. I only wonder how much silver they require for their release. I shall bring the silver tomorrow. Lin Yu's aunt said, This family is cheaper than usual. They only ask for 22 taels for the 4 of them. Coincidentally, tomorrow is market day. Did you not mention wanting to buy a horse? Let you accompany you to select one, and also purchase a cart that will complete the arrangements. Early the next morning, Lin Mu took Lin Anren to the county. Yu Ran had wished to accompany them, but Lin Mu insisted that both the livestock market and the horse dealer were not places for young ladies, instructing her to stay home and behave. Very well, she thought, if she was not to go, then she would relish the quietude at home, as it had been some time since visitors had come. By evening, just as she finished preparing dinner, she heard the sound of hooves outside. Rising to the courtyard, she saw Lin Mu enter with a woman in her 30s and two children around 10 years old, alongside an elderly man leading a chestnut horse. The old man inquired, "Madam, where should I lead this horse?" Lin Mu furrowed her brow. "In our eagerness to acquire a horse, we forgot to build a stable. However, the sky does not seem to threaten rain. Let us take it to the backyard to keep it company with the pigs and sheep for now. Tomorrow, we shall construct a shelter outside the main gate and keep the cart there in the future." The old man complied and led the horse to the backyard. Grateful for the contributions of the predecessors of the Dekong dynasty in promoting Mandarin, Yuran found the family's dialect quite commendable. Sparing her the trouble of communication, she hastily brewed tea for Lin Mu and Anren, both of whom partook of it. Upon their return, Lin Mu regarded the newcomers. "Though we are not a family of great wealth and prestige, we are not miserly either. If you work diligently, there shall always be sustenance for you. Come, you have already met the young master. This is my daughter, whom you shall address as Miss henceforth." She then introduced them to Yuran. "This is your Uncle Lu. This is his daughter, Sun Yangzi, and these are his grandchildren, Shirtu and Daya. From now on, Daya will assist you, while Shirtu will help your brother. Sun Yangzi will take care of the kitchen tasks and other household chores. What do you think?" Yuran nodded. "Let us proceed as mother suggests." She then addressed the newcomers. "Our family is certainly not one to be unkind, but we will not tolerate disrespect from servants. Though my brother is young, he is a legitimate scholar. I may be unremarkable, yet I still hold some standing with the ladies of the loyal and righteous marquisate. My expectations of you are not high. Simply fulfill your duties and keep your opinions to yourselves, and no matter how others may threaten or entice you, should anyone dare to speak ill outside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Since we have purchased you, we can just as easily sell you again." As night fell, she added, "It is getting late. There is a bathing area in the back, and fresh clothes have been prepared for you. Please, take turns to wash up." The newcomers respectfully acquiesced and headed to the backyard. Once they had departed, Lin Mu asked, "Daughter, do you think you were a bit too harsh just now?" Chapter 47. Lotus Roots. Yuran replied, "Mother, if it were possible, I would prefer not to be so. However, since they are servants we have purchased, there must be rules in place. Otherwise, over time, the line between master and servant will blur, which can lead to ruin." When she first arrived, she struggled to adapt to this feudal society, especially as a servant without personal freedom. Yet, survival in this place necessitates adherence to its rules, and she has now adjusted well and can utilize these rules to her advantage. Anren chimed in, "Sister is right. Mother must not be too soft-hearted." Lin Mu nodded, "Rest assured, I will not hinder you." Yuran set the table, and the trio washed their hands before dining. Shortly after, the four newcomers emerged. Having bathed and changed into clean clothing, Yuran had provided them with some of her old coarse cloth garments. Though they bore some patches, they were undoubtedly cleaner than what they had previously worn. Yuran remarked, "Yes, you all look much more spirited. I have left food for you in the kitchen. Go ahead and eat." Sun Yangzi did not rush to the food. Instead, she first guided her daughter to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks on the table before heading to the kitchen. This detail impressed Yuran, who noted, "She shows some awareness." After they had dined, Lin Mu took the two women to tidy up the two storage rooms in the west wing, preparing them for their stay. Upon returning indoors, Lin Mu addressed her children. "For tonight, we will need to make do with this arrangement. Tomorrow, Ngu, you shall visit your uncle's home and seek a few people to help build 2 rooms and 2 shelters in the vacant lot across from our home for old Lu and his grandchildren. It will be inconvenient for them to crowd in here." Anren agreed with a smile, and Lin Mu then retrieved a box to present to Yuran. "Good child, you are quite clever. You manage everything so well. I believe you are even more capable than I am. Today, I shall entrust the household to you in front of your brother." Yuran quickly declined, "Mother, how can this be?" Lin Mu insisted, "What is there to hesitate about? Sooner or later, you must undertake these responsibilities. Rather than starting afresh in unfamiliar territory, it is better to practice at home so that when you eventually venture out, you will not be lost and bewildered." Anren also encouraged her, and seeing she could not refuse, Yuran accepted it. Upon opening the box, she found 2 ingots of silver, several pieces of broken silver, and 2 large strings of copper coins, totaling 25 taels. Lin Mu did not specify how long these funds should last, but Yuran surmised that this would serve as her capital for managing the household. In the future, unless in dire circumstances, she would not feel comfortable asking Lin Mu for silver again. The following morning, Anren visited his uncle's home and then stopped by the stonemason and carpenter's houses in the neighboring village. Within half an hour, materials such as stone, wood, and tiles began to arrive. Upon hearing of the Lin family's plans to build, over 10 able-bodied men from the village came forward to offer their assistance. Fortunately, after the festival, the family's supplies of vegetables, fish, and meat were still ample, and soon Yangzi was quick on her feet. Thus, despite the hustle and bustle, everyone enjoyed a hearty meal at noon. Within a mere 5 or 6 days, 2 thatched cottages and 2 animal sheds were constructed. This way, old Lu could reside here with his grandchildren, and the horses could be kept nearby without unpleasant odors drifting into the courtyard. During the construction, Yuran quietly inquired of Lin Mu, "Will there be any objections to building in that area?" Lin Mu, puzzled, replied, "Why would anyone object? The pond in front belongs to our family. I have heard it was purchased by your grandfather when he was alive. As long as we are willing, others have no say in the matter." Only then did Yuran realize that the pond in the northeast corner of the courtyard was indeed their own. She had always thought it was communal property. Had she known it belonged to them, she would have made better use of it. Before Yuran could devise a plan for the pond, someone had already beaten her to it. One day, after breakfast, Feng Chao, also known as Daya, ran over to inform her that her grandfather wished to see her. Although Yuran felt a tinge of confusion, she still chose to meet the elder. Old Lu appeared somewhat uneasy. He rubbed his hands and said, "Miss, I just went to the pond's edge to dig up some river mud and took a look. There should be lotus roots in this pond. I wonder when you plan to send someone to harvest them." "What? There are lotus roots? This has never been the case before. How do you know?" Lin Mu inquired curiously. Dai, in response to Madam, "During my time in Anqing Prefecture, I specialized in digging lotus roots. I have spent nearly half my life working with lotus fields, so I can generally tell whether a pond has lotus roots with just a glance." Old Lu replied respectfully. Yuran then asked, "Based on your experience, how many lotus roots do you estimate are in this pond? If we were to harvest them, how long would it take? What preparations would be necessary? And how many hands should we enlist to assist?" Old Lu pondered for a moment and replied, "I wouldn't dare to say there are many, as the pond is only about an acre. However, there should certainly be several hundred pounds. There's no need to find help for this task. Those without experience won't be of much assistance. If I were to do it alone, it would take me at least 7 or 8 days. Additionally, I lost the clothes I used for digging lotus roots on my way north, so I would need some leather from the young lady to make a new set." Yuran inquired, "What kind of leather do you need?" Old Lu responded, "It doesn't matter what type of leather, as long as it is thick and waterproof." Lin Mu interjected, "By coincidence, a few years ago, we had a large yellow cow that unfortunately passed away. Your uncle helped cure the hide, and it has been lying in use since. There's enough to make a complete outfit, so I will go fetch it now." Saying this, Lin Mu went to retrieve the leather and asked, "Can you sew? If not, we may need your daughter to assist." Old Lu chuckled and said, in response to Madam, "Sewing this cannot be done with ordinary thread and needle. They are neither sturdy nor waterproof. I have my own methods, so there's no need for you to worry." With that, he excitedly left, clutching the cowhide. It is unclear what methods he employed, but he fashioned a set of ancient waterproof clothing, along with shoe covers reminiscent of modern rubber-bottomed boots. However, he did not rush to dig up the lotus roots. Instead, he first created a drainage outlet, draining over half of the pond's water. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yuran decided to let him proceed, allowing Sun Yangzi and others to assist. At worst, they would only lose a piece of cowhide. Unexpectedly, after a little over an hour, Feng Chao rushed over, exclaiming, "Miss, Grandpa has found lotus roots. There are quite a few. Did he really manage to dig them up?" Even the studious and Ran was stirred by the news, and the ladies all hurried to the pond's edge. They were greeted by a considerable pile of lotus roots stacked along the bank, likely numbering 10 or so. With these roots, even if Old Lu found nothing more, it would still be worthwhile. In the end, Old Lu spent a full 10 days, and from such a small area, he managed to unearth over 1,000 pounds of lotus roots. This event caught the attention of many families. When the elder came to see the bounty, he promptly sent 2 of his workers to assist. Though they were inexperienced, they could at least help carry the loads and manage the drainage. Other families with ponds were also inspired, returning home to tend to their own ponds. Though their yields were not as bountiful as the Lin families, they too saw some harvest, resulting in smiles all around. Once the lotus roots were completely harvested, Yuran set aside 300 to 400 pounds, preserving them according to Old Lu's method. He claimed that in this way, the lotus roots could be stored for at least 5 to 6 months. Thus, these roots could last until the new year, when selling them would certainly yield a better price than at present. If it weren't for the lack of space for storage, Yuran would have preferred not to sell any at all. She kept 100 or so to distribute among friends and relatives, selling the remainder to merchants who had heard the news. Given that the capital had few lotus roots cultivated, most on the market were transported from the south, due to the high transportation costs. Lotus roots were not cheap. While ordinary vegetables sold for 2 or 3 won per pound, These lotus roots fetched an astonishing price of 35 won per pound, considered a fortune. Ultimately, the sale yielded over 1,000 pounds, netting the Lin family 40 taels of silver, almost equivalent to an entire season's harvest. One might expect such a price to be close to retail, and typically, merchants wouldn't be so generous. Coincidentally, the merchant who came to collect the lotus roots was none other than Shanzai, who had met Lin and Ran before. Upon seeing Shanzai, Lin and Ran was quite pleased and immediately invited him to her home. She had Fong Chao brew the fine tea her sister had brought back and introduced him to her mother. Lin Mu had previously heard her son mention Shanzai, knowing he was the nephew of Marquis Shan and possessed scholarly credentials, yet he was approachable and not aloof. Today, upon meeting him, she found him to be a handsome and cultured young man. Garnering her admiration in her heart, she lamented, "What a pity he is the Marquis's nephew, a young gentleman of high standing. He likely would not look kindly upon someone of Rant's background. If my daughter could find a match like him, I would be satisfied." As they were acquaintances, Shanzai ensured that they would not suffer any loss. While he typically paid around 21 for others, he offered the Lin family 35 won per pound. He insisted they keep this arrangement confidential. The Lin family understood the importance of discretion. They knew their household had little to gain from such generosity, and it would be ungracious to obstruct someone else's livelihood. So they refrained from discussing it with outsiders. The Lin family urged Shanzai to stay for lunch, but he politely declined, citing other commitments. As they escorted him to the door, they happened upon Yuran, who had risen early to retrieve a large floor screen she had framed at a shop in the county. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered Shanzai, and with no chance to evade, they were obliged to meet. Fortunately, Lin Mu and Ran were present, making the encounter less awkward. Shanzai found it inappropriate to stare directly at Yuran, yet a casual glance revealed her lovely features and graceful demeanor. She truly did not resemble a servant, which explained why the ladies of the estate regarded her with such esteem. Yuran, in turn, noticed Shanzai's strong features and composed demeanor, which was strikingly more attractive than most frail scholars of the time. Their brief encounter stirred slight ripples in both their hearts. In addition to the lotus roots, dozens of sizable fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds were also caught, alongside around 100 smaller fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Ultimately, they even managed to catch 5 or 6 large fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. Yuran promptly purchased 2 large water tanks from the town to keep 30 to 40 large fish alive. The rest were either gifted, pickled, or sold to neighboring villages that had heard the news, ultimately generating over 2 taels of silver from the sales. Old Lu noted that the pond had not been cultivated for lotus roots in many years, allowing for rich sediment, which accounted for such a bountiful harvest. The same applied to the fish. It was uncertain how long it had been since they were last caught, hence the abundance of large fish. He cautioned that next year, the yield might not be as plentiful. Even if it were halved, it would still be considerable. Furthermore, Yuran had new ideas brewing in her mind. She generously rewarded Old Lu with 2 taels of silver and a fine jug of wine as a token of appreciation for his contributions to the Lin family's prosperity. After harvesting the lotus roots, the sediment in the pond had been significantly cleared. Following Old Lu's advice, Yuran purchased some small fish to introduce into the pond. Initially, she considered raising ducks there, but Old Lu suggested waiting until spring when the weather warmed, as ducklings would struggle to survive the impending cold. Yuran heeded Old Lu's counsel and refrained from further concerns about the pond. The 29th marked the Shen family's auspicious day, sure to be quite hectic. Thus, on the 27th, she packed her prepared gifts and had Old Lu drive the cart with Fong Chao to the Marquis's residence. Upon arriving at the gate, the matron promptly welcomed her inside the hall and assisted in unloading the goods from the cart. Alongside the carefully prepared sewing supplies, she brought 2 baskets of fresh, crisp lotus roots and a large vat of lively fish. The matron exclaimed upon seeing the fish, "Oh my, these are quite substantial and still alive. Such a rarity." Yuran smiled slightly. "They are merely from our own pond. Not worth much. Thank you for your hard work in helping carry these heavy items." As she spoke, she slipped a small pouch into the matron's hand. The matron beamed as she accepted it, telling Yuran to wait there while she went inside to inform the household. Before long, Fei Su arrived with a group of matrons and maids. Upon spotting Yuran, she teased, "I heard you brought a bounty of fine goods. Let me see what you have. For the lady's birthday, you must not bring anything ordinary, or else I shall not tolerate it even if the lady does." Yuran laughed in response, "Then I must be in trouble. Sister, you have seen every fine item in the lady's presence. We, being a humble household, have only some common goods that surely won't catch your eye. Perhaps I should take my leave instead." With that, she feigned turning to leave. Fei Su quickly grabbed her, saying, "Enough with the pretense. I have seen enough. It just so happens that the kitchen manager mentioned that since the Mid-Autumn Festival, there have been scarcely 20 fish of similar size available at the market. On the lady's special day, we need at least 10 tables, and we cannot afford to have fish of varying sizes, she continued, directing that the lotus roots and large fish be sent to the kitchen. Continuing onward, she linked her arm with hers and made her way to the moonlight courtyard. Behind them, a few maids were carrying a large floor screen. Upon arriving at the moonlight courtyard, they found the young ladies engaged in lively conversation. The room filled with the melodious sounds of laughter and chatter. Seeing her approach, they all greeted her warmly, and she could not help but return their salutations one by one. Mrs. Han, upon noticing the grand screen, smiled and remarked, "It is commendable that you have devoted your time at home to such meticulous tasks." Shen Xiang, eager and impatient, interjected, "Oh, Auntie, please do not beat around the bush. Sister Qinglu is no stranger to us. Quickly, let us unveil the cover and see what has been embroidered." Shenning chuckled. "Sister Xiang is still as outspoken as ever." Shen Xiang pouted. "I refuse to believe that none of you are curious. I speak the truth, unlike some who are two-faced." This statement struck a nerve with someone present. Shen was taken aback, but dared not show her surprise. Deep down, she felt an unnameable sense of dissonance. Sensing that her stepmother and half-sister, despite their outward warmth and the kindness bestowed upon her, had developed an invisible barrier between them, Shen Tian, maintaining her composure, exchanged a knowing glance with Shan Ying and said with a smile, "All right, second sister, Xianger speaks her mind, and she does not mean to target you. Please do not take it to heart." Without allowing Shan Ying to respond, Shen Tian turned to Mrs. Han. "Mother, Sister Qingliu's embroidery skills are exceptional. We are all eager to see the finished work." Observing the cheerful demeanor of the others, Shan Ying clenched her fists in frustration. While her elder sister's words seemed to exonerate her, they were also a veiled jab at her sensitive nature. Indeed, as the concubine had said, no matter how obedient she was, her stepmother and elder sister would never truly regard her with genuine esteem. Reflecting on her fourth brother, who had been taken away from her at birth and raised by their stepmother, she felt a surge of resentment rise within her. At that moment, Mrs. Han, smiling, instructed the unveiling of the ornate cover. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the air, interrupting Shan Ying's thoughts. Beneath the serene glow of the moonlight, clusters of golden osmanthus flowers bloomed quietly, nestled amidst lush green leaves. In the distance, one could faintly discern a small bridge over flowing waters, with orchids swaying gently, evoking a sense of longing. Mrs. Han nodded appreciatively. "You have outdone yourself. Such a grand piece must have taken considerable effort." Approaching closer to examine the work, she exclaimed, "Your craftsmanship has indeed advanced. The embroidery possesses a lively spirit, reminiscent of delicate brushwork." As she spoke, a sudden exclamation came from behind the screen, where Shen Xiang had dashed to investigate. The crowd inquired, "What is it?" Shen Xiang pointed excitedly. "This is actually double-sided embroidery." Double-sided embroidery? Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to inspect the reverse side. And indeed, it was double-sided. Though the patterns were identical on both sides, the colors differed. Truth be told, while they had seen double-sided embroidery before, it was typically on smaller items like fans or handkerchiefs. A large double-sided screen like this was a first for Mrs. Han, who exclaimed in delight, "I have received numerous congratulatory gifts these past few days, but this is undoubtedly the finest." Yurwan humbly waved her hand. "Madam, you flatter me. I merely devoted a bit more thought than others." Mrs. Han, with a serious demeanor, patted her hand and said, "Good child, that is precisely your strength. You possess both talent and diligence. Given time, you may achieve remarkable success in this field. Thus, you have acquired a special skill." Having concluded this, she addressed the other young ladies. "As it stands, you are all of a certain age. There is no need to overly shy away from certain matters. It is true that girls from families such as ours are unlikely to find unsuitable matches in the future. However, life is unpredictable, and if a girl possesses skills to sustain herself, she will have more confidence even as a wife." The young ladies promptly rose, bowing respectfully to listen, while Mrs. Han took the opportunity to impart wisdom about navigating the world until a maid announced that lunch was ready. Only then did she relent. Turning to Yurwan and saying, "It is a rare occasion. You must stay for a couple of days before departing. Allow the 2 servants who accompanied you to return home and come back to fetch you after my birthday." The young ladies joined in urging her to stay. Yurwan had initially planned to return that day, but seeing their sincere invitation, she felt obliged to acquiesce, as there were several distant guests in the guest house. Mrs. Han took the ladies to entertain them, leaving Yurwan in the care of Feishu. Fei Shu arranged for a table of dishes from the small kitchen and invited a few familiar sisters, the young ladies, all around the ages of 15 or 16, enjoyed a lively gathering, free from the constraints of their mistresses. They dined with great enthusiasm, mindful of their duties in the afternoon, thus refraining from excess. Fei Shu ensured that the kitchen prepared Yurwan's favorite tofu buns and oil-splashed noodles, which the sisters shared. Yurwan, sweating profusely yet thoroughly delighted, reflected on the fact that the predecessor who had traversed through time was an undeniable foodie. Having brought many renowned delicacies from his past life to this it was indeed fortunate for her, as otherwise, how could she savor dishes imbued with the flavors of her homeland? After the meal, as the dishes were cleared, petite maidservants presented a new array of exquisite tea and snacks. While they were engrossed in conversation, Yurwan noticed the maids who had accompanied Mrs. Han returning, indicating that the earlier banquet had concluded. As Fei Shu and the others prepared to resume their duties, Yurwan smiled and said, "You all go ahead. I will pay my respects to the princess." Fei Shu replied with a smile, "That is only right. Since your departure, the princess has mentioned you often. She is likely waiting for you now. You should hurry." Huaping promptly stood and said with a smile, "Indeed, the princess has brought you up more than once. I shall accompany you. I am also on my way to resume my duties." Thus, the two of them made their way to the Dichui studio. Though autumn was nearing its end, the garden of the remained vibrant with blossoms. The gentle sound of flowing water and pavilions nestled amidst verdant shades. Even after countless visits, everything in this place felt dreamlike to Yurwan, imbued with an air of unreality. Upon arriving at the courtyard of Dichui studio, they found several young maidservants standing in the corridor. One of them smiled and said, "Sister Qinglu, you have finally arrived. The princess was just mentioning you." After speaking, she lifted the bamboo curtain, adding, "The princess has instructed that you may enter directly." As Yurwan stepped inside, Fang Xinsu was seated on a couch, conversing with Xiao Luo. Since Yurwan's last departure, the maidservants in the courtyard had gradually placed Xiao Luo in a position of prominence, and Fang Xinsu held her in high regard. Upon seeing Yurwan, Fang Xinsu smiled and said to Xiao Luo, "Isn't it true that speak of the devil and he shall appear? We were just discussing her." Turning her beaming gaze to Yurwan, she continued, "I thought you were preoccupied with your friends and had forgotten about us." Yurwan understood that Fang Xinsu was teasing her, and she took no offense. After a respectful bow, she stood up. "Your Highness, upon hearing that the banquet had concluded, I hastened to come here. I didn't even have a chance to sip the exquisite Songshan cloud mist tea that Fei Shu brewed for me, which has displeased her. Having come such a long way without even a sip of hot water, and now facing your gentle reproach, I should have brought the cup of Songshan cloud mist with me to avoid this awkwardness." Fang Xinsu laughed, glancing at Huaping. "Did you hear that? Hurry and prepare a cup of fine tea for your sister Qinglu, and bring out a few of the best pastries and fruits. Otherwise, she may leave us without saying goodbye after all this waiting." After speaking, she led Yurwan to a round table to sit. "I had expected you to arrive a couple of days ago. I did not anticipate such a late arrival. It seems you are quite comfortable at home and reluctant to venture out." Yurwan replied, "I intended to come earlier, but some matters at home required my attention for half a month, hence the delay. Fortunately, it was not in vain, as I managed to contribute a dish for the madam and the young ladies. It is my small token of goodwill." Fang Xinsu nodded. "I heard from my aunt that the fresh fish and lotus root served at lunch were brought by you, and they were indeed delicious. I hear they are from your family's pond. It was quite a feat to bring them all the way here." Yurwan smiled modestly. "Your Highness, please do not exaggerate. I am not that capable. The pond is a family heirloom that has not been excavated for many years. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I was able to procure such items." That moment, Huaping entered with two young maidservants carrying cups of hot tea and an assortment of delicate pastries. Fang Xinsu pointed to the teacup. "Try this tea. It is hardly inferior to what my aunt brews." Yurwan lifted the teacup, gently removing the lid. Inside the milky white cup, a light emerald hue of tea emerged. And even before tasting, its fragrant aroma wafted towards her. She smiled and said, "This tea need not be tasted. One whiff is enough to discern its quality." After taking a sip, she nodded and smiled. "The color is bright, the flavor fresh and rich. It is indeed excellent tea." Fang Xinsu nodded gently. "I knew you would surely appreciate this tea. Others claim its flavor is too subtle, yet I find it just to my liking. Since you enjoy it, do take 2 canisters with you when you leave." Yuran hurriedly declined. "This tea is evidently of exceptional quality. Even the water appears to be no ordinary spring water. Since you cherish it, it is best you keep it for your own enjoyment. After all, once I return home, I have no suitable spring water to brew it with, and it would be a shame to tarnish such fine tea. Fang Xinsu smiled softly. Your words reflect the sentiments of a true tea lover. Alas, many possess renowned springs and fragrant dew merely to feign sophistication, yet how few truly appreciate tea, since I offer it to you. Accept it graciously. This tea was bestowed upon me by the governor of Anhui. The Empress Dowager, upon observing my fondness for it, rewarded me with several canisters. However, the imperial physician advised against my excessive consumption due to my frail constitution. My cousins are indifferent to it, so it would only sit and spoil. Tea would not be a disgrace to have it in your belly. Yuran then nodded. If that is the case, I shall gladly accept this kindness. Fortunately, I brought a gift today. Otherwise, I would feel rather embarrassed to receive such a generous present. With that, she opened a small package she had carried with her and revealed a pair of camellia flowers intricately woven from silk threads. The flowers were crafted from delicate green threads, twisted and shaped into blossoms, complemented by deep green leaves, creating the illusion of authenticity from afar. Fang Xinsu held them in her hands and, after a moment of admiration, remarked, I must commend your creativity. This morning, after seeing the exquisite double-sided embroidery you made for my aunt, I thought I had been thoroughly delighted. Yet you have unveiled even more wonders. Yuran chuckled. This is nothing extraordinary. When I grow weary of embroidery, I often occupy myself with knotting threads. This is far more refreshing than needlework. It not only lifts my spirits, but also hones my dexterity. Moreover, I must confess, with the surplus I have, I could exchange it for a bit of pocket money. Fang Xinsu laughed softly. What is there to mock? You earn your keep through your own skill. That is commendable indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hesitated to bring it up as I feared it might seem abrupt, but since you have mentioned finances, it shall be easier to address. I would like to request your assistance in crafting some fresh designs for knots to present as gifts. Yuran swiftly replied with a smile, since you are now a princess, it brings me great fortune that you value my craftsmanship. Please, specify the designs you wish for, and I shall not dare to decline. Fang Xinsu composed herself and said, the Double Ninth Festival is approaching, and I have prepared gifts for the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. However, having just delivered the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts, I find myself lacking in unique offerings for this occasion. I have some ordinary items set aside, yet they lack novelty. The large screen you embroidered for my aunt is splendid, but time is of the essence, and I must forego that idea. Thus, I kindly request you to create some fresh knot designs to accompany my gifts, lending them a touch of novelty. Yuran nodded. I understand now. Since you hold me in such regard, I shall exert my utmost effort. However, I am uncertain what designs you envision. Fang Xinsu furrowed her brow. I cannot quite decide at the moment. What designs are you capable of making? Yuran replied. I once heard from Madame that the Empress Dowager has a fondness for lotus flowers. Perhaps I could first craft a lotus for you to see? If it does not meet your approval, we can consider other options. Fang Xinsu nodded and promptly instructed a maid to fetch some silk threads. Before long, the maid returned with an array of threads in various colors, along with some beads and gemstones. Yuran selected crimson and pink silk threads and deftly began her work. She first fashioned petals from the pink thread, then adorned the edges of each petal with 2 or 3 rows of the crimson thread. After sewing the petals together, she created a stamen with pale yellow thread and finally added crimson tassels. After spending the better part of half an hour, a lifelike lotus flower emerged before everyone's eyes. They all gazed in awe at the lotus crafted from mere threads, realizing it was a different experience than seeing a finished product. Upon completion, their expressions were filled with disbelief as they regarded Yuran's handiwork. Fang Xinsu examined it closely. Truly, you possess remarkable skill. It looks just like the real thing. Chapter 51. The birthday banquet. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement. I have spent a few years in the palace and thought I had seen much. Yet I never expected that Miss Qing Lu would possess such talent at such a young age. It is indeed rare. This lotus is even more lifelike than those crafted by the palace artisans. The Empress Dowager would surely adore it. However, it is worth noting that she has a particular fondness for blue lotuses. Fang Xinsu nodded. Thank you for your insight. She then turned to Yuran and said, in light of this, please create a pair of blue lotuses. However, I find the pink lotus quite beautiful as well. Since we already have one, let us make a pair. The Empress Dowager's palace is often adorned with somber colors, so a splash of brightness would be delightful. Additionally, please craft a pair of peonies, a pair of chrysanthemums, and, as you did previously, some ordinary knots, along with 8 pairs of fresh designs. I will find 2 young maids to assist you with the threads. If you find anything lacking, feel free to inform Xiao Luo and the others. Yuran sighed. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have brought out the camellia flowers. For I have now burdened myself with so much work. Hua Ping laughed. This is simply the way of the capable. Who made you so skillful? Dear sister, do impart some of your techniques to me. It would serve me well to have a helper should the princess require assistance in the future. She spoke half in jest, unaware of how Qing Lu would respond. Yuran regarded her thoughtfully. This girl had been under her guidance, and although she lacked a certain flair, she excelled in practicality and steadiness. She gently patted her head. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you. However, how much you absorb will depend on your aptitude. Hua Ping was overjoyed and eagerly turned to Fang Xinsu. Princess, I have finally persuaded Sister Qing Lu to agree. Please entrust me with the task of assisting her. Fang Xinsu nodded. She had always appreciated diligent and ambitious maids. The other maids exchanged glances, feeling envious yet hesitant to speak up, as they were not as familiar with Yuran. Now, even if they wished to voice their desires. It was too late. Hua Ping had already enthusiastically organized the workspace and invited Yuran to begin her work. She cheerfully remarked to Fang Xinsu, I believe this room has windows on both sides. Allowing for ample light, and opening the windows provides a view of the garden. If Sister Qing Lu grows weary from her work, she can rest her eyes on the flowers and plants outside. Fang Xinsu nodded. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Let your mistress focus on her work without concern for other matters. Just ensure she is monitored and not disturbed unnecessarily. However, do not allow her to overexert herself, as prolonged work can strain the eyes. Hua Ping acknowledged the instructions and went off to find two friendly young maids to assist in organizing threads and tying knots. Although they were not as skilled as Yuran, they could manage the simplest of knots. With their help, and with Fang Chao lending a hand, Yuran's pace quickened significantly. While engaging in casual conversation, Yuran brought up a matter to Fang Xinsu. I heard that the princess has recently acquired a batch of young maids who are currently training at the Fang residence. I have a small request, and I hope the princess will grant it. Fang Xinsu, puzzled, replied, they are merely servants. What makes them worthy of your concern? Yuran smiled and pointed towards the door. The young maid who accompanied me has not been with us for long. In recent days, I have not had the time to teach her properly. I heard that your residence is currently training young maids, so I thought I might take advantage of your goodwill and bring her along for some lessons. After all, we are from a humble background and do not require the same level of refinement as those maids who serve you. Fang Xinsu remarked leisurely, I thought it was a significant matter. This trivial request does not necessitate such formality. Since you have taken the initiative, I shall have someone send her over. However, be aware that Madame Song, who trains the young maids, is quite strict. If she does not perform well, she may face consequences. Yuran nodded. That is to be expected. The girl is a bit unruly, so it would be beneficial to temper her disposition. After Yuran exited, she called Fang Chao to her side. If Nguer truly excels in the imperial examinations, we will inevitably need to acquire more servants. You are still young and have been our first maid. Your demeanor and status will naturally differ from those who come later. Since you joined our household, I have not had the leisure to properly guide you. It so happens that the princess recently acquired a new batch of young maids who are training at the Fang residence. I have requested the princess to allow you to join them for your training. Would you be willing to go? Fang Chao nodded. I will follow the young lady's wishes. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. Yuran continued. The maids in the princess's service are taught with considerable rigor. Once you arrive, be sure to learn the proper etiquette. Even if you are occasionally reprimanded, bear it patiently and do not throw a tantrum. Understood? Fang Chao nodded, and Yuran handed her several pieces of silver and some copper coins wrapped in a handkerchief, while at others' residences, remember to work diligently and speak sparingly. I am aware that young maids inevitably form cliques. So once you arrive, do not involve yourself in such matters. You will, at most, only stay there for a mere 10 days to half a month before returning, even if you endure some grievances. Bear with it for now. Once it is over, I shall naturally advocate for you. Fang Chao nodded in agreement, gathered her belongings, and followed a maid from the Fang residence out in the ensuing days. The marquisate estate bustled with activity, as Han and the young ladies were preoccupied with receiving guests, leaving Yuran unattended. On the designated day, indeed, the residence was filled with visitors. Shanlian trailed behind her elder sister, assisting in welcoming the various young ladies from different households. Since their father returned to the estate, Bai Yinyang had stealthily emerged from her quarters to lament twice, only to be reprimanded by their father each time. He even extended her period of house arrest, while the eldest brother had been sent to study in the countryside by the Marquis. Perhaps due to her misfortunes and lack of allies, Bai Yinyang had finally settled down for the time being. However, Shunlian remained somewhat anxious. She continued to send someone to keep a close watch on by Yin, fearful that she might truly cause some trouble. Shun-ing, on the other hand, was filled with ire in the past. Her legitimate mother had always looked down upon Shun-lian. Such occasions rarely included Shun-lian, who was usually left to attend to the elderly matriarch in Ninghui courtyard. However, since the matriarch lacked a noble title, very few esteemed guests would visit her. Thus, outsiders seldom caught sight of the third miss of the Shin family and knew little about her. To everyone's surprise. This time, Han permitted Shun-lian to assist in entertaining the guests, and Shun-lian's sweet and clever demeanor attracted the attention of several ladies. Upon hearing inquiries, Han smiled warmly and said, "That child is quite filial. She has always been by the old lady's side, which is why you haven't seen her before. Now that she is no longer young, if we do not bring her out to shine, you might not even realize that we have a third daughter." The guests noted that although Shun-lian was young, she was radiant and charming, and her actions were spirited, leaving a lasting impression. After all, the Shin family was currently flourishing, with the loyal marquis deeply favored in the emperor's heart. Thus, their legitimate daughter was certainly not easy to court, but securing a would still be quite advantageous. In contrast, Yin contemplated causing a scene, yet she found herself powerless to do so. The servants were all sycophantic, and seeing her personally confined by the marquis, while the eldest son was sent away to the countryside, and the matriarch no longer protected her as before, few were inclined to heed her commands. Were it not for the recent prominence of the third young lady in front of the marquis's wife, it seemed she might not even manage daily meals. At noon, a eunuch arrived from the palace, with the fifth prince personally delivering the empress's gifts and congratulations for the birthday celebration, causing the well-wishing voices to swell even more. As the lively banquet neared its conclusion, some esteemed guests began to stand and take their leave. Han personally led the way to see them off at the second gate, engaging in pleasantries with the guests when suddenly a commotion erupted at the entrance. Frowning, Han saw the second steward rush in hastily, disregarding the presence of numerous esteemed guests, and quickly knelt to report, "Madam, a scholar-like figure has arrived outside, holding a gold hairpin inscribed with the third young lady's name." Claiming that, Han's brows furrowed sharply as she coldly inquired, "What does he say? Speak plainly." The second steward promptly lowered his head and replied, "He claims to have had an affair with the third young lady and requests your approval." "Madam, many carriages are waiting outside, and numerous ladies and young misses have already heard." Upon hearing this, Shun-lian's expression turned to one of shock, and the surrounding guests began to murmur among themselves. Seeing the unfolding scene, Shun-lian quickly knelt before Han. "Though I am dull-witted, I would never dare to engage in such disgraceful conduct that tarnishes our family's reputation. I beseech my mother to see the truth." Noticing Han's continued cold demeanor and the murmurs from the crowd, she felt a deep resentment toward the person who sullied her name. Shun-lian understood that, given the circumstances, any further words would be futile. She could only seek survival amid the chaos. Bowing her head once more, she declared, "I am an unfilial daughter, unaware of who this vile person is that frames me, yet I would never wish for my own actions to bring shame upon our household. Here, I vow that whoever tarnishes my reputation, I shall become a vengeful spirit and not spare them." With that, she turned and collided with the shadow wall at the Huayan gate. Though a maid desperately attempted to intervene, she still struck her head and bled profusely. Hearing the commotion, the male guests from the front hall came to investigate and witness the scene. The fifth prince, following the loyal marquis, could not help but inwardly scoff. It seems this future father-in-law's household is filled with fierce women. Last time, it was the future mother-in-law seeking death. This time, it is the future sister-in-law. Alas, one cannot fathom who would be so unscrupulous as to concoct such a farce during a birthday celebration. Seeing Shun-lian act so resolutely was unexpected for Han, who quickly dispatched someone to summon the imperial physician and rushed to hold Shun-lian in her arms. "My poor daughter, what manner of temperament is this? How could your mother not know? Why must you be so despondent?" Then, Han addressed the second steward, "For such a shameless fraud, why have you not swiftly sent someone to bind him and deliver him to the authorities? How can you allow him to continue shouting outside?" The second steward wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "In response to the madam's words, I intended to do just that, but the Madam of Wuyongbo insisted on seeking justice and ordered that scholar be released. Which is why he is now shouting." Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened. It was clear now. The Wuyongbo family was the maternal home of Consort Wei, who had recently been reprimanded and stripped of her title due to the incident involving Princess Luan. The Princess Lejin had also been sent to Bailian Monastery to pray. The loyal marquis's wife, having nearly lost her life due to Princess Luxian's reckless intrusion into the Marquis's estate with an outsider, had not expected the Wuyongbo family would resort to such a method of revenge. However, many found the Wuyongbo family's actions distasteful, as it was all too easy to invoke the reputation of a young lady. Before Han could speak, Shun Mingchong coldly interjected, "The Madam of Wuyongbo is overstepping her bounds. Someone, go and request Madame Wei to step aside, bind that ruffian who tarnishes my daughter's reputation, and send him to the Shuntian prefecture. I am perplexed. How can one determine my daughter has an affair based solely on a hairpin? Inquire with Madame Wei if she has any connection with this scholar. Otherwise, how could she, as an outsider, care so much about our household's affairs?" A quick-witted young servant dashed outside and raised his voice to repeat this several times. Initially intending to enjoy the spectacle a little longer, Madame Wei trembled with anger upon hearing these words. "This is utterly absurd. Shen Mingchong speaks far too shamelessly." She shot a cold glance at her presumptuous confidant, Granny Sun, and coldly huffed. Addressing the Marquis' servants outside, she said, "I sincerely apologize. Just now, one of our servants acted out of turn, leading to this uproar. Your esteemed lady is a woman of virtue, personally praised by the Empress, and surely your young lady, under her guidance, would be well versed in propriety and decorum, never engaging in such acts. It is our mismanagement that has led to this calamity, and amidst today's chaos, I shall certainly come to your house one day to apologize." Upon hearing this, the steward, who had been surrounded by servants, felt his expression brighten slightly. Regardless of the truth behind today's events, with so many witnesses present, Madame Wei's words lent the third young lady some dignity. Today's affair was indeed a severe affront. Leaving Madame Wei seething with frustration, little did she know that upon returning home, an even greater humiliation awaited her. Upon reaching the Wuyongbo residence, Madame Wei noticed a crowd gathered outside, preventing her carriage from entering. She hastily sent someone to investigate. A servant complied and, after a long while, returned with a stammering report, "Madam, those people are all holding various handkerchiefs and pouches, claiming to have had affairs with our young ladies. All the girls from our household have been implicated." Madame Wei's fury erupted. "What are you saying? What is going on?" A trusted matron beside her quickly stepped forward to calm her. "Madam, do not be angry. Take care not to harm your health. This matter must surely involve the loyal Marquis's estate. It concerns the reputation of our entire Wei family. You cannot let this go." A cold smile crept across Madame Wei's face as she heavily slapped the cushion beneath her. "This loyal Marquis's estate is truly overstepping. Quickly, send someone to capture all the troublemakers and deliver them to the authorities. If they wish to stir up trouble, I shall indulge them. After all, they have no legitimate children. Even if they ruin the reputation of the young ladies in the household, it has nothing to do with me." When the Wuyongbo family informed her of this scheme, she had deemed it excessively sinister. Yet since she lacked legitimate children herself, had it not been for her maternal family's continued influence, she likely would have lost her standing in the household long ago. Regarding the Wuyongbo's instructions, she had merely half-heartedly agreed. The ruckus earlier at the loyal Marquis's gate had been instigated by this very Granny Sun, who had accompanied her from her maternal home. Initially, she had believed her to be reliable, only to discover that she had harbored ulterior motives all along. Madame Wei Luo closed her eyes. "Let them make their ruckus. After all, there is nothing for me to fear." Those gathered outside the Wei residence were exceedingly cunning. As soon as the private soldiers of the Wuyongbo family opened the door, they vanished without a trace. Remaining were merely onlookers, primarily neighbors, who dared not stir trouble. The steward of Wuyongbo dared not act recklessly and could only watch helplessly as the crowd debated and gradually dispersed. After the crowd had thinned, Madame Wei's carriage finally managed to enter the Bo residence. The commotion at the main gate had naturally alarmed everyone in the residence. The daughter and nieces of the Duke of Wuyong, along with their respective maidservants, surrounded him, lamenting incessantly, leaving the Duke in a state of utter disarray. Upon seeing Luo return, the Duke sternly questioned, "How have you conducted yourself? How is it that in the end, it is I who suffers because of your actions?" Luo replied with a lowered gaze, "I have merely acted according to the master's instructions." It was the third young lady of the Shun family whose temperament is exceedingly fierce. She encountered a setback while attempting to prove her innocence, and her fate remains unknown to this day. The loyal and righteous Marquis, witnessing his daughter in such distress, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest easily. It is likely that this farce unfolding before our gates was orchestrated by him. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, hearing this nonchalant response, immediately threw herself into the Duke's embrace, weeping, "My lord, the mistress, having no children of her own, cannot bear to see our young masters and mistresses prosper. Just recently, Empress Wei hinted at selecting Yuner to become a concubine for the third prince, and now this calamity has befallen us. Has not Yuner's bright future been squandered? The mistress has a heart as cruel as it is unyielding. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's lamentations and witnessing the duke's disapproving gaze directed at her, Luo let out a cold laugh. Previously, she had regarded such spectacles as mere jest, yet now she found herself devoid of patience. Recalling the letter her sister-in-law had sent days earlier, indicating that her brother was likely to ascend to the position of Minister of War, she thought of how her sister-in-law had asserted that if her brother became the minister, no one in the duke's household would dare to look down upon her. However, this would also mark her brother as an ally of the third prince, a situation she did not wish to facilitate for the duke or the prince. After all her brother and sister-in-law had done to protect her over the years, she could not bear to watch her family be drawn into the struggle for the throne. Thus, she stepped forward, forcefully pulling Aunt Zhang away from the duke's embrace, and with 2 resounding slaps, sent her crashing to the ground. I have refrained from interfering in your actions out of indifference. Yet I never anticipated you would become so brazen. How dare a mere maidservant invoke the names of the young masters and mistresses and tarnish their reputation? Who granted you such audacity, you foolhardy wretch? The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. As Aunt Zhang felt the stinging pain radiating from her swollen face, she finally grasped the situation and cried out, "My lord, you must stand up for me," and began to sob pitifully. Her eldest daughter, Wei Ruyun, quickly stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. "Father, you have seen how the legitimate mother treats Aunt Zhang in your presence. Although Aunt Zhang is but a half-master, she has borne you 2 sons and a daughter. How can she face the servants of the household after enduring such humiliation? Even we, her children, though bound by propriety to refrain from calling her mother, feel our hearts burn with indignation at seeing our birth mother suffer." As she spoke, she turned and knelt before Luo, pleading, "Mistress, if you harbor any resentment, direct it towards your daughter instead. I am willing to take Aunt Zhang's punishment in her stead, only beseeching you to show mercy and spare her." Looking at the white lotus-like illegitimate daughter before her, Luo sneered coldly, "Yuner, what are you doing? You are the young lady of this household, the master. How can you suffer in place of a lowly maidservant?" She then commanded, "Someone, restrain the young lady. Aunt Zhang has disrespected the legitimate wife and has transgressed. Take her out and administer 10 strikes." At that moment, Luo's loyal confidants approached, intent on dragging Aunt Zhang away. Granny's son, perplexed by her mistress's sudden display of fervor, hurriedly interjected, "Mistress, Aunt Zhang is still the duke's favored one. You must give him some face." Before Luo could respond, the duke had already pushed aside the servant holding onto Aunt Zhang and embraced her protectively. Upon seeing the bruised visage of his beloved, his heart ached as if pierced by a blade. He pointed an accusatory finger at Luo, exclaiming, "You venomous woman! To humiliate Rower before my very eyes reveals that your previously displayed virtue was naught but a fade. I shall divorce you." At this, the duke's favored concubine, Zhang, quickly added fuel to the fire. "What you say is quite right, my lord. The mistress has always looked down upon us. We are of lowly status and naturally cannot offend her. Sister Zhang speaks truth. Who would have thought the mistress could be so cruel, intent on besmirching the reputation of our young ladies? Although she has no children of her own, are our children not hers? My lord, you must uphold justice for us." With that, she clutched her daughter, weeping at the duke's feet. The other maidservants and illegitimate daughters, who had been observing, joined in the cries. The duke, weary from appeasing one after another, finally turned his furious gaze upon the still-standing Luo, roaring, "It is all your fault, envious woman. Not only can you not bear children, but you also mistreat those born of lesser status. I will surely divorce you today." Luo coldly regarded him. "My lord, you seem to have forgotten that in our great Kang dynasty, there is no such thing as divorce. Since you have severed our bond, why not simply part ways? But tell me, do you dare?" Provoked by her words, the duke retorted, "What is there that I fear? If it comes to divorce, so be it. As a dignified Duke of Wuyang, do you think I cannot find a suitable wife?" He believed himself to be of high status, having previously tolerated Luo's inability to bear children due to her substantial dowry and influential family. However, he never expected that Luo would not only show ingratitude but also display such cruelty. He felt no further need to endure. Luo then produced a divorce document from her sleeve, stating, "If such is the case, please sign and seal it." This document had been prepared long ago, and today? She finally brought it forth. The Duke hesitated upon seeing that she had the divorce document ready. However, Zhang would not allow him to waver. She seized the document and handed him a brush, urging, "My lord, you must not show mercy. If you do not sign, how shall we women survive?" The Duke glanced at the multitude of favored concubines and beloved daughters surrounding him, steeling himself to sign the divorce document and affix his personal seal. Thus, the divorce was rendered official. Upon seeing the Duke conclude the seal, Luo took the document and turned to leave. As she prepared to depart, the Duke called out, "You venomous woman, to be granted permission to leave the household is already a concession. You are not to take anything with you." This meant she could not even take her dowry. Fortunately, Luo had been prepared. She had surreptitiously transported her valuables to her own estate over time, carrying along property deeds and land contracts, leaving behind only coarse and cumbersome items. Luo cast a cold glance at the Duke, then turned and strode away with her loyal followers. Chapter 54 continued upon learning that her brother had divorced. Empress Wei nearly spat blood in fury. She had just heard from a trusted eunuch that the emperor had issued an edict appointing Luo's brother, Luo Pei, to replace the vacant position of Minister of War. She was preparing to summon her sister-in-law to the palace to cultivate their relationship, only to receive such news. Filled with rage, Empress Wei dispatched loyal palace servants to the Luo family to apologize, hoping to persuade Luo to reconsider. Little did she expect that Luo, wishing to avoid causing trouble for her brother and sister-in-law, would not return home but instead head directly to the Empty Heart Monastery on Mount Yangtian. This monastery was where the emperor's esteemed aunt, Princess Dinning, practiced Buddhism, and even the emperor dared not disturb it lightly. Empress Wei's emissaries were turned away at the foot of the mountain at Luo's elder brother. Upon hearing of these events, was further incensed by the Duke's blatant favoritism towards his concubines. He promptly filed a lawsuit against the Duke before the emperor, detailing the Duke's years of favoritism towards concubines at the expense of legitimate heirs and demanding compensation for the dowry that his sister had contributed during her marriage. The crown prince sent a trusted minister to mediate for his uncle. However, the evidence of the Duke's numerous concubines, including the favored Bai, who occupied the most lavish quarters in the residence, was irrefutable. Moreover, Shun Mingchang was secretly stoking the flames from behind the scenes. The crown prince had no choice but to abandon this uncle, who was more a liability than an asset. In the end, the emperor issued an edict reprimanding the Duke for his failure to distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate heirs, stripping him of all positions and ordering him to return Luo's dowry, while also providing an additional 5,000 taels of silver as compensation for Luo. The Duke, begrudgingly accepting this decree, felt as if his heart was bleeding at the thought of parting with so much wealth. Unbeknownst to Yuran, who was unaware of the scandal unfolding within the Duke's residence, she chose not to join the festivities on the day of the birthday banquet. Instead, she quietly worked on her floral knot, only to be interrupted by the sounds of commotion emanating from the garden. Before long, Xiaoluo, who had been attending Feng Xinsu, returned to report. She briefly recounted the events and hastily departed with the hemostatic powder bestowed by the palace. Yuran and Huaping exchanged glances, losing all interest in their work, and decided to visit Shan Lian's quarters to check on the situation. When they arrived, the imperial physician had just departed. Fortunately, a servant managed to intercept Shan Lian. Thus, although her injuries appeared grave, they did not strike at the core. There remains a significant possibility of her recovery, yet whether a scar will mar her forehead is uncertain. Nonetheless, this news is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After all, while Han Shi merely collided with a wooden pillar, Shun Lian today struck against a solid stone wall. Shun Mingchang had even contemplated that, should any unsightly mark mar Shun Lian's head, it would complicate her prospects for marriage. At worst, the household could care for her for a lifetime. Shun Lian's courtyard had never been so lively, filled with people both inside and outside. Yuran only glimpsed Shun Lian through the doorway of the inner chamber, her head wrapped in bandages. Lying there with her eyes shut, once vibrant with a radiant smile, her face now bore no color. Before long, Bai Yinyang, having heard the news, rushed in, weeping bitterly. Upon seeing Shun Lian in such a state, she lunged toward her, only to be restrained by the nearby maidservants. Shun Lian's personal maid remarked, "I understand your concern, but the young lady has only just stopped bleeding, and the physician has advised her to rest quietly. Your lamentations at this moment will serve her no benefit." Although Bai Yinyang had always shown favoritism toward her son, the sight of the third young lady lying lifelessly on the bed filled her with profound sorrow. She sank to the ground, exclaiming, "She is my only daughter. If anything were to happen to her, how could I possibly go on living? Who is the scoundrel with such a cruel heart to commit such despicable acts? I curse them and their entire family to suffer a wretched fate. Standing nearby, the loyal and righteous Marquis, observing her disgraceful demeanor, could not help but cough softly. Enough, speak more decorously. There are still many guests outside. Your outbursts are hardly fitting. If you wish to care for Sister Lien, maintain some decorum, lest you disturb her recovery. Bai Yinyang quickly ceased her lamentations, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. You are right, my lord. I shall be mindful, however, she continued. The third young lady has always upheld her dignity, and now she has been so humiliated. My lord must see to her justice. Shen Mingchang replied solemnly, rest assured. Liener is my daughter as well. I will not allow her to suffer this indignity in vain. Han Shi, witnessing the scene, gently interjected, Bai Yinyang is the biological mother of the third young lady. Her care here is most devoted. I shall have Granny Zhu remain as well. The others should disperse. After all, Sister Lien requires peace to recuperate, and too many people here will hinder her rest. Shen Mingchang nodded in agreement and, together with Han Shi, turned to leave, prompting the others to gradually disperse. Upon returning to Di Chui Zhai, Fang Xinsu sat in a chair, instructing Xiao Luo, send a notice stating that I shall visit the Empress Dowager to pay my respects tomorrow. Xiao Luo replied, the Empress Dowager has already instructed that whenever the princess wishes to enter the palace, she need only go, without needing to send a notice. Fang Xinsu shook her head, if others send notices to enter the palace. But I do not. Would it not appear as though the Empress Dowager is showing favoritism? Her Majesty speaks thus to show her consideration for me, but I cannot place her in a difficult position. Seeing Fang Xinsu's determination, Xiao Luo hurriedly went to make arrangements. Fang Xinsu sat there, her mind in turmoil. Clearly, Shen Lien had suffered due to her influence. Otherwise, the Wei family would not have dared to trouble her so. This injustice she would ensure to rectify for Shen Lien. In her discontent, she dismissed those around her. Yu Ran returned to the east chamber, picking up a silk thread to continue her work. Yet, her mind could not help but wander. In an era where a woman's reputation is of utmost importance, being doused with such slander is utterly revolting. Although Shen Lien had always been spoiled, she did not deserve such harm, especially in her current state, teetering between life and death point. One could only wonder when the third young lady would awaken. Furthermore, the individual who tarnished Shen Lien's reputation must surely have had someone behind them. After all, what ordinary scholar would dare cause such trouble? The timing and location, coinciding perfectly with the Marquis's wife's birthday banquet, raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Indeed, being a Marquis's daughter is no easy task. Alas, she had long since severed ties with the household. Henceforth, these matters should not concern her. As she pondered, she glanced down to find that the silk thread she had intended to tie into a complex knot had instead become a tangled mess. Hastily, she set it aside, steadied her mind, and picked up a new thread to begin anew. Such matters are beyond her station to meddle in. She ought to focus on her own tasks. Chapter 55. The dust settles fortunately. The following morning, a maid came to report that Shen Lien had awakened. After checking on Shen Lien, Fang Xinsu proceeded to Sinaying Palace. Upon meeting the Empress Dowager, before she could speak, the Empress Dowager remarked, "You are here regarding yesterday's incident, are you not? I have already learned of the matter. Indeed, the methods employed by the Wuyang Duke's household were reprehensible. However, your uncle is one who believes in tit for tat. The debt of vengeance was repaid yesterday to your cousin." She then recounted the events that transpired at the Wuyang Duke's residence the previous afternoon. Fang Xinsu felt greatly relieved upon hearing this. And the Empress Dowager continued, in response to this incident, the Wuyang Duke's wife, Lady Luo, has formally divorced him. The Wuyang Duke's household, having only illegitimate offspring and lacking a proper matriarch's guidance, will undoubtedly face challenges in future marital prospects. Your cousin is not in serious danger. I have had the finest medicinal herbs and jewelry prepared for her, which you may take back with you. The Wei concubine has agreed to send a trusted individual to the household to apologize. Let this matter rest here. Although Fang Xinsu wished to say more, she recognized the Empress Dowager's reluctance to delve deeper into the subject and thus changed the topic. After partaking in lunch at Sinaying Palace, Fang Xinsu returned to the Marquis's residence. She pondered along the way that the Wuyang Duke's household ultimately belonged to the third prince's maternal family. For the sake of the third prince and Wei concubine's reputation, the royal family would not press the Wuyang Duke's household too harshly. After all, the Wuyang Duke's household had already suffered greatly. To continue to press them would seem somewhat tyrannical. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, she met with Han Shi and showed her the gifts bestowed by the Empress Dowager, saying somewhat dejectedly, "Aunt, it is my fault. Sister Lian has suffered due to my entanglements, yet I cannot avenge her. Han Shi patted her hand. Silly child. This matter was not directed at you. The Wei family has simply disregarded our loyal and righteous marquis's household. The Wu Yang Duke, lacking both literary talent and martial prowess, holds no real power. The entire Wei family has no capable male heir. Were it not for the support of the third prince and Lady Luo's efforts, they would have fallen into ruin long ago. Most of the Wu Yang Duke's grandeur is sustained by Lady Luo's dowry. Now that Lady Luo has left the household with her dowry, it stands as the greatest punishment to the Wei family. After comforting Feng Xinsu for a while, she took her along to deliver the Empress Dowager's gifts to Shun Lian. Shun Lian was lying down to recuperate and, upon seeing her biological mother and Feng Xinsu arrive, attempted to rise, but Han Shi firmly pressed her back down. Good child, this is not the time for formalities. You must focus on resting. She then inquired if Shun Lian had taken her medicine and whether she felt any better. To which Shun Lian responded affirmatively. Han Shi continued, the physician has advised that you are currently in a fragile state and should not take any tonics. Your diet must be light. I have instructed someone to prepare bird's nest porridge for you. Consume a bowl daily alongside your medicine, and once you feel better in a few days, we can replenish your strength. Shun Lian nodded. Thank you, mother, for your concern. Feng Xinsu interjected, today, I visited the Empress Dowager to pay my respects. Upon learning of your fright, she sent some gifts for you. You should focus on your recovery. No one will mention the events of that day again. Shun Lian exhaled a sigh of relief. I appreciate the princess's efforts. Since the Empress Dowager has bestowed gifts, it signifies her belief in my innocence. Thus, the incident will not serve as a future excuse for others to criticize me. Ultimately, while the situation bore the semblance of a tempest, it gradually subsided. However, a few months later, rumors surfaced of the Wu Yang Duke's illicit affair with the wife of a minor merchant, leading to a broken leg, though it remains unclear who orchestrated this. But that is a tale for another time. With Shun Lian awake, the heavy burden in Feng Xinsu's heart lifted, and smiles began to grace her face. She even found time to converse with Yuran. Inquiring about the knots she had been tying, it was not until Shun Lian's condition stabilized that Han Shi recalled to ask Fei Su, has Qing Lu left? I have not seen her these past few days. Fei Su replied with a smile, she has not left. The other day, she came to pay her respects to the princess, but was detained by her and has since been working tirelessly in Di Chui Zhai. Han Shi raised an eyebrow. Doing what labor? What happened? Fei Su quickly explained. The princess admired the exquisite camellia flowers made of silk thread that Qing Lu sent and instructed her to create more for the upcoming Double Ninth Festival. With the festival approaching, Qing Lu has been diligently working and has not stepped outside Di Chui Zhai. That day, the eldest young lady wished to visit her but was gently dissuaded by the princess. Han Shi nodded. No wonder I have not seen her. Come, let us go to see Feng Girl. If she refuses to let us visit, we must insist. After all, Qing Lu came to celebrate my birthday. And she is no longer just a servant of our household. It would be improper to be too harsh. With that, Han Shi led several maidservants to Di Chui Zhai. Coincidentally, Yuran was chatting over tea with Feng Xinsu. And upon seeing them, Han Shi smiled. Still taking tea here. I presume Feng Girl has completed her tasks? The two individuals promptly rose to greet her, with Feng Xinsu personally assisting Han Shi to a seat on the couch. After a moment of pause, she spoke softly. I knew Aunt would come to summon people after her busy work was done. After all, she has always held a special place in Aunt's heart. How could I dare to impose too much? It was merely a request for her assistance in tying a few knots, yet she has come in waves to check on me, as if fearing I might mistreat her. Han Shi quickly patted her hand. Good child, I am well aware of your disposition. However, Qing Lu is no longer the same as before. She has been out for days now, and I am sure her mother at home is quite concerned. Just moments ago, a maid came to inform me that her family has sent someone to fetch her. I merely came to see how your work was progressing. It is only right to provide them with a clear answer. Since you have finished, let her tidy up the household quickly. After all, your birthday is next month. Surely she will come to present you with a gift. Upon hearing this, Feng Xinsu immediately instructed Huaping to assist Qing Lu in packing her belongings and called for Shilua, saying, did she not praise the quality of our silk threads? Select some of our remaining stock to give to her, along with 2 bolts of cicada wing gauze for her embroidery work. I recall having a set of fine gold embroidery needles given to me by someone. Do give those to her as well. Moreover, pick out a few items from that box of jewelry sent to us a few days ago. Select 2 bolts of good fabric, and include 200 taels of silver for her. Additionally, let us give her 2 cans of the Pine Mountain Cloud Mist tea we drank the other day, and select a fine tea set for her. Let us start with these. I fear that anything more might make her uncomfortable. Shilua complied and left, while Han Shi glanced at Zhu Mama, who, understanding the situation, discreetly led the maids away. Han Shi looked at Fang Xinsu, noting how this niece had grown increasingly dignified since being bestowed the title of princess. Especially with the Empress Dowager's support, she remarked, "If I may speak candidly, your handling of this matter has been somewhat inappropriate." Chapter 56. Han Shi's guidance. Fang Xinsu, taken aback, asked, "Aunt, are you referring to Qianlu?" "She willingly offered her help. I did not coerce her in any way. Besides, is it not acceptable for me to give her a little more in terms of gifts and silver?" Han Shi sighed. "If Qianlu were still our maid, your actions would indeed pose no issue. However, she is no longer a servant of the loyal and righteous marquisate. The Lin family, though modest, has a brother who is a respectable scholar. And she is now a young lady accustomed to having her own maids and servants. She is not the same little maid that we could summon at will. Why insisting on keeping her here and assigning her such tasks? It is evident that you still perceive her as the former maid." Fang Xinsu wished to argue but found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she realized that her thoughts mirrored Aunt's. Had it been anyone else, even a girl from a humble background, she likely would not have acted in such a manner. She pressed her lips together, ultimately conceding, "Aunt, I may have misjudged. You think Qianlu might be upset with me?" Han Shi patted her hand. "You are still young. It is natural to struggle with such nuances at times. Qianlu is inherently generous and will surely not harbor resentment. Otherwise, she would not be so dedicated in assisting you. Had she been even slightly less diligent, you might not have completed those knots so swiftly. However, do not repeat such conduct in the future. When she arrives, be sure to sincerely apologize. Let this matter pass. In truth, it is but Qianlu. Yet, I have observed that your recent actions have become increasingly casual. While such behavior may be acceptable within our marquisate, I fear you might carry this casualness into the palace. The Empress Dowager may dote on you, but not everyone in the harem wishes you well. The incident with Lien Jie was spurred by the jealousy of Princess Lajin, was it not? This time, the ire was not directed at you, but what of the future? Should anything untoward happen to you, how would I ever face your mother?" As she spoke, Han Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fang Xinsu suddenly understood. Indeed, her favored status with the Empress Dowager had drawn the attention of many. Since learning of her lineage, she had become rather reckless within the palace. Furthermore, due to Princess Lejin's confinement by the emperor, numerous princesses and consorts had sought to curry favor with her. She had almost forgotten that the harem was fraught with peril. If she were not careful, she might not even realize how she met her demise. With this realization, she knelt before Han Shi. "Thank you, Aunt, for your guidance. Otherwise, I might have brought calamity upon myself." Han Shi assisted her to her feet. "Good child, we are family. There is no need to speak of guidance or not. As long as you do not find me tiresome, that is sufficient." Fang Xinsu quickly responded, "Aunt, you speak too humbly. Your guidance shows that you care for me. How could I fail to appreciate it? In the future, should I err again, I hope you will continue to guide me, ensuring I do not fall into misfortune." Han Shi patted her hand. "You are a thoughtful child. You have always done well. Just remember to maintain a calm heart at all times." The two women conversed for quite some time, and Fang Xinsu increasingly regarded her aunt with respect. Regardless of her biological father's identity, Han Shi would forever remain the aunt she esteemed in her heart. Subsequently, Fang Xinsu presented the knots that Yuran had helped her create for Han Shi to admire. Han Shi observed that the pairs of floral designs were indeed as large as a bowl, appearing remarkably lifelike. The other pairs of knots were also exquisitely crafted. She nodded in approval. "Qianlu's skills are truly commendable. Speaking of which, the golden osmanthus embroidery she created for me was masterfully executed. It seems that since her departure, her craft has become even more refined. Despite her young age, her heart seems to carry a wealth of experiences." Fang Xinsu concurred. "You truly understand her. I too find Qianlu's demeanor quite extraordinary. Even among the young ladies of prominent families, few possess her composure, which I believe is greatly influenced by her love for reading and practicing calligraphy. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. A person of literary knowledge carries an aura of grace." At this point, Fang Xinsu hesitated. "I had originally intended to entrust Qianlu with another task, but after hearing Aunt's words, I am uncertain how to proceed." Han Shi, puzzled, inquired, "What task is that?" Fang Xinsu bit her lip and replied, "In April of next year, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. I had thought to have Qianlu embroider a double-sided piece for the occasion." Han Shi chuckled. "What is there to worry about? This is a fine opportunity, and it would be a great honor for her. You should simply let her do it." Fang Xinsu widened her eyes, but just now, did you not say she is no longer our maid and should not be burdened? Han Shi gently stroked her head, silly child. I did not mean to suggest you cannot ask for her help. Rather, it is inappropriate to keep her confined here as you did this time. You can share your desired design with her and allow her to embroider it at home. Fang Xinsu nodded. Now I understand. This niece had always been perceptive, yet her youth sometimes led to naivety. Now that she grasped the situation, Han Shi felt reassured and prepared to leave. Shortly thereafter, Shilua entered, holding a box, followed by two maids, one carrying several bolts of fabric and the other a large bundle. Shilua placed the box on the table and opened it, saying, I felt that the items inside were not particularly exquisite, so I selected a few more. Fang Xinsu glanced over and saw that the box contained 2 pairs of gold bracelets, 2 gold hairpins, 2 rings, and 2 pairs of earrings. She picked up one bracelet and examined it, noting the craftsmanship was not particularly delicate, causing her to frown. Indeed, the workmanship leaves much to be desired. There are no gemstones or pearls set into it. Never mind. I recall she favors jade. Please give her the set of jade jewelry that Lady Ning gifted me previously. Shilua complied and left for a while, returning with a small box containing a pair of jade bracelets, a pair of long hairpins, a pair of rings, and a pair of earrings. The jewelry was of mediocre quality, lacking even icy-grade jade. But the light green color was lovely, making it a complete set. Though Fang Xinsu, who was accustomed to opulent gems, it was merely presentable, yet for Yuran, it was a rare treasure. Naturally, she cherished jade. But due to the influence of her predecessors, the royal family of Daong also held jade jewelry in high esteem. The mining techniques here were far less advanced than in her past life, making jade jewelry even more valuable. Tio received such a set of jewelry. Yuran felt her hard work had not been in vain. As for the other items, Yuran declined, but Fang Xinsu insisted. You need not be modest. I offer you this generous gift with an ulterior motive. Please rest assured and take a few days off. When my birthday arrives next month, you may come back. And then I will explain everything in detail. Yuran smiled. Princess, please speak plainly. It will save me from returning home and overthinking. Chapter 57. Returning home. Fang Xinsu smiled and glanced at her. You are becoming quite impatient now. Fear not, I have no intention of selling you off. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. Coincidentally, I would like your assistance in considering something in early April next year. It will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. I was hoping you could help me embroider a piece. Do you have the time? Yuran beamed. You need not worry. I would not flee from such an opportunity. However, may I ask what kind of design you envision? The first half of the lunar month is a time when one cannot sew, and now it is already late August. We have only 6 months left. If it is a large floor screen, the timeline is indeed tight, so it would be best to begin as soon as possible. Fang Xinsu furrowed her brow. The Empress Dowager has always had a fondness for Buddhist rituals. I initially contemplated embroidering an image of Guanyin, but then I recalled that there is already a Suzhou embroidery scroll of Guanyin in the Empress Dowager's possession. That moment, I could not think of anything else. Yuran lowered her head in contemplation for a while, then suddenly lifted her gaze. For a birthday celebration, one cannot overlook the presence of cranes. What do you think if I were to embroider Zhaoji's crane and auspicious cloud? Upon hearing this, Fang Xinsu's eyes lit up. Indeed, this painting not only embodies auspiciousness, but is also more elegant than the usual pine and crane motifs. It is an excellent idea. Let us proceed with this, however. Is there enough time? Yuran pondered for a moment and replied, embroidering a large piece akin to the golden osmanthus would indeed be too time-consuming, but creating a screen of 4 feet square is still feasible. Fang Xinsu nodded. Then it is settled. I still have a piece of frost-white cicada wing silk, which is perfect for this embroidery. Have them bring you plenty of silk threads. You may focus on your work when you return. Should you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to send someone to me. As she spoke, Han had already dispatched a maid to assist Yuran in gathering her belongings. The day was indeed growing late, and Fang Xinsu did not wish to prolong her stay. So she had the painting screen escort her out. Previously, Yuran had already bid farewell to the ladies of the household, thus she directly entered the carriage at the side gate. Old Lu had been waiting there for quite some time, while Fang Chao stood nearby, waiting as well. Once inside the carriage, she noticed that, in addition to the items provided by Fang Xinsu, there were several large bundles. She turned her gaze towards Feishu, who had come to see her off. Feishu smiled and said, Do not look at me. Those 2 bundles in the pine blossom color are gifts from the madam, while the water red one is from the eldest young lady. Regardless, they both appreciate your craftsmanship. When you have some leisure, you can create exquisite items to present to them. Yuran pondered this and agreed, bidding farewell to Feishu and the others before departing for home. Upon arrival at her doorstep, Lin Mu emerged from the inner room. "Did you not say you would only be gone for 2 or 3 days? Why have you been away for so long?" She then took Yuran's hand and said, "Look, you've lost quite a bit of weight." Yuran chuckled. "I have eaten and drunk well there. I feel as though my clothes have tightened. How could I have lost weight?" "It is you, mother, who seems to have lost some." Lin Mu led her into the house to sit down. "No matter how well you eat, it is still at someone else's home. Why have you stayed so long?" Yuran recounted the events in general terms. Lin Mu listened, feeling a mix of pride and concern. She was proud that her daughter's skill had been recognized by the nobility, yet worried about the hardships of such labor. She could not help but say, "I wondered why you had lost weight. Surely, working every day cannot be easy, can it?" Yuran replied, "How could it be? The princess is not the type to be unreasonable. I only work for 2 or 3 hours a day, and there are maids to assist me. I truly do not find it particularly tiring. Besides, I often do such tasks at home. Even if it were twice as exhausting, it would not earn this much silver." Lin Mu frowned slightly, sighing. "Although our family is not wealthy, you really do not need to toil so hard." Yuran responded, "It is a blessing that the princess appreciates my craft. Moreover, which girl does not engage in needlework? The compensation offered by the princess is far superior to that of an embroidery shop. Most importantly, I enjoy this work, so I do not find it burdensome. Just the jewelry provided by Feng Xinsu amounts to over 1,000 taels of silver, not to mention the other gifts." Observing the sparkle in her daughter's eyes as she spoke of embroidery, Lin Mu understood that she genuinely loved it, thus feeling somewhat reassured. Noticing her daughter's apparent fatigue, she quickly said, "Look at me. You have been in the carriage for quite a while and must be tired. I had Lu Sa prepare hot water for you. Wash up and change your clothes before coming out for dinner. By the way, where is that girl Feng Chao?" Yuran explained that Feng Chao had gone for training, adding, "Now, I have even less time to teach her. This is a perfect opportunity for her to learn some skills. When she returns, I can teach Lu Sa and the others as well, so she won't be timid when going out." Lin Mu remarked, "That is indeed a good thing, but will it trouble the princess too much?" Yuran shook her head. "It is merely a matter of a few words from the princess. It is nothing. I have also arranged matters with the matron overseeing her training, so there will be no further complaints." Lin Mu felt relieved, then called Lu Sa over to explain the situation in detail. Yuran smiled. "You need not worry too much. The little girl learns quickly. It will only take about a month. I estimate Feng Chao will return by the double ninth festival at the latest, as we will need help with the festivities." Lu Sa murmured a prayer, bowing and saying, "Miss, your willingness to nurture her is a testament to your regard for her. I have no further concerns. It is thanks to your kindness that the girl has the opportunity to learn at the princess's residence. This is indeed her good fortune. Since coming here, both the madam and the young lady have been warm and courteous. Our family has enough to eat and wear. That boy has also learned quite a few characters while following the young master. Now that the young lady values Feng Chao so highly, I am immensely grateful for the kindness shown by the madam and the young lady." After speaking, she bowed deeply twice. Lin Mu pulled her up. "Enough. As long as you all serve diligently, these are trivial matters." She then inquired, "Have you prepared the hot water I asked for?" Lu Sa quickly wiped her tears and nodded. "Yes, it is ready. I have already taken the hot water to Mrs. Room." Upon hearing this, Yuran returned to her own quarters, and her bathing and grooming are left unmentioned. Lu Sa waited outside the door, and upon hearing that she had finished, rushed in to empty the bathwater from the tub. She also took the dirty clothes Yuran had changed out of to wash. Yuran could not help but reflect. Life is becoming increasingly indulgent. I used to serve others, yet now I am the one being catered to. Chapter 58. Around the double ninth festival, Yuran took a large towel to dry her damp hair and glanced over at the items she had brought back from the still piled up there. She approached and began to open the bundles given by Han and the eldest young lady. The 2 bundles from Han contained clothing. It appeared these were gifts of clothing sent to celebrate her birthday. The other bundle held several new books, 2 boxes of fine sandalwood, a pair of exquisite Hatian jade bangles, and a delicately crafted purple jade lotus flower hairpin, along with a complete set of intricately made gold embroidery needles. These were all to her liking, clearly the handiwork of Feishu. The water-red brocade bundle from the eldest young lady contained a pair of delicate porcelain rabbits, since Yuran was born in the year of the rabbit. Seeing these adorable creatures melted her heart. Additionally, there was a box of exquisite palace flowers and a pair of silver rings inlaid with agate, a string of lapis lazuli beads, and a rose-red jacket. Shen Tian is to become the future consort of the 5th prince, so the gifts she provided were naturally not ordinary items. Looking at the half-filled bundle, Yuran couldn't help but chuckle. I initially intended to create something modest to repay their kindness. Yet their return gifts are far more substantial. She found in the clothing bundle from Han a light green cross-collar long coat and a jujube red brocade jacket, colors and styles that were clearly meant for Lin Mu. Upon seeing the garments, Lin Mu remarked on their exquisite craftsmanship. For an ordinary family, merely acquiring a new garment is remarkable, and embroidery usually consists of simple floral designs. These clothes, however, were adorned with full blossoms of peonies. Just the embroidery alone must have taken an immense amount of effort. She could not help but ask, "Does the madam not look down upon such new clothes?" Yuran replied, "It is not that the madam looks down on them. These are gifts from outside for the madam. In large households, the ladies seldom wear clothing given by outsiders. They are more likely to gift them to others." Lin Mu clicked her tongue in admiration while carefully folding the garments. Such exquisite clothing was too precious for daily wear. She would reserve them for outings or significant festivals. As for the other items, Yuran selected a pair of bangles and a ring from the jewelry to give to Lin Mu, and she presented the 200 taels of silver given by Feng Xinsu to her mother. Initially, Lin Mu insisted on refusing, saying, "This is money you earned through hard work. Keep it for yourself as private savings. And save the jewelry for your dowry." Yuran smiled. "I have retained a few pieces of jewelry for myself. Consider the silver as my filial tribute to you, and do not refuse it." After much back and forth, Lin Mu finally accepted. Just as the Double Ninth festival approached, it was customary to visit relatives and friends. The day before the festival, the academy closed for the holiday, and old Lu drove the carriage to bring Ran back. Since the incident with Lu, Ran had distanced herself from Cheng Zijuan. Although they remained polite when they met, the intimacy they once shared was irretrievably lost. Ran could not shake the memory of how Cheng Zijuan's loose tongue nearly led to her sister being forced into becoming a concubine. And thus, despite Cheng Zijuan's attempts to be friendly, she found it hard to forgive him. This time, Cheng Zijuan had hoped to invite Ran to ride in his carriage as before, but Ran politely declined his offer and directly boarded her family's carriage. Cheng Zijuan watched as the Lin family's carriage gradually disappeared from view, feeling a mix of disappointment. This once close friend was now drifting further away. In truth, Ran also felt a lingering affection for this former friend. And deep down, she was conflicted. However, upon returning home and seeing her elder sister greet her with a smile, all those complicated feelings vanished without a trace. Sister has endured so many grievances for the sake of this family. He cannot allow her to suffer anymore. On the day of the Double Ninth festival, the three of them enjoyed chrysanthemum cakes and drank chrysanthemum wine, then visited a nearby mountain temple to seek peace charms, celebrating the festival in a lively manner. The day after the Double Ninth festival, the loyal and righteous Marquis' residents sent back Feng Chao, along with some festive gifts, aside from a few familiar maids and servants. There was also Shan Zhe, who had previously met Yuran. The head of the group, Mama Lin, smiled and said to Yuran, "The princess originally intended to return Miss Feng Chao before the festival. But just 2 days prior to the Double Ninth, the princess was suddenly summoned to the palace by Her Majesty. Many matters were left unaddressed, and we did not dare to make decisions on our own. Once the princess returned and clarified matters, we sent the young lady's maid back." Yuran smiled and replied, "What does it matter whether it was a few days earlier or later? I see that Feng Chao's spirit and demeanor are quite different now. It must be due to the careful instruction of the esteemed ladies of your household. Please convey my gratitude to the princess for her kindness and to the mothers for their efforts." Mama Lin chuckled and said, "Miss, you are too modest. Speaking of which, after you helped our princess deliver the knots to the palace, both Her Majesty and the Empress praised it highly. They even bestowed some rewards upon the young lady, which we have brought along this time at the princess's command, along with a few other modest gifts that the princess insisted you accept." Yuran said somewhat helplessly, "The princess is always so gracious. She has just given me a considerable amount of gifts a few days ago. Why is she sending more now? Who would complain about receiving too many gifts? This Miss Lin truly acts in a manner unlike others." Although Mama Lin silently scoffed at this in her heart, she maintained her smile. This time, it is merely a few pots of chrysanthemums and 2 jars of wine from Madame Shun. There is nothing else. Upon hearing this, Yuran felt a bit relieved. In that case, let them take care of it. Mama, come with me to the room for some tea. I have some exquisite tiguanyin that Madame sent me last time. After Feng Chao returned and placed her bundle down, she went to the kitchen to help her mother brew tea. Seeing her daughter return safely and noting the significant change in her behavior, Sister Lu couldn't help but ask, "Are the maids in the residence strict? What have you learned there?" Feng Chao first washed her hands thoroughly with soap, then rinsed the teacups with hot water before starting to brew tea. While busying herself, she smiled and said, "The maids in that residence indeed teach the rules meticulously, but as long as one studies earnestly, they won't intentionally scold or beat you. I have learned quite a bit there. I will tell you about it all when I return. For now, I will serve tea to the guests. Mother, please brew a large pot with that kettle, so that the sisters and young servants outside can have some water to moisten their throats." Sister Lu laughed and scolded. "Look at you, all excited, even directing your own mother now." While saying this, she still followed her daughter's instructions. Chapter 59. Shanzai's purpose. Meanwhile, Ran had not yet gone to the academy and warmly welcomed Shanzai into the main hall. "Brother Shen, what brings you here in person?" As Shanzai took a seat, he smiled and replied, "I came to seek a favor and happened to learn that Madam was sending some items to your sister. So I came along." Ran, somewhat puzzled, asked, "I wonder what urgent matter Brother Shen has to discuss with my sister." Shanzai replied, "It is not a significant matter. Last time at the Marquis's residence, I happened to taste a dish of pickled vegetables that was quite appetizing, sour and spicy, and I found it delicious. Later, I heard from the maids that it was Miss Lin who made it herself. As you know, I recently opened a pickled vegetable shop and truly believe that your sister's pickles are exceptional. I have come to humbly request the recipe." Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought it was something serious. However, since the recipe was devised by my sister, I must ask for her opinion first. Please wait here for a moment." She then went to her sister's room. Shunzai took a sip of tea, and to his surprise, the tea was refreshingly sweet, even better than what he had drunk in the guest room of the Shan residence. He pondered, "Such a fine quality of Huashan Huangya is indeed rare. It is said that Miss Qing Lu is highly regarded by the Marquis's wife and Princess Luan, and it seems the rumors are well-founded." After a while, Ran returned with 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Shanzai. "Brother Shen, my sister said that regarding the matter with Lord Wang last time, she is grateful for your help. These 2 recipes are a token of her appreciation, and I hope you will not take offense." Shanzai took the papers and saw that, in addition to the pickled vegetable recipe he desired, there was also a recipe for braised dishes. He quickly declined. "How can this be? I merely lent a helping hand last time. However, if the recipe is used well, it could yield great profits. How could I take advantage of your sister?" And Ran thought for a moment and said, "Then Brother Shun, you can try using it first. If the recipe proves useful, we can discuss other matters later. Since Miss has such trust in me, I will certainly not let you down," Shunzai replied with a bow. They exchanged news about their recent activities, and when Ran heard that Shenzai had moved out from the Marquis's residence to establish his own household, she was somewhat surprised. "Isn't it easier to find shelter under a big tree? Why did Brother Shin decide to move out?" Shenzai explained. "I never intended to stay at the Marquis's residence for long. Initially, I merely borrowed a place to stay because I had not found a suitable house. Now that I have purchased my own residence, it would be inappropriate to continue imposing on them." Ayan Ran smiled and said, "Brother Shen is indeed noble. Others would likely cling to such comfort." Shunzai shook his head. "What nobility is there? No matter how fine the Marquis's residence is, it is still just a relative's home. There is a saying, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Though it sounds crude, the sentiment is true. No grand mansion can compare to the comfort of one's own home." Ayan Ran nodded in agreement, and they continued their conversation. Since Shunzai had other matters to attend to, he took his leave. After he left, Yuran stepped out, and Ran approached her. "Sister, are you not worried about giving the recipe to Brother Shen? What if he turns against us?" Yuran shook her head. If he were truly that kind of person, he would not have gained the favor of Lord Shen. She then went to examine the items that Shenzai had brought. Madame Shen had sent her 2 jars of chrysanthemum wine and some dried fruits. All common household items. There were also a few pots of exquisite chrysanthemums sent by Feng Xi and Su. The ones sent last time had already been successfully propagated, and now those cuttings had taken root. Yuran carefully placed the new pots in her room. To facilitate her flower care, she had specially commissioned 2 flower stands to be made in the style of her previous life, placing them in a corner of the room. Additionally, there were 2 boxes of fine pastries from Doxiangzai in the capital, which Yuran recognized as Shanzai's doing. The Marquis's residents typically would not purchase pastries from outside. This Doxiangzai is quite well known in the capital, with a box of such 8 treasure pastries costing 12 taels of silver. The 2 boxes were nearly equivalent to the entire wealth of old Lu's family. It seems that, throughout history, achieving equality among all people is indeed a difficult feat. Once the guests had departed, Feng Chao returned to her mother's room and handed a bundle to Yuran. "Miss, while I was in that residence, I happened to be there when they made clothes for the servants for the double ninth festival, and I received a set for myself. During the festival, I was called by the maids to help, and in the end, I earned 100 cash. When I went about to the princess, I met Sister Hua Ping, who, finding my attire plain, gifted me a pair of delicate silver bracelets and a pair of palace flowers, as well as 2 of her old garments. Yuran smiled and nodded. Since she has given them to you, you should keep them well. It seems you have not wasted your time learning the rules. Your speech is quite refined. From now on, you should continue this way and find time to teach your mother, brother, and grandfather. Now, go on. Upon hearing this, Feng Chao happily bowed her head. Thank you. Mississippi. She then cheerfully took her belongings and left. During the festival season, it was inevitable to visit a few close families. Once she had finished her tasks, Yuran settled down to prepare for her embroidery work. Since this piece was to be sent to the palace to bring honor to Feng Xiansu, she was particularly meticulous, even more so than when she embroidered the osmanthus design. Merely separating the threads was no easy task, as the finest strands required splitting into 3 or 4. Fortunately, Madame Han had sent her an entire set of embroidery needles, totaling 36, from large to small, with the smallest being no longer than a fingernail. Those with poor eyesight could hardly see the needle, which saved her a great deal of trouble. After 5 days of preparing the draft, she finally mounted it on the embroidery frame. To achieve a delicate effect, Yuran set aside the larger needles and directly began using the smaller embroidery needles, applying all the experience she had accumulated over 2 lifetimes. The results were undoubtedly impressive, but the speed was naturally not quick. She did not even attend Feng Xiansu's birthday celebration, instead sending old Lu to deliver the prepared gifts with Feng Chao. When Feng Chao returned, she brought back a considerable amount of items, along with a handwritten letter from Feng Xiansu. The letter expressed her fondness for the small screen Yuran had embroidered for her. Although she regretted not being able to attend in person, she was very grateful for the effort Yuran had put in on her behalf. Additionally, after the knots sent to the palace last time, both the Empress Dowager and others had greatly appreciated them, rewarding her with some palace silk, gold and silver trinkets, and a glass palace lamp, which Feng Chao had already brought back for her. Moreover, she also brought her some nourishing items such as bird's nest and a jiao, reminding her to take good care of her health. Yuran glanced at the items that Feng Chao had returned with. This time, aside from a large bundle of silk threads and a few scattered beads, most of the items were food. There were 3 to 4 pounds of premium bird's nest, along with a jiao, red dates, longan, and fu ling, not to mention a pair of ginseng roots that were 2 to 3 decades old. This young lady always had such a generous hand, and Yuran couldn't help but smile wryly. After examining everything, she handed them over to Lin Mu. Lin Mu noticed that her daughter had been gradually losing weight due to her busy work, and was just thinking of buying some tonics to prepare nourishing soups for her. And now she had everything ready. Thus, she instructed Lu Sa to prepare a bowl of bird's nest porridge for her daughter every day, but Yuran insisted on sharing it with Lin Mu. With no other option, Lin Mu had Lu Sa prepare 2 bowls each day, coupled with red date and longan soup, as well as yam and goji berry porridge. Yuran's complexion gradually became more radiant. Chapter 60. Leisurely days. In truth, Yuran did not feel fatigued. She was not solely focused on her work. Each day, she would rise early to practice calligraphy for a while, and after breakfast, she would take a few laps around the courtyard. After embroidering for more than half an hour, she would get up to stretch and enjoy some tea snacks. After lunch, when the sun shone brightly, she would move the flower pots outside to let them breathe in the fresh air, occasionally pruning the branches to engage her body. Feng Xiansu had gifted her a delicate tea set adorned with lotus patterns in sweet white glaze, which she cherished deeply, often sitting quietly to savor a pot of tea. Such tranquil and leisurely days passed by peacefully, and Yuran felt quite content. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, her daughter's daily schedule was tightly packed, and she rarely ventured outside at this age. Girls typically enjoyed laughter and play, who, like Yuran, remained cooped up at home embroidering, were it not for Ting Ran and Xiulan visiting occasionally for a chat. Lin Mu feared her daughter might fall ill from boredom. Even Aunt Lin was quite happy for her daughter to spend time with Yuran. This child had been somewhat spoiled and had a rather spirited temperament. While that was acceptable in her natal family, seeing her daughter grow older, plans were afoot to find her a suitor after the new year. If this continued, how would she fare in her future marital home? Fortunately, during these days, her daughter had spent ample time with her niece, inadvertently adopting some of Yuran's serene composure, and had learned a few new stitching techniques, significantly improving her embroidery skills. Last month, her daughter sold a small embroidered screen for a substantial 5 taels of silver, which, compared to Yuran, was still a far cry but notable in the surrounding area. This filled Aunt Lin with great satisfaction. For in this day and age, a girl with excellent needlework would find it much easier to secure a marriage. As the weather gradually turned colder and darkness fell more swiftly, Yuran ceased her embroidery as soon as the sun set. Firstly, to protect her eyes, and secondly, because the area was still reliant on candlelight, which was vastly inferior to daylight. A moment's inattention could lead to several missteps in her stitching, resulting in a loss greater than the effort expended. As Yuran was truly preoccupied with her work, she returned the authority of household management to Lin Mu. One evening, after dinner, Lin Mu called Yuran into her room, her face beaming with joy. "I have calculated. And with the silver you brought back, our family has now saved over 300 taels. I was thinking, it's a waste to let this silver sit idle. Wouldn't it be better to invest it in purchasing a few acres of land, or perhaps a shop? What do you think?" Since her daughter returned, Lin Mu had learned many new stitching techniques and patterns. Now that Lu Sa and her daughter had taken over the heavier chores at home, she could dedicate more time to her needlework, honing her skills and increasing the selling price of her embroidered items. Indeed, in just 2 months, her embroidery sales had reached over 40 taels, nearly double what it had been before. Life at home was improving. Her daughter was obedient and sensible, and her son was diligent and ambitious. They owned land and property, and even hired a servant, truly progressing toward a brighter future. After hearing her mother's thoughts, Yuran nodded in agreement. Mother's idea is quite astute. However, if I may suggest, since we have this silver, why not purchase a small residence in the capital? If my younger brother passes the imperial examination next year, he will need to go to the capital to study. Even if he doesn't succeed at first, he will undoubtedly go eventually. With the recent spring examinations concluded, there may still be some vacant houses near the examination site. It might be harder to find suitable accommodations 3 years from now. This reasoning was indeed sound, yet with 300 taels, it would be difficult to acquire anything of quality in the capital. It would be wise to inquire first. If something suitable is available, we can consider our options, Lin Mu replied. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and the mother and daughter exchanged glances. Who could be visiting at this hour? Although it wasn't too late, it was uncommon for villagers to venture out after dark. They walked out of the house, where Lu Sa had already opened the door, revealing none other than Ting Ran and Aunt Lin. As Aunt Lin entered, she chuckled. "I hope we're not disturbing your rest by coming over so late." Lin Mu shook her head with a smile. "How could that be? It's still early. Sister-in-law, please come in. It gets rather chilly outside once the sun sets." Ting Ran immediately took Yuran's hand and said, "Good sister, I see you've been cooped up at home working on embroidery for these past few days. It must be exhausting. Tomorrow, my brother and sister-in-law are going to the mountains to gather firewood, along with my 2 cousins from Auntie's side and Xiulan's husband, to explore Yunfeng Mountain in the northwest of the village. We won't go deep into the mountains. Why don't you join us? It would be a perfect opportunity to borrow your family's cart for the day." Upon hearing this, Yuran hadn't yet replied when Lin Mu interjected. "How thoughtful of you to think of your sister. I was just worried that she might fall ill from staying indoors all the time." She then turned to her daughter and continued, "After all, that work isn't something that can be completed in just 1 or 2 days. Why not go with them for a hike tomorrow? It will be a nice change of pace." Recently, the daily embroidery had indeed become somewhat monotonous, so given this opportunity, Yuran agreed. The sisters arranged to meet at the village entrance at the 3rd watch of the next day. Auntie's family also had a cart, and when the time came, they would ride to the foot of the mountain, while the cousins would venture deeper into the woods to hunt for game. The eldest cousin would accompany the women at the foot of the mountain to gather nuts and other items. Lin Mu decided to include old Lu and his grandson, as having extra male company could only be beneficial. After confirming the arrangements, Aunt Lin and Ting Ran headed home. Upon returning to her own room, Yuran tidied up a bit and retrieved a set of purple tan-colored trousers, riding outfit she had made years ago when accompanying Shen Qian and the others to the village for horse riding lessons. She had only worn it once. Trying it on now, though the sleeves were slightly short, the fit was otherwise just right. Yuran added a circle of azure trim to the sleeves, making it perfect. Drawing from her previous camping experiences, Yuran also packed some hemostatic medicine, a few pieces of light-colored cotton cloth, and a dagger for emergencies. The next morning, when she rose, the sky was still dark. But Lu Sa had already prepared breakfast. Yuran enjoyed a bowl of fragrant egg noodles and packed a dozen boiled eggs, salted duck eggs, marinated chicken feet, and some flatbreads prepared by Lu Sa before heading out to the cart. Old Lu was already waiting at the door. Being of advanced age, he had risen early, eager to fulfill his duties, and had helped his daughter with various chores since the early hours. Chapter 61. Ascending the mountain to illuminate their path. Yuran brought along a glass lantern gifted by the palace, which indeed provided much better light than ordinary paper lanterns. Yuran handed the lantern to little Shur to carry, as it would be useful for lighting the way. After gathering at the village entrance, Ting Ran and her eldest cousin joined Yuran in the same cart. Linjia village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and every year, as autumn deepened, villagers from nearby areas would band together to collect walnuts, chestnuts, and pine nuts from the mountains to supplement their households. Additionally, this season was prime for hunting, as game in the mountains was well fed. Those skilled in hunting would typically return with a bounty. However, the nearby hills had been thoroughly scoured, prompting Andy's cousin Zhang Yuan to consider testing his luck at Yunfeng Mountain. Ting Ran learned of this and insisted on joining, while her eldest cousin sought to gather herbs for some extra pocket money, thus discussing the matter with his younger brother. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan and his brother would have been reluctant to take them along. The morning was quite chilly, and Yuran wore a bright red Durrani cloaked, first. In the dim light, it was not very noticeable, but as they walked further, it became quite striking. After all, in this era, Durrani was still considered a foreign luxury, quite precious, and country folk rarely wore cloaks. Ting Ran, noticing the exquisite patterns on the cloak, inquired, "Yuran, what material is this? I've never seen it before." Yuran smiled and replied, "This fabric is called Durrani. It's typically used for winter clothing." She did not elaborate further, but even without her explanation, Ting Ran and her sister-in-law could tell that the fabric was of exceptional quality. Just then, old Lu, noticing the daylight brightening, worried that little Shur might accidentally drop the glass lantern, carefully handed it back inside. Yuran accepted it and gently placed it in the box under the seat of the cart. Though the villagers speculated that Yuran, having served as a senior maid in a wealthy household for many years, must have accumulated a considerable private fortune, she returned to the Lin family with remarkable humility. Her attire was comprised solely of plain coarse cloth and simple hairpins, and she rarely adorned herself with extravagant garments or jewelry. Ting Ran initially dismissed the villagers' conjectures, but upon witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship of the glass lantern and the cloak draped over Yuran, she began to reconsider the validity of their claims. Nevertheless, Ting Ran, possessing a naturally open-minded disposition, allowed her envy to dissipate swiftly, relegating the matter to the back of her mind. The carriage had reached the foot of Yunfeng Mountain. Despite the rugged terrain, it managed to proceed with some difficulty. At this moment, deep autumn had arrived, and the ginkgo and maple trees on the mountainside were adorned with leaves turning a brilliant yellow, creating a breathtaking vista. After traveling several more miles, the path narrowed further, prompting the carriage belonging to her cousin to halt in a relatively open area. One by one, the passengers disembarked, and the eldest cousin pointed towards a cluster of stone formations, saying, "If you veer a little to the left, you'll find a stream where you can quench the horse's thirst and fill your water containers. We will explore the mountain and return by the latest at the beginning of the Shan hour. Please do not wander too far. There are no fierce beasts in this vicinity, but further in, it becomes uncertain." The eldest cousin chuckled, assuring, "Cousin, you need not worry. I will ensure they do not stray." He nodded and proceeded with his younger brother and Xiaolan's husband up the incline. The remaining group deliberated, deciding to leave the cautious old Lu to guard the carriage while the others donned their small backpacks and ventured up the mountain. Although Xiao Shi too was only 8 years old, country children were accustomed to rough terrain from a young age, and thus the mountain path posed little challenge for him. Observing Xiao Shi sprinting ahead, Yuran thought to herself that she might be the weakest in terms of stamina. The mountains were dotted with numerous sour jujube and persimmon trees, and the group collected a bountiful harvest. With the carriage nearby, they felt no fear in gathering an abundance of fruits. They stowed the wild berries in several cloth bags and concealed them beneath a gnarled tree, planning to take them back later. After traversing a further distance, the path grew steeper, yet the variety of wild fruits increased. Yuran discovered a large cluster of jujube flowers on the edge of a cliff, and as it was the season for the seeds to mature, she intended to gather some to fill a pillow. This particular filling was known to calm the mind, enhance cognitive function, and improve eyesight, making it an ideal choice for her. However, the others were evidently more interested in a few wild chestnut trees a couple of 100 meters away, where there seemed to be some walnut trees as well. Seeing this, Yuran smiled and said, "You all go ahead. It's not far at all. If anything arises, I'll call out, and you will hear me. I'll gather some seeds and join you shortly." Xiao Shi insisted on staying with her, prompting the eldest cousin to chuckle. "This Xiao Shi is quite loyal. Very well, let him stay with his sister. It will give us peace of mind." With everyone supporting the decision, Yuran acquiesced. The jujube seeds at the foot of the mountain had long since fallen, and due to the cooler climate above, those here ripened later. Furthermore, as this area was seldom visited, the two spent a quarter of an hour collecting a small bagful. That moment, She heard Ting Ran calling from above. "You Ran, come quickly. There are many delicious wild fruits here." Seeing that her collection was sufficient, she responded, "I'll be right there." Her curiosity about the distant scenery propelled her forward, and she and Xiao Shurtu ascended, navigating a particularly steep section with the aid of nearby trees. Yuran was concerned that Xiao Shurtu might stumble, yet he moved with the ease of someone accustomed to the terrain. Thus, Yuran inquired, "Xiao Shurtu, how do you climb the mountain as if you were walking, without even breaking a sweat?" Xiao Shurtu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, in response to the young lady, "My hometown lies at the foot of the mountain, and our family's fields are on the slopes. Since I can remember, I have accompanied my mother and sister daily to work in the mountains. The paths there are even steeper, so I've grown accustomed to it." Yuran nodded, reflecting, children of the impoverished learn responsibility early. Just as she lost focus for a moment, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell against the rocky wall. But she managed to grasp a nearby sapling in time. This sudden event startled Xiao Shurtu, who asked, "Young lady, are you all right?" Yuran shook her head. "I'm fine. I just slipped accidentally." Straightening herself, she was about to continue when she suddenly caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance in the air. She asked Xiao Shurtu, "Do you smell that faint aroma?" Xiao Shurtu sniffed intently and replied, "Yes, there is a fragrant scent. It seems to be coming from over there." He pointed to the left and slightly ahead, perfectly aligning with Yuran's thoughts. She smiled and said, "Let us go investigate." Chapter 62. On the mountain, as the two advanced 10 or so meters, they reached the edge of a cliff where the fragrance intensified. They searched around but could not locate the source of the scent. Yuran sighed, "Perhaps it is not meant for us. Fortunately, there is a wild grapevine here. These grapes make the finest wine." She then retrieved a small pair of scissors from her backpack and began to gather the clusters. Xiao Shurtu was less interested in the wild grapes, finding them too sour and unpalatable. Instead, he preferred the nearby sour jujube tree, which bore large, bright red fruits. His method of harvesting was rather rough. Without the patience to pick them one by one, he simply yanked down branches laden with fruit. Gathering them in handfuls, his gloved hands spared him from injury. Suddenly, Yuran heard a voice filled with excitement call out, "Young lady, come quickly and take a look." Upon hearing this, Yuran hurried over to find several clusters of wild orchids scattered at the edge of the cliff behind the jujube trees. Amidst the lush green, slender leaves, a few pristine white petals bloomed, exuding the very fragrance that had captivated them in her previous life. Yuran had been an avid flower enthusiast, and as the gentleman of flowers, orchids held a special place in her heart. She was quite familiar with the more common varieties. During her years in the, she had encountered many exotic orchids, yet the ones before her were entirely unfamiliar, particularly as northern regions were not known for their orchid cultivation. However, the pressing concern was how to retrieve these orchids growing perilously close to the cliff's edge. Observing Yuran gazing longingly at the flowers, Xiao Shurtu volunteered, "Young lady, do you wish for those orchids? I can go and dig them up for you." Although Xiao Shurtu had grown a bit plumper during his time at Yuran's home, he still appeared a thin little boy, and she felt reluctant to put him in harm's way. No, such rare and exquisite flowers are a blessing to behold. "I cannot allow you to take such a great risk," she replied. Xiao Shurtu insisted, "The edge of the cliff is not particularly steep. It is not dangerous. I have a rope. I can tie one end to this sturdy tree and the other around my waist. That way, I will be safe." Seeing that he was adequately equipped, Yuran nodded, "Then you must be very careful. If it proves too difficult to retrieve them, do not force it." She then helped Xiao Shurtu clear away a couple of sour jujube trees and some shrubs. Yuran silently expressed her gratitude to the predecessors who had brought tools such as the engineer's shovel, which had greatly eased her tasks. Once Xiao Shurtu secured the rope, he quickly made his way toward the orchids. Turning back to smile at Yuran, "Young lady, there's no need to worry. It's quite safe here." With that, he began to dig diligently. Having seen villagers from his hometown venture into the mountains to harvest orchids for sale, he was aware of their delicate nature and took care not to damage the roots. After nearly a quarter of an hour, he successfully unearthed one cluster. The second cluster proved to be quicker to retrieve, thanks to his newfound experience and the fact that this one was significantly smaller. He then prepared to dig up the cluster beneath the cliff when Yuran called out, "Shurtu, come back." "This is more than enough," Xiao Shurtu protested, "but young lady, there are many more down there." Yuran explained, "The rarity of an object enhances its value. If we gather too many, they will lose their worth." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shurtu conceded, albeit reluctantly, and returned. Yuran examined the two clusters of orchids closely. From a distance, they had appeared white, but up close, She noticed the petals were a delicate pale lavender with a buttery yellow center. Their form full and elegant, and their fragrance delightful. The leaves were lush and vibrant, clearly indicative of high-quality orchids. She lined the bottom of her backpack with broad leaves, then asked Xiao Shirtu to gather some soil from the base of the flowers to add to the bag before she carefully placed the orchids inside. Knowing that many esteemed individuals cherished orchids, she hoped these would fetch a good price. The time spent on this endeavor had delayed them considerably. Checking her pocket watch, she noted it was already past 1 o'clock, which meant they should begin their descent, as it would take them over an hour to return. Thus, she called up the mountain, "Cousin, it's getting late. I will not go further. Let us head back." Shortly, Ting Ran's voice resonated from above. "You all wait there. Do not move. We are coming down right now." The two returned to the spot where they had been collecting jujube seeds, finding the half-filled bag they had previously set down still waiting for them. While waiting for others, Xiao Shirtu picked up a bag full of hickory nuts from a nearby hickory tree. These hickory nuts have thin shells and large kernels, which Yuran particularly enjoys. She reminisced fondly about the diverse flavors of snacks like cream walnuts from her past life. With this newfound bounty, she contemplated trying her hand at making something once she returned home. With a cheerful demeanor, she said, "Xiao Shirtu, how about I trade some snacks for a few of your walnuts when we get back?" Xiao Shirtu looked at her in confusion and replied, "Miss, everything I have belongs to our family, so the things I pick up are also ours, right? If you want to eat, feel free to take them without any need for a trade. However, if Miss truly wishes to give me some snacks, I would be very happy." Seeing the cleverness of this child, Yuran smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I will keep my word." She was mindful of Xiao Shida's position. However, she felt it somewhat unfair to take the walnuts that Xiao Shirtu had labored to collect. Yet, since the child was so agreeable, she thought it would not be too much to take advantage of the situation. Before long, Ting Ran and the others came down. Yuran noticed their baskets were quite heavy, indicating a bountiful harvest. Ting Ran quickly spotted the orchids on Yuran's back and asked, "You can't be telling me that after all your efforts, you only managed to gather these two pathetic flowers?" Yuran remained silent, simply smiling. It was her cousin who, with a discerning eye, remarked, "Ting Ran, do not speak carelessly. What do you mean by pathetic flowers? These orchids are known as gentlemen among flowers and have always been highly sought after by scholars and poets. High-quality orchids hold great value, perhaps even more than your entire basket of goods." Ting Ran, undeterred, chuckled and said to Yuran, "That's wonderful. If they are truly that valuable, once you strike it rich, you must treat us to a feast." "That can be arranged, no problem," Yuran replied. Chapter 63. Descending the mountain. As the saying goes, descending a mountain is more challenging than ascending it, and this was indeed the case. Especially since they were laden with numerous items on their backs. If it weren't for the abundance of trees on the mountain, they would have found it quite difficult to navigate downwards, relying on branches to inch their way down. Fortunately, after a good while, they safely returned to where the carriage was parked. Old Lu was leaning against the carriage door, dozing off. Hearing their approach, he quickly stepped forward to take the burden from Yuran's back. Upon seeing the orchids in the basket, he exclaimed, "These flowers are stunning. I never expected such orchids could grow in the north." Yuran smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I was pleasantly surprised as well. It seems my luck was quite favorable today." At that moment, Ting Ran sniffed the air and inquired, "What is that delightful aroma?" The others also caught the scent and turned to see a bonfire not far away, where a pot was bubbling with steam. The source of the enticing fragrance. Old Lu chuckled and said, "After climbing for so long, you must all be exhausted. I prepared some food. You young ladies and masters can wash your hands by the river and then join me for a meal." Everyone indeed felt a bit hungry, and they promptly went to wash their hands. The pot contained a fish soup made from small fish caught by Old Lu from the river, seasoned simply with salt. Despite its simplicity, the freshness of the ingredients and the long simmering made the soup rich and flavorful, with the fish melting in their mouths. Yuran also retrieved the pancakes and marinated delicacies she had brought along, and as they enjoyed the fish soup and pancakes, they felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. While they were savoring the soup, Old Lu began to clear away some nearby rubble and unearthed a dark, muddy block. After striking it a few times with a stick, the mud crumbled away to reveal dark green leaves. The moment the mud fell away, an enticing aroma wafted out. Old Lu placed the item before Yuran and her companions, using a small knife to cut open a section, saying, "My hands are dirty. You can take a look yourself." Mississippi Yuran used a stick to push aside the already cooked leaves, releasing a wave of fish and meat aromas. Her elder cousin praised, "Who would have thought that Old Lu possesses such culinary skills? Truly, a master does not reveal his craft." Old Lu waved his hand dismissively, "You flatter me, young master. I grew up by the water. And with a difficult life, I learned to rely on these fish and shrimp for flavor. After eating them for half a lifetime, I've become somewhat adept at it. Perhaps due to the exertion of climbing the mountain. By the end of the meal, the large pot of fish soup, 2 roasted fish, and Uranus pancakes and eggs were all devoured completely. After a satisfying meal, realizing there was still some time before the agreed-upon hour, they suddenly heard old Lou mention that there were plenty of fish and shrimp in the nearby stream, prompting them to excitedly suggest going fishing. Old Lou pointed to a small pond not far from the riverbank and said, "Miss, there's no need to rush. I caught some earlier and have been keeping them there. I will have my young lady send you a few shortly." Everyone gathered around the small pond and indeed saw over 20 fish of various sizes swimming, along with some small river shrimp. After examining the scene, Ting Ran still seemed unsatisfied, saying, "But this isn't very much. With so many of us, we will finish it in no time." Just then, a voice called out, "What are we running out of?" Everyone turned to see Zhang Yuan approaching. The group was indeed returning with their hands full of game. Cousin and old Lu hurried to assist them in unloading their catch and allowed them to rest. Cousin remarked, "I didn't expect you to return so early. My sister was clamoring to go fishing in the river." Zhang Yuan replied seriously, "I just checked the weather on the mountain, and the clouds to the west look ominous. There may be a heavy rainstorm coming. I was worried you might linger in the river, so I hurried back. We should leave quickly. The rivers in the mountains can swell dangerously fast." Upon hearing this, Ting Ran immediately quieted down. They swiftly gathered their belongings, harnessed the carriage, and hurried back. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Ting Ran lifted the curtain of the carriage to look, and saw that the once gentle stream had transformed into a raging torrent. Fortunately, the river was wide enough, so they were not in any immediate danger. Even Cousin let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Thank goodness we didn't let my sister go fishing. With such a current, we would have had a hard time escaping." When they returned to the village, the sky was still bright. They first dropped off Cousin and the others, graciously declined Anna's invitation to stay for dinner. And Yuran instructed old Lu to take her home. Mother Lin was surprised to see her daughter return so early. "You're back quite early. How was your outing? Did you get tired? Dinner isn't ready yet. Would you like to have some snacks in the meantime?" Yuran shook her head before coming back. "I had some food on the mountain." Old Lu's fish soup and roasted fish were exceptionally delicious. He also caught some large fish, which I asked Sister Lu to cook one for you to try. Then she pointed to a wild chicken and a wild rabbit on the ground, saying, "The wild chicken was given by Brother Xiaolan, and the wild rabbit was from Cousin. I only brought back a few orchids and some wild grapes, while Xiao Shirtu gathered some walnuts. I didn't manage to get much else. So, sister-in-law generously gave me some chestnuts and wild hawthorn, and I took 2 of the larger fish from old Lu's catch for the family." This daughter has always been generous. Mother Lin smiled and nodded. "You did well. It's important to be frugal at home but generous to guests. Such reciprocal relationships among relatives are beneficial. After a busy day, you must be tired. Go wash up and rest a bit. I'll call you when dinner is ready." Yuran agreed and went off, but her first priority was to plant the orchids properly. Last time she had divided the chrysanthemums into pots. She had purchased several elegantly designed pots. Selecting a few, she carefully repotted the orchids. In the end, 2 clumps of orchids were divided into 5 pots. The more she looked at them, the more she found them elegant and beautiful. No wonder so many people adored them. She had heard that the current empress greatly favored orchids, but unfortunately, she had no connections to sell them at a good price. Having not walked such a distance in a long time, Yuran felt a bit sore all over. She decided to leave the rest for tomorrow and headed off for a bath. Orchids thrive in the shade, so she placed them under a small grove of bamboo against the southern wall. The next day, Yuran indulged herself with a rare long sleep, and shortly after finishing breakfast, visitors arrived specifically asking for her. Chapter 64. Path to Prosperity. The visitor was none other than Shanzai. After taking the 2 recipes home that day, he had followed the instructions and successfully produced pickled vegetables and marinated delicacies that were visually appealing and flavorful, much to his delight. He then instructed his trusted subordinates to replicate these dishes for sale in his family's pickle shop, where they sold exceptionally well. Due to recent busyness, he had found it hard to make time. Finally, today, he had a moment to spare and brought generous gifts to express his gratitude, feeling it was only fair to compensate for using someone else's recipes. Although societal norms often dictated separation between men and women, with Mother Lin present, it was not deemed inappropriate. Upon seeing Yuran approach, Shunzai rose and bowed respectfully. "I have come specifically today to express my gratitude to the young lady." Yuran sidestepped his formality. It was merely a small effort. Such grand gestures are truly unnecessary. "Young master, It seems you have garnered some success. Shanzai chuckled softly. I must confess, my dear lady, ever since we adopted your recipe, the business of our pickled vegetable shop has flourished beyond measure, doubling at the very least. All of this is thanks to you, and I am truly grateful. He then produced a delicate brocade box from his sleeve. A mere token of appreciation, though it pales in comparison to your kindness. I sincerely hope you will accept it. After a moment of graceful refusal, and seeing Shanzai's earnestness, Yuran felt compelled to accept it. Given that only the mother and daughter of the Lin family were at home, Shanzai felt it inappropriate to linger, and after exchanging a few words, he prepared to take his leave. Lin Mu then suggested that Yuran accompany him to the door. As they reached the entrance of the courtyard, he noticed the orchids partially concealed by the verdant bamboo and remarked, "These orchids are quite exquisite. I have heard that Miss Lin possesses a remarkable talent for cultivating flowers. Could it be that these are also nurtured by you?" Yuran quickly shook her head. "You flatter me, Mr. Shan. These flowers were discovered during a recent excursion to the mountains. I simply couldn't resist bringing them home." Shanzai nodded in understanding. "I apologize for my boldness, but might I inquire if you would consider parting with 2 of them?" Yuran raised an eyebrow. "Are you also an aficionado of flowers, sir?" Shanzai smiled and shook his head. "Not quite. However, a friend of mine is in urgent need of a pair of high-quality orchids. Unfortunately, they are quite rare at this time of year, especially the superior varieties. After searching the capital for over a month, I have found nothing. Thus, I dared to ask." Yuran replied, "In that case, feel free to take 2 pots with you." Shanzai smiled. "My friend has stated that if he finds suitable orchids, he is willing to pay 1,000 taels for them. I believe these orchids of yours are certainly worth that price. If so, I shall pay for them on his behalf." With that, he retrieved a banknote of 1,000 taels from his purse and handed it to Yuran. Yuran inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart, and said composedly, "If that is the case, I shall accept your generosity. Without your assistance, these 2 pots would hardly fetch such a price. I shall keep one for myself to nurture, and you may take the remaining 4. I trust they will serve you well." Seeing her insistence, Shanzai, fearing that the flowers might attract unnecessary trouble if sold elsewhere, graciously accepted. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Thank you." Mississippi. He then had the 4 pots of orchids transported to his carriage and bid her farewell. After watching his carriage disappear into the distance, Yuran struggled to contain her excitement and glanced around. Lu Sa had gone to the village with Feng Chao to wash clothes, and Lao Lu and Xiao Shirtu were tending to sheep by the pond, leaving no one to witness the exchange. Upon returning indoors, she quietly shared the events with Lin Mu. Lin Mu was equally astonished. "Are these just a few wildflowers? Can they truly be worth so much?" Yuran nodded. "It is because the empress in the palace has a fondness for orchids, leading many noble families to take pride in possessing top-quality specimens. I once saw a pot of orchids inferior to these, valued at 600 taels when I was at the marquis's residence. We have 4 pots, and selling them for 1,000 taels is not entirely unreasonable. However, the money came rather easily. It would be wise not to boast about it." Lin Mu quickly agreed. "You are correct. As a widow with only my daughter and me. Although you have come from the marquis's residence, encountering difficult individuals could leave us in a precarious situation. This unexpected fortune is already a blessing." Lin Mu had always been cautious, and even if Yuran remained silent, she would never disclose this matter to others. With this sum of money, purchasing a modest 2-courtyard residence in the capital was no longer a distant dream. And Yuran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once inside, she placed the small brocade box on the Kong table. She had previously suggested that Lin Mu keep it safe. But Lin Mu insisted that since the recipe was her own creation, any reward should rightfully belong to her. Furthermore, having already received the 1,000 taels from selling the flowers, she was adamant about not accepting any payment for the recipe. Contemplating this, Yuran opened the box. Perhaps believing that any jewelry would be inappropriate, the box contained only a few unmounted pearls the size of lotus seeds and 2 pieces of gold. Yuran had seen such pearls before. She owned a pair of earrings with similarly sized pearls, and Feng Xiansu had gifted her a few light purple ones. Although the pearls were of common white color, they were slightly larger than those she possessed. Such pearls, with their size and quality, would not be acquired for less than 100 taels. As for the gold, each piece was approximately equivalent to 160 to 70 taels. Altogether, the contents amounted to over 400, nearing 500 taels, a testament to Shanzai's generosity. In her previous life, she had been a culinary enthusiast, her mind filled with various recipes. If she were to sell them all, they would fetch a handsome sum. However, she thought it wise to refrain from such pursuits, for the attention it might attract could lead to unwanted complications. Considering her current financial stability, parting with her private savings as a dowry was not a risk worth taking. Reflecting on the earlier afternoon when Xianzhe had nonchalantly produced the 1,000 taels, it was clear he possessed considerable wealth. She recalled hearing servants gossiping about Xianzhe being a destitute lodger in the marquis's residence. Unworthy of attention, and found it amusing. Little did they know that the man they deemed impoverished was, in fact, financially strained. Yet, he did know someone urgently seeking rare orchids. Riding swiftly back to the capital, Xianzhe delivered the orchids to that individual, who was immensely pleased to have acquired 4 pots of exquisite quality and promptly rewarded him with 2,000 taels. Xianzhe did not overly decline. Understanding the individual's unique status, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he returned home. Chapter 65. Purchasing a residence. With the arrival of the 1,000 taels, the Lin family officially set about the task of buying a home in the capital. Coincidentally, Lindabo had an old friend working in the Ministry of Works Housing Division, so Lin Mu entrusted the matter to him. Lindabo was taken aback by his sister-in-law's newfound wealth. Just 2 months prior, she had purchased several acres of land and acquired a servant. Now, within a mere few days, she was looking to buy a house. He could not help but ask, buying a residence in the capital is a splendid idea, but the property prices here are rather steep. Feigning modesty, Lin Mu pondered for a moment before revealing her premeditated excuse. To be candid, dear brother, I am somewhat inept. In the past, I had to rely on relatives' assistance just to ensure Ran could afford his education. Otherwise, I could not have allowed Ran to serve as a maid for all those years. However, this kind-hearted child has willingly pooled her savings from these years and the earnings from her embroidery over the past few months, totaling 600 taels, for me to purchase a residence. She insists that Ran is her family's greatest support, and by aiding her brother now, she can also help her in the future when Ran achieves success. Thus, I acquiesced. This sentiment rang true. As long as Ran could make further progress, Ran's prospects for marriage would undoubtedly improve. Lindabo's wife chimed in, realizing that she had underestimated her niece, who could quietly amass 600 taels to assist her brother in acquiring a residence. It was no wonder they said it was better to marry a servant girl than a mere maid. In just a few years, she had saved such a significant amount. Coupled with her impressive sewing skills and demeanor, she would have no trouble finding a suitable husband. Suddenly, Lindabo's wife thought of her own nephew, who was 2 years older than Ran and an established scholar. Her grandfather had also been a reputable scholar, and their family possessed 200 to 300 acres of land, living comfortably. However, her sister-in-law had lofty ambitions, seeking only the most exceptional daughters, leaving her uncertain if Ran would meet her expectations. Seeing Lin Mu's earnestness and knowing that the money was prepared, Lindabo said, "In that case, I will find someone to help you scout for a property. However, where do you wish to purchase it?" Lin Mu replied, "We are a humble family and do not need to crowd near the affluent neighborhoods of the East City. Yet, the South is rather chaotic. I was thinking if we could find a clean little courtyard within 10 miles of the Guizigian, that would suffice. It need not be large, just a 2-courtyard residence with around 20 rooms." As relatives, once Lindabo accepted his sister-in-law's request, he donned a clean outfit the following day and visited the housing division in the capital. The housing division was akin to a modern real estate bureau, overseeing all property transactions in the capital and some leasing and maintenance matters. Although it fell under the Ministry of Works, it had its own office. His friend, surnamed Jiang, was currently the treasurer of the housing division, a minor official but one with ample benefits, making him reluctant to change jobs. Upon seeing his old friend, Jiang promptly invited him into his office and had tea served. After hearing Lindabo's purpose, Jiang smiled slightly. "I thought it was a pressing matter. Such trivialities are well within my purview. You have come at a fortuitous time. Recently, a deputy minister from the Ministry of Personnel was dismissed, along with a number of officials either reassigned or retired. Consequently, many are looking to sell their homes. The larger properties have already been snatched up, leaving only a few small residences that the affluent families overlook, which are out of reach for ordinary folk, thus remaining unsold. Your nephew is indeed my nephew as well. Since we are family and wish to make a purchase, everything can be negotiated amicably." After saying this, he retrieved a thick book from the cabinet and pointed out each property to Uncle Lin. This set is located on the outskirts of the East City. Though it is somewhat small, it is situated in the most bustling area, merely a few hundred meters from Zhuke Street. It comprises a 2-entry courtyard with a total of 12 rooms, priced at 500 taels. Uncle Lin shook his head. "It is a bit too small. My nephew has yet to marry. While this house is sufficient for now, how will it accommodate him once he has a wife and children? Moreover, he is currently preparing for the imperial examinations." and such a lively location may prove detrimental to his studies. Let us consider this other property, located in the West City. Jiang Siwu continued to present several options, and ultimately, Uncle Lin selected 2 properties he deemed suitable. Upon returning home, he discussed them with Yuran and her mother. One of the options is situated north of the Guizijian, about 5 or 6 li away, featuring 2.5 entries with a total of 16 rooms. Although the house is somewhat dilapidated, it can be made habitable with careful tidying. The price is quite reasonable at only 400 taels. The other option lies south of the Guizijian, over 10 li away. It is a 3-entry residence with more than 20 rooms, complete with a back courtyard and a screen wall. Furthermore, the previous owner has recently renovated it, making it relatively new and furnished with most of the furniture. However, it is priced higher at 850 taels. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, and Yuran smiled, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, uncle. However, purchasing a house is no trivial matter. It would be reassuring to see it in person." Uncle Lin nodded. "You speak wisely. I had anticipated this. Tomorrow, I shall take you both to view these 2 properties." The following day, Yuran and her mother accompanied Uncle Lin on a tour of the capital, exploring not only these 2 properties but also several others recommended by Jiang Siwu Dai. In the end, they opted for the 3-entry residence. Firstly, it was ready for immediate occupancy without requiring extensive renovations. Secondly, the neighborhood is primarily inhabited by officials from the Guizijian and teachers from a nearby academy, which serves as a testing ground for candidates in the imperial examinations. Except during the examination years, this area is peaceful and serene, steeped in literary ambience. In later times, it would undoubtedly be considered a prime educational district. After all, did not Mengmu move 3 times to provide her son with an excellent learning environment? Thus, the 800 taels did not seem exorbitant. Ultimately, with Jiang Siwu's mediation, the seller conceded an additional 50 taels. The Lin family purchased the residence for 800 taels, and both families promptly went to the Housing Affairs Office to sign the necessary documents. With Jiang Siwu's assistance, all matters proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Naturally, afterward, Lin's mother made sure to express her heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Siwu. With the housing situation resolved, Yuran could finally devote herself wholeheartedly to her embroidery. However, when Yuran returned from the academy and learned of the developments, he felt somewhat anxious. He expressed his shame to Yuran, saying, "As the only male heir in this family, I should be the one to bear all responsibilities. Yet, at this point, I can only focus on my studies and cannot offer any assistance. It is my sister and mother who are using their own savings to purchase land and a house for me. How can I bear such a burden? No wonder people say that scholars are of little use." Yuran patted his shoulder and replied, "What of being a scholar? Your sister's future dignity hinges on how well you perform in your studies. You need not feel guilty or concern yourself with the money spent on me. To speak candidly, if you succeed in the imperial examinations, I could marry into a good family even without a dowry. Conversely, if you remain an ordinary citizen, even if I possess a vast fortune, I would only be wed to a local gentleman or merchant. Therefore, if you excel in your studies, my future dignity and dowry will be assured. We are blood relatives and should rely on each other. Since we have spent the money for a good cause, I have no intention of becoming a selfless benefactor. Some contributions must be made apparent to leave a lasting impression." And Rand nodded. "I understand your words, dear sister. Rest assured, I shall double my efforts." As the weather gradually turned colder, light snow began to fall at the end of October. Once the snow melted, Fang Xinsu deliberately sent a painting screen to visit Yuran, bringing with her 200 jin of silver silk charcoal, a pair of exquisite 3-legged charcoal stoves, a delicately engraved white copper hand stove adorned with mountain and water patterns, and a pair of silver incense balls. When Yuran returned, she carried with her a small hand stove decorated with lotus patterns, a gift from the Han family, which was also inlaid with enamel. However, the large charcoal stoves were naturally not something she could bring, and the 2 charcoal basins in the Lin household were akin to ordinary wash basins, lacking lids. When burning charcoal, they crackled and occasionally spat out sparks, posing a risk of igniting her embroidery work nearby. For the past few days, Yuran had been working on the Kong, but sitting cross-legged for extended periods caused her legs to go numb. She had planned to purchase a set of delicate charcoal stoves from the county soon, but unexpectedly, Fang Xinsu had anticipated her needs and sent these items. With the Kong heated and the 2 charcoal stoves lit, the entire room became as warm as spring, allowing Yuran to continue her embroidery work comfortably. In contrast, Yuran's family was extravagant in their spending. Naturally, there were whispers of gossip among the villagers, but Fang Xinsu sent silver silk charcoal every month. The outings of the princess's senior maid were more extravagant than those of most young ladies, always accompanied by guards. Those gossiping women dared only to murmur quietly, and occasionally, when an elder of high moral standing overheard, they would rebuke them. Over time, no one dared to speak out any longer. As for those truly discerning families, they had quietly begun to cultivate relations with Urant's family. Even Aunt Lynn, upon witnessing the princess and the countess repeatedly sending their trusted maids with gifts, could not help but sigh. My nephew truly lacks fortune. When she returned to her maternal home, she mentioned this to her sister-in-law, only to find her sister-in-law incensed, exclaiming, "Your nephew is destined to take the imperial examination and become a high official. How could he marry a maid? How would he hold his head high among his peers? Moreover, I have heard that the maids from wealthy families often have questionable relationships with their masters. Your niece has spent so many years in the Marquis's residence. Who knows what her reputation is?" Hearing her sister-in-law speak this way, Aunt Lynn was immediately angered. "If you dislike this match, that is one thing, but there is no need for such slander. Not to mention that Uran is my own niece. I believe in her integrity. Even if my niece is not perfect, the Empress Dowager herself has praised her as loyal and righteous, and has bestowed upon her a purple sandalwood ruby. Are you questioning the Empress Dowager's judgment? That is quite a serious accusation." Uncle Lin quickly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. "Dear sister, do not let your temper flare. You know her temperament well. She has always lacked insight. Ultimately, when it comes to marriage, it is essential to find a compatible match between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Since your sister-in-law is unwilling, let us leave this matter be." Seeing her brother's demeanor, Aunt Lynn closed her eyes. Initially, her sister-in-law had appeared gentle and amiable, but after marriage, she discovered her shallow nature. Resigned, she spoke to her brother. "If it were not for you Guer being my own nephew, I would not have brought this up with my sister-in-law. Since she is unwilling, let us consider this matter as never having been mentioned." While her sister-in-law scorned the maid's origins, she failed to recognize the connections behind her. The Lin family may well find themselves relying on this niece in the future. Given her ties to the Marquis's residence and the princess, even if Enran only passes the preliminary examination, his rise to success would be imminent. Alas, what a pity to be November. The Lin family's dining table no longer boasted a single fresh vegetable. Occasionally, the only greenery present was cabbage leaves and radish tops. Observing her room's warmth, Yuran felt that such heat should not be wasted. She gathered several flower pots, filled them with soil, scattered some vegetable seeds and garlic cloves, and had Fong Chao soak some yellow and green beans in 2 bamboo baskets to sprout bean sprouts. The bean sprouts grew quickly, and within 3 days, fresh vegetables reappeared on the Lin family's dining table after a prolonged absence. Naturally, such a treasure could not be hoarded, so Lin's mother sent some to a few close families. After more than half a month, the vegetables Yuran planted in pots had sprouted into seedlings, bringing excitement to the entire family. Recognizing the success of this method, Yuran thought of the vegetable greenhouses from her past life. While this era had improved versions of greenhouses, the lack of plastic film meant that some wealthy families would construct glass greenhouses to grow vegetables and survive the winter. However, glass was expensive and not something an ordinary family could afford. The long winter had just begun, and though she occasionally enjoyed fresh vegetables during her time at the Marquis's residence, now, if she desired them, she would have to devise a way herself. With the winter chill setting in and no other pressing tasks at hand, she decided to give it a tea or YIT was not a significant undertaking, and if it failed, it would merely result in the loss of a few seeds. Lin's mother agreed to her venture. Yuran instructed old Lu and his grandson to find a plot of land approximately 2 meters long and over a meter wide against the eastern wall of the backyard. Taking advantage of the sunny midday hours, they prepared the land and scattered some fertilizer. Using bricks and chaff, they enclosed the area in a trapezoidal shape and erected some bamboo poles to support a reed mat. In order to address the dual challenge of allowing daylight while warding off the chill, Yuran ingeniously procured a piece of pristine white cotton fabric to cover the shed. During sunny days, she would draw up the reed curtains and in the evenings, lower them again before draping 2 old quilts over the structure. Inside, she dared not scatter overly precious seeds, opting instead to divide the space into 3 sections, where she sowed small rapeseed, spinach, and coriander. Thus, apart from her daily embroidery, Yuran found herself engaged in yet another pursuit, tending to her little vegetable plot in the backyard. Fortunately, after a span of 5 or 6 days, the seeds began to sprout one after another. Although the germination rate was not exceedingly high, some plants did emerge, by this time. The few greens within the house had become ready for consumption. Previously, the absence of vegetables had made the winter pass rather monotonously. Now, with greens available, Lin Mu found herself reluctant to subsist solely on the humble radishes and cabbages, often pondering whether Yuran's little garden could indeed yield vegetables. Due to Yuran's prior mention of a shortage in 2 colors of silk thread, Fong Xian Su dispatched Hua Ping to deliver silk and various supplies. Upon entering Yuran's room, Hua Ping was greeted by the sight of several pots of lush green vegetables, exclaiming, "Oh my, these little greens look truly vibrant. They seem quite delectable." Yuran smiled in response. "Whether they are good or not will be determined at lunch. I shall have them prepare a couple of dishes for you to taste shortly. While I could bring some for you, I fear that upon your return, they may not be as fresh." Hua Ping hesitated, saying, "I must hurry back. The days grow dark quite early." "Fear not," Yuran replied. "It is already past the end of the 6th hour. I shall instruct them to prepare it at once." After calling over Fong Chao and giving her a few instructions, the two resumed their light-hearted conversation. Yuran personally poured a cup of osmanthus and red date tea for Hua Ping, saying, "It's quite chilly. Do have some to warm yourself." To her surprise, Hua Ping shook her head, replying, "Dear sister, I know you have excellent green tea. Please indulge me with a cup of that instead. I drink this every day at the manor, and it's becoming a bit too heating." Hearing this, Yuran chuckled and nodded. "That is easily arranged. I happen to have some chrysanthemum Longjing tea I prepared a few days ago, which is particularly good for clearing heat. I'll brew you a cup." With that, she fetched a covered bowl and prepared a cup of tea for Hua Ping. As Hua Ping lifted the lid, she beheld the clear tea soup adorned with a few pristine chrysanthemums and several bright red goji berries. Laughing, "Your thoughtfulness is remarkable. I wonder how you conceived this idea." Yuran replied, "It's no great feat. I simply had some excellent pre-rain Longjing left over. I realized that once the new year arrives, it would be aged tea. Moreover, drinking green tea in the dead of winter can be quite unaccustomed. And I had been feeling a bit overheated, so I concocted this blend. Brewing a cup or two not only avoids waste but also serves to clear the eyes and reduce heat. Quite a twofold benefit. Wouldn't you agree?" Hua Ping laughed. "You are indeed clever, sister. However, when I leave later, you must ensure to send some home with me." Yuran readily agreed. "That is hardly a challenge. There will be plenty for you." The two then engaged in further conversation, during which Hua Ping produced a pair of shoes from her bundle and handed them to Yuran. "I figured you might not have the time to make your own lately, so I crafted you a pair. The craftsmanship may not compare to yours, but I hope you can make do with them." Yuran took the shoes and upon inspection, noticed the vibrant crimson uppers intricately embroidered with delicate irises. She smiled broadly, exclaiming, "With such exquisite and vibrant work, how could I possibly complain? Dear sister, you have truly outdone yourself, enduring the labor to make these for me. Your embroidery skills seem to have improved remarkably. I fear I may soon be unable to teach you anything more." Hua Ping, upon hearing this, playfully scolded, "That's simply one do. My intention in making these shoes is precisely so that you will teach me well. Don't think to slack off. Quickly tell me if there are any aspects of my work that could be improved. By the end." Her demeanor had turned serious. Seeing her earnestness, Yuran smiled and said, "In terms of technique, your stitching is beyond reproach. However, there are areas here where adding some olive green would enhance it further." She then picked up a needle and thread, demonstrating her suggestions one by one. Upon receiving Yuran's guidance, Hua Ping felt a sudden clarity in her heart. "No wonder I always felt my work lacked vitality. Now I understand the reason. I have asked many people, yet none have instructed me with such care. Perhaps fearing I might surpass them." Yuran chuckled. "In the realm of embroidery alone, there exists Su embroidery, Shu embroidery, Gu embroidery, and Hui patterns, each with its own distinctive techniques and specialties. If we could share insights and learn from one another, it would benefit countless individuals. Yet, it is often the case that once someone masters a skill, they tend to hoard it jealously, even withholding a few tricks from their apprentices, fearful of being surpassed. Consequently, many arts fade into obscurity before they can be appreciated. Why must it be so? Oftentimes, one finds it challenging to progress while working in isolation. Conversely, when one imparts their knowledge to others, they may gain unexpected insights, and techniques can seamlessly integrate." Just as she finished speaking, Fong Chao entered with a food box. She set the table in the center of the room, arranging the dishes. Once everything was laid out, Hua Ping looked over and saw a plate of stir-fried greens, a dish of garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat, a plate of 5 spice peanuts, a dish of braised beef, and 2 steaming bowls of wontons topped with green onions and coriander, drizzled with sesame oil, wafting a delightful aroma. Yuran smiled, saying, "I've rambled on so much. In this rustic place, the fare may seem a tad scant. I hope you don't mind." Hua Ping quickly waved her hand. "Sister, Please don't belittle yourself. I often hear the princess say, a single conversation with you is more valuable than 10 years of study. Today, having heard your teachings, I feel this journey has been worthwhile. Why should you underestimate your own worth? Besides, even in the princess's company, I seldom enjoy such meals. It is only on occasion that she bestows some dishes upon us, resulting in a somewhat more lavish spread. But you know well that even the finest meals are merely leftovers from their table. To have a meal prepared specifically for me like this is a rarity indeed. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with emotion. She quickly sniffled. I've lost my composure. Please don't laugh at me, sister. These words are only ones I could share with you. Fortunately, the maidservants and attendants had been arranged in the hall, so no outsiders were present. Uran took a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Silly sister, why would I mock you? I understand your feelings perfectly. The princess and the lady are both kind-hearted. Just serve them earnestly, and there will surely come a day when your wishes are fulfilled. Now, come, try the wontons and tell me how they taste. They will be less enjoyable once they cool. A maid of the Marquis's household. Hua Ping swiftly regained her composure, cheerfully scooping up a wonton, blowing gently to cool it, and taking a bite. What a delightful surprise! It's filled with shepherdess purse. How thoughtful of you to procure such a seasonal ingredient. Uran smiled softly. It is indeed a stroke of luck. I had planted some lettuce seeds in a pot, but who would have thought they would sprout into shepherdess purse? Perhaps I mislabeled them initially. Nevertheless, using this herb to fill the wontons is undoubtedly delicious. Having not enjoyed fresh vegetables in quite some time, Hua Ping relished the wontons. Although the Marquis's household had their own greenhouses, the produce was scant, barely sufficient for the masters, let alone the maidservants. As they were halfway through their meal, Feng Chao returned with a dish of spicy stir-fried chicken and a plate of fried lotus root. Yuran inquired, have the nannies and guards been well taken care of? Feng Chao replied, yes, they have all been attended to. The nannies' meals are comparable to Miss Hua Ping's. The guards outside received a bowl of wontons and a bowl of beef noodles in the old master's quarters. Along with some side dishes, if they needed more, we provided them with some flatbreads to soak. Yuran nodded. Take 2 taels of silver to your grandfather and let him know that the male head of the household is away, making it inconvenient for them to come inside. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope they will be understanding. This silver is for their leader, as a gesture to treat them to drinks. Feng Chao acknowledged and left. Hua Ping quickly called out to her, that should be more than enough. Tell the kitchen not to prepare anything further to avoid waste. Seeing Yuran nod in agreement, Feng Chao complied. Hua Ping chuckled lightly, turning to Yuran. This little maid by your side certainly mirrors your former demeanor in her diligence. By the way, why have I not seen your mother today? Yuran replied with a smile. Mother has gone to visit relatives in the neighboring village. Do enjoy your meal. I recall you have a particular fondness for spicy stir-fried chicken. As Hua Ping picked up a piece of chicken to savor. She nodded. Indeed, I have always loved sour and spicy dishes, yet the princess prefers milder flavors, and the kitchen prepares even the dishes for our courtyard maidservants with a lighter touch. Without your spicy meat sauce, I would have struggled to endure these days. Yuran nodded in understanding. All right, I grasp your meaning. When you leave later, I will ensure you have enough to take with you. Also, Feisu loves this dish as well. So do bring her a jar. Hua Ping quickly swallowed her mouthful and replied, hearing you say that reminds me. Sister Feisu made a special visit this morning to express her longing for the pickled cucumbers and pickled green beans you brought last time. If you have any left, please bring her some more. Indeed, it seems I have but a small jar of pickled cucumbers remaining, yet I still possess a considerable quantity of pickled green beans. Additionally, I have pickled radishes and pickled cabbage. I shall prepare a jar of each for her, Yuran remarked nonchalantly. Once we have dined to our satisfaction, Hua Ping must prepare to return. Yuran carefully packed the tea leaves, spicy sauce, and other items she requested into a bundle and then retrieved 2 bamboo baskets, one filled with the vegetables she had gathered and the other brimming with processed mountain walnuts. She remarked, I am aware that your household has its own greenhouse, and these items are rather scarce there. Although they are few, they will nonetheless add something to the meals for the madam and the young ladies. These mountain walnuts have been seasoned and cooked by myself. Let the masters at least have a taste. Furthermore, there are some dried vegetables and a few winter melons, along with a basket of lotus roots. Please take them back with you. While they may not hold great monetary value, they are a token of my heartfelt intentions. Hua Ping smiled, saying, oh, these are not worth much. Just this basket of fresh lotus roots could fetch at least 10 taels of silver. And this basket of tender greens, wouldn't that sell for 20 taels, sister? You are truly generous. Enough of your banter. Be on your way swiftly, lest you slip on the wet road, Yuran urged Huaping to hasten her departure. As she boarded the carriage, Huaping remarked, I suspect the household will certainly send someone again before the new year, and I shall strive to visit you once more. Yuran nodded. Very well. I shall have Aunt Lu prepare spicy chicken for you then. When the carriage returned to the Loyalty and Righteousness Marquis's residence, dusk was just beginning to settle. Huaping first went to Dequeezy to deliver a letter back to Fang Xinsu. Upon learning that Yuran had sent back some vegetables, Fang Xinsu said, in that case, change your clothes and accompany me to pay respects to my aunt. I shall also take the opportunity to enjoy a meal. Arriving at the moonlight courtyard, they found that Lord Shun Mingchong was present. Huaping showed them the items one by one and relayed Yuran's original words. Lady Han smiled and said, This child is quite thoughtful. I was just wishing for a few fresh vegetables these past couple of days. Yet our greenhouse has yielded little. How fortuitous that you brought these, Lord Shen Mingchong inquired. Is she the maid who embroidered the double-sided work for you? Lady Han nodded. Indeed, Yuran is quite skilled. Not only does she excel at embroidery, but her vegetables also appear fresh and vibrant. Quickly, take them to the small kitchen and have them prepared, but instruct them to keep the flavors light so as not to lose the essence of these greens. She then turned to a nearby maid and instructed, Go and fetch the young ladies and young masters. Tell them we shall dine on something fresh tonight. She then looked at Shan Mingchong. Where will you be dining this evening, my lord? Will you be going to see Concubine Zhou? Concubine Zhou was a favored mistress Shan Mingchong had taken while serving in the southern waters of Jiangnan. Known for her delicate grace and charm, which had won Shan Mingchong's affection. Just yesterday, he had stated he would dine in the moonlight courtyard, but unexpectedly, he was waylaid by Concubine Zhou. Although Lady Han felt it unnecessary to quarrel with the concubine, she could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance, leading her to tease Shen Mingchong. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingchong smiled and said, My lady, what are you saying? I naturally wish to spend more time with you. I came here as soon as I returned today. With the younger generation observing, Lady Han merely shot him a glance, choosing to let the matter pass. After the family enjoyed a lively dinner together, the younger ones departed, and Shen Mingchong retreated to his study to attend to official duties. Lady Han dismissed the maids and Fei Xiu, while assisting her in undoing her hairstyle, gently whispered, Madam, everything has been brought back. And I had Mama Chi check. There are no issues. Lady Han nodded. You did not let anyone else know, did you? Fei Xiu assured her, Rest assured, my lady. I merely told Huaping that I had a craving, cautioning her not to divulge it to others to avoid ridicule. Thus, no one else is aware of this matter, not even Qinglu, who is not one to gossip. Chapter 69. The new year approaches. Do you think I might be overly cautious? Lady Han inquired pensively, placing a hand on her abdomen. After yearning for this child for many years, it was only natural she would be exceedingly careful. Fei Xiu responded promptly, This matter is of great significance. It is only prudent for you to exercise caution. However, it has already been 3 full months. Will you truly not inform the Marquis? I have already told him. Otherwise, why would he have been visiting so frequently these days? Lady Han replied with a slight pout. Upon hearing the hint of bitterness in her tone, Fei Xiu quickly reassured her, Since the Marquis returned to the capital, has there been a day he has not come to our courtyard? Even if he does not stay the night, he would still converse with you for a while. You are being somewhat unfair to him. Whether it is fair or not, he knows in his heart. After all, at my age, I do not expect to live in romantic bliss. I merely wish for this pregnancy to proceed smoothly, even if it results in a girl. That way, Tian's sister will have a sister to support her. Lady Han's voice grew cold. Those who emerge from the womb are ultimately ungrateful wolves. Fei Xiu understood she was referring to Shan Ying, the second daughter, who appeared gentle and compliant but harbored a contrary nature. Fortunately, the eldest miss had discovered this in time. Otherwise, it could have led to endless troubles. She gently urged, My lady, there is no need to let such petty individuals distress you. Our eldest miss is destined to be the 5th prince's consort. As for the second daughter, no matter how lofty her ambitions, her future still hinges on your word. Lady Han had considered several marriage prospects for Shan Ying, yet she had grown fond of the girl over the years. It was unexpected that Shan Ying would disdain these suitors for their humble backgrounds, subtly complaining to Shen Mingchong about it. She even claimed that if the disparities between their marriages were too great, it would reflect poorly on Lady Han. That a concubine, seeking to compare her prospects to those of a legitimate daughter, would certainly invite scorn. Following these events, Lady Han resolved to give up on Shan Ying entirely. The girl was even inferior to Shun Lian, who, although somewhat headstrong, possessed greater clarity of thought. Previously, she had merely feigned gentility and decorum, but now her true colors were beginning to show. it was not simply because the eldest had been sent to the countryside by the Marquis. As it appeared, she had been forsaken. Meanwhile, Shen Mingchong had recently praised Shun Ying's younger brother, Shun Mao. Hemph, it seems he may find himself in vain. Lady Han's thoughts turned, and she began to formulate a plan. Since our second daughter is so intent on rising above, it is only right that I lend her a hand, to honor the bond we share. The intrigues of the loyalty and righteousness Marquis' residence had drifted far from Yuan, who was wholly engrossed in her embroidery work. The general outline of her piece had taken shape, and she needed only to fill in the colors. Soon enough, it was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the day traditionally known as Little New Year. 2 days prior, Anren had returned from the academy, allowing him to stay home for a longer period until after the new year when classes would resume. Satisfied with her progress, Yuan decided to pause her work temporarily, for there was much to prepare for the new year. Everything must be made by hand, and efficiency could not be high. After enjoying dumplings and sweet glutinous rice cakes, Little New Year came to a close. The nursery rhyme vividly depicted the activities surrounding the new year. On the 23rd, sweet rice cakes stick. On the 24th, market day. On the 25th, we grind tofu. On the 26th, we stew mutton. On the 27th, we slaughter the rooster. On the 28th, we let the dough rise. On the 29th, we steam buns. On the 30th, we celebrate all night, and on the first day of the new year, we dance on the 24th. There was a particularly large market in the county town. Although Yuan had previously strolled through the streets, she had yet to experience the bustling market. That day, she and her younger brother took Xiao Shitu and Feng Xiao for a thorough exploration of the market, purchasing numerous delightful curiosities. Anren observed that his sister paid no heed to the beauty products at the stalls meant for young ladies, finding herself instead fascinated by the clay figurines and miscellaneous goods. Acquiring a fair number of clay figures and bamboo crafts. Curiously, he asked, "Sister, we hardly have many children at home. Why are you buying so many toys for them?" Yuan replied with a smile. "I thought I would visit the Marquis' residence to pay my respects and offer New Year greetings. The young masters and ladies have surely seen all manner of fine things. These trinkets, however, might still amuse them." Hearing this, Anren shook his head with a rueful smile, realizing that the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. On the 25th, Yuan had prepared various gifts in advance, and with old Lu driving the carriage, she set off with Feng Qiao to the Marquis' residence. Upon arrival at the corner gate, the matron quickly helped her unload the items and hurried inside to announce her presence. Before long, Fei Shu personally came out to greet her, saying, "The lady mentioned she would send someone to check on you these days. Yet here you are yourself. Come, let us go inside. The princess and the eldest miss are in the moonlight courtyard." Several maids followed behind, assisting with the packages. Upon entering the moonlight courtyard, they found Shan Tian's sister and Fang Xinsu seated in the small flower hall, listening to the servants' reports. With the new year approaching, the household was bustling with activity, filled with visitors and excitement. Seeing Yuan, both paused their tasks. Fang Xinsu remarked, "I was just thinking of sending Huaping to deliver some items to you. How fortunate you have arrived and spared her a trip." Shen Tian's sister smiled. "It has been quite some time since you last visited. We have all missed you. Mother is in the main room. You should go and speak with her." With an air of tranquility, Yuan noticed a group of women waiting outside, eager for news. After exchanging a few words, she made her way into the main hall. The young maid, upon seeing her arrival, smiled and remarked, "Madam, upon hearing that sister has come, is filled with joy. She is currently awaiting you inside." Upon entering the room, Yuan immediately spotted Mrs. Han reclining elegantly on an embroidered couch and noticed her slightly protruding abdomen. With a warm smile, she performed a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to you, madam, and I must also extend my congratulations, for you have finally had your wishes fulfilled." Mrs. Han beckoned her to sit beside her, saying, "You have such keen eyes." Discerning it at once. Most of the people in this household remain unaware, however, with the new year approaching, it won't be long before it becomes evident. Casting a glance at Mrs. Han's belly, Yuan cheerfully remarked, "It seems you have passed the critical first 3 months, madam. With care, there should be no major concerns." Mrs. Han gently shook her head. "Who can say? I can only hope for a smooth journey ahead." The atmosphere became suddenly awkward, prompting Fei Su to chime in, "Madam, Qianlu has not only brought some fresh vegetables, but also a variety of exquisite little trinkets. Would you like to take a look?" Mrs. Han smiled and replied, "Since you speak so highly of them, do bring them in for us to admire." Before long, a servant entered, carrying all the delightful trinkets brought by Yuan. Leading the display were some festive knots crafted by Yuan herself, among which was an exceptionally delicate lantern resembling a palace lamp. What exquisite craftsmanship! Is there anything you cannot create? This lantern must have required considerable effort to make, Mrs. Han inquired as she admired the piece. Yuran responded, indeed, madam. To make a lantern of this quality takes a full 2 days of labor. Aside from this pair in bright red, the rest were crafted by my mother alongside the young maidservants. Ah, that explains it. While these pairs are well made, they seem to lack a certain spirit. The young ladies must appreciate these new and fresh designs. Very well, let us reserve this pair of red lanterns for Su Jia and Tian Jia, while I shall keep the pair in primrose yellow and the pair in pine flower color depicting the 4 seasons. With the festive season filled with red, it is time to introduce some new colors. Mrs. Han said leisurely. In addition to these knots, there were numerous other exquisite items, including clay sculptures, root carvings, and bamboo woven products. Mrs. Han took a particular liking to a pair of clay figurines depicting a boy and a girl, playing with them in her hands. She then pointed to some nearby items, saying, "These must be for the young ladies and young masters. Let them be distributed among them to avoid any lingering thoughts." She then asked, "What else did you bring?" Yuran replied, "Aside from these, there are only some fresh vegetables I grew myself, along with some fruits stored since autumn, which have been kept rather fresh. I brought some for you to taste." After a while, Fei Su personally brought out the washed and cut fruits. If I didn't know about Yuran's family circumstances, I would hardly believe they could keep fruits this fresh, as if just picked from the trees. Did you not complain yesterday about the fruit in our household being mealy? Do try this. I snuck a taste earlier, and it was sweet and crisp. Mrs. Han smiled as she picked up a piece with a toothpick. Indeed, it is refreshingly sweet. She then asked Yuran, "What method did you use to preserve these fruits so tender?" Yuran replied, "It is nothing special, merely wrapping them in paper and storing them in the cellar. Is that so? But this Xian paper isn't cheap. How much did you need?" "Not much. Really, I used the cheapest paper available. And since I bought in bulk, the shopkeeper offered a very reasonable price. I spent 30 taels of silver to purchase 2,000 jin of apples and over 1,000 jin of pears. The paper cost me only 2 taels, Yuran explained nonchalantly. Now, having sold the fruits through an acquaintance, I have made a profit of over 100 taels. Who would have thought you possessed such business acumen?" Mrs. Han praised with a smile. Yuran lowered her head. "I hope madam does not find it vulgar for me to speak of such monetary matters." "What is vulgar about it? I cannot abide those who are only ever lost in romantic frivolities, who find discussions of money beneath them, as if they do not spend any themselves as long as it is legitimate business. What is there that cannot be done? Speaking of which, your manner of conduct resembles that of the young master Zhe here. It is a pity you are of different genders. Otherwise, I would have to introduce you both." Mrs. Han chuckled at that moment. A maid entered and reported, "Madam, Master Shunzhe from the clan has come to pay his respects to the Marquis and has brought several baskets of southern fruits, which the Marquis has sent for you." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Han laughed. "He truly cannot resist being mentioned. As soon as I speak of him, his fruits arrive. Quickly, have them brought in." Soon after, several sturdy maids entered, bowing as they carried in 4 large baskets of fruit, setting them down before retreating. Another young maid stepped forward, lifting the covers off the baskets to reveal fresh and plump fruits. Yuran looked closely and recognized them all: 2 baskets of tangerines, 1 basket of sweet oranges, and 1 basket of pomelos. Seeing that they were all her favorites, Mrs. Han nodded with a smile. "This child is quite thoughtful. Fei Su, go inform Lu Kai to select some fine game birds and roe deer from the ones delivered from the estate the other day for Master Zhe to take back." Fei Su complied and left. Before long, the 2 sisters from the small flower hall entered. Mrs. Han hurriedly instructed for tea and snacks to be served, thanks to the 2 lovely young ladies. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss at this hour. "Now, what would you like for lunch?" Fong Xi and Su smiled and replied, "Is there truly nothing good to eat at Aunt's place that I and my cousin would not exert ourselves over? However, since you have mentioned it, I shall make a request. Earlier, I saw that Qian Lu brought some shepherd's purse. The shepherd's purse soup from last time was quite delicious, so let us have that. And also, that large fresh grass carp. Please have the kitchen prepare one." Shin Tian playfully nudged her. "You have such sharp eyes." The maid carrying the items passed right by us, and I barely glimpsed what was inside. "Yet you caught sight of it all. But is there truly fresh grass carp at this season?" After saying this, she turned to Yuran, who smiled and replied, "Your Highness, you have misjudged. That is not grass carp, but rather a fathead fish, also known as a flower catfish. Given the abundance of bones, you likely have not encountered it before. However, the fish head is excellent for braising or in chopped chili preparations." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Han interjected, "Just as well, I have been craving something spicy these past few days. Have the small kitchen clean that fish and prepare it as a chopped chili fish head, and let us braise the belly, which has fewer bones. Then we can have the fresh vegetables brought by Qianlu prepared into a feast. Then, she sighed, I have heard of this chopped chili fish head before. It is said that the founding emperor greatly enjoyed this dish. I have had it a couple of times at my family home, but back then, it seemed too spicy for my taste. Today, for some reason, just hearing its name makes me want to eat it. They say daughters are sour and sons are spicy. Perhaps this little one is your sister. Shen Tian and Fong Xinsu exchanged glances and slowly said, Do not worry, mother. Whether it is a younger brother or sister, they are my dear siblings, and I will surely take good care of them in the future. Fong Xinsu chimed in, and there asked me, Your cousin? Aunt need not worry. This child will have a sister-in-law who is a princess and a cousin who is a county lord. They will have no trouble navigating the capital. Mrs. Han burst into laughter. Pointing at Fong Xinsu, navigating, you say? Wouldn't he that make her a crab? Ah, I do not expect her to achieve great things. I only wish for her to be safe and sound. This statement was truly from Mrs. Han's heart. As long as Shen Tian remained the fifth prince's consort, her position in the marquisate would remain unassailable. Chapter 71. Instigation. After a time of jovial conversation and laughter, a maid informed them that the meal was ready. The group then moved to the flower hall to dine. As they took their seats, Mrs. Han insisted that Yuran sit to her left. Yuran, reluctant, was persuaded by Mrs. Han's insistence, saying, The last few times you visited, I was occupied and unable to entertain you properly. Now that you are indeed a guest, you should sit here. Shen Tian also encouraged her from the side, prompting Yuran to finally take her seat. Positioning herself sideways. After they finished their lunch, Mrs. Han remarked, Since you are here, you should stay the night before departing. Yuran smiled and replied, With the year-end preparations underway, I cannot impose further. After the new year, I shall return to pay my respects to you and the young ladies. Just then, a maid came to report that Mrs. Bin from the clan had come to pay her respects. Mrs. Han nodded. Please invite her to the side hall for tea. I will join shortly. Then, with a resigned smile, she added, You are right. With so many visitors at year-end, I cannot properly host you. You may return home. And do convey my regards to your family. Once the new year is over and it warms up, I will send someone to escort you here for a proper stay. She then turned to Fei Su, saying, After the first month, do remind me. Do not let it slip my mind. Fei Su replied with a smile, Rest assured, madam. If I forget, the princess will remember it clearly. Mrs. Han rubbed her forehead. Oh dear, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Indeed, Su Jie has arranged quite a task for Qianlu. No wonder I remarked that with winter's arrival, Qianlu seems to be losing weight instead. Originally, I thought it was because young ladies preferred to be slender, but now I realize it is likely due to exhaustion. Su Jie, look at Qinglu's diligent demeanor. You must not neglect her, Han jested. Fong Xinsu stood up in response and said, Aunt, rest assured. I shall certainly not treat Sister Qinglu poorly. In fact, I have prepared many fine gifts for her. Come, let me show you. Han nodded approvingly. Good child, off you go. There's no need to return today. After the new year, you can come back. Yuran agreed and then performed a deep bow, saying, Then allow me to extend my early New Year greetings to you, madam. Wishing you and the young ladies great fortune in the new year. May all your wishes be fulfilled, and may everything go smoothly. Han hurriedly had someone help her up and instructed Fei Su to bring her a pouch, since you've already exchanged New Year wishes. Let me give you this red envelope in advance. Yuran then bid farewell to Shen Tian and followed Fong Xinsu to Di Chui Zhai. Upon arrival, Fong Xinsu instructed Xiu Luo, Please find the items I asked you to prepare a few days ago and have someone load them onto Qinglu's carriage. Then she turned to Yuran and said, I knew that such a large task would take at least a year. Yet I have asked my sister to complete it in just half a year. This is indeed due to my selfishness, and I feel guilty for making her work so hard. Yuran quickly waved her hand. Miss, you needn't say such things. Since I dared to undertake this task, I naturally believed I could manage it. Otherwise, I would not have accepted your request. You may rest assured, having promised, I will exert my utmost effort and will not delay your important matters. Fong Xinsu patted her hand. I appreciate what you just said. Nowadays, everyone calls me princess, as if I were no longer a Fong. From now on, you may still call me miss. That name brings me comfort. The palace maids nearby glanced at Mama, who remained steadfast and seemingly unbothered, and exchanged glances, silently agreeing. Since Mama is indifferent to this, we shall pretend we did not hear it. One little maid quietly slipped away to inform Xiu Luo, who was watching the servants move items. Upon hearing, Xiu Luo remarked, As long as the princess is happy, That is all that matters. Besides, Qing Lu is not so frivolous. When there are outsiders, she will surely know her place. The little maid pouted. I am merely speaking up for my sister. You are the chief maid next to the princess, a proper fifth-rank official, coming from the Empress Dowager's palace. Yet, you still have to personally prepare items for that country girl. I feel quite indignant for you. Xiao Luo replied. What is there to feel indignant about? I am merely fulfilling my duties. After all, I must manage the relationships of those around the princess. Should I leave this work to you? After saying that, she turned away from the little maid, contemplating that this maid seemed to be a pawn, having attempted to sow discord between her and the princess several times. It appeared she would need to inform the princess about this. Xiao Luo personally oversaw the maids as they loaded silks and packages onto the carriage, instructing a little maid to report back to the princess that everything was ready. She noticed Yuran's maid, Feng Chao, sitting patiently on the edge of the carriage, not wandering about in her mistress's absence. Xiao Luo, seeing her cute and well-mannered demeanor, handed her a fragrant sachet. It's admirable that you are so well behaved. Take this and play with it. Feng Chao, unsure of the customs of large households, noticed the exquisite sachet adorned with a rosy silk ribbon and, though she liked it, hesitated to accept it. Xiao Luo smiled and took her hand. Take it. It merely contains some lily fragrance, nothing of value. Your young lady won't scold you for it. After saying this, she pressed the item into her hands. Soon after, Yuran emerged. Xiao Luo pulled her into the carriage. The madam must have more items for you. There's no need to rush off. Let me tell you about these gifts. She began to point out the items to Yuran. The princess thought you might not have time to make clothes before the new year. So she had the Feng family's sewing room prepare 2 outfits and a large red cape lined with silver fur. Additionally, there is a soft woolen cloak and a cloud pattern jacket, all set aside for you in this lake blue package. There are also 2 outfits for Lady Lin and 2 for the young master of the Lin family. The princess said since it delayed your work, she wanted to compensate you a little. The last piece of brocade and a bolt of silk are for you to make clothes, with this pink gauze for the lining. Moreover, there are 2 boxes of pastries gifted from the palace and 2 jars of fine red tea. Perfect for entertaining guests during the new year. I estimate the bird's nest I gave you last time is nearly finished. I have also brought you a package of superior bird's nest and snowflake rock candy. Do not feel embarrassed. The princess, being favored by the Empress Dowager and the Empress, has received enough gifts from them that it would suffice for everyone in our courtyard to enjoy for 2 or 3 years. Additionally, this box contains 2 pieces of jewelry, not particularly valuable, but the princess asked you not to disdain them for their simplicity. Chapter 72. Changes. Yuran smiled shyly, saying, What are you saying? These are all splendid gifts. Each time, I feel quite conflicted. Receiving them feels burdensome, yet refusing them seems equally difficult. Such torment. Xiao Luo laughed. Why speak thus? The princess regards you as one of her own. Simply focus on helping her with the embroidery, and you will not have wasted her goodwill. Just as they were conversing, Fei Su and Qinghe arrived, followed by numerous maids carrying various items. Xiao Luo looked at Yuran with a smile. Compared to the madam, the princess is rather reserved. Just look at this. It truly seems as if she is preparing a dowry for you. Such a jest could hardly embarrass someone like Yuran. A modern soul. Instead, she playfully pushed Xiao Luo. Regardless, I am still young. My mother has said she wants to keep me for a couple more years. You are 2 years my senior. If a dowry is to be prepared, it should be for you first. Xiao Luo was taken aback. You little rascal. Then she laughed and hopped off the carriage. Fortunately, their voices were low, and everyone assumed they were merely joking, not taking it to heart. Yuran followed suit, and Fei Su instructed the maids to continue loading items onto the carriage while saying, In this package, there are 2 excellent silver fox furs and sheepskins, all of exceptional quality, to be used for a large sweater. There are also several fine lengths of fabric for you to make yourself a garment when you have the time. These are 2 outfits gifted to the madam from outside. She said you could either wear them or give them to your mother or others. Additionally, there are several new books and a pair of gold ingots shaped like rui for your younger brother. This package contains various medicinal pills, Zijinding, Holuadan, Meihuadian Shiwan, Shugani Chiwan, among others, all labeled. There are also some common nourishing herbs like angelica, goji berries, and cotinopsis. The madam also had someone pack some wuchang rice and fresh fruits like oranges, as well as 2 jars of fine huiquan wine, along with some pastries and dried fruits made in our household, perfect for entertaining guests during the new year. Furthermore, there is a pouch for you to play with. After a moment's pause, she added, These are all simple items, nothing too precious. The madam said they are merely a token of goodwill among women. She then turned to Qinghe. What did the young lady give? You should hurry and bring it out. Are you reluctant to part with it? Qinghe smiled and nodded. Indeed, seeing that this carriage is nearly full, I was contemplating whether I could quietly keep some of these items for myself when Sister Fei Su saw through my intentions. I had hoped to quietly benefit from this, but it seems I lack the fortune for that. Alas, you all should hurry and load Sister Qing Lu's items onto the carriage. Otherwise, I will become even more reluctant. Bai Wei, who was behind, laughed while carrying items. No wonder Qinghe was rummaging in the young lady's storage room earlier, carefully selecting exquisite items. It turns out she was planning to line her pockets. As they spoke, everyone laughed. Qinghe playfully poked Bai Wei's head. You think you can malign me and still expect to receive your allowance this month? Bai Wei quickly bowed. Oh, sister, everyone knows what kind of person you are in this household. I was just joking. Nearby, Fei Su laughed. All right, no more making a spectacle of yourselves. Your sister Qinghe is just teasing you. Among all the maids in this household, Qinghe has the most substantial private savings. Do you think she would covet your meager allowance? In the future, you should cling to your sister Qinghe's leg. There are benefits to that. Qinghe shot her a reproachful glance. Enough already, you talk too much. Then she turned to Yuran. The young lady knows the princess has prepared clothes for you, so she did not provide you with fabric. She mentioned that she recently acquired a silk tapestry depicting plum blossoms and a pair of flower and bird patterned porcelain brush holders, which I believe will suit your taste. Shall I fetch them for you? Additionally, there is a collection of various beads for you to use in crafting accessories. There isn't much, and the young lady asked you not to think it scant. Yuran quickly smiled and shook her head. If this is considered scant, then what I have prepared would be even less. I shall not dare visit again in the future. After exchanging a few more words with everyone, Yuran boarded the carriage and swiftly departed. As they neared the northern city, Yuran inquired, Lu Bo, did you bring the items I asked for? Old Lu nodded. Yes, miss, I have them with me, Yuran replied. Then let us take a detour and visit the residence on Tunghua Lane. We should put up the couplets to avoid making another trip. Old Lu nodded and turned the cart towards the Guizijian. Taking half an hour to properly affix the couplets, it seemed that while the addition of the room brought benefits, it also had its drawbacks, as tidying up proved to be quite laborious. The sky was indeed growing late, prompting old Lu to hasten his pace. Just as he turned a corner at the mouth of an alley, he accidentally bumped into a young girl of about 7 or 8 years. The girl had been holding a paper bag, which flew from her hands and landed some distance away, spilling the delicacies inside. She burst into tears. Old Lu, flustered and wiping his brow, gently approached her from the cart and said softly, Little sister, please do not cry. Our driver did not mean to bump into you. Are you hurt anywhere? The girl shook her head and replied, I am not hurt, but the delicacies I just bought are all dirty now. When I go home, my father will scold me. Old Lu glanced down and saw the marinated chicken feet scattered in the dirt, clearly beyond salvaging. He reassured her. It's all right, little sister. Just tell me where you bought these, and I will buy you another portion. The girl pointed to a shop not far away and said, I bought them from that shop over there. Their marinated delicacies are delicious. I wonder if they still have some left. Old Lu patted her shoulder and said, No need to worry, let us go take a look. They walked over to a shop named Baiwei Zhai. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large counter measuring about 2 meters long and more than 1 meter wide, adorned with several large clay jars, while 2 attendants busily served customers. Old Lu asked the girl, What marinated delicacy were you looking for? The girl, still sniffing, replied, Marinated chicken feet and pig ears. Old Lu turned to one of the attendants and said, Excuse me, could I have a portion of marinated chicken feet and pig ears, please? The attendant smiled apologetically. I'm terribly sorry, but we have sold out of the marinated chicken feet today. We still have pig ears, along with marinated beef and pig trotters. The girl began to cry again. My mother loves marinated chicken feet the most. If I can't bring some home, she will surely beat me. Chapter 73. Little Yezi seeing her so distraught. Old Lu felt utterly helpless. The attendant, noticing her tears, asked, Didn't he little Yezi just buy marinated chicken feet to take home? Why is she looking for them again? Upon hearing this, Old Lu inquired, Oh, so you know this little sister? It appears we are at fault. Our driver, while turning the corner, did not see her and accidentally knocked her down, causing her delicacies to fall to the ground. Fortunately, she was not hurt, and I intended to compensate her with another portion. But I did not expect your shop to be so busy. The attendant sighed. This is the busy season before the new year. Items sell much faster than usual. Just then, a voice called from the back of the shop. What has happened? The voice sounded familiar. Old Lu looked up to see a pair of deep, distant eyes staring back at him. It was Shan Zaya's shop. As he was momentarily taken aback. He heard a voice with a slight magnetic quality say, "Miss Lin, what brings you here?" Old Lu briefly recounted the situation, and Shanzai frowned as he turned to the attendant. "Do we have no stock left at all?" The attendant shook his head. "Indeed, we have nothing left. Earlier this afternoon, young Master Fong sent someone to buy up the remaining chicken feet, leaving us with none." Shanzai then suggested, "Could we not pack her some other marinated delicacies?" Yet the little girl continued to shake her head, sobbing. The attendant sighed. "Ah, young master, you may not be aware, but little Yezi lives in the nearby Pear Blossom Alley. Her biological mother passed away early, and she has been living under the thumb of her stepmother. They have several tiled houses, but only occupy a few rooms themselves, renting the rest out. They must be doing reasonably well to afford marinated delicacies regularly. However, just look at her. She is nothing but skin and bones at 11 years old, appearing still like a child, and her clothes are old and tattered. Her stepmother often beats her, and just a few days ago, she was threatening to sell her off, but her aunt managed to intervene. After this incident, I fear that which will find another reason to punish her." At the mention of punishment, the little girl trembled in fear. Old Lu exclaimed, "What of her father? Does he not intervene?" The attendant sighed. "Before he had children of his own, he treated her with some regard. After he had 2 robust boys, he became increasingly harsh. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. He used to say something now and then, but eventually he just grew accustomed to it." Old Lu had thought the girl was merely 8 or 9 years old, only to learn she was already 11. Although he noticed her ragged clothing, he had assumed it was due to poverty and had not thought much of it. Now, he reflected that even families in dire straits would ensure their children had warm clothing in such cold weather. Little Yezi was dressed in layers, all thin garments, likely having donned every piece of clothing she owned. Furthermore, her hands were covered in frostbite and cracks, swollen and painful. Old Lu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It had been years since he had encountered such a tragic girl. Little Yezi, realizing the marinated chicken feet were gone, feared the scolding that awaited her at home from her stepmother, wondering if she might even be beaten to death. She suddenly thought of her mother. If only her mother were still alive, she would not have to endure such suffering. Perhaps it would be better to be beaten to death by that wicked woman, so she could finally reunite with her mother. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a soothing voice say, "Little Yezi, would you like to leave your current home and come with me?" Little Yezi lifted her tear-streaked face and looked at the gentle woman before her. The kind smile reminded her of her mother, and she nodded. "I would like to." Beside them, Shunzai inquired, "Are you intending to purchase this little girl?" Old Lu nodded. "Since I am the cause of this trouble, it is only right that I resolve it. Just look at her frostbite. If this continues, she might freeze to death or be beaten to death. It would be better for her to come with me. Though she may serve as a maid, I will ensure she is well cared for." Shunzai nodded in understanding. "I see your intentions. If you trust me, I will take care of the arrangements. However, little Yezi will need to wait a couple of days before going to your side." Old Lu hesitated, but Shunzai interjected firmly, "There is no need for concern. I assure you that in 2 days, I will safely bring little Yezi to Lin family village to you. Moreover, it is growing late. If you do not hurry home, Aunt Lin will worry." Indeed, the sky was darkening. Old Lu instructed Feng Chao, who promptly went to the cart and returned shortly with a honey-colored cotton coat and a small porcelain box. Old Lu personally dressed little Yezi in the coat, which, though intended for himself, fit her like a cloak, providing ample warmth. He opened the porcelain box and applied some ointment to her hands, saying, "You can rest assured and be obedient. This gentleman Shun will bring you to me in a couple of days." Little Yezi recognized Shunzai and knew he was the owner of the shop. Compared to the unfamiliar Lin Yuran, she felt more trust towards Shunzai. She nodded obediently. Old Lu then stood and formally bowed to Shunzai. "I will leave this matter in your capable hands." Shunzai quickly waved his hand. "Miss Lin, no need for such formality. You may rest easy. I will take care of everything." Yes, it was getting late. He hastily escorted Old Lu to the door, and only after Old Lu had driven away did he return to the shop. He then called over the attendant and issued a few instructions. The attendant readily agreed. "We all see how pitiful little Yezi is and wish to help her, but this is ultimately her family's affair. And we can only assist in minor ways, like providing her with food to prevent starvation. Now that you are willing to take charge, it is indeed a blessing for her." Shunzai replied sternly. "This matter involves others, so you must keep it confidential. If little Yezi's stepmother discovers the truth, none of us will be safe." The attendant nodded vigorously and departed. By the time they returned home, it was already quite dark. Lin mother had been anxiously peering out the door several times, and upon their arrival, she hurriedly ushered them inside, encouraging them to sit by the warm stove. "Why did you return so late? You nearly gave me a heart attack." She then called out to Lu Sa, "Quickly pour a bowl of ginger soup for each of them. Let them warm themselves." Once the ginger soup warmed her insides, old Lu recounted the entire incident involving little Yezi. Chapter 74. Offering flowers as a gift. Listening to her daughter's account, Lin mother nodded in agreement. "You did the right thing. Our family is not lacking in provisions. And if we can save that child's life, it is indeed a virtuous deed." Old Lu nodded. "That is exactly my thought. If she were merely to receive a few scoldings from her stepmother, it would be one thing. What child hasn't he been reprimanded by their elders? Mother, you have not witnessed the frostbite on that child with your own eyes. Many areas have become festering wounds. If we do not provide swift medical attention, it remains uncertain whether she can endure until the end of the year. I have yet to examine her thoroughly, but I fear she is also covered in scars." Thus, Lin's mother remarked. "Then we shall wait for the child to arrive and tend to her properly. We will do our utmost to provide the necessary treatment. However, in the future, we must exercise more caution when faced with such matters." Yuran quickly interjected. "Even if you do not speak of it, mother, I am well aware that there are countless suffering souls in this world. Yet, it seems that heaven has allowed me to encounter this child, suggesting a certain fate between you. Do you not remember the little Tao I used to play with as a child? She lost her life due to a cruel stepmother. Seeing this little Yezi reminds me of Tao, and witnessing her pitiful state compelled me to take the initiative to purchase her. I shall not make such decisions impulsively in the future. Her value should come from my own savings." Lin's mother, noticing that her daughter's painful memories had been stirred, hastily offered words of comfort. "My dear daughter, you have always been sensible. I merely offered you a few words of caution. She is but a small maid, and our family can certainly afford her. Why speak of personal savings? Are you truly considering holding a grudge against your mother?" Yuran promptly shook her head. "Mother, your intentions are solely for my benefit. How could I possibly harbor ill feelings over such trivial matters? I speak candidly without fear of your laughter. Although Feng Xiao, the maid, now accompanies me, her family resides with us. When I eventually marry, she may indeed be of use. However, by that time, it will be her choice, and I would never wish to disrupt their reunion. I cannot take her entire family with me. It would be better to train another maid, for I will bear the costs of her upbringing and monthly allowances myself." Thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Lin's mother, recognizing that her daughter had considered every aspect, nodded in agreement, albeit feeling that her daughter's approach seemed a touch cold. "Since you have thought it through, I shall leave it to you. The hour grows late. Let us eat." It was then that Yuran noticed the absence of her younger brother. "Where is my little brother?" Lin's mother chuckled. "He has been taken to our second cousin's house for drinks. Let us eat, just the two of us." Yuran nodded, about to speak, when Feng Xiao rushed in, saying, "Miss, everything brought back from the capital has been arranged. The fruits are in the east room, and the remaining bundles have been moved to your chamber." Yuran replied, "You, my dear, are quite earnest. Why did you not bring them to this room first for mother to see?" Feng Xiao appeared somewhat deflated. However, Lin's mother immediately said, "Good child, you did well. Since they are things brought back by the young lady, they should naturally be placed in her room. Now, you have worked hard all day. Go and have your meal." Feng Xiao then bowed and left. Yuran looked at her mother with a hint of regret. "Mother, the New Year gifts sent to the Ho residence were indeed items from our household, and it would not be right for me to take all the returned gifts for myself. I should allow you to choose first." Lin's mother laughed. "Enough. Why should we concern ourselves with such trivial formalities? The land taxes under your name are also contributed to our household, are they not? Moreover, if it were not for your reputation, would our family have been able to send these items to that residence? You have contributed so much to the family. What is yours to take. Surely, you would not withhold good things from me, would you?" Yuran quickly brightened. "Mother, you speak the truth. It seems I have been overly concerned." Just then, Lu Sa set the table, presenting a small chicken and mushroom soup, stir-fried cabbage with tofu, and a cold dish of sheep's stomach. Yuran looked at the dishes and remarked, "I recall that we did not slaughter a sheep, did we? Where did this sheep's stomach come from?" Lin's mother replied with a smile, "Well, your uncle's family slaughtered a sheep today. Anrin and I helped your aunt cook the mutton. Your aunt gave us some cooked mutton and sheep's stomach. I thought you would enjoy this, so I instructed Lu Sa to prepare the sheep's stomach for us, saving the mutton for tomorrow." Yuran tasted the chicken soup, which had been simmered for half the afternoon, and found the meat tender and flavorful, unable to resist having 2 bowls. Lin's mother, who was not fond of the gamey taste of mutton, saw that the plate of sheep's stomach had mostly disappeared into Yuran's stomach. By the end, Yuran felt somewhat overstuffed. After the meal, Lu Sa and Feng Chao came in to clear the table. Yuran returned to her room and changed into a set of everyday clothes. Home is indeed a wonderful place. However, bathing remains somewhat inconvenient. It is easier in summer, but even with the house warmed in winter, bathing can be quite chilly. If only we could install a heated floor at home. Once changed, Yuran began to sort through the pile of items that had accumulated. As she finished tidying up, she couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The number of things acquired over the past few months was overwhelming. Not only was her wardrobe full, but even the boxes brought back from the Ho residence were stuffed to the brim. If any more items were added, there would truly be no space left. She then gathered a couple of large bundles and took them to Lin's mother's room. "Mother, take a look. These are all garments from the lady and the princess for you. See if any catch your fancy." Lin's mother glanced at the large bundle filled to the brim with clothes, including cotton jackets, coats, and skirts, totaling more than 10 pieces. She sighed. "Why did you bring back so many? Just leave me 1 or 2 pieces. Such fine garments should be kept for you to wear." Yuran stubbornly grasped her hand. "These are all specifically for you, mother. The princess mentioned that this year, I would not be able to make you new clothes myself, so she specially instructed the seamstress to make 2 sets for you. Additionally, these 2 sets were given to you by the lady, who arranged for 2 sets for you, stating that even if they are not worn, they could be gifted to others." Lin's mother exclaimed. "Oh, such fine garments. How could I bear to give them away? With so many, I cannot possibly wear them all. You should choose a few too." Yuran replied. "I have enough as well. The garments I received from the young lady have yet to be worn. I had planned to wear one for the new year, and now I have received several more. Even if you cannot wear them all at once, such fine fabric and workmanship can be preserved for years to come and still be fashionable when retrieved. After all, our family is not of the wealthy nobility that requires the latest styles. Moreover, these materials are suited to your age. You should keep them. Consider it as me offering flowers in homage to you." Chapter 75. A visitor. This conversation delighted Lin's mother. "Well, since it is a gift for my daughter, I shall accept it. Such exquisite brocade is something ordinary families rarely acquire. The colors are elegant, and even after a decade or two, they shall remain timeless. From now on, I need not worry about new clothes for several years." Yuran did not pursue this subject further and pointed to another bundle. "This one contains items for my little brother. I wonder when he will return." Just as she spoke, the sound of the courtyard door opening and closing was heard, followed by Anren approaching the entrance. "Mother, have you gone to bed?" Lin's mother quickly replied. "Not yet. Come in." Anren then entered, carrying a chill from the outside. Yuran promptly pulled him over to the fire. "It must be quite cold outside. Warm yourself by the fire. Why did you not wear a thicker coat when you went out?" Anren rubbed his hands together. "I went to my uncle's house when it was warmest at noon. I did not expect to return so late." "Sister, when did you come back?" Yuran explained. "I was at the residence on Tunghua Lane, pasting couplets, and by the time I returned, it was already dark." "You arrived just in time." The princess, concerned that I had no time to make you clothes, had someone prepare a robe for you. Try it on. With that, she took out a deep blue satin robe for him to try. Anren found it to fit perfectly, though the sleeves were slightly long. "Tomorrow, I will take them in a bit." Lin's mother quickly interjected. "If you have time to do that, it would be better to focus on your embroidery. There are several people in this household. Should only you be responsible for taking in clothes? Since the princess values you so much and considers you in every regard, even arranging clothes for our family, you need not concern yourself with household chores." Yuran, hearing this, sighed. "This is indeed the consequence of accepting favors. Just the other day, I was advised to rest more." "Very well, I will heed Mother's words and work diligently for a few more days before the new year." Lin's mother smiled. "There are only a few days left until the new year. Endure a little longer. After the new year, until the 15th day of the first month, you must not touch a needle. Then you can rest well." The 3 of them chatted idly before returning to their rooms to wash up and rest. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Yuran called Feng Chao over. "I see that you have already made the new clothes for the new year. It is impressive that you, being so young, have such skill with needlework. I dare say you surpass your mother a bit." Feng Chao replied. "It seems that my mother was the youngest in her family, so she did not have the opportunity to practice needlework. After marrying my father, she became known for her culinary skills, and whenever there were celebrations in the nearby villages, they would invite her to help with the cooking, earning her quite a bit of copper coins and some meat. Therefore, the matron did not mind her lack of needlework skills. Needlework was taught to me by the matron." Yuran nodded. "I did not know you were so well informed about your mother's situation." She then smiled and handed her a piece of red cotton fabric. You saw that little girl yesterday. She will be coming to our house in a couple of days to keep you company. During the new year, she will certainly not have any new clothes. Please work a little harder and make her a set of cotton jacket and pants as soon as possible. Once more, a set of undergarments shall be crafted for her, devoid of any intricate embroidery. Simplicity and elegance shall suffice. Is there any of the cotton from the last garments I made for you? If not, I shall procure some for you. Feng Xiao promptly nodded, exclaiming, there is still quite a bit left. I shall attend to it right away. Some time ago, my mother fashioned 2 sets of undergarments for me, and one remains unworn. It will be just right to share one with her. Upon hearing this, Yuran smiled gently and nodded, that will do. You are quite considerate as the year draws to a close. With much to be done, I shall provide you with fine fabric for a spring outfit after the new year. Feng Xiao cheerfully replied, that is not necessary. I have just received a new dress when I accompanied the young lady to the Marquis's residence. There, Sister Huaping and Sister Feishu each gifted me 2 garments. I find myself amply supplied. Yuran laughed softly, very well. What they have given is theirs, while what I provide is mine. I do not wish for others to say that my maid is entirely dependent on others for her attire. Feng Xiao expressed her gratitude and promised to depart. As she stepped into the courtyard, she fortuitously encountered her mother, Lu Sa. Seeing Feng Xiao in such a flurry, Lu Sa scolded, how many times must I tell you? You must be steadier. Why are you still so hasty? Feng Xiao, with a smile, recounted the events, causing Lu Sa's expression to soften slightly. Since the young lady has given you a task, you should hasten to fulfill it. With the year-end upon us, there is much to be done. Complete it quickly so you may assist me, and with that, she returned to the kitchen to busy herself. Meanwhile, Yuran had just taken up her needle to embroider a crane's feather when she heard a commotion from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xiao rushed in, exclaiming, Miss, Uncle's family has arrived, and the madam requests your presence. Yuran quickly rose, smoothing her attire and adjusting her hair in the mirror. Feng Xiao, ever perceptive, took a cover cloth to drape over the embroidery frame. In haste, they entered the main hall, where the recently seated aunt was momentarily dazzled by Yuran's appearance. Today, she wore a light apricot-colored satin short jacket paired with a pleated skirt adorned in vibrant orange floral patterns. Her hair was elegantly styled in a side bun, adorned with a delicate silver hairpin featuring a finely carved peony, complemented by a charming pink velvet flower, befitting the festive season. She radiated a refreshing elegance. Distinctly unlike the daughters of modest households, before Yuran could bow, Aunt immediately helped her up, good child. We need not observe such formalities among family. Then she turned to Lin Mu, saying, in my opinion, young ladies should embody the grace of Yuran and Shoyun, being composed and well-versed in propriety, for that is what endears them to others. As for my own daughter, despite having children, she remains as hasty as ever. I wonder when she will mature. Before she finished speaking, a voice from outside interjected, Oh, mother, you are again speaking ill of me behind my back. It was Xiaolan, entering while cradling a child. Aunt cast her a reproachful glance. Swiftly taking the child into her arms to shower it with affection, I merely spoke the truth. How does that constitute ill speaking? As a mother, if you cannot even sew a simple garment, how can you not tire your mother with your shortcomings? Xiaolan quickly retorted, Mother, I merely voice my thoughts. You are my dear mother, and even if you scold me, I must bear it silently. Have you brought my new clothes for the new year? She added. They are in that bundle. Just as she finished, Xiaolan dashed into the inner room, prompting a playful chiding, this unruly child. When will she learn to temper her temperament? Lin Mu smiled. I find her spirit quite admirable. She is forthright and lively, capable of faring well wherever she goes. We need not worry about her facing hardships after marriage. Aunt joined in the laughter. Indeed, I fear not for Xiaolan. Rather, I worry for my son-in-law. Who may suffer? The family shared a hearty laugh. Due to the proximity of Aunt's household to the mountains, both her brother sons were fond of hunting. After the academy's break, the brothers set out for a 2-day expedition, returning with an abundance of game, including several wild chickens, a roe deer, and a hefty wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. The perils of their adventure need not be elaborated upon, as fortunate they all returned home safely. Although the adults were anxious for 2 days, they rejoiced at the sight of the children returning with such a bounty. Divided between the 2 families, there was enough to share generously. Aunt's first thought was to send some to her daughter, considering that her daughter and sister-in-law lived in the same village. Thus, she decided to send some game to her sister-in-law rather than to her daughter. Upon hearing this, Uncle readily agreed. but insisted that a portion must also be sent to his daughter's household. Lin Mu graciously interjected, "Your sons have gone through great lengths to procure this game. Keep it for yourselves, or sell it at the market for some silver, rather than sending it our way." Aunt laughed. "Do you think I am unaware of your nephew's filial intentions? Moreover, our family has been doing well these past few years, so we are not lacking in a few coins. But you? How could you send such a large bundle of fine materials last time? They seem to be of excellent quality, likely worth quite a sum." Lin Mu explained, "Not long ago, Madame Shun from the Marquis's residence celebrated her birthday, and as part of our relationship, Yuran presented her with some gifts. Madame Shun invited her to stay for a while, and upon her return, she gifted us numerous fabrics. With just a few of us in the household, we cannot wear them all at once, and as the new year approaches, it is better to share them with everyone rather than let them spoil." Aunt remarked, "Such fine materials, if well preserved, could last for decades without issue. Why would they spoil so easily? You should keep them for yourself, especially considering that in a few years, when Yuran marries, you will need to spend again on her wedding garments." Lin Mu waved her hand dismissively, whispering, "I must not hide it from you. I have even finer materials set aside. When the second son marries, I shall gift you a piece of exquisite brocade for the bride's dowry." Aunt hurriedly declined. "If you possess such treasures, keep them for your own children. Why offer them to her?" Lin Mu smiled lightly. Just then, Xiulan emerged from the inner room, tugging at her garment's hem. "What do you think? Is this attire pleasing to the eye?" The room turned to gaze upon her, revealing her in a striking crimson cotton jacket adorned with peony patterns, complemented by a pomegranate red skirt. She truly was a vision of brilliance. Radiant and captivating, the family erupted in praises. Xiulan lifted her skirt slightly, asking, "Mother, when shall you craft me a pair of such exquisite embroidered shoes?" Aunt playfully scolded, "I lack the time to make such delicate shoes for you. Your sister crafted them, so you ought to thank her." Upon hearing this, Xiulan promptly turned to Xiuyun, bowing slightly. "In that case, I must extend my gratitude to you, sister." Xiuyun hurriedly rose to avoid the bow. "Sister, when did you become so formal? This is quite unusual for me." Xiulan reverted to her playful self, teasing, "You little imp, have you learned to tease others? Continue this way, and I shall no longer help you find a suitor." At this, Xiuyun's face flushed crimson, and she hurried to Aunt's side for comfort. "Aunt, look how my sister bullies me." Aunt gently reassured her, "Good child, Aunt loves you. Do not mind your sister's antics from now on. We shall no longer assist her with garments." Hearing this, Xiulan feigned despair. "Oh dear, this is unfortunate. You ladies seem to bond so well while I am left neglected." This elicited laughter from everyone, with Lin Mu beckoning. "Come here, dear, Aunt loves you." Xiulan rushed to Lin Mu, exclaiming, "Aunt is the best." Aunt, in a mock pout, replied, "You, with your sweet tongue, hardly demonstrate your gratitude to your aunt. Speaking of which, your sister Xiuyun has even made a garment for me. Xiuyun, quickly show your aunt what you have made." Xiuyun then retrieved a bundle of soft green cloth, unveiling various garments for all to see. Within the bundle lay a dark red cotton jacket embellished with plum blossom patterns and a matching simple skirt, along with a pair of black shoes adorned with plum blossom embroidery. The jacket featured a wide crimson border embroidered with plum blossoms, indicating the care and effort invested in its creation. Lin Mu admired, "My dear, your embroidery skills have improved remarkably. But tell me, how much time did it take to craft such a complete outfit? Our household hardly places such emphasis on these details." Aunt chimed in, "This is a reflection of the child's heartfelt intentions. As her aunt, you should graciously accept it." Amidst their conversation, they nearly forgot to mention the joyous news. The second daughter-in-law has been diagnosed with over 2 months of pregnancy. Due to earlier negligence, she had overexerted herself during the festive season, causing some discomfort. Initially, she intended to come personally to express her gratitude, but I instructed the second son to stay home to take care of her. Hence her absence. Lin Mu exclaimed in delight, "The second daughter-in-law is expecting again. This is indeed wonderful news." "Here is not the place for formalities," Aunt added. "Typically, families should not speak of such distinctions, but if it were not for your careful guidance, Xiuyun would not possess such outstanding embroidery skills. Currently, she earns 3 to 4 taels of silver each month from her embroidery work, and at such a young age, many families seek her hand in marriage. The second daughter-in-law should certainly express her gratitude to you." Even the second daughter-in-law's monthly earnings could amount to 1.5 taels, leading to the second son resigning from his accounting duties. In the ancestral hall of the village, a school has been established to teach the children from several nearby villages to read and write. Although the financial rewards are modest, there is still a considerable supply of firewood, rice, oil, and salt each month, allowing for the care of the family, much to the delight of my sister-in-law. One day, mischievous Xian broke the family water tank with a slingshot. Infuriated, she confided in me that she wished she could return Xian to her womb and give birth to a more sensible and considerate daughter. Motherly chuckled and remarked, "Boys are naturally mischievous. They will grow out of it." On the other hand, seemed to have improved a bit, but just a few years ago, he too was always running around the mountains and rivers without a care. This comment drew a disapproving cough from the scholar Lin, who was seated nearby, prompting quiet laughter among the others. Knowing his pride, they refrained from teasing him further. Xiao Yun then pointed to a pair of rose-red embroidered orchid shoes, saying, "These shoes are for cousin Yuran." Upon hearing about her own gift, Yuran beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister. I just received a rose-red jacket that matches these shoes perfectly. Come, sister, let us go play in my room." She then took Xiao Yun by the hand and asked Xiao Lan, "Cousin, are you staying here or coming to my room?" Xiao Lan waved her hand dismissively. "You young girls go and play. As a mother, I cannot join you." With that, the two girls laughed and left. Chapter 77. The disheartened second aunt. Upon returning to her own room, Yuran asked Feng Chao to brew a pot of tea and took out a box of 8 treasures shaped like a begonia flower. "These are the pastries they sent me a few days ago. There are only 2 boxes, one for me and one for your aunt. These are homemade and not easily found. Do try them." Xiao Yun peered into the box and found an assortment of exquisitely crafted pastries. She picked up a piece of begonia pastry and took a bite. The flaky outer layer revealed a sweet and savory red bean filling that was both tender and crisp. Indeed, it was delicious. Xiao Yun believed it to be the finest pastry she had ever tasted. Her expression of enjoyment was as charming as that of a little squirrel. Yuran couldn't help but smile, pointing to another delicacy made of coconut and osmanthus. "Try this one. Though osmanthus cake is common, this one has coconut milk added, imparting a unique milky fragrance and flavor." Following her suggestion, Xiao Yun took a piece, and as it melted in her mouth, she savored the combination of milk and osmanthus aroma, nodding in approval. "This is truly delightful, refreshing and not at all greasy. Cousin, you mentioned this is made with coconut milk. What is that?" Yuran replied, "Coconut milk is the juice from a fruit called coconut, which only grows on the farthest southern islands. This fruit can be as large as a soccer ball, with most of it being juice and only a small amount of flesh. Because they are so far from here, they are difficult to transport, and most people don't even get to taste them. Only the palace uses them for pastries." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun took another piece. "Then I shall have another, as such pastries are rarely available. Today, I am fortunate to enjoy them thanks to you." "Cousin," Yuran said, "if you enjoy this flavor, I will find some coconuts for you when the opportunity arises." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. "Cousin, will you truly keep your promise?" Yuran playfully glared at her. "Of course, but this ingredient is not common, so it depends on luck. Timing is uncertain." Xiao Yun replied, "That is of no concern. If I can taste it just once in my lifetime, I would be satisfied." "Fear not, I won't make you wait a lifetime." Yuran laughed. Before long, Feng Chao brought a pot of black tea along with some snacks. Yuran handed her a handful of sunflower seeds. "You go help your mother in the kitchen. You needn't tea wait on us here." The sisters chatted about their experiences, and Xiao Yun learned that her cousin was quite skilled in needlework. Seizing the opportunity, she pulled out a pouch to seek advice, and Yuran offered her a few pointers. Deep down, she couldn't help but sigh. Ancient people are truly remarkable. How young is this cousin? Yet she already possesses such insight and skill in needlework. If it weren't for her own extensive experience from 2 lifetimes, she would be no match for her cousin's talent. Mother Lin had naturally prepared a sumptuous lunch to entertain her relatives, and the family enjoyed a lively meal together. After a bit of conversation, the eldest uncle's family prepared to take their leave. As the mountain road was treacherous, the Lin family did not insist on keeping them longer. Mother Lin packed 2 portions of lamb meat from the eldest brother's family, along with some red dates and goji berries for them. She also handed Xiao Yun a small bundle. "Good child, it's thoughtful of you to consider making clothes for your aunt. This has some fabric for you. Make yourself a garment when spring arrives." Xiao Yun quickly declined. "Last time, your aunt sent some fabric, and I already made a pomegranate red cotton jacket from it. It wouldn't be right to accept more." The eldest aunt chimed in. "Since it is from your aunt, you should accept it." Yuran also encouraged her. And finally, Xiao Yun relented. The family accompanied their guests to the village entrance, while Xiao Lan took the child back home, and Yuran and the others returned home without further mention. Upon returning to their own village, the eldest aunt helped Xiao Yun to her doorstep. Uncle Lin assisted in unloading the items Mother Lin had given them, and hearing the commotion, second Uncle Lin hurried out to greet them. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law busy, he invited them inside for tea, but the eldest aunt smiled, perhaps another time. This morning, I heard that Yi's daughter-in-law was kneading dough, and by now it must be ready. I need to hurry back to check with that. Uncle Lin hurriedly drove off in his ox cart. Father and daughter moved the items into the main room, and Xiao Yun entered the inner chamber. Asking her mother, who lay in bed, "Mother, are you feeling any better today?" The second aunt smiled. "It was never anything serious, but your father took the doctor's words as a decree and insisted I lie in bed. After 2 days of this, my body is growing numb." Noticing a pale yellow flower in her daughter's hair, she inquired, "That flower in your hair is quite unique. Did your cousin give it to you?" Xiao Yun nodded. "She gave me 2, one pale yellow and one pink that I intended to give you the yellow one, but cousin said neither color suited you and instead gifted me a lake blue one, which is elegant and suits you perfectly." The second aunt chided, "How old are you now? What need is there for a flower in your hair? You'll only invite ridicule. It's better you keep it for yourself." Ignoring her mother's words, Xiao Yun directly placed the flower in her mother's hair, then held up a bronze mirror for her to see. "Look, doesn't it look lovely? Why not wear it? That Mrs. Wang next door is over 40 and still wears red silk flowers every day. Mother, you are far younger and more beautiful than she." Second Uncle Lin entered from outside and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" The second aunt quickly removed the flower from her head and tucked it under her pillow, saying, "Oh, we were just admiring the lovely flower your cousin gave to Xiao Yun." Only then did second Uncle Lin notice the flower in his daughter's hair, nodding, "It's mainly because my daughter is so pretty. Anything looks good on her. That trait comes from me." The second aunt shot him a look. "Such self-adoration. What were you doing outside?" Second Uncle Lin replied, "Oh, the family sent quite a few gifts back. Some cooked lamb, a few marinated chicken feet, and some longan, red dates, and 2 bags of brown sugar. I figured you wouldn't need to buy brown sugar while you're in confinement." At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly remembered the bundle her aunt had given her and hurried to retrieve it from the table in the outer room. Noticing that the bundle was unfamiliar, the second aunt asked, "Whose bundle is this?" As Xiao Yun opened it, she explained, "It's a gift from my aunt, who said I should use it to make spring clothes after the new year." Inside the bundle lay a piece of soft pink satin and a bright red gauze, enough fabric for 2 garments. Second uncle and his wife exchanged glances, both feeling a bit helpless. They had intended merely to return the favor but had not expected such generous gifts in return. Seeing her daughter's innocent smile, the second aunt recalled her previous thoughts. She had once considered her sister-in-law amiable and her nephew polite and diligent, hoping that a closer relationship would be beneficial. Yet since that niece returned, her sister-in-law's family had thrived, purchasing land and even acquiring a 3-courtyard residence in the capital, preparing for him to reside there when he passed the imperial examination. It was said that the house alone cost 800 taels of silver, while their own family had barely over 100 taels in assets. If this topic were to arise, it would only lead to embarrassment. Sighing, the second aunt lamented that had they acted sooner, they wouldn't feel this sense of loss now. Chapter 78. Little Leaf. The second aunt kept these thoughts to herself, never mentioning them to second Uncle Lin. So no one else was aware that as the gap between the two families widened, she resolved to keep her concerns to herself until the arrival of the little one, after which she would find an excellent match for her daughter. Meanwhile, Yuran internally lamented that she was nearing 28 and still had not seen any sign of Little Leaf. Surely nothing unfortunate had occurred? Just then, as the Lin family was about to sit down for their meal, she saw Shanzai arriving in a hurry with Little Leaf in tow. Yuran was taken aback to see Shanzai come in person. She quickly went out to greet him in the courtyard. "Young Master Shun, you needn't have come yourself. A servant would have sufficed." Shen Zexin first paid his respects to Lin Mu, and then smilingly remarked, "I had promised to bring Xiao Yezi here safely, and naturally, I feel more at ease bringing her myself. Furthermore, thanks to the young lady's kindness, my shop has been thriving recently. As the year draws to a close, I thought to send over some festive goods as a token of my appreciation." With that, he instructed the young servant accompanying him to bring in the items. Hearing the commotion, Lin Anren emerged from her room. "Brother Shin, you've arrived," she exclaimed, welcoming Shen Zixin into the main hall for conversation. Meanwhile, Yuran noticed that although the clothes Xiao Yezi wore were somewhat oversized, they were warm and sturdy. She inquired, "Have you applied the hand cream I gave you? Has your frostbite improved?" Xiao Yezi nodded, replying in response to the young lady's inquiry, "I have been diligent in applying it, and it has indeed improved significantly." She then raised her hands for Yuran to see. Yuran observed that while there were still some bruises, the frostbite appeared much better. She nodded and said, "I have some more effective hollow oil. It works wonders for frostbite. I'll have Feng Chao bring it to you shortly." Then, she beckoned Feng Chao over. This is Feng Chao. Although she is a year younger than you, she arrived early, so you should follow her arrangements and, when you have the time, let her teach you some proper manners. Turning to Feng Chao, she continued, from now on, she is under your care. If she does not perform well, I will hold you accountable. Since her frostbite has not fully healed, please assign her tasks that do not require contact with water. Now, take her to change into new clothes and apply some hollow oil. Concerned that Lu Sa and her daughter might team up to bully Xiao Yezi, Yuran instructed Feng Chao to tidy up the storeroom in the main hall, which had previously housed some old furniture. Yuran had old Lu build 2 simple single beds using bricks and old door panels, which were conveniently located near the warming stove, providing more warmth than Feng Chao's original room. However, staying here would mean having to rise nightly to replenish the coal. Feng Chao led Xiao Yezi to the small room, pointing to the bed against the south wall. You can sleep on this bed. It's closer to the stove and warmer. She picked up a set of clothes to hand to her. She suddenly recalled something and asked, "You don't have any lice, do you? If you do, just say so, and I'll get some medicine for you." Xiao Yezi shook her head. No, the mistress found a wet nurse to check on me. Upon hearing this, Feng Chao sighed in relief. That is good. These are the new clothes the young lady had made for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Noticing that the clothes were made of fine cotton, Xiao Yezi asked in surprise. Such nice clothes, are they really for me? Feng Chao nodded. Of course, they are made from the fabric and cotton provided by the young lady, specifically for you, Dim. Why, mother and I also have new ones. Xiao Yezi accepted the clothing with a lump in her throat. I haven't worn new clothes in years. Feng Chao patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Both the mistress and the young lady are kind-hearted. As long as you work diligently, you will not only receive new clothes and shoes but also monthly pay. Come on, change into these clothes, and let us get to work. If anything doesn't fit, I'll adjust it for you. After trying on the clothes, Xiao Yezi found them slightly loose. Feng Chao remarked, I didn't expect you to be so slender. I'll help you with adjustments tonight. Xiao Yezi quickly waved her hand. No need. I can manage. I know some basic sewing. Feng Chao nodded. But these clothes are indeed too large for you. She then retrieved a cotton jacket from a cabinet by the bed. This is a piece I received when I accompanied the young lady on an outing. It's a bit small for me now, but if you don't mind that it's second-hand, you can wear it. Xiao Yezi promptly replied, such fine clothing is something I never dared to dream of. How could I possibly mind? As she changed, Feng Chao noticed the frostbite on Xiao Yezi's arms and legs and gasped. Goodness, your frostbite is severe. Don't move. Let me apply some hala oil. It was evident that Xiao Yezi had frostbite not only on her hands and feet, but also on her arms, calves, and shoulders, with some lingering red marks on her back. A single box of hala oil was quickly depleted, and even then, it was insufficient. Xiao Yezi explained. The wet nurse helped me mash some cactus leaves and applied them a couple of times. It has improved. Feng Chao, seeing her shiver, said, Unfortunately, we don't have any cacti in our household. Hurry and put on your clothes. I'll ask the young lady if she knows any other remedies. She is quite knowledgeable. Xiao Yezi intended to decline the trouble, but saw that Feng Chao had already left. After a short while, she returned with a box of ointment, saying, The young lady indeed knows. She suggested using fresh ginger to extract juice, heat it, and apply it to the frostbite twice daily. You should see results in 3 days. However, since you've just applied hala oil, it's best to wait until tonight before applying that. The young lady also gave you this half box of scar cream to use once your frostbite heals, so you won't be left with scars. Keep it for now. Let us go out and get to work. By the way, you haven't met the mistress yet. I'll take you to her. Feng Chao guided Xiao Yezi to meet Lin Mu, who, upon seeing her bony figure, felt a surge of compassion. I've heard about your situation. You can rest assured here. Just do your best, and our family will not mistreat you. Now, go, and learn from your sister Feng Chao. Hearing this, Feng Chao chuckled softly. Lin Mu looked at her, puzzled. What are you laughing at, child? Feng Chao replied. In response to the mistress, Xiao Yezi is 11 this year, older than me, so I should be calling her sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu gazed at Xiao Yezi with even more sympathy. Poor thing, you look so frail, like a child of 8 or 9. Make sure to eat more meat and nourish yourself. Chapter 79. The brocade box. Feng Chao then took Xiao Yezi to see Yuran, who was busy cutting paper decorations. With the festive season bustling with visitors, she found it hard to concentrate on embroidery and decided to engage in other tasks. When she saw Xiao Yezi in a well-fitting outfit, she appeared more spirited. Noticing that her hair was tied with 2 faded red ribbons, Yuran rummaged through her box to find 2 silk cords and a pair of small red silk flowers. Handing them to her, during the new year, it's best to dress up a bit. She then handed a pair to Feng Chao. I remember giving you a pair of apricot yellow ones. Here is a pair of bright red ones for the new year. Feng Chao thanked her and accepted them. Xiao Yezi, observing Feng Chao's graceful bow, imitated her, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Yuran, noticing her attentiveness, silently praised her. She then asked, "Who named you?" Xiao Yezi replied, "I remember my mother called me heir when she was alive. It was only after my stepmother came that I became Xiao Yezi. Yuran responded, "Do you remember your mother's surname?" She inquired further. Xiao Yezi replied, "Yes, my mother's surname is Lu. Like the willow tree. This child has a certain affinity with me, as I was once called Qing Lu, and her mother shares the same surname. Such a rare surname suggests a possible connection between us in a past life." Yuran said, "Since that is the case, you shall be called Lu Yi from now on, as a tribute to your mother's nurturing." Xiao Yezi appeared somewhat dazed, and Feng Chao nudged her. "You need to express your gratitude properly." She then bowed, saying, "Thank you, young lady, for the name." Xiao Yezi hurriedly followed suit, albeit a bit clumsily, yet it was done with some semblance of decorum. The family was just about to have a meal when Shan Zixian and Xiao Yezi's arrival delayed them. With guests present, Lu Sa inevitably added a few more dishes. Anren accompanied Shan Zixian in the main hall for lunch, and he even went to summon Lin Debo and his elder cousin to join them. Lin Mu stayed in Yuran's room for her meal and specifically instructed Lu Sa, who was serving the dishes, make sure that child gets some meat. She looks so thin and bony. It is quite pitiful. Lu Sa agreed and started to go out but was halted by Yuran. After being so starved for a while, her stomach isn't suited for a sudden feast of rich meats. For the next couple of days, let her have some rice porridge or soups, and limit her intake of solid food. It's better to eat smaller meals more frequently rather than stuffing her all at once. Lu Sa smiled and assured, "Rest assured, young lady, I understand." Lin Mu slapped her forehead. "Look at me, almost causing harm with good intentions. I was so focused on helping her gain weight that I forgot about her prolonged hunger." Yuran, while serving a bowl of fishball soup in front of her mother, remarked, "It's just that there are too many tasks during the festive season, and you've been overworking yourself." Lin Mu waved her hand dismissively. In previous years, I managed the household chores alone without feeling overwhelmed. This year, most of the work has been handled by Lu Sa and the others. I've merely been sitting inside, chatting with visitors and sipping tea, yet I feel quite fatigued. Speaking of which, quite a number of guests have visited our home this year, many of whom previously avoided any dealings with us. Yuran chimed in, "Now that my younger brother is a scholar, it's only natural that things have changed." Lin Mu added, "Interestingly, many families are inquiring about your marriage prospects. The mother, aware of your thoughtful nature, inquired about the sentiments residing in your heart. After a moment of serene contemplation, you replied, 'To be honest with you, mother, during my years at the Marquis's residence, while I cannot claim to have lived in utmost luxury, I have certainly lacked for nothing. Now that I have returned home, our family is thriving. I do not aspire to marry into a prestigious family, but it is essential that my future husband's family is at least as well off as ours. Furthermore, his character should be commendable, devoid of any insincerity or flattery. His abilities must also be respectable. After all, my brother is a scholar, so he ought to be at least a student. Additionally, my future mother-in-law must be kind-hearted. As you know, a daughter-in-law often spends more time interacting with her mother-in-law than her husband. If the mother-in-law is difficult and unreasonable, life could become quite unbearable. Lastly, I would not marry a sole son whose father has passed away. That is all I can think of for now." "You are quite forthright," Lin's mother remarked, somewhat taken aback. After reflecting on your words, she considered the families that had recently expressed interest in a match and realized that none of them met your criteria. Noticing her melancholic demeanor, you smiled and said, "Mother, are you so eager to see me wed? After all, I am still quite young. My cousin has yet to receive any suitors." Lin's mother chuckled and replied, "I would never wish for you to marry early. I merely thought it wise to consider suitable matches ahead of time, lest a promising young man be snatched away by another, perhaps next year. If your brother succeeds in his examinations, we can revisit this matter." She then urged, "Come now, let us eat before the food grows cold." In the main room, Shunzhe, having partaken of a modest repast, rose to take his leave, saying, "I must attend to pressing matters and cannot linger here. I will visit again another day." He presented a small brocade box to Anren, stating, "This is a small token from the Marquis for your sister. I almost forgot. Please do me the courtesy of delivering it to her." Anren accepted it with gratitude and accompanied her uncle and cousin to the door to see Shunzhe off. Once he had departed, they returned inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the mother and daughter stepped out to discover that Shunzhe had already gone. Lin's mother inquired, "Why did young Master Shen leave so swiftly?" Anren replied, "Shun Gu said he had urgent matters to attend to and hurriedly finished his meal before departing." She then produced the brocade box from her embrace and handed it to you, saying, "This is what Xingu brought. He mentioned it was from the Marquise for you, and asked that I pass it on." Upon seeing the box, you instinctively felt it was not the handiwork of the Han family. However, with your uncle and others present, you refrained from inspecting it openly, accepting it with a facade of indifference. Although the guests had departed, Anrin invited her uncle and cousin back inside to continue the festivities with more food and drink. You retreated to your own chamber, instructing Fengchao and Lu Yue to clear the dining table. After closing the door, you found the box surprisingly light. Upon opening it, you discovered a set of exquisitely polished embroidery needles, their craftsmanship rivaling that of the set given by Feng Xinsu. Noticing something beneath the velvet lining, you carefully removed the fabric to reveal two pieces of paper. To your astonishment, one of the papers was a banknote for 1,000 taels of silver, accompanied by a letter. The letter, penned by Shanzai, expressed gratitude for the 2 pots of orchids you had provided, which had greatly aided his friend. His friend, being quite affluent, had generously gifted 2,000 taels in return. While wealth can be enticing, a gentleman does not accept ill-gotten gains, as the orchids were brought back by you. The silver rightfully belonged to you as well. Furthermore, he mentioned that he had seen a piece of embroidery depicting golden osmanthus crafted by Shen Madam, expressing admiration for her talent in needlework. He had recently acquired a set of embroidery needles made by the renowned craftsman Bai from the south and wished to present them to you, to prevent such fine craftsmanship from going unnoticed. The letter concluded with the signature Shen. Seemed that Ji Cheng was Shan Zai's courtesy name, but you found it curious that he would openly share that with you, inviting potential misunderstandings. Feeling a wave of annoyance, you returned the letter and banknote to the box and tucked it away at the bottom of your trunk. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, you picked up a piece of red paper, preparing to continue cutting window decorations, but your mind remained restless. Initially intending to create a design featuring a carp bringing good fortune, you ended up with an assortment of shapes that bore no resemblance to your original vision. Just then, you heard the voices of Yulian and Tingran conversing with Lin's mother in the courtyard. Chapter 80. New Year. You hastily concealed the botched paper beneath the quilt and donned your shoes to greet them, exclaiming, "Sisters Yulian and Tingran, you have come. Please, come into my room for a visit." The 3 of you entered your chamber together, and Tingran teased, "You mischievous girl. If we hadn't come looking for you, you would never think to seek us out. How can you bear to stay cooped up at home all day? It has been quite a while since we last saw you. Have you not yet finished your embroidery?" You chuckled. "It is not so simple. I have completed a substantial portion, but after the new year, I will need to dedicate at least another couple of months to it." You had never shown your embroidery to outsiders, and though Tingran and the others were curious, they respected your reluctance to discuss it further. Typically, Tingran would find it hard to contain her curiosity, but her mother had cautioned her earlier that your work was likely intended for someone of high status, and such individuals preferred their creations to remain undisclosed to the common folk. Therefore, Tingran refrained from prying, sparing you from any unnecessary trouble. As you had not been working on your embroidery, you decided to extinguish the 2 charcoal stoves in your room and merely kept the Kong warm. You removed your shoes and sat on the Kong, inviting them, "Come, let us sit on the Kong. It's much cozier here. I am currently cutting window decorations. Feel free to choose any that catch your fancy." Both girls complied, removing their shoes and climbing onto the Kong, examining the decorations. "Oh my! This carp leaping over the dragon gate is beautifully cut. I shall take this one. I adore this one featuring the begonia and abundance." They chattered excitedly, filling the room with warmth and cheer. Before long, it was New Year's Eve. The household had replaced the door gods, hung new couplets, refreshed the peachwood charms, and adorned the place with bright red lanterns, bringing a refreshing newness inside and out. During this time, one of the most significant customs of the new year was ancestor worship. Early in the morning, the adult males of the clan gathered at the village entrance, led by the elders, to adorn the entrance with branches of pine and cypress, affixing couplets and setting off firecrackers at dusk to invite the ancestral spirits home for the celebrations. Each household would then bring fine food and drink to the ancestral hall to pay homage, bowing in reverence. In addition to this, the kitchen god and various deities also required their due respect. In your past life, you had been skeptical of such practices. However, since your inexplicable journey into this realm, you had grown more respectful of the supernatural, dutifully following Lin's mother and offering incense and bowing. Once all tasks were complete, the family gathered together joyously for a meal, indulging in food and drink. Lin's mother gazed at her children surrounding her and said with heartfelt joy, "I have long awaited this day. Now our family can finally celebrate the new year together, and my heart is filled with happiness. Come, let us raise a toast. Perhaps it was due to her genuine elation that Lin's mother, who typically refrained from drinking, partook in several cups that evening, her cheeks gradually flushing. Observing this, the two children insisted she drink no more. You instructed Luyue to prepare a cup of honey water for Lin's mother, encouraging her to drink while engaging in conversation and sharing fruit until she felt better. After the meal, you asked the servants to clear the table, leaving only some sunflower seeds and fruit. The servants efficiently tidied up, and the entire family, along with Luyue, gathered together, kneeling to wish their masters a happy new year, filled with good fortune and prosperity. Lin's mother smiled and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, urging them to rise as she distributed red envelopes. Today is the new year. There is no need to linger here. You may return to your own quarters to keep the vigil, she said. Luyue, unsure of how to proceed, was gently nudged by Feng Chao, and together they exited. During these days, Feng Chao had diligently treated Luyue's frostbite with the remedies you had suggested, and now her condition had improved significantly. Though some redness remained, the swelling had subsided, and her complexion was gradually becoming more vibrant. These days were the best she had experienced since her mother's passing, surrounded by warmth, comfortable clothing, and ample nourishing food. All of which felt like a dream come true. She vowed to forever cherish the kindness bestowed upon her by her young mistress. The three of you gathered around Lin's mother's Kong, sipping tea and chatting. As the night wore on, both siblings grew weary, eventually succumbing to sleep on the Kong. Lin's mother, noticing their slumber, did not rouse them but instead draped a blanket over them, leaning back to rest for a moment herself. Just as she began to drift off, the sounds of firecrackers erupted outside, growing ever more fervent. Lin's mother jolted awake, instructing her children to freshen up and dress in their new clothes. She herself proceeded to the courtyard to pay her respects at the incense altar. The siblings quickly changed into their new garments and emerged to greet Lin's mother, who smiled and handed each of them a large red pouch. You, shedding your usual modesty, donned a vibrant red front-closing gown embroidered with magnolia blossoms, paired with a pomegranate-hued pleated skirt, and topped it all with a luxurious brocade cloak lined with gray squirrel fur. Perfect for the early morning chill, a delicate gold hairpin, adorned with the intricate design reminiscent of flowers and jewels, is nestled in her hair, accompanied by two small hairpins embellished with green gemstones. Dangling from her ears are exquisite lantern-shaped earrings crafted from red gold, while her wrists are adorned with a pair of vibrant bangles set with multicolored tourmaline. Under the soft glow of the lights, the colorful beads of her hairpin gracefully sway near her serene ears, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Upon first glance, Lin's mother could scarcely believe that the enchanting maiden before her, seemingly plucked from a painting, was indeed her daughter. She instinctively reached out to caress her daughter's head, exclaiming, "At such a flower-like age, it is only fitting that you adorn yourself in such vibrant splendor. You have been far too understated in your attire before." With a gentle smile, Yuran replied, "While this outfit is undeniably beautiful, it is also quite burdensome to wear. This hairpin isn't particularly heavy, yet after a short while, my scalp already feels the strain. I wonder how the lady of the household managed to endure the weight of several pounds of jewelry during her court visits, lasting for 2 or 3 hours at a time." Lin's mother chuckled. "In the future, should you have the fortune to attend such occasions, you will come to understand." Her mother's words. Yuran covered her mouth with a smile, saying, "I shall take your kind words to heart and hope there will indeed come a day." With this exchange, both mother and daughter shared a light-hearted laugh. Noticing that her mother had yet to prepare herself, Yuran eagerly pulled her into the room, fetching a striking outfit to help her change. She styled her mother's hair into a simple yet elegant peony bun, adorning it with a pair of gold hairpins and a silver comb. She also gifted her mother one of the gold bangles she had previously acquired. Lin's mother hesitated to decline. Yuran insisted, "Did you not say recently that my brother and I have reached the age where we should present ourselves? As the saying goes, dress well and eat well to showcase one's assets. Some gossipy women in the village have been spreading rumors that our family boasts wealth that is merely for show, claiming we are on the brink of poverty. If that is the case, let us demonstrate that we are far from destitute." Hearing this, Lin's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I did not wish for them to speak of such matters. Yet it seems you have caught wind of it," she continued. "These village women are ignorant, endlessly gossiping without malice." Yuran replied, "I understand their intentions are not ill, but our family is not one to be easily ridiculed. Let us not forget the purple sandalwood rui bestowed by Her Majesty, which still resides in the next room. It is unbecoming for them to speak so freely. I have often thought it best to maintain a low profile. Yet sometimes being overly modest invites others to perceive us as easy targets." As the matriarch of a respectable scholar's household, with property and land to our name, you need not be excessively deferential. Reflecting on the whispered words of Tingran, Yuran felt an unquenchable fire igniting within her. Although she had never aspired to marry into wealth, she certainly did not wish to be associated with those who were inept yet self-important. Lin's mother, noticing her daughter's evident frustration, assumed it was due to the village gossip she had overheard, and thus smiled gently, advising, "Your knowledge far surpasses that of those who have lingered in this village for a lifetime. There is no need to stoop to their level. Since you feel this way, let us adorn ourselves splendidly to usher in the new year with good fortune." With a playful smile, Yuran turned to her brother. "Mother seems to have forgotten about you. You are now a dashing scholar in your own right and deserve to be well presented." As she spoke, she retrieved a translucent jade pendant from her pouch and handed it to Anren. "This is something I acquired previously. While it may not be Hatian jade, it is still high-quality white jade, intricately carved with bamboo flowers, perfectly befitting your status." Anren gratefully accepted, "Thank you, sister," and promptly secured the jade at his waist. Yuran observed her brother clad in a gray-blue long robe trimmed with rabbit fur and black leather boots, which only enhanced his refined demeanor. Soon, Lu Sa and their father arrived, inquiring if there were any instructions. Upon hearing the nearby neighbors setting off firecrackers, Lin's mother quickly instructed old Lu to retrieve the pre-prepared fireworks. By this time, the dawn was breaking, and the sounds of children laughing and playing echoed through the streets. Lin's mother directed Yuran and her brother to first visit their uncle's home for New Year greetings before joining their cousins to pay respects to their ancestors in the village. Their family was not small, and by the time they completed their rounds, the sun was fully risen. The splendid attire of Yuran and Anren indeed drew envious and admiring glances from onlookers. Yet, as they beheld the siblings adorned in such resplendent garments, thoughts of the wealthy family's carriages regularly visiting their home quelled any jealousy, leading to praises and a newfound respect for the siblings. It is no wonder the ancients believed that respect for attire precedes respect for the person. It held true in this instance. During the new year, it was customary for relatives to visit one another, either to extend greetings or host guests at home. It wasn't until after the Lantern Festival that things began to settle down. On the 16th day of the new year, Yuran retreated into her quarters, embarking on a period of solitude dedicated to embroidery. After tirelessly working for over 2 months, she finally completed her intricate piece by the end of February. Once she tidied up, she took the embroidered piece, accompanied by Feng Chao, to the Ho residence. Upon presenting the beautifully crafted embroidery in its brocade box to Feng Xinsu, Yuran let out a silent sigh of relief. "Miss, Yuran has fulfilled her promise." Feng Xinsu personally accepted the box, placing it on the table and gradually unfurling the fine silk within. The two maidens held their breath as they beheld a scene of cranes soaring gracefully amidst palace towers and white clouds. Their wings delicately detailed and their postures so lifelike, they seemed to flutter with the breeze. Just then, a gentle gust of wind wafted through the soft drapes of the doorway, causing the embroidery to ripple as if it were alive. Turning the piece over, Feng Xinsu, already aware that it was a double-sided embroidery, was nonetheless amazed by the smoothness and precision of the reverse side. She could not help but exclaim, "The feathers of these cranes alone utilize dozens of closely related colors of silk thread. No wonder it appears so vivid and lifelike." Beside her, Xiao Luo remarked, "In my previous service at the palace, I have seen many fine embroideries presented to the Sinang Palace. However, few can compare to this masterpiece. I am certain that Her Majesty will be most pleased." Feng Xinsu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I find it hard to part with it myself." Xiao Luo smiled. "Such a design is hardly suitable for a young lady of the princess's age. Since she appreciates it so much, it would be wise to prepare a generous gift to express gratitude to Yuran and request her to embroider another piece for the princess." Feng Xinsu grasped Yuran's hand, saying, "Look how much weight you have lost. I cannot bear to have you toil further. Besides, I have another piece called Mountain Journey. Though smaller, its colors are elegant and its theme lofty, making it my favorite. Why are you all standing idly? Have you forgotten even the basic etiquette of hospitality? Yuran has been here for a while, yet we have neither offered her tea nor snacks. One might think I am dismantling bridges after crossing." Just then, a screen-bearer entered with a tray, smiling as she inquired, "Who is the princess accusing of dismantling bridges?" Xiao Luo chuckled softly. "It seems our young lady has been quite thoughtful. The princess is scolding us for not offering tea and snacks to Yuran. However, it is truly due to Yuran's exquisite embroidery that we have been captivated." Xiao Luo continued, "This matter can only be blamed on Yuran herself, who told you to embroider so brilliantly that you have enchanted us." After this, She personally handed a teacup to Yuran, saying, "Dear sister, please enjoy this cup of tea, and do not hold it against us." Yuran accepted the tea and took a sip before remarking, "You believe a single cup of tea can sway me? You have quite underestimated me. If you have any delectable treats or amusements, do not hide them away. Share them freely." Her words elicited laughter from the group. Fang Xinsu instructed Shanxiao, "Since the school is on break today, ensure this embroidery is properly stored and sent to Jiangu. Have him find a skilled craftsman to frame it, taking utmost care not to damage it in the least." Shanxiao complied, carefully cradling the brocade box as she made her way to the front courtyard. In the front courtyard, Shanxiao personally delivered the brocade box to Fang Xinjian, relaying Fang Xinsu's instructions. Fang Xinjian replied, "Return and assure my sister that she need not worry. I will ensure this task is executed flawlessly. I wonder what design has been embroidered this time." The two pieces that Sister Lu embroidered last time were already exquisite beyond measure. As he spoke, he reached for the box to unveil its contents. Shanxiao quickly stepped forward to assist, along with another maidservant, cautiously unfurling the scroll. Coincidentally, Shunzhe, Shuntao, and others were gathered with Fang Xinjian, engaged in discussions about their studies, and they all soon crowded around. Upon seeing the embroidery, they marveled in unison. The craftsmanship and needlework spoke for themselves. Yuran had seamlessly blended the essence of 2 lifetimes of artistry, drawing from the strengths of various styles, because she was literate and knowledgeable. Her embroidery lacked any trace of awkwardness or rigidity, embodying a graceful fluidity that surpassed even the most skilled court embroiderers. While everyone else praised the piece, only Shunzhe found his thoughts drifting to the embroiderer's clear, water-like eyes, pondering how fortunate he would be if those nimble hands could stitch garments and shoes for him one day. After Fang Xinjian and the others had finished admiring the work, he called for the housekeeper of the Fang residence and solemnly entrusted the matter to him. Once the embroidery had been handed over, Yuran made it a point to pay her respects to Han Shi and Shen Tian. Han Shi's pregnancy was nearing 7 months, her belly noticeably round. Upon seeing Yuran, she beamed with joy, promptly instructing her servants to serve tea and snacks. Having exchanged only a few words, fatigue was already evident on Han's face. She could not suppress a yawn and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I do not know why, but I have been feeling unusually weary of late. Whenever I lie down to rest, slumber eludes me, which is truly quite distressing." Even the imperial physician could find no apparent ailment. Shen Tian, sitting nearby, expressed her concern. "Mother's continuous state of fatigue is truly worrisome." Yuran interjected, "Dear girl, there is no need for excessive worry. It may simply be due to your mother's pregnancy. Since she is unwell, it would be wise for her to rest." Han nodded in agreement, saying, "You are no outsider. I shall dispense with formalities. Did you not mention your intention to visit the third miss? Let Tian accompany you while I take a brief rest." With that, she rose from the couch and made her way to the inner chamber. Coincidentally, Fei Su and Bai Rui were occupied elsewhere. So Shen Tian, feeling uneasy about her mother, followed closely behind to assist her, with Yuran trailing into the inner chamber as well. Shen Tian personally helped her mother settle onto the bed, and Yuran promptly stepped forward to remove Han's shoes. Just as she stood up, preparing to leave, a faint and peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. The scent was familiar yet elusive. Exiting the inner chamber, she happened upon Fei Su returning and inquired, "What incense has been burned near the lady's bed curtains? It has a rather elegant aroma." Fei Su smiled slightly. "Have you lost your wits? The lady has always preferred the fragrance of natural flowers and despises artificial scents. A few days ago, her sister-in-law, Madame Han, gifted her several pots of fresh flowers from the south, known as Qinli Xiang. The flowers are delicate and pure, exuding a subtle yet enchanting fragrance that pleases the lady immensely. A pot has been placed by the bedside, and when the breeze stirs, the entire room becomes fragrant, much to the lady's delight." Suddenly, Yuran recalled that certain floral scents could be detrimental to a fetus, and feigned curiosity, asking, "What kind of extraordinary flower is it? I would very much like to see it." Fei Su pointed through the screen towards the pot of flowers in the inner chamber, saying, "There it is, the one by the windowsill. It is not a large pot, but the petite blooms are paired with an exquisite container, creating a unique charm." Yuran turned to look in the indicated direction and was instantly taken aback. She quickly grasped Fei Su's arm and urged, "That flower must not remain in the lady's bedroom. It must be removed at once." In her urgency, her voice inadvertently rose, startling the mother and daughter at the bedside. Shen Tian furrowed her brow and stepped out, asking, "What is going on? What could possibly warrant such a commotion from the two of you?" Yuran replied. If the eldest lady trusts me, please hasten to remove that pot of flowers from the lady's inner chamber. If I am not mistaken, her recent malaise may stem from that very pot. Shintian, already sensing something amiss with her mother's health, hesitated, for the 2 pots of flowers had been personally sent by her aunt. One was placed here, while the other resided in her own courtyard. She had not considered that these flowers might pose any problem. However, given the gravity of the situation, she felt compelled to act cautiously. She quickly signaled to Fei Su, who nodded in understanding and proceeded to remove the pot of flowers. Unsure of where to place it, Yuran advised, just set the flowers somewhere far from the bedroom. And there should be no further issue. Han, who had not truly fallen asleep, was alerted by the commotion and promptly rose. Her face, pale from several nights of poor rest, asked, "Pray tell, what is wrong? Is there something amiss with the flowers?" She had faith in Yuran, having watched her grow up. Yuran carefully explained, "Madam, you are aware of my lifelong fascination with flowers and plants. Since I was a child, I often conversed with the gardener in the flower house and learned many interesting tales. Later, while serving you, I was fortunate enough to learn to read and encountered this flower in a book titled Rare Flowers. Its unusual shape and color left a lasting impression on me. Qianlixiang is, in fact, known as night-blooming jasmine, which opens in the evening and is not uncommon in the southern regions. Many adore its fragrance and keep it indoors, unaware that prolonged exposure can lead to breathlessness and insomnia. The blooming period of this flower lasts 2 to 3 months. If an ordinary person were to endure sleeplessness for such an extended period, it would be overwhelming. How much worse for a pregnant lady like yourself? Han, already in advanced maternal age, would find such a burden insufferable. Yuran continued, even if you were to manage until the time of delivery, the child, having been exposed to such harmful scents for so long, would likely suffer as well. Hearing this, Shuntian's eyes widened in alarm. In 2 to 3 months, when the flowers are due to wither, it coincides precisely with the time of your delivery. Should anything untoward occur, it would be impossible for others to trace it back to this. Han, her face pale, insisted, this could not possibly be the doing of your aunt. She has no need for such malice, Shintian retorted. My aunt claimed the flowers were given as a tribute by the servants, as they had not seen such blooms in the capital. She thought them a curiosity and presented them to you. My aunt is always prudent. She would have had them examined before sending. Yuran nodded in agreement. The wife of the Marquis of Chongping is your dear sister-in-law. She surely wishes for your safe delivery of a son and would harbor no ill intentions. This matter requires a thorough discussion between you and Madame Han. Chapter 83. Han Mingbo. As events unfolded, Yuran felt it prudent not to involve herself further. She learned only vaguely that the situation had drawn in the third young master Shanrong's mother, concubine Ping, as well as a former servant from the Marquis of Chongping's household, along with several of their servants. Within days, news reached her that concubine Ping had suddenly fallen gravely ill and, having been moved to the estate, passed away within half a month. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Chongping's household discreetly dealt with several of their servants. Naturally, these matters were secondary. Han sought to use this incident as a lesson for Shen Tian and Feng Xiansu, thus instructing the two to assist in the investigation. Upon witnessing this, Yuran took her leave, opting not to return directly to Lin family village, but instead to the residence in Tenghua Alley. Ran was soon to participate in the provincial examination. Unlike in history, the examination was held in early April. Lin family village, being within the jurisdiction of the capital, required Ran to attend the examination at Jinghua Academy in the city. In February, Lin's mother personally brought Lu Sa and others to clean the residence and prepare several rooms for her son. Ran had moved in at the end of February, accompanied by his classmate Li Wenba. Having studied together for years, Ran was aware that Li's family was not well off, relying solely on his widowed mother's needlework and a few acres of land for their livelihood. Sharing accommodations with other classmates at an inn would incur significant expenses. Li Wenba was surprised to discover that Lin family had purchased such a sizable residence near Jinghua Academy. Although it could not compare to the grand estates of wealthy families, it still boasted over 20 rooms. He exclaimed, "You truly are a concealed gem. All this time you feigned poverty while transcribing text with me. Who would have thought your family possessed such wealth?" And Rand chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Our family is not so affluent. The funds for this house came from my sister's savings accumulated over her years in the Marquis's household, along with the sale of several pieces of jewelry. My mother also contributed over 100 taels of silver she had saved for quite some time. Although the house is in my name, I have contributed not a single penny. I feel quite ashamed." Upon hearing this, Li Wenba was taken aback. "I never would have imagined that a maid from a Marquis's household could amass such wealth. I find myself rather envious." Due to the distinctions between genders, Yuran took the two maids to reside in two rooms on the eastern side of the third courtyard, leaving the main room for Lin's mother. An Ran and Xiao Shirtu settled in the second courtyard. Wali Winba temporarily stayed in the guest room of the front courtyard. Coincidentally, the distance between the second and third courtyards was slightly greater, and the previous owners had planted various flowers and trees within. At this time of year, with spring in full bloom, the earth was awakening, and flowers were competing to blossom, adding a delightful charm to the surroundings. Days passed, and Yuran, concerned for Han's health, prepared some gifts and, accompanied by the two maids, visited the Shun residence. Upon her arrival, she found Shun Tian and Fong Xian Su absent, so she proceeded directly to the Yuehua courtyard. By this time, Han had recovered significantly. She had been eating well and sleeping soundly, and her complexion had regained its rosy hue. Grasping Yuran's hand, she expressed, "Dear child, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of what might have become of me and the child within." Yuran replied, "You flatter me, madam. Your blessings are profound, and there are many knowledgeable individuals in this household. Even if I had not noticed the situation, others would eventually have caught on." Han patted her hand and said, "You still do not understand the people in this household, even if someone is aware. Who would be as forthright as you to voice their concerns? Most would prefer to navigate cautiously, seeking to please all and offend none. Moreover, it is always better to discover such matters sooner rather than later. I have sought the counsel of the most skilled obstetrician, Dr. Zhou, who told me that it is fortunate we discovered this early. Had I waited until I was utterly exhausted, even the most divine intervention would have been futile. Truly, you have saved both our lives." Yuran was taken aback. "Has something happened to young Master Han?" Han shook her head. "The would-be assailant was apprehended before they could see in any case. Thanks to you, we were able to unearth a nest of traitors who had long concealed themselves within our household, thus saving Jiangu once more." Upon hearing this, Yuran was indeed astonished. "What incident has befallen young Master Han?" Han clarified, "The rogue had not yet made a move when they were captured. In short, it was your timely intervention that allowed us to root out this family of long-hidden rats. Should it not be the case, in a few years' time, the direct line of the Han family may well face complete extinction. Is it truly that grave?" The Han matriarch nodded. "This is something I confide only to you. You must remember not to speak of it to outsiders." Yuran nodded thoughtfully. "Rest assured, my lady, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation." The Han matriarch smiled again. "You have always been a prudent one. I naturally feel at ease. The provincial examination is but a few days away. How is your brother preparing?" Yuran replied. "I have not inquired about it, but my younger brother appears much the same as before." Showing no signs of anxiety, the Han matriarch chuckled. "That is indeed a sign of confidence. You need not worry excessively. Regardless of whether he succeeds this time, I shall certainly recommend him to the finest tutor in the realm. If he does not succeed this time, he will assuredly do so in the future. Your brother will inevitably achieve the status of a successful scholar." Remembering the Han matriarch's maternal family, Yuran suddenly gasped and covered her mouth. "Are you referring to Han Mingbo, the esteemed teacher?" This Han teacher is a cousin of the Han matriarch, taken in by her father at a young age after losing his parents. Han Mingbo was exceptionally intelligent, achieving the status of a scholar at 11. In the following year, he became a successful candidate. By the age of 15, he achieved the remarkable feat of excelling in all three examinations, becoming the youngest top scholar in the history of the Great Kong dynasty. He was once questioned about cheating due to his youth, but later, in the Hall of Literature, he engaged in eloquent debates with officials, demonstrating his profound knowledge of both ancient and contemporary texts. And his elegance and erudition ultimately won over many ministers. He was summoned by the late emperor as a lecturer in the Hall of Literature. Subsequently, he became the tutor to the Crown Prince. And when the Crown Prince's tutor resigned due to illness, Han Mingbo swiftly ascended to that position. The Crown Prince of Your now reigns as the master of the Forbidden City, and Han Mingbo has rightfully become the imperial teacher. Logically, given Han Mingbo's status, it would be easy for him to secure a prestigious position after the emperor's ascension. However, after the emperor's rule was established, he submitted a letter of resignation and traveled extensively throughout the country. Engaging in scholarly exchanges with learned individuals, he returned after more than a decade. Upon his return, he established a school at the foot of the Yintian mountain, which became renowned alongside the Jinghua Academy. Those privy to the details know that Han Mingbo's wife is the only offspring of the Grand Princess Danin, Princess Jinghe. Although Princess Jinghe comes from nobility, she is a talented lady well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with a gentle and amiable disposition. After marriage, She and the imperial teacher lived harmoniously. Regrettably, during her 9th month of pregnancy, she unexpectedly went into premature labor, as the palace's physicians had been summoned by the late emperor's favored concubine. Consort you. The midwives prepared in advance fell ill mysteriously, and although several experienced nurses assisted the princess in delivering a daughter, she ultimately succumbed to postnatal hemorrhage. It was after this tragedy that Han Mingbo, who had initially been loyal solely to the emperor, gradually began to support the current ruler, becoming a significant contributor behind the scenes. Reflecting on these past events, the Han matriarch could not help but sigh softly. How perfectly matched Princess Jinghe and her cousin were. Yet alas, beauty is often accompanied by misfortune. The imperial family has always been the wealthiest in the world, yet simultaneously the most heartless. Even without the Han matriarch's words, Yuran understood that if her younger brother could have such an esteemed tutor, his future would undoubtedly be bright. She solemnly bowed and said, "Thank you very much for your kindness." "My lady," the Han matriarch quickly helped her up. "It is merely a trifling matter, but while my cousin is willing to accept Nguer as a student out of respect for me, how much he can learn will ultimately depend on him." More than material wealth, the Han matriarch comprehended what Yuran truly desired at that moment. Yuran nodded in response. "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for my brother to receive your recommendation. Yet ultimately, it is up to him. If he truly lacks the capability, it would be better for him to return home and live as a humble farmer." The Han matriarch chuckled. "You have always been insightful. Your brother need only possess half of your discernment to fare well. Moreover, I have seen him twice, and he is indeed clever and has some talent. I dare say your good days are yet to come. Oh, speaking of which, it just occurred to me that the provincial examination is fast approaching. Has your brother secured accommodation? If not, he could stay here at our residence." Yuran smiled. "Thank you for your generosity, my lady. He has already arranged for a place to stay. Speaking of which, I forgot to inform you that last year, my mother entrusted someone to purchase a modest 3-courtyard residence north of the Imperial Academy. It is only a few miles from Jinghua Academy, making it convenient for him to travel for the examinations. That is excellent news. You should have mentioned it sooner so that I could send a congratulatory gift." The Han matriarch chided lightly. "It is merely a small residence. What is there to make such a fuss about?" At that moment, a maid entered to report. "Replying to my lady, Lord Shanzai has come to pay his respects and has brought 2 baskets of seasonal fresh fruits." The Han matriarch smiled. What delightful fresh fruits could he possibly bring at this hour? "Let him in to speak." She then said to Yuran, "You are already acquainted with him. He is quite familiar with your brother, so there is no need for formality." Before long, Shanzai entered accompanied by a servant, with several maids carrying 2 large baskets and placing them on the ground. Upon entering, he bowed his head in the center of the room and greeted, "Greetings to my esteemed aunt." The Han matriarch smiled and waved him off. No need for such formalities. "Please take a seat." Yuran also stood to pay her respects. "Greetings, young Master Shin. May you have long life." Shanzai was taken aback to see Yuran here and quickly returned the greeting with a smile. "Miss Lin? You flatter me." After the pleasantries, Shanzai asked, "How has my esteemed aunt been feeling lately?" The Han matriarch replied, "I have felt much more energetic lately and often stroll through the garden when I have free time." "Yet you? It has been some time since your last visit," Shanzai explained. "I have been busy reviewing my studies at home and have not ventured out for a while. My mentor has stated that if I do not achieve at least the 2nd highest ranking in the provincial examination, I am not to go around claiming to be his student. It would be too embarrassing." The Han matriarch chuckled. "My cousin has that kind of nature, since you were studying diligently at home." "What brings you here today?" Shanzai replied. "My family lives at the estate near Yintian Mountain. While it is not particularly fertile land, my mother planted several cherry trees before she passed. They yield splendid fruit. I just picked the first batch and brought 2 baskets of the finest ones to present to my esteemed aunt." He then opened the baskets for the Han matriarch to see, who, upon seeing the plump, glistening cherries, felt her appetite awaken. She quickly instructed a maid to wash some. The Han matriarch smiled. "You are as thoughtful as you ran. I was just thinking of having some fresh fruit. You brought me a bountiful supply of cherries, while Yuran has gifted me a basket of strawberries she personally cultivated. It seems we are both fortunate in our culinary delights." Shortly after, the maid brought out the clean cherries and strawberries. The Han matriarch had the strawberries placed before Shanzai while she and Yuran enjoyed the cherries, having already tasted the strawberries earlier. The Han matriarch then said to Feishu, "There are only a few strawberries. We cannot distribute them evenly. Send a plate to the marquis, another to the matriarch, and each of Su and Tian's sisters a plate." If there are any leftovers, divide the remainder into a plate for the third young lady. There are more cherries, so ensure each person receives some. Fei Shu acknowledged and turned to instruct the young maid to carry out these tasks. The Han matriarch then inquired about Shen Zai's recent circumstances, and upon hearing that his business was thriving, she nodded approvingly. A flourishing business is indeed a good thing. If there are any petty gossips, do not let them trouble you. I hold those impoverished scholars in contempt. They contribute nothing to society, yet dare to criticize others for striving to earn a living. A man must support his parents, treat his wife kindly, and raise his children, while also maintaining relationships with relatives and friends. How can any of this be achieved without wealth? They speak as if they do not need to eat or wear clothes themselves. Ah, by the way, I recall your shop is located near the Imperial Academy. Shinzei nodded. Yes, indeed, it is in that area. The Han matriarch clapped her hands. That is wonderful, you do not know? But Yuran's family also purchased a residence nearby last year. It is on Tunghua Lane. Is it far from your shop? Hearing this, Shinzei smiled. It is about 3 or 4 miles from my shop. But it is only 2 miles from my family's residence, which is located in Zhaohua Lane, just south of Tunghua Lane. The Han matriarch smiled. In that case, your families are quite close. You are aware that she is from a family of widows and orphans. Should any difficulties arise, you must not stand by idly. Shinzei replied earnestly. Please rest assured, my lady. I have gotten along well with Lin Xiaodi, and moreover, he will soon be my junior. Even without your urging, I will look out for him. The Han matriarch smiled. You are quite well informed. It seems your mentor has mentioned this to you. Yuran quickly stood. Thank you, my lady, for your concern, and thank you, young Master Shun, for your noble intentions. Shinzei waved his hand. Miss Lin, there is no need for such formalities. After the provincial examination, you and your younger brother will be considered as fellow students. We are all family, so there is truly no need for such courtesy. After exchanging a few more words, noticing that it was getting late, Yuran stood to take her leave. The Han matriarch said, Since you are so close now, I shall not keep you long. Do come by to visit whenever you have the chance. How did you arrive here? With a serene smile, she replied, as the family carriage is stationed at our ancestral home in the countryside. I have hired a horse-drawn carriage to come here. Lady Han furrowed her brow, saying, That is quite inconvenient. Wait here while I have someone prepare a carriage for you. She then glanced at Shinzei, adding, Since Brother Zai is headed in the same direction, let him accompany you in the carriage. Chapter 85. A glimmer of suspicion Yuran hastily declined. Thank you, madam, but young Master Shan is always busy. It would be inappropriate to trouble him. Shinzei responded with a warm smile. Miss Lin need not worry. I happen to have no pressing matters today. In truth, he had been seeking an audience with Lord Shen, which was why he lingered for so long. However, given the rare opportunity to be close to such a charming lady, it would be foolish to refuse. Lady Han decisively stated, In that case, I entrust Yuran to your care. You must ensure she returns home safely. Shinzei quickly made a fist and assured her, Rest assured, madam. I will see to it before long. A maid came to inform them that the carriage was ready. Thus, Yuran bade farewell to Lady Han and exited through the side gate. Inside the carriage, Yuran sat alongside Feng Chao and Lu Yi, while Shinzei rode behind at a measured distance. The journey was mostly quiet, and the carriage arrived safely at the Lin family's doorstep. With Feng Chao's assistance, Yuran descended from the carriage and bowed to Shinzei, smiling as she said, Thank you, young Master Shen, for your kind escort. I believe my younger brother is at home and will be most delighted to know of your visit. Shinzei replied with a smile, It was but a trifling matter. Miss need not concern herself with it, as this is a crucial time for reviewing studies. I shall not intrude upon your brother. After the provincial examination, I must pay a visit, he added. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and rode off. Watching Shinzei depart on horseback, Yuran bit her lip and then nonchalantly returned home. Feng Chao noticed her unusual demeanor but was unaware of the cause. She could only assist by presenting 2 pouches filled with coins to the maid and the carriage driver who had accompanied them, exchanging pleasantries and politely sending them on their way. Upon returning, Lady Han instructed her servants to fill a basket with cherries for Yuran. Lu Yi brought the basket to Yuran's room and inquired, Miss, how shall we distribute these cherries? Yuran looked at them and remarked, Cherries of this quality are indeed rare at this season. Regrettably, they do not keep well, and it will be difficult for mother to enjoy them. Here is what we shall do. Wash some and send a plate to Ngur and young Master Li each. Let us keep 1 plate for tomorrow, and the rest shall be cleaned and set aside so that I may make cherry wine. Since Li Wenba was a guest, Feng Chao first took a plate of cherries to him. Smiling as she said, Our miss has received some cherries today. I have brought a plate for you to savor. Please enjoy. After delivering the plate, she took her leave. The fresh cherries were neatly arranged on a delicate white plate, their vibrant red color appearing even more enticing. Unable to resist, Li Wenba picked up a cherry and tasted it, finding it sweet and juicy, indeed delightful. He could not help but consume nearly half the plate. Having never tasted such exquisite fruit before, he realized that he seldom had access to fresh produce in his household. Any fresh fruits were either sold for money or reserved for visiting relatives. Never meant for their own enjoyment. This time, even with wealth, such fruits were not easily obtainable. Yet, the Lin family casually presented some to their guests. Remembering that during lunch, Xiao Shitu mentioned that the young lady had visited the Ho residence. He concluded that these cherries must have come from there. It seemed that this Lin girl shared a particularly close bond with the wife of the loyal and righteous marquis. If he could establish a connection with her, perhaps there would be future benefits. No, and Ran treated him well. He could not act in such a manner. Li Wenba shook his head and picked up his book, reading aloud as if to banish the thoughts troubling his mind. At the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence, as the lamps were lit, a servant came to convey a message. The Marquis has said that he needs to discuss some matters with young Master Shan, and he will dine in the outer study. Please, madam, feel free. Lady Han hesitated, asking, Shunze? Did he not take you Ran home? Seeing the servant's confused expression, she dismissed him. That moment, Fei Su interjected. The maid who accompanied you Ran reported that young Master Zhe indeed personally delivered her to the Lin family door. They stood at the entrance conversing for a while before he rode off. It seemed that young Master Zhe had business with the Marquis, and Lady Han had inadvertently assigned him this task. How strange of him, she mused. If he had urgent matters, he could have simply mentioned it instead of running this errand, as if I were deliberately imposing upon him. Upon hearing this, Lady Han suddenly laughed. Silly girl, perhaps young Master Zhe actually hopes I would ask him to run this errand. Fei Su, somewhat puzzled, inquired, What do you mean, madam? Lady Han replied, Oh, it means nothing. Just do this. Tomorrow morning, visit Tunghua Alley and prepare a housewarming gift for Yuran. Also, inform the two young ladies to see if they wish to contribute anything. As Fei Su was about to leave, Lady Han called her back. Tell the princess that the residence where Yuran is currently staying does not belong to her. She should save her good items for future dowries, rather than giving everything away at once. One never knows who might benefit from it. Fei Su promised to handle it. Though Yuran had not voiced any concerns, Lady Han was aware that with the Lin family's original status, they could not afford a 3-entry courtyard near the Imperial Academy for 3 to 5 years. It was evident that Yuran had supplemented her family's finances with her own savings. Lady Han was unaware of the matter concerning the pots of orchids and estimated that Yuran's private funds had likely been nearly exhausted. She sighed inwardly, this child is too honest, depleting her savings in such a manner. Will there be enough for her dowry in a few years when she marries? How foolish of her, despite my previous warnings. Nevertheless, they were family, and if she was willing, it would be necessary for her to provide additional dowry when the time came for her to marry. Reflecting on Shanzai's peculiar behavior today, Lady Han thought, perhaps that day is drawing near. The following morning, after Yuran's family had finished breakfast, Fei Su and Hua Ping arrived with a retinue of maids and an abundance of gifts. Yuran quickly instructed Feng Chao to inform Nguer and Li Wenba to step aside, so as not to cause a disturbance. She personally went to greet them at the draping flower gate, saying, You should have let us know earlier. The house is a bit untidy. Fei Su laughed. We are not outsiders. What is there to be concerned about? Besides, you haven't mentioned a word about your new house purchase, as if we are no longer good sisters. Yuran chuckled. I cannot be blamed for this. I intended to tell you all earlier, but you were all busily spinning like tops. The last time, I was preoccupied with that matter and had no heart to discuss this. Our courtyard may not compare to the Marquis's splendid gardens, but we do have 2 cherry trees that are just about to bloom, so it is worth seeing. Come, let us go take a look. Chapter 86. Li Wenba behind Fei Su, several servants carried in more than a dozen large chests. Yuran remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive? It is merely a move. There is no need to bring so much. She teased, You haven't emptied the madam's private treasury, have you? She then opened an empty room for them to place their belongings. Fei Su laughed. I lack the courage for such things. Some of this is from the madam, and some from the princess and the eldest young lady. Each box has a label. You can divide them as you see fit. Yuran replied, You have all gone to such expense on my behalf. Fei Su said, You have assisted the madam immensely. Even if she gave twice as much, she would be more than willing. We, too, are grateful. If the madam were to encounter any misfortune, what good would come to us sisters? Yuran patted her hand. Dear sister, fortunately, fortune favors the virtuous. Is everything not well now? With the sudden arrival of so many people, Feng Chao and Lu Yi became a bit flustered. Fortunately, the young maids brought by Fei Su were clever and observant. Some began to heat water for tea without waiting for instructions. Before long, Yuran and the older maids each had a cup of hot tea in hand. Yuran smiled, saying, "Please try this tea. While it cannot compare to what is served at the Marquis's residence, I personally handpicked and roasted the leaves from an old tea tree on the mountain. I seldom share this with anyone, but I am willing to serve it to you." Upon hearing this, Hua Ping merely chuckled behind her hand, while Qing He teased, "You stingy thing. When you visited the Marquis's residence, we always served you the finest tea. Now that you have finally come, you present us with these humble leaves?" Yuran innocently replied, "What is there to feel embarrassed about? Is it not true that the tea from the Marquis's residence is made from leaves as well? Just taste it first. If it truly does not meet your expectations, I will willingly accept punishment." With that, everyone laughed and took a sip. "That's so. Is it not beneath your esteemed palates?" Yuran jested. Fei Su noted, "While it cannot compare to the Marquis's tea, it possesses a certain rustic charm, which is quite acceptable." Hua Ping remarked, "I find it quite pleasant. It has a more homely flavor than the tea from the residence." Qing He nodded, "Indeed, you are right. It carries a hint of smokiness." Yuran smiled at her. "I did not realize your taste buds were so discerning. It is merely that I did not control the heat well during roasting, resulting in a slightly stronger flavor, which you were able to detect." As the conversation unfolded, Lu Yi approached to report, "A woman and several young servants have come outside to present gifts, claiming to be from the Shin family." Upon hearing this, Yuran was momentarily taken aback. Did she not already know all the Shins? Although puzzled, she still invited them in. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman in her 40s entered, and Lu Yi immediately recognized her, exclaiming, "Madame Zhang, what brings you here?" She then turned to Yuran and added, "This is Madame Zhang from the Shin family." Realizing that she was from the residence of Shanzai, Yuran mused inwardly. The woman, noticing the bustling crowd inside, stood at the entrance and bowed, saying, "Our master has instructed that we possess no other items but a few cherries and some freshly delivered fish and shrimp from the estate, along with some marinated delicacies and pickles from our shop, to be sent to celebrate the housewarming. Our master emphasized that these are not valuable items, merely a customary gesture among neighbors, and he kindly requests that you do not dismiss the offering as meager." Yuran replied, "This is already exceedingly generous. I happen to have 2 boxes of homemade peanut candy. Please take them back and convey my gratitude to your master." Afterward, she instructed Feng Chao to hand over a purse to the woman. After expressing her thanks, Madame Zhang took her leave. Upon returning home, Madame Zhang relayed the events to Shenzai, showing him the return gifts Yuran had given. Shenzai instructed her to place them on the table and inquired, "What is Miss Lin occupied with at home?" Madame Zhang chuckled, saying, "The Marquis's wife has sent a substantial housewarming gift for Miss Lin." When I arrived, Miss Lin was attending to them, and I recognized the leading lady as Fei Su, who is close to the Marquis. Shenzai nodded at this. "You have worked hard. You may take a rest." Shenzai's young servant, Song Yin, jestingly remarked, "Since you are delivering gifts to the Lin family, why not present them to Lin Gongzi instead of his sister?" His voice dwindled as he felt the menacing glare from Shenzai. Meeting his gaze, Shenzai replied, "I notice you have been rather idle lately. Go and copy our family rules twice for me. If you cannot finish, do not expect dinner tonight." Song Yin, fearing punishment, left with a sorrowful expression. Seeing that Shenzai had sent so many cherries, Yuran promptly instructed Feng Chao and the others to wash several large plates of cherries to serve to the sisters. She then took 5 taels of silver and sent Xiao Shi to a nearby tavern to order a banquet of superior and medium dishes. With nearly 20 servants, maids, and young men arriving, along with Fei Su and a few family members, the total exceeded 30. With only Feng Chao and Qing Lu available to prepare home-style dishes, it was beyond their capabilities to accommodate such a crowd. Thankfully, a restaurant named Yulai was nearby, where they had dined once while settling in, known for its slightly higher prices but excellent flavors and variety. The banquet of superior dishes consisted of 8 cold and 8 hot dishes, totaling 16, costing 2 taels of silver, while the medium banquet cost 1 tael. For the common folk, who could survive on 2 taels for half a year, such a feast was indeed not inexpensive. However, this area, being close to the most prestigious academies of the Dekong dynasty, attracted numerous distinguished scholars and lecturers, ensuring a steady clientele as long as the food remained clean and delicious. Feng Chao approached to ask how to arrange the meal. Fei Su smiled. In the past, when accompanying the lady and young miss to events such as the Flying Flower Banquet or the Gathering of Blossoms, we could only watch as our masters enjoy delicacies beneath the flowers. Today, Since we have the opportunity, why not emulate that? Qinghe nodded in agreement. That is indeed a splendid idea. The 2 cherry blossom trees in the courtyard are perfectly suited for this. At this time of year, the mosquitoes and flies are not yet troublesome. Shall we try reveling beneath the flowering trees? Fei Su and Hua Ping nodded in unison, but Yuran could not help but rub her forehead. I do not mind the few jars of wine, but I fear if you drink too much, how will you manage your duties this afternoon? Fei Su laughed, glancing at her. You need not worry about that. The lady has said today shall be treated as a day off, allowing us to fully enjoy ourselves, even if we stay the night. Yuran smiled gently. If that is the case, I shall have to accompany you. She then instructed Feng Chao and Lu Yi to carry a large round table beneath the cherry blossom tree, setting out cups and plates. Shortly after, the Yulai restaurant delivered the banquet, placing the dishes directly on the table. Of course, prior to this, they had not forgotten to set aside 2 plates of food to send to Enran and his classmates. Upon entering the dining room, Li Wenba was taken aback to find 4 dishes and a soup laid out on the table, and he curiously inquired, "What special occasion is it today? Why such a lavish spread?" The Lin family's usual meals comprised only 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, perhaps accompanied by a soup or porridge without extravagance. Hearing this, Enran smiled. It is simply that some of my sister's acquaintances have come to present housewarming gifts, and she has invited them to stay for a meal to foster a lively atmosphere. Since we lack a proper cook, we ordered a few tables of dishes from the restaurant. Li Wenba thought to himself. Did they not have maids and servants? Why resort to ordering food from outside? How much silver must that cost? His classmate's sister certainly seemed to indulge in extravagance. Yet, being a guest in someone else's home, though he found it somewhat distasteful, he did not show it outwardly. Chapter 87. An interesting affair. As the sun began to set, Yuran helped the inebriated individuals into their carriages. Fortunately, the 2 young men were busy studying in their rooms, thus escaping the embarrassment of witnessing their drunken state. Feng Chao, having shielded Yuran from much of the alcohol, was somewhat tipsy herself. Yuran instructed Lu Yi to brew a pot of strong hangover soup, filling a teapot to hand to the accompanying maid. Maid, please ensure you give them some of this hangover soup on the way back. Otherwise, it would be quite disgraceful for them to be seen in such a state. The maid assured her. Miss, rest assured, I will take care of it. If the young ladies bring shame upon themselves, we shall not escape unscathed either. Yuran slipped a purse into the maid's hand, saying, in that case, I leave them in your capable hands. After sending off the entire Shen family, Yuran looked at the chaotic scene in the courtyard and said to Feng Chao, you 3 have worked hard. Please gather our own dishes. We can wash them tomorrow. The restaurant's dishes can be returned for their staff to clean. I shall take a moment to rest in my room. Do not call me for dinner. Yuran hastily wiped her face, removed her outer garments, and lay down on the bed. When she awoke, the sun had already risen high. Sitting up, she pressed her temples, still feeling a bit dizzy, vowing never to drink so much again. She heard Lu Yi outside sweeping the floor and hurriedly washed her hands before bringing in hot water for her to freshen up. After washing, Yuran entered the sitting room, where she found the aftermath of the previous day's feast had been cleaned up spotless. Feng Chao approached with a tray, saying, Miss, please have something to eat. I thought you might not feel well this morning, so I made some millet porridge. You should eat a little. After consuming a bowl of thick porridge, Yuran felt her stomach settle slightly but had no desire for more. Remembering the items Fei Su had brought over yesterday, she went to check the room. While there was nothing particularly extravagant among the boxes, they contained many essentials urgently needed for the household. Mrs. Han had prepared a complete set of 36 teacups, a set of 88 bowls and plates, 2 pairs of large porcelain vases, 2 pairs of blue and white plum vases, 3 sets of incense burners, 2 dough of imperial rice, 2 dough of imperial glutinous rice, 6 sets of various bed curtains, for folding mats, 4 rolls of various fabrics, 4 rolls of fine silk, 4 rolls of brocade, and 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, along with 2 scrolls of paintings. Additionally, there were 1 pair of gold and silver ingots each. These items were perfect for everyday living, greatly alleviating Yuran's burdens. Feng Xian Su, aware of her preferences, sent her a pair of purple copper lotus incense burners, 4 new books, 2 boxes of homemade pastries, a pair of fine gauze table screens with landscape patterns, a pair of sweet white glazed covered bowls, 4 boxes of tea leaves, and a package of bird's nest. Shunxian gifted her a pair of boxwood carvings, a pair of silk lotus lanterns, a set of flower and bird patterned porcelain jars, and 2 boxes of colored ink. Shening and Shunlian each gifted her a pair of silk quilts and a set of bed curtains. With these items, Yuran selected several to have Feng Chao and Lu Yi prepare Lin Mu's room, ensuring that all the curtains and bedding were properly arranged. They also placed various vases and ornaments in the sitting room, replacing the previously hung painting of prosperous peonies with a landscape painting gifted by Mrs. Hahn. Due to the haste of moving in, Urant's room only had a light green gauze curtain and the usual set of 4 treasures of the study. She had not brought along various ornaments and utensils. Urant instructed Louis to fetch a pair of rue kiln jade spring vases, fill them with water, and cut a few half-blooming forsythia branches to arrange in the vases. She placed them on her writing desk and windowsill, instantly bringing a splash of spring to her room. After settling in, she discovered that the entire residence had been fitted with underfloor heating, thus lacking the traditional Kong bed. Fortunately, the previous owner had left behind 2 wooden frame beds, which would suffice in the interim. Previously, conditions had not allowed for such luxuries, but now that she had the means, Urant felt uneasy sleeping in a bed that had been used by others. Consequently, she promptly ordered 2 wooden frame beds from the carpenter's shop, one for herself and one for Lin Mu. Along with some wardrobes and dressing tables, opting for common elm wood rather than anything extravagant. Although the wood's grain may not be particularly striking, it is renowned for its hardness, making any furniture crafted from it exceptionally durable. The sisters upon waking in the morning, did not feel particularly well. Regardless of their discomfort, they still had their duties to attend to. Feishu had risen early to wash her hair, donning fresh garments inside and out, and had even placed a fragrant cake in her mouth. By the time Mrs. Han awoke, Feishu's hair was already dry and neatly styled into an intricate bun. Upon seeing her, Mrs. Han smiled and remarked, "I saw you return yesterday in a state of intoxication. I thought you might sleep in this morning. To my surprise, you are up so early." As Feishu assisted Mrs. Han with her washing, she laughed and replied, "I am already grateful for the opportunity to enjoy a day of leisure yesterday. I cannot afford to delay today's responsibilities no matter the circumstances." Mrs. Han nodded appreciatively. "I admire your diligent nature. Unlike those who, upon tasting success, become arrogant." "What did you partake in yesterday?" Feishu recounted the events of the previous day, though Mrs. Han had already heard them from the young maid. However, each perspective differs, and thus the experiences felt unique. Feishu continued, "Speaking of which, there was quite an amusing incident. Shortly after we arrived yesterday, Master Shun sent a servant with a basket of cherries and a selection of delicacies from the shop. I found it curious that, given the absence of female relatives in Master Shun's household and his good relations with the Lin family, he did not send the gift directly to young Master Lin, but instead chose to have a servant deliver it to Yuran." Hearing this, Mrs. Han tilted her head and chuckled. "That is indeed quite interesting." Not long after, Lin's mother received a letter conveyed by Yuran. The letter reiterated Mrs. Han's commitment and mentioned that, in order not to impede Rant's normal performance, the matter had not yet been disclosed to him. Regardless of whether Ran passes the provincial examination, he would be residing at Mingyi Academy in the capital from now on. In light of this, it would be prudent for the family to relocate their belongings to their residence in the capital. The old home and land would be entrusted to the care of their uncle. Although Lin's mother had not received extensive education, she had indeed heard of the esteemed Mingyi Academy, recognized as one of the top institutions in the capital, known for its stringent admission standards, making it inaccessible to the sons of ordinary families. Now that her son had such an opportunity, naturally, everything would be prioritized according to his future prospects. Yet, she harbored concerns about the expenses of living in the capital. If her entire family were to move there, the costs of food and drink alone would be substantial, not to mention other expenditures. With these thoughts, Lin's mother felt a twinge of hesitation. Nevertheless, she quietly began packing the household's belongings, contemplating that if Ran were to succeed in the examinations, the family would settle there permanently. If not, they would return. As the day approached, Lin's mother personally visited the nearby Sanqing temple to pay her respects to the Buddha, offering a modest sum for incense. Following this, she tidied up the house and set off with old Lu driving the cart, accompanied by Lu Sa, to Tunghua Alley. Upon arriving at the residence, Lin's mother found it clean and orderly. The previously dilapidated areas had been repaired by craftsmen, and all weeds and dead trees had been thoroughly cleared. Yuran had also purchased numerous roses, peonies, and other plants from the flower market, along with several pots of budding crabapple flowers, which brightened the house. When Yuran led her into her room, Lin's mother, upon seeing the arrangements, exclaimed, "I recall that the previous tenants did not leave behind such furnishings. Have these all been newly acquired? What a significant expense." Yuran replied with a smile, "It did not cost much. Only a little was spent on the furniture, while the curtains and other furnishings were gifts from the madam and several young ladies to celebrate our move." She then presented the original gift list for Lin's mother to review. With a hint of confusion, Lin's mother remarked, Madame Shun and the young ladies are being exceedingly generous. Yuran explained, when I visited the estate last time. I happened to assist the madam with a significant task. Out of gratitude, she sent these items. What kind of task was it? It wouldn't have posed any danger to you, would it? Lin's mother asked with concern. Yuran chuckled. Mother, do not worry. Nothing of the sort occurred, simply helped the madam uncover an internal traitor. Those involved are often blinded by their circumstances, and some matters are clearer to an outsider like me. Lin's mother nodded in understanding. That is acceptable. It was not easy to bring you out of there, and I would prefer you remain uninvolved in such aristocratic disputes. Although our family may be modest, as long as we support one another, we shall manage. Please take care of yourself. Yuran looked into her mother's eyes and solemnly nodded. Yes, I shall remember, and you need not worry. Upon learning of Lin's mother's arrival, Xiao Shurtu announced that young Master Li wished to pay his respects to her, and that he was already waiting in the corridor. Lin's mother adjusted her clothing and said, Please invite him in. As Yuran prepared to withdraw, Lin's mother added, Since he is your brother's close friend, it would be fine for you to meet him. I will be right here. A moment later, Li Wenba entered, accompanied by Yuran. Having arrived in the capital, Lin's mother and Yuran were dressed far more elegantly than during their time in Linjia village. Lin's mother, already possessing a pleasing appearance, had grown even more radiant over the past year. As the family had reunited and thrived, acquiring additional income and a new home, with menial tasks now performed by servants, with Yuran often providing her with nourishing delicacies, her complexion was vibrant and youthful, appearing several years younger than before. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wenba noted how Lin's mother differed significantly from his previous impressions of a peasant woman, causing him to feel somewhat anxious. At that moment, Lin's mother introduced, This is your brother's schoolmate and a frequent visitor to our home. He is 2 years your senior, so you may address him as elder brother. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through, carrying the delicate scent of orchids and musk, as a melodious female voice greeted Li Wenba. Greetings, elder brother. Li Wenba hurriedly returned the courtesy. The young lady is too kind. He dared not look directly at her, only noticing the pale blue silk adorned with embroidered plum blossoms and the moon-white flower-patterned skirt. At that moment, Lu Yi entered with a tray of tea. Li Wenba took a sip, using it to steady his slightly racing heart. Understanding his gentle nature, Lin's mother initiated a conversation about his family and well-being. While Li Wenba engaged with Lin's mother, he listened intently to Yuran's sister. He heard her advising, with only a few days left. I see you have been studying diligently, but do take care of your health. You are still young. Even if you take the exams multiple times, it is of little consequence. Do not push yourself too hard. It is spring, a time for warmth and blooming flowers. If you feel stifled at home, take some time to step outside. Even a stroll around our neighborhood would be delightful. Her tone was gentle, not merely urging her brother to study relentlessly. Thinking of his own mother, he recalled how she would reprimand him endlessly for the slightest lapse in his studies, creating an atmosphere of pressure. Consequently, after being admitted to Bailang Academy, he had no desire to return home. Each visit was brief, often leaving as soon as he had gathered some money. Listening to Yuran, Lin's mother added, Your sister is right. Do not push yourself too hard. She continued, Your sister mentioned that she plans to go shopping tomorrow. Since she is going alone, I worry a bit. Why not accompany her? And Ran nodded. It is just that I have been feeling somewhat stifled from studying. If that is the case, I shall join my sister tomorrow. Observing the comfortable rapport among the family, Li Wenba felt somewhat superfluous and decided to take his leave. After his departure, Yuran resumed discussing with her mother and brother the matter of sending gifts to their neighbors. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Living in the same alley, maintaining good relations is essential. The value of the gifts does not lie in their extravagance. Even a couple of boxes of pastries would suffice, but they must convey a gesture of goodwill. This task was not daunting, as Lu Yi was quite familiar with this aspect. She knew of a renowned old pastry shop on Wenhua Street, known for its exquisite confections, perfect for visiting friends and relatives. Thus, Yuran resolved to personally inspect the shop. The following morning, before breakfast, the siblings donned their outdoor attire and took a cart to the bustling Xingyang Street. Once on the road, Yuran complained, Sister, I am quite hungry. Why didn't you let us eat before we left? Yuran reassured him, Do not worry. You will not go hungry. I will treat you to something delicious. Besides, our pot for porridge is too small. It barely suffices for 3 or 4 people, and with more, there would not be enough to share. It is better for us to eat outside, sparing Lu Sa from additional toil. After we eat, remember to buy a larger pot. An Ran nodded. Why did we not purchase a larger one last time? Feng Chao smiled. Young master, you are unaware that we have yet to procure the necessary kitchenware. The pots we are currently using were brought over from the old residence. The one for porridge was previously used by the young lady for making soup. Now understanding, and Ran sighed, I have been so focused on my studies that I have neglected the household matters. It has truly been a burden on my sister. Please accept my apologies. Ran playfully replied, well, that is what it means to be your sister. Just remember me when you have a wife. And Ran laughed in response, that is certainly the case. As the carriage came to a halt, Fong Chao lifted the curtain and peered outside, exclaiming, Miss, we have arrived at our destination. Chapter 89. Strolling through the streets. Ran turned to her younger brother, saying, the soup dumplings and wontons from this establishment are quite delectable. You must try them later. The proprietor of this place used to be a neighbor of the Liu Yi family and often discreetly provided her with some food. Thus, when Ran inquired about breakfast spots nearby, Liu Yi immediately thought of this one. After accompanying Ran for a meal here once, she noted the shop's immaculate cleanliness and the delightful flavors, committing it to memory. Currently, the breakfast shop was bustling with patrons from all walks of life, so crowded that some were even squatting on the floor to eat. Observing this, Liu Yi suggested, why don't you wait here? Miss, I shall fetch a meal for you and young master to enjoy in the carriage. Ran nodded in agreement. Let us have a bowl of wontons for each of us, a steamer of soup dumplings, and a plate of vegetarian 3-flavor pan-fried dumplings. Please order a large bowl of wontons for your grandfather. After speaking, she handed Liu Yi a purse filled with a considerable amount of coins. Liu Yi adeptly approached the waiter, placed the order, and instructed them to deliver it to the outside carriage. In no time, 2 waiters arrived, balancing large trays laden with their order. After sampling a wonton, Ran remarked, indeed, these wontons are exquisite, though they still pale in comparison to the ones made by Aunt Lu. Ran interjected, setting aside the skill involved, do you think the ingredients Aunt Lu uses are so easily obtainable? If you wish to indulge, I can have her prepare some for you in a few days. However, our household is currently quite busy, preparing your meals for the upcoming examination. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after you finish. Ran nonchalantly replied, I merely mentioned it in passing. As long as I can fill my stomach, I am content. After breakfast, Liu Yi led Ran to a nearby iron shop where they placed a deposit for several pots of varying sizes. Subsequently, they visited a general store to purchase some cups and dishes. The teacups and bowls sent by the Han family were indeed splendid, but their quality made them unsuitable for everyday use in their household. Ran selected a set of medium-quality blue and white porcelain teaware, along with matching bowls and chopsticks, and also acquired a few assorted decorative items. With her pockets full of silver, she saw no reason to hold back. Besides her previous savings, Shunzhe had recently gifted her 1,000 taels in silver notes. Additionally, after the completion of an embroidery piece, Fong Xiansu had given her a 200-tael gold note and a complete set of jade jewelry. All these were hard-earned, and she had no intention of using them to support her family. However, she felt generous enough to indulge in these smaller purchases. Conveniently, the fabric store was adjacent to the general store, and Ran ventured in to browse. She acquired a substantial amount of medium-quality textiles and silks for daily household use. Once again, the fabric gifted by the Han family was too extravagant, with a single bolt costing several dozen taels, which was far too lavish for their current financial situation. Thus, she opted for more affordable materials suitable for making clothes and bedding without feeling guilty. Selecting a variety of fabrics totaling over 10 bolts, she realized the carriage could hardly accommodate them. Fortunately, such large stores typically offered home delivery services. Ran provided her address and requested they deliver afternoon, as no one would be available to pay if they arrived too early. Since it was her purchase, she had no intention of asking Lin Mu for money. The shopkeeper promptly agreed. Later, they arrived at Wenhua Street and first visited the pastry shop Liu Yi had mentioned. Noticing that the pastries were indeed well-crafted and the packaging was elegant, they placed a deposit for 12 boxes of delicacies. Wenhua Street was predominantly lined with bookstores, ink shops, and other establishments catering to scholars. Since they were there, it was only natural to explore. They first entered a bookstore, which boasted a comprehensive collection of titles. Seeing the number of visitors, a clerk promptly approached them, saying, esteemed guests, please come inside. Might I inquire what type of books you seek? I see this young gentleman beside you, with such a distinguished appearance, must be preparing for examinations, yes? We happen to have a copy of Essential Knowledge before the examination, a living print from the manuscript of our esteemed ancestor. It is an indispensable guide for any candidate, previously priced at 2 taels and 5 coins, but now on a special offer for just 2 taels. This is an opportunity not to be missed. How about acquiring a copy? Upon hearing the steep price, Ran was about to decline when his sister interjected, since you speak so highly of it, Let us take one that it would be good to admire the calligraphy of our esteemed ancestor. The clerk hurriedly fetched the book, and Yuran casually flipped through a few pages, noting that it was thicker than she had anticipated, about the thickness of a coin, and felt substantial in her hands. The cover was made of fine silk wrapped around sturdy cardboard, making it water-resistant. As she flipped through a few pages, she discovered it contained detailed explanations on the origins, traditions, and developments of the imperial examination, along with strategies for tackling various subjects and examination precautions. It was far from a scam. Yuran handed the book to Enran and inquired, "Do you have any travelogues or geographical text in this store?" The clerk smiled and replied, "I did not expect you to be literate, young lady. We have those as well. Over here, this section is dedicated to such books, while the adjacent section contains historical anecdotes and biographies." In a corner, nearly 2 meters high, a bookshelf was filled with such titles. Yuran pulled one out for inspection and, noticing her brother gazing intently at another direction, said with a smile, "Why don't you take a look yourself? If you find anything you fancy, feel free to purchase it. I have enough funds for a few books." Enran chuckled and ran his fingers through his hair. "No need for you to cover the cost." "Sister, I have my own money." During the new year, he had saved his pocket money from his mother and sister, and with earnings from copying texts, he had accumulated a couple of tales over the months. Enough to buy a few books. He had copied many texts at the academy and was well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as commonly read works such as Records of the Grand Historian, The Art of War, and Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government. Now, he merely sought out titles he had yet to read. In the end, Yuran selected 2 travelogues, a collection of miscellaneous writings, a geographical treatise, and 2 history books from the founding era. Noticing her brother had not picked up anything, she asked, "Haven't you found anything to your liking?" Rand smiled and replied, "Sister, I hardly have the mind to peruse miscellaneous books at the moment. I shall wait until after the provincial examination to return. I noticed the shop has a paper promotion. Perhaps I should buy a few reams of paper. The rice paper you gave me, I am reluctant to use for my daily practice." Upon hearing this, Yuran chuckled and addressed the clerk, "Young man, please wrap these books up. Additionally, I would like 2 reams of rough-edged paper, 2 reams of fine jade-bound paper, and a stack of sea-moon paper." "How much will it be?" The clerk, taken aback by the youthful sibling's extravagant spending, quickly bundled the books and paper, cheerfully stating, "The total comes to 10 taels and 8 coins. Yuran retrieved a silver ingot from her purse and handed it to him. The clerk promptly weighed the silver at the counter and soon returned with the change. "As luck would have it, our shop is currently running a promotion. For any single purchase over 10 taels, we are giving away 10 sheets of gold sprinkle paper and 10 sheets of thank you paper. Please accept this gift." Mississippi Yuran graciously accepted the papers, expressing her gratitude with a smile before departing from the bookstore. At noon, they found a tea house where they enjoyed several signature dishes. In the afternoon, they ordered various staples such as rice, flour, oil, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, before heading back home. The examination day approached swiftly, and thanks to the book Essential Knowledge Before the Examination, Yuran, unfamiliar with the imperial examination process, gained a thorough understanding of the current procedures and what items to prepare. Fortunately, the provincial examination had undergone significant improvements, while it still covered the 4 books and 5 classics. It also included questions on arithmetic, agriculture, and water conservancy. The examination duration was shortened from 3 sessions over 9 days and nights to 3 days and nights. Although the examination hall had a kitchen, few candidates would bother to cook for themselves. Yuran prepared some marinated beef, sausages, braised delicacies, and pickled vegetables, and even had Aunt Lou make a few large pancakes, all cut into small pieces for convenience. Naturally, she also packed some commonly used medicinal pills as a precaution, along with a thick sheepskin blanket for warmth at night. These provisions were also essential for Li Wenba. Yuran considered that since he was staying at their home for the examination, should he succeed, he and her brother might support each other in the official realm, Li Wenba. Observing the meticulous care with which Enran's elder sister organized everything, couldn't help but entertain a few romantic notions. If fortune smiled upon him and he were to pass the examination, given his relationship with Enran, he might have a chance to propose marriage. However, if Lin Enran discovered that he was indulging in luxuries while secretly harboring intentions towards his sister, he feared she would chase him away with a stick. In the early hours of the examination day, the 2 classmates rose to prepare everything, taking a carriage to the entrance of Jinghua Academy. The examination venue was akin to that of future examination halls, conducted within the students' classrooms. During the examination period, the entire academy was cleared, leaving no teachers or students behind, with invigilators consisting of officials from the Imperial Academy and various officials randomly selected from nearby regions. Additionally, there was a supervising team composed of 6 ministry officials. After bidding farewell to Yuran, Lin Mu accompanied Yuran, carrying snacks and other items, personally delivering gifts to each neighbor. Fortunately, the neighbors were all amiable and expressed their delight upon hearing that her young brother, at the tender age of 14, had already become a scholar and was now participating in the provincial examination at 15. They all remarked, "If your son were to succeed in becoming a jurin, be sure to invite us for a celebratory feast." Such a young scholar, even if he has not succeeded in this examination, still possesses considerable promise. Moreover, upon observing the Lin family's mother and daughter engaging in conversation with grace and poise, it is no wonder that everyone wishes to cultivate a friendship with them. Thus, after visiting several neighboring households, the rural examination also came to a close. Upon their return from the examination hall, both individuals took to their beds after a refreshing bath. Lin's mother, drawing from her husband's past experience with the imperial examinations, did not overly fret. She merely instructed Sister Lu to prepare a pot of clear chicken soup, ready for when they felt hungry, at which point they could simply enjoy a bowl of noodles. When the two finally awoke, it was already midday the following day. After a brief period of recuperation, Li Wenba bade farewell and returned home. Having already overstayed his welcome, he felt it was inappropriate to linger any longer now that the examinations were complete. During the wait for the results, the Empress Dowager's longevity celebration had concluded. In her youth, the Empress Dowager was a remarkably talented woman, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which is why she was chosen as the crown princess. Upon seeing the exquisite embroidered Rueha tapestry, she took a great liking to it. Although the craftsmanship could not quite match that of the experienced court embroiderers, the elegance of the colors, the grand composition, and the dexterity of the needlework set it apart from the clumsy work of professional embroiderers. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded, saying, "It has been a long time since I have encountered such a delightful embroidery. It is indeed imbued with spirit." She inquired about the embroiderer, to which Fang Xinsu replied in full detail. Upon learning that it was the same girl who had previously saved Fang Xinsu, the Empress Dowager praised her further and promised a generous reward. The lady-in-waiting beside her, recognizing the Empress Dowager's fondness for this individual and knowing that she had been recommended by Princess Luan, thoughtfully increased the reward slightly. Having received few gifts of such charm in recent years, the Empress Dowager grew even fonder of Fang Xinsu. Although many in the court speculated on her thoughts, hoping to curry favor for the emperor's sake, true feelings can only be reciprocated with sincerity. Mere conjecture reveals only superficiality. When the emperor noticed the Empress Dowager's delight, he too offered a reward, which was duly arranged by the eunuchs. Consequently, the final reward bestowed upon Fang Xinsu was exceedingly generous. The Empress Dowager gifted her a gold and silver collar each, for bolts of palace silk, 2 strands of agarwood beads, and 2 pairs of gold and silver hairpins. The emperor commanded that she receive a pair of gold ingots, a pair of silver ingots, and 4 bolts of silk. The empress, seeing the 2 high-ranking figures bestowing gifts upon her, followed suit with 2 exquisite palace fans, 2 bolts of brocade, and a pair of gold and silver hairpins. Fang Xinsu promptly sent all these gifts to her, clearly indicating that they were intended for Yuran. Thus, Yuran graciously accepted all the treasures into her own collection. Fortunately, among these rewards were genuine gold and silver. Had they been mere trinkets like those presented to Jia Yuanchun in Dream of the Red Chamber, it would have been quite disappointing. Of course, Fang Xinsu received even more rewards. In the absence of justification, the Empress Dowager had already been generously gifting her, and now, with an excuse at hand, the treasures flowed like water into the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness's household. Fang Xinsu selected a few items to share among relatives and friends, while Yuran received a pair of lotus mats and a pair of honey-waxed Buddha hand carvings. Within the Duke's residence, Lord Shun and Madame Han were discussing the recent imperial examination. "That lad Zaire has gone to participate in the examinations, I see. He has been focused on his career and finances. So this time, it seems doubtful," Madame Han replied with a smile. "This child has always been steady. Moreover, my cousin has said his writing has reached the appropriate level, so I believe he is not in any great danger. However, even if he does not succeed this time, Zaire is already 21 years old at this age. It is indeed time for him to establish a family and career." Lord Shun nodded. "Indeed, by my age, I already had the honor. Previously, I had a 4th-rank military officer who was quite taken with his character. He was not concerned about Zaire lacking parental support and was willing to marry his daughter to him. Who would have thought that the lad would find the girl too coarse? Lord Dingyong had once mentioned he was willing to promise one of his illegitimate daughters to him, but I did not dare to agree without knowing the girl's character. Madame Han remarked, "It is fortunate that you did not agree, or else it would have been a disservice to Zaire." Hearing this, Lord Shun was taken aback. "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with that girl?" Chapter 91. Successful Candidates. Madame Han replied, "It is not merely one girl who is unsuitable. Although Lord Wuan also favors his concubines over his wife, Lady Luo was quite strict in her upbringing of her illegitimate daughters. No matter how they behaved privately, at least they could present themselves well in public. The wife of Lord Dingyang is quite the opposite. She has only 2 legitimate sons and no legitimate daughters. With so many illegitimate daughters at home, she seeks to use them to forge alliances with prominent families, paving the way for her sons. In principle, there is nothing wrong with this intention. However, she has unfortunately raised her daughters in a way that emphasizes cunning and flattery, making them adept at intrigue, whereas my own maidservants possess more grace." Lord Shun stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Having been away from the capital for many years, I did not realize that the Dingyang household had fallen into such decline. Their lady certainly lacks foresight. Even if she currently has no legitimate daughters, does that mean her sons will not marry? Will she have no granddaughters in the future? Thus, the sage said, when marrying, choose a virtuous wife. I believe for Zaire, the appearance and background are secondary. After all, his family wealth is not substantial, and he is a man of integrity who would not accept our assistance. The main consideration should be to find a gentle disposition, someone who has seen the world, capable of managing both the hall and the kitchen. A slightly lower status is not a problem. After all, with our support and his mentor's guidance, he need not rely on any wealthy connections." Lord Shen rubbed his forehead. "It is a pity that he is of our own bloodline. Were he any other nephew, I would certainly marry him to Yingjia or Lianjia, to prevent another family from gaining such an outstanding son-in-law for free." Hearing this, Madame Han chuckled and shook her head. "Your words are misguided, my lord. If you continue to think so chaotically, it will only bring misfortune to both families." Lord Shen frowned. "How could it harm them?" Madame Han retrieved a ledger from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Shen Mingchang. "Take a look at this ledger." Shen Mingchang flipped through it and discovered that it recorded the daily expenditures of several illegitimate children in the household. Initially, he found nothing amiss, but upon reviewing the expenditures of Shan Ying and Shen Lian over the past few months, he fell silent. The Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness's household was financially robust, and Madame Han was adept at managing finances, never inviting criticism on the surface. Each of the 2 illegitimate daughters received, in addition to their monthly allowance of 5 taels of silver, 2 pieces of jewelry, 2 new outfits, 2 bolts of silk, various cosmetics and fragrances, not to mention the furnishings and bedding in their rooms, while fruits, vegetables, pastries, and tea were not even included. The luxurious jewelry received during the festive seasons was also excluded, amounting to over 30 taels of silver per month. This totaled nearly 400 taels of silver annually. Meanwhile, Shunzai's entire annual income from his estate was only between 500 to 600 taels, and even with the addition of a pickle shop, it barely yielded a few dozen taels a month. To set aside 2/3 of this income for a wife, and after deducting daily expenses, little would remain. It seemed that the daughters of highborn families were not worth considering. The daughters of lower status families, lacking in experience, might end up being a hindrance to their husbands. Noticing Shan Mingchang's furrowed brow, Madame Han reassured him. "There is no need for you to worry excessively. I see that Zaire is a young man with a clear mind. When you have time, simply summon him for a discussion." Shin Mingchang nodded. "Very well, let's wait until the examination results are announced." On the day of the results, Lin's mother sent old Lu and young Shi to check the list early in the morning. They arrived at the venue at the hour of the tiger, believing it to be quite early. However, they found the area before the announcement board already packed with people, even before the results were posted. The crowd's eagerness could not be contained. Lin's mother stood before the flower-draped gate, continuously reciting prayers, while Yuran observed her younger brother, who appeared calm on the surface, yet his knuckles were turning white from gripping the book, clearly betraying his anxiety. Fortunately, they did not have to endure their anxious waiting for long. Shortly after the hour of the dragon had passed, a strange young man rushed over, exclaiming, Lin Dage, you have succeeded. Congratulations on being the top scholar." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but Yuran maintained her composure. "Young man, please slow down. Did my younger brother truly succeed?" The young man replied, "Indeed. It is Lin Anren of Tunghua Lane." Upon hearing this, the Lin family erupted in joy. Lin's mother quickly said, "Reward him." Fang Chao promptly handed over a prepared pouch to the young man. Lin's mother smiled and inquired, "Which family do you belong to? How did you learn of our news?" The young man replied with a grin. In response to the madam, I am from the house of Shunzhe of Zhaohua Lane. Our master has achieved the second place. And since Lin Dage's result is close to our master's, I was sent to convey the good news. Lin Anren smiled and said, Please thank Shindage on my behalf. I will certainly visit in person in a few days. The young man offered further congratulations before hurrying back to report to his master. At that moment, young Shirtu also returned. To convey congratulations, the young master has achieved the top rank, even though they already knew the outcome. Hearing it from their own family strengthened their resolve. Lin's mother was overjoyed, exclaiming, Let us give him a pouch as well. Look at how he is sweating from running. Feng Chao produced a pouch and handed it to her brother. Why have you returned so late? The young master of the Shen family has already come to deliver the joyful news. Where is grandfather? Little Shirtu gasped, exclaiming, There are far too many people. We barely squeezed our way in, only to find ourselves staring at the young master's name at first glance. We had hoped to return by carriage more swiftly, but the crowd gathered to view the list made it impossible for the carriage to move. Grandfather decided to stay and watch the carriage, instructing me to return with the news. As the family, filled with laughter, was about to enter the house, they were suddenly greeted by the resounding clang of a gong from the alley. Moments later, several officials, dressed in official attire, shouted, Congratulations to Lin Anren, Master Lin, for achieving the top rank. They repeated this call 5 or 6 times, and with the clamor of the gong, the nearby neighbors emerged to inquire about the commotion. The officials approached the Lin family to relay the news once more, presenting a large red congratulatory notice. Lin Anren clasped his fists and smiled, saying, Congratulations to all. Please, esteemed officials, come inside for a cup of tea. The leading official, grinning, replied, Thank you, Master Jejuan, for your kindness, but my brothers and I must continue to deliver congratulations elsewhere. We cannot accept your invitation. Hearing this, Anren retrieved the red envelope that Yuran had given him earlier that morning and handed it over, saying, In that case, I shall not delay your important business. A humble gift, please enjoy some celebratory wine. Upon realizing that the child of their new neighbor had indeed achieved the rank of the top scholar, the surrounding families rushed over to extend their congratulations. Even those from the adjacent alley who had caught wind of the news came to celebrate. In no time, Lin's residence was bustling with uninvited guests. Leaving the family in a flurry of activity, naturally, affluent families like the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness had their own special channels. Before the announcement had even been made, Shun Mingchang was already aware that Shunzhe had secured the second place. He chuckled to Han Shi, saying, Now, my brother-in-law should have no objections regarding Zhe. He wondered aloud who this top scholar was. Han Shi, engrossed in lifting her teacup, paid him no heed. The errand boy who had brought the news stated, I inquired, and the top scholar is named Lin Anren. I have never heard of this name before. Shin Mingchang was about to comment on how familiar the name sounded when he heard Han Shi excitedly ask, What did you say the top scholar's name is? Is it Lin Anren? The boy confirmed, Indeed, that is his name, quite safe. Han Shi pressed on, Do you know where Lin Anren resides? The boy shook his head. I do not know. At that moment, another young servant entered, reporting, Madam, the head steward has just investigated, and the top scholar is indeed Lin Anren, the younger brother of Miss Tunghua. The head steward asked if the madam wished to send a congratulatory gift. Han Shi replied with a smile, Of course we must send one. When I heard the name earlier, I feared there had been a mix-up, but it turns out it is indeed that child. Anren, I always thought he was quite clever. I never imagined he would achieve such a rank so suddenly. Feishu, quickly prepare a generous congratulatory gift and personally deliver it to Uranus family. They must be quite busy right now, so bring along several capable maids who can lend a hand. If it takes too long, simply stay there. I will send someone to bring you bedding. Shin Mingchang, puzzled, inquired, Who is this top scholar? Do you know him? Han Shi explained, The Marquis has met him. He is the younger brother of my former maid, Qinglu. Shin Mingchang suddenly understood. So it's him. No wonder this name sounds so familiar. I recall that lad is quite intelligent. I never expected he would achieve top scholar status. How young he is, truly a prodigy. I have a fine Duan inkstone given to me by someone. Please add it to the gift list. Feishu hurriedly prepared a congratulatory gift, but Han Shi found it lacking. Even families with whom we have little contact send several hundred taels of silver when a scholar is achieved. How can we be so stingy with our own family? She decided to increase the gift from 200 taels to 500 taels. Feishu agreed, and after making the necessary adjustments, set out with the maids and servants in 2 grand carriages to Lin's residence. Yuran was busily occupied, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of visitors, who were constantly asking for tea and snacks, though provisions had been prepared. However, Lu Sa and the others, being inexperienced, became flustered at such a crucial time. leading to numerous blunders. Thankfully, as everyone was there to extend their congratulations and cultivate relationships, no one took offense. Still, Urin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, with most guests bringing gifts, the household staff had not a single literate person present at that moment. It was unacceptable for the siblings to personally receive and transcribe the list of gifts. With no one to record the gift list, they feared it would be difficult to reciprocate. Just then, Feishu arrived. Upon seeing the bustling scene in the living room, she placed the congratulatory gifts in a corner and quickly delegated tasks to the accompanying young servants and maids in just a short while. The entire household was organized and efficient. There were dedicated servants at the entrance to greet guests, others tasked with recording gifts, and a team managing the tea, ensuring everything was in order. After a bustling half-day, as noon approached, the guests began to gradually disperse to return home for their meals. Anrin personally saw them off at the door, informing each one that, as they would be returning to pay respects to their ancestors the following day, a banquet would be prepared in 5 days to invite everyone for a feast. All agreed and departed. Upon hearing her son mention the return to honor their ancestors, Lin's mother suddenly remembered that she had yet to send word to her elder brother back in their hometown. She quickly summoned old Lu to drive the carriage back to inform Uncle Lin of the good news. At tea last, Yuran had a moment to converse privately with Feishu, and rather than preparing a meal, they ordered 2 tables of delicacies from a nearby inn for everyone to enjoy. This time, they abstained from alcohol, but the 2 large tables of dishes were polished clean. And no sooner had they finished eating than another wave of congratulatory visitors arrived. The family had no choice but to summon their energy once more to entertain the guests, and it was only after the sun had dipped below the horizon that the visitors began to trickle out. Feishu, noting their plan to return home to honor their ancestors the next day, cheerfully suggested, "Since you are returning, the house cannot be without a watchman. If more guests come bearing gifts, it would be unfortunate for them to leave empty-handed." "Why don't I stay and keep watch for a few days?" Yuran replied. "How can that be? You still need to return to your duties." Feishu smiled and said, "Since I have offered, it is with the madam's blessing. She does not require my presence, so you need not worry, I will keep an eye on things here." Given the current circumstances, Yuran had little room to refuse. She had already accumulated enough favors and was not fearful of owing one more. Upon receiving the message from Feishu, Hanshi promptly instructed her maids to pack her belongings and adornments for her stay. She further instructed a servant, "Ensure that Sister Feishu is comfortable during her stay. Once she finishes her tasks, I would like to reward her for her help. Tell the maids and young servants to conduct themselves properly and not to slack off just because they are working in someone else's home. If I discover any of them tarnishing the Marquis's reputation, they will face severe consequences." The servant returned to the Lin residence and relayed the message to Feishu, just as the Marquis's household servants gathered in the front courtyard awaiting instructions. Feishu stood up, saying, "You all heard the madam's words. You must be diligent in your duties over these next few days. I am the Marquis's household. Mistakes are easily remedied when they occur among family. But in this external environment, anyone who does not follow orders may as well return home immediately. I will go to apologize to the madam myself." The others promptly agreed. Then, with a smile, Feishu added, "It is said that such a young top scholar appears only once in many years. We all have the chance to serve him and perhaps gain some literary fortune. Who knows, maybe in a future life. We too may become top scholars." This elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. The following morning, the Lin family boarded a carriage from the Marquis estate and journeyed towards Linjia village. Before they reached the village entrance, they were greeted by the sight of the grand pine gate adorned with festive decorations, with many villagers waiting at the entrance. The clever coachman called out, "The top scholar has returned." Initially, the villagers were hesitant, unsure of the unfamiliar carriage, but upon hearing this, they quickly gathered around. The family could no longer fit in the carriage, so they disembarked and were warmly escorted home. That afternoon, during the auspicious hour, the elders of the clan, led by the venerable patriarch with his snow-white hair, gathered in the ancestral hall to pay respects and light incense for their ancestors. Anrin knelt for the first time at the forefront of the hall, just slightly behind the venerable patriarch. After the rites were completed, the patriarch, with trembling hands, inscribed this joyous occasion in the family genealogy. It is worth noting that while Linjia village had produced many scholars over the centuries, this was the first time a top scholar had emerged. Consequently, the clan members were filled with joy. Sharing in the honor. Chapter 93. Li Wenba. Since the Lin family of 3 did not favor ostentation, they had initially planned to host a modest gathering with a few tables of drinks for their relatives. However, the very next morning, the county magistrate, along with the academic superintendent and a multitude of officials, arrived, beating gongs and presenting a plaque for the top scholar. For Yuran, it was the first time she learned of the existence of such a plaque. To her, it seemed merely a black wooden board inscribed with the words top scholar in golden characters, with a line of smaller text at the bottom stating the date of the 13th year of the Kangda era. A red silk ribbon hung from it, displayed at their entrance, making it appear as if someone were celebrating a wedding from afar. With the magistrate's announcement, much of Baishui County became aware of the news, leading to an even greater influx of congratulatory visitors, many bearing substantial gifts, making it seem inappropriate not to entertain them. Thus, Lin Mu presented 50 taels of silver to her elder cousin, Lin Iran, instructing him to procure various food items for a 3-day banquet. Lin Iran accepted the silver with a smile, assuring her, second aunt, rest assured, I shall see to it diligently. True to his word, Lin Iran operated with remarkable efficiency. Within 2 hours, the Lin family's courtyard was adorned with 7 or 8 large round tables. Renowned chefs from the village, who specialized in celebratory feasts, arrived to assist, and the savory aroma of braised pork wafted through much of the village, drawing curious children to peer in from outside. After completing the banquet arrangements in the village, the family did not take a moment's respite. They tidied their home before returning to their residence in the capital, where they busied themselves for another 4 or 5 days before finally settling down. Once their labors were concluded, Yuran graciously prepared red envelopes for the maids and servants from the Ho residence, bidding them farewell with courtesy. She also selected a few intriguing gifts from their recent acquisitions to send back with Fei Su for Han Shi, acknowledging the significant assistance she had rendered. Along with the generous congratulatory gifts received, the family felt it necessary to pay a visit in person, considering these offerings as a modest gesture of gratitude. Of course, the envelope she prepared for Fei Su was not an ordinary one. It contained a beautifully crafted pouch, housing a pair of red gemstone-embedded golden gourd-patterned earrings. After resting at home for a few days, she sent her servant, Shirimo, also known as Little Stone, to the Shun residence to deliver a formal greeting. The following day, the family, laden with gifts, proceeded to the Shun residence. Upon arrival, Ran was naturally guided by a young attendant to meet Shun Mingchong, while Yuran and Lin Mu made their way to the moonlight courtyard. As they approached the entrance, Lin Mu felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Yuran reassured her, Mother, there is nothing to worry about. I am here. Once in the main hall, Lin Mu beheld a vibrant assembly of young ladies. Adorned in floral finery, it turned out that the maidens were all gathered there. Upon noticing her arrival, Han Shi personally stepped forward to greet her. Madam Lin, please come in and make yourself comfortable. She then gestured toward the young ladies, saying, These are my daughters. Without further ado, she introduced each of them to Lin Mu. Initially apprehensive about the day ahead, Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised by Han Shi's warm demeanor, as their conversation revolved around the mundane matters of child-rearing. Even the few young ladies present, including the princess, did not speak disrespectfully. By the time lunch was served, Lin Mu found herself engaging in pleasant conversation with everyone. As they prepared to return home in the afternoon, Ran joyfully announced to her mother and sister, Mother, sister, I have officially become a disciple today. Her master was none other than the illustrious Han Chengming, the esteemed head of Mingyi Academy. Shun Zhe, her elder brother, was her 3rd senior disciple. Her master promised to introduce her to her other 2 senior brothers in due course, and he even conferred upon her the courtesy name Wei Xin. Despite being somewhat privy to the underlying circumstances, both mother and daughter were thoroughly elated, with Lin Mu's eyes glistening with unshed tears of excitement. After returning home, Ran tidied up briefly before heading to the base of Yangtian Mountain the next morning. Equipped with books and supplies, Lin Mu contemplated sending Shirimo along to assist, but Ran insisted, even my master engages in every task personally. As a student, why should I bring a servant? Seeing her resolve, Lin Mu refrained from insisting, allowing old Lu to drive her to the academy's entrance. Once Ran departed, tranquility gradually returned to the household. Following the hectic events of that day, the capabilities of the household servants began to reveal themselves. For the older servants, Yuran held little hope. However, the younger ones still had potential for training. She retrieved a copy of the 1,000-character classic used during her brother's early education, meticulously transcribing it 3 times to distribute to each servant. She then instructed them daily on 10 characters, not imposing strict requirements for complete mastery. Nevertheless, for the children of impoverished families, the opportunity to learn to read was indeed a rare chance. With the young lady personally teaching them, all 3 were diligently studying. Meanwhile, Ran's classmate, Li Wenba, had also passed the provincial examination, albeit with a lower rank. Nevertheless, he had achieved the status of a jinshi, And that day, he eagerly sent someone to the Lin family's old residence to share the good news and invite them to his home for a celebratory feast, as a means of showcasing his success. However, the messenger returned only with a token gift, and he chuckled, saying, "Jinshi, your classmate is indeed fortunate. He has secured the top position in the examination, surpassing your rank. Truly a prodigy, Jinshi," but he mentioned that due to family ancestral rights and other matters, he is unable to attend. Li Wenba couldn't help but smile at the news, acknowledging his classmate's remarkable luck in achieving such a prestigious rank. Yet he also recognized that this was merely a provincial examination. The distinctions between a Jinshi and a mere scholar were not as significant as they seemed. Once the news of his success spread, the villagers who had previously looked down upon him and his mother rushed over to offer their congratulations. Aware of their hardships, gifts of pastries, tea, melon seeds, peanuts, and more were brought forth, with each visitor arriving with something in hand. Even the relatives who had distanced themselves from him in the past approached with smiles and offerings. Several prominent families in the town also sent congratulatory gifts, including a wealthy merchant from his clan who presented 500 taels of silver, while another gentleman directly gifted a 3-courtyard residence in the town, slightly larger than the Lin family's home. This was the first time in his life that Li Wenba had received such heartfelt accolades from so many people. However, the flattery of these individuals did not diminish his resolve. Rather, it reinforced his determination to rise higher. If he was already receiving such admiration as a mere scholar, what would happen if he were to excel and become a high-ranking official or even a noble? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he began to question the compatibility of the sister from his classmate's family. After all, she hailed from a servant's background, and if he were to achieve great success, would it not be a source of ridicule to marry someone of such lowly origins? Yet, he also recognized that the girl from the Lin family shared a deep bond with the ladies of the Ho residence, and marrying her could indeed provide significant support. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, Li Wenba grappled with his thoughts. Chapter 94. Who was the matchmaker? If Yuran were to discover Li Wenba's sordid thoughts, she might very well consider taking up arms against him. Even without such thoughts, she held little regard for him. However, it seemed that others had taken an interest in Li Wenba. The individual in question was none other than a wealthy merchant from Li Wenba's hometown. Known as Boss Zhou. At the age of 46, Boss Zhou had 3 sons, all of whom were married and settled. His eldest grandson was already 12 years old. Yet, he had a youngest daughter, just 17, cherished as his old-age daughter, favored for resembling him more than any of his other children. Boss Zhou's family had been engaged in commerce for 3 generations, and under his stewardship, they had amassed considerable wealth. He was not particularly passionate about making money. Instead, he yearned to change his fortunes through the imperial examinations. Alas, despite his efforts over the years, he had never managed to pass even the preliminary tests. Thus, he placed his hopes on his children and grandchildren. Fortunately, his second son had finally achieved the status of a scholar a few years prior. If another of his offspring were to rise to the rank of a Jinshi, they could transform the family into one of scholarly repute. However, his second son's abilities had reached their peak at the level of a scholar. Consequently, he turned his attention to his daughter, hoping to secure a promising Jinshi son-in-law. Becoming the father-in-law of a Jinshi would elevate his status significantly. If that son-in-law were to excel further and attain the rank of a top scholar, it would be even more remarkable. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Coincidentally, after the examination results were announced, Boss Zhou spotted the promising young Li Wenba amidst the throngs of older men, and how could he not feel a surge of excitement? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having navigated the business world for decades, Boss Zhou was well aware of the disdain that Li Wenba might harbor toward merchants. Nonetheless, he had his own strategies in matters of marriage. It was traditionally a family affair. The matchmaker's words are the parent's decree. As Li Wenba attended various banquets and literary gatherings, Boss Zhou discreetly sent someone to woo Li Wenba's mother, ensuring she was entirely agreeable. By the time Li Wenba learned of the situation, both families had already exchanged marriage contracts, solidifying the engagement. When he first laid eyes on the marriage contract, he thought he had misread it. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, just then, he heard his mother say, "No need to look further. Your name is right here. I have already arranged this marriage for you. The bride is the legitimate daughter of a wealthy merchant. Mr. Zhou, known for her gentle character and substantial dowry. Truly a fitting match." Li Wenba, holding the marriage contract in disbelief, questioned, "A fitting match? Mother, is this your idea of discernment? Just because she is the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she qualifies as a good match? This is a matter of my lifetime. How can you decide without consulting me?" Li Mu scoffed, "Consult you? Humph. Ever since you became a scholar, you've been insufferably arrogant. Have you forgotten that you are merely a lowly scholar? Without property or connections, do you expect to marry a princess or a noble lady? Li Wenbo mumbled, at the very least, I should marry an official's daughter. That would provide some support. What insight could the daughter of a merchant possess? He added. Seeing her son's dazed expression, Li Mu felt a twinge of sympathy. She gently replied, My dear son, I understand your aspirations. However, given our current circumstances, you cannot hope to marry a legitimate daughter of a high official. What support would a secondary wife provide? The daughters of minor officials have meager dowries. Although the Zhou family is merely a merchant household, their daughter's dowry will undoubtedly be substantial. With Zhou family's financial backing, you can devote yourself to your studies, and once you attain the rank of Jinshi, you will have the freedom to choose your path. Li Wenbo furrowed his brow, reflecting, to abandon one's first wife is indeed a matter of disgrace. Li's mother approached him and whispered, Who compelled you to forsake your first wife? Every human being consumes grains. Who is without illness? It is quite common to experience severe ailments from time to time. As these words casually slipped from his mother's lips, Li Wenbo felt as though he was encountering this mother for the first time. In that moment, gazing upon the face before him, strikingly similar to his own, he suddenly sensed something awakening deep within his veins. After a brief pause, he nodded, I shall heed my mother's counsel. Though Lin Anren understood the intricacies of the situation, his family background remained a significant factor, and his youth rendered him subject to the scrutiny of others. In contrast, Ye Yuan Shanzai, not only distinguished by his personal qualities, but also favored as the loyal duke's most cherished nephew, was held in higher regard than several legitimate heirs within the Shun household. Consequently, many harbored intentions of forming alliances with him. Given that Shanzai was orphaned and lacked elder guidance, these individuals flocked to Han Shi, hoping she would advocate on their behalf. Sensing the brewing discontent, Han Shi declared her indisposition, claiming to be at home recuperating, thus preventing the crowd from entering her courtyard. Some even sought out Shin Mingchong, who remarked, As for marrying a wife, it ultimately requires the consent of the children involved. I am but a distant uncle. It would be improper for me to meddle in such matters. You must consult him directly. Naturally, inquiries reached Shenzai, who deflected them with a simple declaration of having someone in his heart. That day, the Duke privately inquired, What are your true thoughts? Previously, you claimed a lack of academic distinction hindered your prospects. Yet now that you have passed the examination, why the hesitation? Shenzai smiled and replied, In truth, I already have a candidate in mind. You sly boy, so you have had a plan all along. Pray tell, whose daughter is it? Even if she were a princess, I would not hesitate to present you to her, the Duke chuckled. Shanzai responded with a slight smile, A princess, with her noble lineage, is far too delicate for someone as rough-hewn as myself. The lady I speak of, I believe you have encountered before. She is none other than the elder sister of this year's successful candidate. Lin Shi ran. The Duke frowned, You mean her? She hails from a servant's background, and she is one of our household servants. Are you not concerned that such a choice would invite ridicule? Shanzai resolutely stated, Even our esteemed ancestors came from humble beginnings, and yet founded our illustrious Dekong dynasty. Moreover, a woman's status is determined by her husband. If I were to marry her, I would see to it that she is not belittled for her origins. Very well, as long as you are certain, the Duke replied, I have not met that girl, but I must say her brother is indeed remarkable. Though he may lack in terms of career and wealth compared to you, in terms of knowledge and wisdom, he certainly surpasses you. The Duke spoke with a serious tone. Shanzai chuckled lightly. Is it any wonder that he is the successful candidate while I am but a mere secondary scholar? Indeed, since you have made your choice, why have you yet to take any action? The Duke inquired further. Shanzai, exasperated, shrugged. I too wish to settle this matter swiftly. However, I have yet to find a suitable intermediary, as her household consists solely of a widowed mother, making it necessary to seek a matchmaker. Originally, my aunt would have been the perfect choice, but given her current state, I dare not disturb her. My teacher's wife has also passed away. Alas, I find myself without a suitable female elder. Shun Mingchong stroked his beard in contemplation and remarked, I happen to recall a fitting candidate who will surely satisfy you. Who do you speak of? Shenzai asked eagerly. The Duke replied, None other than my sister-in-law from the Yu family, a lady hailing from the Ming clan of Shandong. The wife of the Minister of Personnel. Her status is such that even a princess or a noble consort would find it acceptable. Upon hearing this, Shanzai felt a surge of joy, yet hesitated, but will Han Furen assist in this matter? After all, Yuran's origins are rather humble. Even if she has never been a servant, she is still the daughter of a commoner. Shen Mingchang assured him, if you were seeking another, Han Fu-ren might not be inclined to assist, but for her, she will undoubtedly lend her support. However, the arrangement must ultimately be facilitated by her. Why don't you go find something rare and delightful to charm your aunt? Shen Mingchang suggested. Upon learning that there was a possibility, Shunzhe joyfully clasped his fists and said, I will take care of this at once. Indeed, after hearing Shunzhe's request, Han Shi smiled and remarked, I suspected that you harbored feelings for you, Ran. Shunzhe blushed, Aunt, you truly are perceptive. Nothing escapes your notice. Han Shi waved her hand, enough of that. We have all been young once. Soon after Han Shi invited her sister-in-law over to discuss the matter, Han Fu-ren expressed her delight. We are well aware of Yu Ran's virtues. She is a composed and gracious young lady. Were it not for her less-than-ideal origins, she could easily marry into a noble family. However, her background may attract criticism, and I fear she could end up in a situation that is neither here nor there. I had considered selecting one of my own sons for her, but none of them are suitable. If not for her saving my Jin Guer twice, our Han family line would have faced extinction. Now that she has a worthy suitor, I would gladly facilitate the match, even if it were tenfold more difficult. Then Han Fu-ren pondered, but have you inquired about Yu Ran's feelings? She is a girl with her own mind. I would hate for us to make a fuss only to find out later that there are complications. I, for one, am not concerned for my own reputation, but I would hate to create an awkward situation. Hearing this, Shunzhe formulated a plan, saying, please wait for my news. He swiftly departed. Han Shi called after him, shaking her head and laughing. This boy is far too eager. He hasn't even had lunch yet. Han Fu-ren chuckled. We have all been through that phase. Meanwhile, Shunzhe rode swiftly out of the estate, galloping towards the outskirts of the city. Though it was still early summer, he arrived at Minghe Academy drenched in sweat. After class, Ran was surprised to see someone waiting in front of his quarters. Upon approaching, he exclaimed, Shen Shixiang, what brings you here? His master had just mentioned him, criticizing his erratic attendance. Would you like to pay a visit to our master? Shunzhe took a deep breath and replied slowly, no need for that, Lin Shitty. I came to see you. Ran, taken aback, asked, what business do you have with me? Shunzhe gestured for them to enter the room. And Ran unlocked the door, inviting him in as the head disciple of the academy, and Ran's quarters were spacious and well appointed. He invited Shunzhe to sit at the table and, with a smile, inquired, what brings you here in such a hurry? I wish to express my admiration for your elder sister and seek her hand in marriage, Shunzhe stated, his words deliberate, and Ran was taken aback. What did you say? Shunzhe reiterated his intention. The news was utterly unexpected, leaving Ran momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to respond, biting his lip, but do you not mind her background? Shunzhe countered, would you mind it? Ran shook his head, of course not. Shunzhe then smiled, as long as those of us close to her do not care, why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of others? Ran, puzzled, asked, but you have only met my sister a handful of times. How can you be so certain? Shunzhe replied, some things are perhaps destined. When you meet the right person, you will understand. For now, I simply wish to know if your sister would be willing to marry me. If she consents, I will immediately send a matchmaker to propose. If she does not, we can discuss it later. His voice trailed off to a whisper. Seeing his earnestness, Ran felt a pang of sympathy and nodded, very well, I shall inquire about my sister's feelings. However, regardless of the outcome, you must not spread any rumors that could tarnish her reputation. Naturally, when have you seen me do such a thing? Shunzhe replied. Rising to bow respectfully, thank you, Shitty, for your assistance. Ran quickly waved his hand. Do not thank me just yet. This matter is still uncertain. As the day grew late, Ran realized that returning home would mean being stopped at the city gates, so the next morning he took leave from his master and hired a carriage to return home. Upon hearing Ran's account, Ran widened her eyes in disbelief. You came all this way just for that? Isn't the next day your academy's day off? Why the rush today? Ran nodded. Someone couldn't wait, causing quite the fuss before dawn. Ran bit her lip, you are too accommodating. How can you just listen to him? Ran smiled. Isn't it because he has some merit in his words? Sister, he mentioned that while his family is not wealthy, they do own 2 houses, 2 small estates, and 3 shops, earning about 500 to 600 taels annually. While he may not guarantee great riches, he can certainly provide a life free from want. Moreover, his parents have both passed away. Although life may be a bit challenging, once you marry him, you will take charge of the household. Yuran curled her lips, saying, who said I would go to his home and take charge? I seem to recall hearing that he has a stepmother. Did he mention this? Ran nodded. He did mention it. His stepmother was remarried after his mother's death. A few years later, his father also passed away. Due to her youth, after observing a year of mourning, she returned to her family with his younger sister. When the stepmother left, all the family property and land had been settled. Even the dowry that his younger sister was entitled to was taken by the stepmother. Later, his stepmother remarried into a family in Jinzhou. Therefore, should that person return, he would have little ground to criticize Shi Xiangshan. Seeing her sister still deep in thought, Anren could not help but ask, "Sister, we are well aware of Shi Xiangshan's background, foundation, and character. Do you truly wish to marry him?" Chapter 96. Dilemma upon hearing her younger brother's words. Yuren's face flushed. "Are you closer to him, or to me? Why do I feel as if you are eager to see me with him?" Anren scratched her head and chuckled. "Naturally, I am closest to you. And it is precisely because of this closeness that I know who would be suitable for you. Although my sister may not claim to be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she has read quite a bit of poetry and literature. And her writing and painting have their own unique flair. If you were to find someone illiterate or full of vulgarity, it would hardly be a match for you. Among the scholars, those from esteemed families are beyond our reach. While the offspring of impoverished households, though reliable in character and outstanding in talent, often carry a certain air of pedantry. They cannot compare to Shi Xiangshan's worldly wisdom and dependable character. Is he not a better choice than seeking someone outside?" Yuren bit her lip and replied, "After all, this is a matter of a lifetime. I need to think it over." Noticing her sister's internal struggle, Anren turned to leave. Only Yuren remained, standing by the window, gazing at the flowers and plants outside in a daze. When it came to this marriage proposal, what captivated her most was the absence of in-laws, which would spare her the complexities of a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. As for other matters, Shunzai's father was the last of 3 generations, and there were no close relatives in the clan. Otherwise, he would not have followed Shinho after his father's death. The maternal family was far away in Zhujiang, and his remarried stepmother would naturally not be an obstacle. The lady of the house was not one to meddle in others' affairs. As long as she approved of this match, no one above would dare to interfere. This person seemed unwilling to stay long at the Ho residence, suggesting a degree of integrity. His dedication to business and wealth indicated that he did not regard money as trivial. Moreover, having passed the imperial examinations and being accepted as a disciple by Mingyi, he must possess genuine talent. My younger brother often said that discussing studies with him was highly beneficial. Alas, I cannot think any further. Why do I only recall his merits? But, with such character, appearance, and family background, how could he possibly take an interest in me? Just as she was mulling over these thoughts, Lu Yi entered and reported, "Miss, Sister Feishu has come to see you." Yuren quickly got up to greet her at the door. "What brings you here?" Feishu smiled. "If you do not come to see us, must we not come to see you? Speaking of which, had it not been for the lady mentioning it, I would never have guessed that you would have such good fortune." Yuren pouted. "What nonsense are you saying?" Then, turning to Lu Yi, she instructed, "Sister Feishu loves walnut milk. We just bought fresh milk this morning. Ask Fangchao to teach you how to make a couple of bowls." Lu Yi agreed and went off. Once Lu Yi had left, Feishu said, "I assume you already know about this matter. The lady sent me to ask about your thoughts, and no matter how good Shindage is, if you are not interested, it is all in vain. Besides, several families are discreetly inquiring about you." Yuren laughed. "What are you joking about? Which reputable family do I belong to? How could so many people be inquiring about me?" Feishu replied, "How could there be none? Your embroidery has been praised by the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress themselves. The painting of the golden osmanthus you gifted the lady has drawn offers of 2,000 taels of silver. Yet the lady surely cannot bear to part with it. You are one of us, and your connection to our whole family is undeniable. Those who are somewhat in the know are aware that you saved the young master of the Han family, who is destined to be the future head of the Han family. You have also shielded the princess from a whip and have good relations with the Fong family. These connections are indeed substantial. Furthermore, you are now the sister of a Jinshi, and with your brother's bright prospects, naturally, many have taken notice. However, those who seek your hand are merely attracted to your embroidery skills or your ties to the Ho family. Not one has sought you for your own merits, hence the lady has not agreed to any proposal. I had no idea I was so sought after," Yuren said with a hint of self-mockery. Feishu replied, "You are inherently charming, and in terms of knowledge and character, you surpass many of the ordinary official ladies. Why belittle yourself?" The lady mentioned that if it weren't for your humble origins, she would surely find you a suitable match among the high-ranking families. Yuren shook her head. "I never wish to marry into a high-ranking family. I simply desire a simpler household." Feishu chuckled. patting her hand. If that is the case, then Shindage is indeed a perfect match. We know his background well. Having stayed in our residence for several months, there has been no gossip about him, at his age. He has no concubines or maids, indicating his integrity. While his family may not be as wealthy as ours, they possess a house, a shop, and fields. It is more than sufficient for a comfortable life. Do you have any grievances? Yuran looked at Feishu and said, it is precisely because he is so admirable that with all his outstanding qualities and being the favored nephew of the Lord, why would he want to marry a maid like me? Upon hearing this, Feishu burst into laughter. Yuran, annoyed, pushed her lightly. What are you laughing at? Is there something amusing? Seeing her vexation, Feishu restrained her laughter somewhat. Dear sister, I laugh because you are too close to the situation to see clearly. You know, since he is the Lord's nephew, his ties to the whole family are even closer than yours. His family background is not too shabby. If he sincerely wishes to marry, what else could it be for if not you? Upon hearing this, Yuran's ears turned red. Do not speak nonsense. We have hardly met a few times. How could he possibly be interested in me? Feishu took her hand and said, I too am puzzled. How could he fancy you? Let me see, you are not lacking in looks, but I am not bad either. If a gentleman like him were to take an interest in me and propose as a principal wife, I would be more than willing. Yuran shot her a teasing glance. Could it be that our sister Feishu is also experiencing a touch of spring fever? If so, why not speak to the lady about it? Allowing her to find you a suitable match, Feishu playfully pushed her away. Enough, do not change the subject. Regardless, I have said what I needed to say. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. However, I still believe this match is quite favorable. Look, Shundage has no other relatives in the capital, and the lady is immensely hopeful for your marriage. Even if the relatives from the backstreet oppose, they would not dare to speak against the lady. I see you are accustomed to a quiet life at home. Marrying elsewhere is sure to bring a host of sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, which would be quite a headache. Can you endure it? At that moment, Feng Xiao entered with 2 bowls of walnut milk and some snacks. The walnut milk is ready. Miss and Sister Feishu, please enjoy it while it's hot. The two thus paused their conversation. After a brief period, Feishu stood to take her leave. The lady is due to give birth in the next few days. I have been out for a while and must hurry back. I feel restless not being by her side. As for this matter, think it over. I believe it is a good opportunity. Yuran replied, you are busy worrying about this and that do not fret. I will ponder it carefully. By the way, I have made a few garments for the lady's unborn baby over these days. With the weather warming up, I also made some sachets for the young ladies. Please help me take them back. Feishu accepted the bundle she handed over and left. Yuran saw her off at the Huachue gate and was about to return to her room when she noticed Anren peeking around. Unable to help but laugh, she asked, what are you doing there, sneaking about? Anren followed her sister into the room and whispered, Sister, what have you decided about this matter? Xiangshan is still waiting for my reply at the academy. Chapter 97. Grandma Yuran said, are you so eager to marry your sister off? Besides, marriage has traditionally been a matter of matchmaking and parental decree. You should just ask mother. Anren was initially taken aback. Then overjoyed, Sister, are you saying you agree? I will tell mother right away and then inform Xiangshan. Mother Lin, upon hearing her son, was also taken aback. You are not deceiving me, are you? Although Shindage is your senior, your sister is ultimately of servant origin. Does he truly not mind? Anren laughed. If he truly minded, he would not have approached me. Moreover, mother has seen him only a few times. While I have had many discussions with him and know he is quite an unconventional person, I believe he would not look down upon my sister's background. Mother Lin remarked, I find that Shundage is generous in his actions and warm and polite in his dealings. I have considered hoping for such a son-in-law, however, thinking of our family's situation, I regarded it merely as a fleeting wish. As long as he genuinely wishes to marry, I have no objections whatsoever. A son-in-law of such quality is indeed hard to come by, however, for such a significant matter, it is only appropriate to engage a matchmaker, is it not? Anren replied, that is indeed the case. The matchmaker has long been arranged. However, my senior brother believes that given the nature of our family's relationship, it is best to discuss matters privately first. If our family is unwilling, the matchmaker's unexpected visit might lead to awkwardness for everyone involved. Now that everything is settled, there should be no further issues. Lin's mother remarked, I wondered why you suddenly took leave to return home, and then spent half a day whispering with your sister in that room. So it was for this matter. Does your sister have any objections? Anren responded, Sister said she would follow your wishes. Once you approve, she has no further objections. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother smiled and said nothing more. But she understood in her heart that her daughter must have nodded in agreement for her son to bring this matter to her attention. It seems I must prepare a dowry for my daughter. Seeing that her sister had consented, Anren hastily informed Shen Zhe, who proceeded to contact the matchmaker without further ado. The following morning, a grandmother from the Li family on the next street came to visit. Though Lin's mother was somewhat puzzled, she personally welcomed her at the flower-adorned gate, exclaiming, "Li grandmother, what a pleasant surprise! Please, come inside." She then invited her to sit in the main hall. As soon as Li grandmother entered, the serene Yuan, who had been embroidering by the window, stood up and greeted her with a graceful bow. Li grandmother appraised Yuan from head to toe, remarking, "This must be the sister of Lin Juren. She is truly exceptional." Yuan was adorned in an apricot yellow, embroidered coat featuring magnolia blossoms, paired with a light blue pleated skirt. The fabric was exquisite soft satin, and the embroidery was remarkably delicate. She wore 2 small plum blossom hairpins and a hairpin embedded with rubies, along with a pair of jade bangles. Her attire was sophisticated, and her smile was radiant. However, Yuan was not fond of such unabashed scrutiny. Lin's mother also perceived her intentions, wondering for whom this visit was intended. Thus, she smiled and declined the compliment, saying, "Li grandmother, you flatter me too much." Li grandmother replied with a smile, "I do not flatter. My daughter has just turned 15 this year. Although she is quite presentable, when compared to your daughter, she falls short." At that moment, Feng Xiao approached, saying, Miss Shan has sent some items over with the servants." Yuan, upon hearing this, excused herself and went out. The visitor was Mama Song, who frequently delivered items to Yuan. Mama Song greeted her with a smile and said, "Yesterday, Miss Feishu delivered some sachets made by you to the manor. The young ladies were quite fond of them. Coincidentally, someone brought over some lychees and cherries, and the eldest young lady insisted on sending a basket for you to enjoy. Additionally, the princess received a few palace fans recently, which were deemed quite nice, and she asked me to bring 2 for you. The ladies all say that since we live so close, you should feel free to come and visit whenever you have the time." Yuan smiled and agreed, giving Mama Song a red envelope before sending her on her way. Feng Xiao stepped forward to inquire, "Miss, should we send some of these fruits to the main hall for our guests?" Yuan paused her steps and replied, "There is no need. Take them to the backyard first and rinse them with well water. Our fruits are not for just anyone to enjoy." She then gracefully returned to her room. Li grandmother and Lin's mother exchanged a few pleasantries, and when they saw that no one else was present, Li grandmother smiled and said, "Considering that our families live so closely, it would seem we are quite intimate. Therefore, I shall dispense with the formalities. I have come today to seek a match for my nephew. He is 15 this year and just passed the Shoucai examination last year. Though he may not possess the same talents as your Lin Juren, he is still a promising young man. His family owns 1,000 acres of fertile land and a grand residence. He has 2 elder brothers who are already married, so your daughter need not worry about household affairs. If my nephew can achieve further success, he may even be able to hold an official position. Were it not for Shen Zhe, this match would sound quite agreeable." Lin's mother, after listening, smiled and said, "To be honest, Li grandmother, while my daughter calls me mother, she has been raised in the presence of Madame Shun, and her bond with Madame Shun surpasses even mine. Madame Shun has long insisted that this child's marriage must be approved by her first. Thus, I cannot take full charge of this matter. In fact, several suitors have already inquired, but I have yet to agree to any. I was just contemplating discussing it with Madame Shen at that moment." Xiao Shitu rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Madam, Lady Han from the Chongping Marquis' residence has come to visit, and she wishes to see you." Lin's mother was momentarily stunned but quickly responded with a smile. "Please invite her in." Li grandmother was astonished to discover that the Lin family had connections beyond the loyal and righteous Marquis's residence, and was eager to stay and learn more. However, she soon saw a throng of about 10 maidservants and matrons surrounding a dignified and elegantly dressed lady entering. Faced with such a scene, Li grandmother felt a bit overwhelmed and took her leave, coincidentally brushing past Lady Han Ming. She dared not raise her gaze to behold Ming's appearance, but noted the exquisite golden hairpin adorned with red gemstones atop her head. Such intricate and lavish jewelry was beyond her experience, and for a moment, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. However, at that moment, no one from the Lin family paid her any mind. Lin's mother instructed Feng Xiao to see her out, while she and Yuan personally welcomed Lady Han into the sitting room, saying, "Our humble abode is quite unremarkable, and we never expected a lady of your stature to visit." Yuan prepared a cup of Junshan silver needle tea, which was favored by Ming. After taking a sip, Ming remarked, "This tea is exquisite, even better than what I usually drink." Yuan smiled and replied, "It is indeed a gift of 2 canisters from Princess Luan. I do not particularly like it, so I have kept it aside. If the lady enjoys it, you may take it all with you later." Chapter 98. Acknowledging kinship, Ming, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Since you know who the rightful owner is, I shall simply ask Su Jie for some on another occasion. You have but a limited supply. It is better to keep it for your own guests." She then turned to Lin's mother and continued, "I truly admire this child, Yuan. She is always so gracious and composed in her actions. Not to mention her appearance is quite remarkable. Her character far exceeds many." Lin's mother quickly humbly responded, "Madam, you flatter her too much. She hardly deserves such praise." Ming set down her teacup and said, "She certainly does deserve it. Speaking of which, I have only one son and two illegitimate daughters, but they are not of my own flesh and blood, so the bond is lacking. I find myself quite fond of Yuan's calm and gentle nature. I wonder if Lin Madam would be willing to part with her? What do you mean by that? This sounds a bit peculiar." Ming took Yuan's hand and said, "I genuinely wish to take Yuan as my goddaughter. I wonder if Lin Madam would consent." Both Yuan and Lin's mother were taken aback by this proposition. In these times, being a godmother was no trivial matter. It signified a serious acknowledgement of kinship. Once recognized, Yuan would hold a status slightly below that of a legitimate daughter but still superior to that of an illegitimate one. Lin's mother hesitated for a moment, realizing the potential benefits for her daughter's future, and quickly nodded, saying, "If the lady does not mind Yuan's humble origins, we would be immensely grateful." Ming then turned to Yuan, saying, "Indeed, we have shared a bond for several years now. If you do not mind, you may call me godmother. In the future, I shall treat you as my own daughter." Seeing Lin's mother nod in agreement, Yuan replied, "It is indeed a blessing that the lady does not disdain Yuan's modest origins." How could there be any notion of disdain? Ming, upon hearing these words, noted Yuan's steady demeanor, devoid of any arrogance, and her affection grew even stronger. She then removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, saying, "This was given to me by an elder from my maternal family. I now bestow it upon you, as a token of our bond." The bracelet shone with a warm luster, its color exquisite and resembling congealed fat. Clearly a fine item. A gift from an elder should not be declined. Thus, after expressing her gratitude multiple times, Yuan accepted it. The two families agreed upon the date of April 26th, an auspicious day, for the formal acknowledgement of kinship. Unbeknownst to them, Shunzhe had merely sought Ming's assistance as a matchmaker to propose marriage. Ming, on her part, intended to use this opportunity to elevate Yuan's status. When Han Jin learned of this, she remarked, "Sister Lin has saved my life twice. Perhaps her destiny will aid me in return. When I visited Huangjue Temple last time, I secretly had Master Kong examine Sister Lin's birth chart. The master claimed that Sister Lin possesses an exceptionally rare fate, blessed with both fortune and prosperity, suggesting that those around her would also benefit from her good fortune." Ming was taken aback by this revelation, asking, "Is that so? What do you mean by that? Do you mean to say you have taken a liking to that girl?" Han Jin shook her head with a bemused expression, saying, "Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? What I mean is that if you were to take her as a goddaughter, we could openly care for her and return her kindness, while also receiving some of her blessings in return. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation for both our families?" In those days, people were quite superstitious, and since Huangjue Temple was a royal temple with esteemed masters, it was believed they would not speak falsehoods. Thus, Ming brought up this matter today. As for the marriage proposal, it was postponed until after the acknowledgement of kinship, and another matchmaker was sought. After sending Ming off, Lin's mother looked at her daughter with delight, saying, "This is wonderful. Now you have such a godmother, and no one will dare to belittle your status anymore. Madame Han is truly warm-hearted, and your efforts to save the heir of the Han family were not in vain." Yuan nodded gently, indicating that good deeds are indeed rewarded. Then, Mother Lin began to worry. "There isn't much time left. We must prepare some gifts for the recognition of kinship, even if they may not be appreciated. We should still present our best to avoid embarrassment." Yuan responded, "As for the other items, that is fine, but the clothes must be handmade by us. A while ago, I crafted a dark blue silk outer garment adorned with begonia patterns, which took nearly a month to complete. It was originally intended as a birthday gift for Madame Shan this autumn. Now, I will have to repurpose it for the occasion. I only need to adjust the measurements slightly. The sizes of the heir and my brother are quite similar, so I can spare one of the two summer garments I made for my brother. I shall also make a new outfit for Lord Han. However, I fear there will not be enough time to make shoes." Mother Lin inquired, "Do you have the shoe sizes for their family?" "Coincidentally, I have embroidered 2 shoe tops for you and your brother, but I haven't yet attached the soles. They are quite exquisite. I can bring them over for you to see. If you like them, they can be used for now. After all, what harm is there in wearing something made for our own family?" Yuan smiled, saying, "Yet they should not be too shabby. It would not do to appear unrefined." She then wrote a note for Feng Xiao to deliver to the Shan residence, and upon Feng Xiao's return, she brought back the clothing and shoe sizes for the entire Han family. Naturally, Yuran selectively ignored the sizes of several illegitimate children from the Han household. This was not due to any sense of superiority on her part. Rather, she had saved Han Jin's life several times, and had even indirectly caused the demise of 2 of his concubines. It goes without saying that those individuals would not treat her with kindness. And thus, she saw no reason to subject herself to their disdain. With the shoe sizes in hand, Mother Lin took charge of making the shoes, while Yuran focused solely on crafting garments for Marquis Chongping. Han Songda. Fortunately, men's clothing is considerably simpler than women's. Within 3 or 4 days, she managed to complete an outfit. On the 26th, the weather was clear and bright. The main gate of the Chongping Marquis' residence was wide open. Although no grand invitations had been extended, members of the Xin family, Feng Xinsu and her brother, some relatives from the Han family, as well as Ming's maternal family including Master Han, Yuran's mentor, and his daughter, Princess Liao, were all present. Only the Han matriarch refrained from attending due to the impending date, yet even so, the gathering was far from lackluster. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yuran knelt on the mat to respectfully bow to Han Songda and his wife. She then presented gifts to everyone, a complete set of clothing and a pair of shoes for the Han couple and Han Jin, while Han Songda received an additional hat, along with seasonal fresh fruits, various pastries, and 4 bolts of silk. All the silk was sourced from materials provided by Feng Xinsu, each piece being of the finest quality, shimmering under the sunlight, clearly indicating its exceptional value. The Chongping couple was immensely pleased with the exquisite and respectable gifts presented by Yuran. After graciously accepting the gifts, they reciprocated with a set of silver bowls and chopsticks, a long life lock adorned with red agate, and 2 intricately crafted outfits with shoes and socks. Ming personally placed the long life lock around Yuran's neck, which matched perfectly with the gold and red gem butterfly hairpin she wore that day. She then introduced all the close relatives present. Among them, Yuran had met many before, but with their changed statuses, their titles were now different. Most notably, Han Jin was the first to call her sister, prompting the others to follow suit in their address. For her half-brothers, she gifted them a set of fan covers, while for her half-sisters, she offered pairs of embroidered pouches. Additionally, some relatives from the clan presented her with handmade pouches and handkerchiefs. Everyone exchanged gifts in return. Her needlework was undoubtedly impressive, and upon seeing her creations, the guests showered her with compliments. Even those who harbored some resentment were constrained by the presence of their maids and servants, refraining from uttering any criticisms. Although Yuran originally came from humble beginnings, her brother had recently gained recognition as a scholar, signaling a bright future ahead, and Mother Lin herself was articulate and knowledgeable. Consequently, this family was beginning to attract newfound respect. The guests felt that this family was indeed remarkable and, with a powerful ally now, it was not inconceivable that they might soon ascend to even greater heights. Thus, everyone behaved quite amiably. The kinship recognition banquet unfolded smoothly and without incident. Ming remarked to Mother Lin, "I have arranged for a courtyard for her within this residence and assigned a few maids to look after it. Once things settle down, I will send someone to bring her here for a few days, and when that time comes, you must not hold back." Mother Lin responded with a smile, "As a simple village woman, I have limited experience. If she can learn a thing or two about manners and grace from being by your side, it would be her fortune, and I would have no objections." Seeing Mother Lin's humility, Ming felt quite reassured. Yuran's status was clearly rising, and those who had previously looked down upon her were beginning to reconsider. However, before they could fully process this, an official matchmaker, invited by Shinzei, arrived at their door. Since the Lin family had already made prior preparations, they feigned a moment of hesitation before ultimately agreeing. The following day, Shinzei personally brought a pair of wild geese, which he had hunted himself, along with gifts, to the matchmaker to formally propose marriage. Both families exchanged formal letters and tokens. After Shinzei consulted a fortune teller regarding the auspicious date, they settled on June 18th for the wedding announcement. Meanwhile, Mother Lin began preparing Yuran's dowry. The Han family had stipulated that they would provide the furniture for Yuran's dowry. This significantly limited what Mother Lin needed to prepare. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to compromise on her daughter's dowry. After all, Anran had received a reward of 200 taels of silver from the county for his recent academic success, and the academy had awarded an additional 100 taels, not to mention the gifts from friends and family, which totaled over 2,000 taels in cash alone. Mother Lin contemplated that since Yuran already owned 100 acres of land, she could spend a few hundred taels to purchase a small shop for her, which would suffice for her daily needs. Just as she was deep in thought, a messenger from the Marquis's residence arrived with news that the Han matriarch had safely given birth to a boy weighing 6.5 pounds and invited Yuran to join the family for the washing 3 banquet. Yuran was overjoyed to hear this, as the Han matriarch was now her aunt. She instructed the messenger, "Please inform the madam that I will definitely go to the Han residence for the washing 3 ceremony with my parents." She then had Feng Xiao prepare a large red envelope for the messenger. 3 days later, the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis was bustling with guests. Although Shen Mingchang already had 3 sons, they were all illegitimate, and now that he finally had a legitimate son at the age of 30, he was in high spirits. Despite some discontent from the Ninghui Hall, the entire household was filled with joy. Moreover, Shen Mingchang returned with an even greater air of authority than before. Even if the old lady had her grievances, she could only mutter behind closed doors. On such a day, she could only muster a smile to take her place at the head table. Yuran arrived quite early, before most guests had arrived. As an unmarried young lady, she was not permitted to enter the delivery room and instead offered her respects to Madame Han outside the screen. Ming stayed behind to converse with her sister-in-law, while Yuran proceeded directly to Dikui's studio. Upon seeing her, Feng Xinsu covered her mouth and laughed. "From now on, should I call you cousin or sister-in-law? This is truly a predicament." Yuran shot her a glare. "Always teasing me. Who knows how long it will be before I can turn the tables and laugh at you instead?" Realizing she had annoyed Yuran, Feng Xinsu straightened her face and pulled her to sit on the couch. "I had thought that with your character and beauty, if you were to marry someone with a narrow perspective, your life would likely be miserable." I often heard my younger brother speak of cousin Shenzhe, praising him for his elegance and straightforwardness, with a family background that is just right. Now that I see your future is secure, I truly rejoice for you. Yuran smiled faintly. "Whether it is a good match or not remains to be seen. Let us wait and see what the future holds." Feng Xinsu took her hand and said, "With your character, your future days will undoubtedly be bright." At that moment, Shan Xiao entered and said, "The young lady has heard that Miss Lin has arrived and invites both of you to join her." Thus, the two of them made their way to Yunshuxuan, where other sisters had gathered. Everyone was already aware of Yuran's engagement, although the formal betrothal had not yet occurred, since they had exchanged the small betrothal and matched the dates. The matter was essentially settled. Upon seeing Yuran, they all giggled behind their hands. Shun Xiang, known for her bluntness, was the first to exclaim, "You just transformed from Sister Qinglu to cousin. Before long, you will become a sister-in-law. You should hurry and curry favor with us, your future sisters-in-law." Yuran replied calmly, "Since you already know you will be calling me sister-in-law in the future, it is only fitting that you come to flatter me first. After all, if you face any grievances in your new home, who else will you rely on but your sister-in-law to speak up for you?" Even though Shen Xiang was typically brash, she did not expect Yuran to be so forthright about family matters, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was Shen Lian who, with keen insight, took the teacup from a maid and personally handed it to Yuran. "I shall not concern myself with others, but I must ask Sister Lin to take care of me in the future." Yuran smiled as she accepted the teacup. "Rest assured, third miss, even if you do not serve me tea, how could I stand idly by when it comes to your affairs?" Her words elicited laughter from the entire room. Only Shan Ying, witnessing Yuran's transformation from a mere maid to someone poised to become the matriarch of the Shen family, could not help but feel a sense of unease. Although she was marrying into a side branch, the main lineage of the Shen family was quite sparse, and Shanzhe had always been favored by his father. After Yuran married in, it was inevitable that she would be held in high regard by Madame Han. Upon contemplating the prospect of one day addressing a maid as sister-in-law, Shunning felt a profound discomfort. As she was speaking, a matron entered and announced, "Some close acquaintances from the family have arrived outside. The lady invites all the young ladies to come out in the inner chamber of Yuehua courtyard." Han observed the little one beside her, resembling a delicate ball of dough, and could not help but be overcome with joy, shedding tears. Ming, sitting beside her, quickly offered her a handkerchief to dry her tears, saying, "Dear sister, I am aware of the grievances you have endured over the years. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. With this miraculous child, your fortune is surely yet to come. You must not weep during your confinement. Be cautious of laying the foundation for future ailments." Han sniffled, struggling to contain her tears, and replied, "Sister-in-law, seeing Hong Guer reminds me of how Guer, he was just like this. Such a warm, little bundle. He would even call for his mother before he departed. Alas, he fell victim to that venomous woman with the heart of a snake." Ming gasped in surprise. "Sister, you are already aware of this? When the news first broke, I hesitated to tell you, considering your pregnancy and the gravity of the matter. I entrusted it only to your brother and your husband. Han acknowledged, I understand your concerns, sister-in-law, but I cannot feign ignorance in this household. Shortly after Zhang was sent to the estate, I dispatched someone to uncover the truth. For the sake of my unborn child, I swallowed my anger. I treated her kindly, granting her the privilege of bearing a son and a daughter to solidify her standing, only to be met with such ingratitude. Not only did she cause the demise of my eldest son, but she also plots against my second son. I shall not let her off lightly. Hearing this, Ming sighed. I understand your sentiments, yet you have just given birth and must focus on your recovery. Do not overexert yourself. There is still much time ahead. We can take our revenge gradually, without haste. If not for you Ran discovering the anomaly with that pot of flowers, I too might have been ensnared by her family. I assumed they were loyal servants across generations, never once considering that their ambitions reached for the titles of two noble houses. The thought now sends chills down my spine. I never imagined that those close to me would harbor such treachery. Han nodded in agreement indeed. I used to think that purchased maids were less reliable than those born into the family. Yet look at you Ran. She was brought in from outside and is truly grateful and loyal. When she marries, I shall ensure her bridal attire is splendid. Ming smiled and replied, Is that not so? Were it not for her, how many years ago would Jin Gur have met his fate? This time, she has saved our entire family. I believe that no matter how much gold and silver I provide her, her status will always invite scorn. It would be better to adopt her as a goddaughter. This way, I can repay her kindness while also acknowledging her admirable character, ensuring she is not looked down upon. Indeed, Han concurred, that child is truly worthy. I confess, I had this thought as well, but seeing that Zhe Gur has feelings for her, I refrained from speaking too soon. Now that you have taken her as a goddaughter, and she is betrothed to Zhe Gur, when she marries, I shall bestow upon her a suitable dowry. Once she joins the Shin family, I will oversee her well-being, ensuring that no one dares to mistreat her. Ming smiled gently, You speak wisely. You have a sister, and since I have no legitimate daughter, two concubine daughters are not particularly close. It would be no issue to marry her off with the standards reserved for a legitimate daughter. After all, our family is not lacking in funds. However, she still has her biological mother, and the Lin family's wealth is substantial. If I overcompensate, it might create a sense of estrangement. Hence, I shall only take care of the furnishings and perhaps provide a small estate along with a few exquisite accessories. The rest can be managed with the bride price from your family and her own savings. Han nodded. Her dowry need not be a concern. The items bestowed by the palace alone will suffice for her stature. Ming chuckled softly. That is true. Regardless of their monetary value, the gifts from the palace carry unmatched prestige. Even the daughters of noble families may not possess such honor. With Han's recommendations, many close relatives and friends arrived that day for the celebration, including kin from the family. Thus, Shan Tuan discreetly guided Yuran on numerous matters, for which Yuran was immensely grateful. After the washing ceremony, Yuran was kept at home by Lin Mu to prepare the needlework for the betrothal. Fortunately, she had met Shun Zhe before, and given the significance of the occasion, she dedicated herself to her tasks. Before long, it was the 20th of June. An Ran had taken a leave from her master early to assist at home. Even relatives from afar, including her uncle and aunt, as well as her cousins, had arrived, along with her sisters, Xiao Yun and Ting Ran. This time, her cousin from her uncle's side also participated, though he regrettably did not pass the exams. However, his cousin had successfully become a jinshi, which was quite an honor. Thus, the family came joyfully to Beijing to attend the betrothal feast for their niece. Ming, as Yuran's godmother, was also present, while Han, having recently given birth and lacking parental support for Shun Zhe, took on the role of elder for the groom's side. Upon entering the Lin household, Han noted its modest size but found it clean and well organized. After meeting Lin Mu, she could not help but offer her compliments. Lin Mu, smiling, replied, I am not skilled in these matters. Thankfully, my children have their own ideas, and I simply guided them in tidying up. Han smiled gently. That is indeed your blessing. Your children are all accomplished, and you shall only need to enjoy the fruits of your labor in the future. They engaged in light conversation, and Lin Mu introduced her sister-in-law and other relatives to Han and Ming. Although the women were distinguished in their village, they had never encountered the aura and demeanor of a noble lady. Fortunately, being educated, they did not shy away from conversing. Han and Ming, observing the Lin family, noted that despite being from farming families, they spoke with remarkable clarity, free from crudeness or obsequiousness, which satisfied them greatly. Upon turning to see Ting Ran, they could not help but offer praises and present gifts. In their home, such customs were not practiced. The two only accepted the gifts after Lin Mu subtly nodded. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived, and Yuran emerged, surrounded by fragrant grasses and willow leaves. Today was her momentous day. Her attire was naturally more solemn and splendid than usual. She wore a crimson gown embroidered with yellow hibiscus flowers, a pink silk undergarment, and a pomegranate red pleated skirt. Her lustrous black hair was adorned with a few small flowers, accentuating her picturesque features. Everyone rarely witnessed her in such finery, and upon seeing her, Han smiled gently, placing a pair of intertwined begonia-patterned hairpins set with rubies into her hair, enhancing her fair complexion and elegant demeanor. Han generously praised her and presented the betrothal gifts: a set of crimson gold hair accessories adorned with pearls, a set of silver hair ornaments, a pair of jade bangles, 8 bolts of silk and gauze, 2 garments, 2 pounds of tea, and various pastries. Lin Mu was astonished by the generosity of her future son-in-law, realizing that the set of crimson gold hair accessories alone was worth 500 or 600 taels of silver. She accepted with a smile and handed over the needlework she had prepared for the groom to Han. Thus, the formalities of the betrothal were complete. At noon, the Lin family hosted a banquet for the guests, which had been arranged in advance at a restaurant, relieving Lin Mu of much worry. Yuran found it inconvenient to host guests in public today, so she set up a separate table in her room to entertain her 2 younger sisters. The betrothal gifts from the Shun family conveniently arrived in that very room. Ting Ran, gazing at the exquisitely crafted crimson gold hair accessories, could not help but express her envy, saying, "If I could possess even 1 or 2 of these adornments in my lifetime, I would be utterly content." When Sister Yulian was betrothed, her future family only sent a set of 7 or 8 gold ornaments without jewels, which left the villagers envious for quite some time. If you were to celebrate in the village today, I cannot imagine how envious everyone would be. Listening to this, Yuran humbly replied, "What does it matter? These are merely material possessions, in my view. As long as one possesses good character and ambition, it matters not if other areas are lacking. Both of you are fortunate and will surely find happiness in the future." Even though the 2 sisters harbored a slight jealousy, they could not help but smile more brightly upon hearing her words. Given Yuran's youth and Shenzai's preparations for the upcoming imperial examinations, the 2 families agreed to postpone the wedding until early the following year. However, after the betrothal, they were officially considered in-laws. Shenzai frequently sent servants to deliver items, though they were mostly simple offerings like preserved meats, pickled vegetables, seasonal fruits, and so forth. Knowing Yuran's fondness for flowers, he even arranged for 2 pots of fine white begonia to be brought over, showcasing his thoughtfulness. Of course, with the engagement set, Yuran was eager to build a good rapport with her future husband, often preparing handmade needlework and pastries for her younger brother to deliver. Only Ran often expressed her discontent, lamenting that previously, her sister only made clothes for one male acquaintance. But now, in addition to her future brother-in-law, there was also her adoptive father, and the opportunities for her to wear her sister's handmade items were dwindling. Although no specific wedding date had been set, preparations for various dowries were underway, especially for garments and pouches, which required considerable time and effort. Among these, the wedding dress was of utmost importance. In this day and age, even a modestly affluent common woman would devote the better part of half a year to meticulously crafting a wedding gown. On that day, Shenzai presented a vibrant piece of bright red hang silk, intricately woven with silver threads and adorned with subtle patterns, a fabric unmistakably of exceptional quality. The inherent dark pattern of the fabric provided a harmonious backdrop for the embroidered designs yet to come. After leisurely cutting the fabric, Yuran felt that beginning the gown at this moment might convey a sense of impatience, especially as she had yet to decide on the patterns to embroider. Therefore, she set the fabric aside and instead took out another piece to commence the creation of the decorative drapery. In this era, everything required painstaking manual craftsmanship. Fortunately, after some reflection, the Meng family provided her with 3 maids, 1 senior and 2 junior ones. To soothe her potential anxieties, they were chosen from those procured externally. The senior maid, named Yutan, was originally a second-tier maid in the Meng household. Merely 13 years of age, she conducted herself with surprising maturity, demonstrating needlework skills that, while not quite on par with Yuran's, were nonetheless comparable to those of Lin Mu. With her assistance, Yuran not only had her burdens lightened, but also took the opportunity to train the other 2 maids. Lu Yi and Fong Cao. As a result, the small maids of the Lin family had developed commendable skills in their tasks. Meanwhile, at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Han Shi was engaged in discussions with Shen Mingchang regarding the dowry of their eldest daughter. Han Shi eloquently remarked, "The 5th prince is indeed thoughtful. As soon as his royal residence was completed, he sent someone to inquire about what Tuan Jie favored in flowers and plants, so that the gardener could plant some for her. He even discreetly sent over the blueprints of the main courtyard, suggesting that if there was anything unsatisfactory, they could voice their concerns, as it would be more convenient to make adjustments while the work was still in progress. Although Tuan Jie found it difficult to express her thoughts at this juncture, such attentiveness was indeed rare. Previously, she had only heard tales of the crown prince and the other princes, rarely about the fifth prince. When the decree of marriage was first issued, she had feared that the fifth prince might be a difficult match. But now, it appeared that he was quite astute, which allowed her to feel somewhat reassured about Tuan Jie's future marriage. Shen Mingchang stroked his beard and replied, "My dear, there is no need for excessive worry. I am here as well. As long as our marquisate remains steadfast, Tuan Jie will not suffer any indignities even in the royal family. I perceive that the fifth prince is remarkably perceptive and will surely treat Tuan Jie well. Our daughter is also open-minded, and with your diligent guidance over the years, she has grown increasingly composed in her conduct. Surely, her future days will not be lacking," he continued, "since the royal residence is nearing completion, and given that the fifth prince is 2 years Tuan Jie's senior, I believe they will be wed by the end of next year at the latest. How is the preparation of Tuan Jie's dowry coming along?" Han Shi rose and handed her husband a list from her cosmetics box, her brow slightly furrowed as she said, "I have been preparing for her since the day she was born. If she were to marry into a family of equal standing, this would suffice. However, now that she is to wed into the royal family, it seems somewhat meager." After examining the list closely, Shen Mingchang remarked, "The items on this list total no more than 20,000 taels of silver, which is not excessive. Surely, our household still has some funds available?" Han Shi cast him a reproachful glance. "Naturally, we have money in the household, but we do not have only Tuan Jie as our child. Even if she is marrying into the royal family, we cannot be too extravagant. Our family's custom dictates that a legitimate daughter's dowry is set at 10,000 taels, with any additional private funds from the parents not counted. The items on this list consist merely of some initial adornments, bedding, and furniture, just everyday necessities. The substantial portion should naturally come from the productive farmlands and estates. I plan to allocate 2 shops for my dowry along with the estate in Tongzhou for her, plus the estate that my husband previously allocated to me in Jinzhou. These properties should yield an annual income of 3,000 to 5,000 taels, and with an additional 10,000 taels in reserve. It should be more than sufficient for her needs even within the royal family." Shen Mingchang replied, "My dear, why do you feel the need to go to such lengths? Is Tuan Jie not my child? Why should the major portion come solely from your private funds? Although our household has such customs, Tuan Jie's situation is now different, being married into the royal family. Your private funds should be preserved for your own use. Let us allocate the estate in Baiyun Mountain and the one in Yizhou, along with those 2 shops on Mingtong Street, and additionally provide her with 10,000 taels in banknotes for her dowry. As a father, I will privately give her 3,000 taels in gold notes and 2 shops in Jinling as my private gift. In this manner, it should be quite adequate," Han Shi had suggested as she did, hoping to secure a more substantial dowry for her daughter, yet she had not anticipated Shen Mingchang's generosity. "My lord, will this not be excessive? After all, Tuan Jie has several younger siblings. They are merely illegitimate children. A few thousand taels would suffice for each of them. Honggu is still young, and we have more than a decade to prepare for him. Tuan Jie's marriage into the royal family will undoubtedly be challenging, and as her parents, we ought to supplement her dowry to the best of our abilities," Shen Mingchang replied. Upon hearing this, Han Shi nodded. "Since my lord is so generous, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of our daughter." Shen Mingchang patted her hand and said, "We are close kin. There is no need for such formalities. Furthermore, during my tenure in Fuzhou, I acquired a batch of furniture crafted from rosewood and wangwali. When I came to the capital for my duties, I did not bring it back due to its conspicuousness. A few days ago, the items arrived at the port, and I have already sent Zhe Gu to collect them. They should arrive tomorrow. Please select some fine pieces to include in Tuan Jie's dowry. The remainder, you can arrange as you see fit." Hearing this, Han Shi clapped her hands in delight. "My lord, why did you not mention this earlier? High-quality rosewood and wangwali are becoming increasingly rare. I have searched for years to assemble a complete set of wangwali furniture, yet I have scarcely a few pieces of rosewood. If she were marrying into an ordinary family, it would suffice, but marrying into the royal family is a different matter altogether. I had initially planned to scour through my mother's and my own dowry to piece together a set of rosewood furniture. I never imagined that my lord would procure it quietly, rendering my efforts unnecessary." Shen Mingchang quickly smiled and replied, "This batch was acquired by chance, and there were some complications I feared that if they did not arrive, It might delay matters, which is why I kept silent. As you mentioned, these materials are indeed hard to come by. Even if Tuanjie does not use them all, they can be reserved for Honggu. Additionally, there are also Su heir and Jian heir. We will inevitably need to assist in arranging their marriages in the future, so having a few more sets will not be excessive. Upon hearing this, Han Shi felt somewhat reassured. She smiled and said, "If that is the case, then I have misunderstood my lord." She had been concerned that Shen Mingchong would claim that the wood was intended to supplement his several illegitimate children. Shen Mingchong waved his hand and added, "Along with this shipment, there are also some premium bird's nest and other nourishing items. My dear, you are tasked with caring for Honggu and managing the household. It is truly arduous work. Be sure to take care of your health." Just as Han Shi was about to express her gratitude, Fei Su announced from outside the curtain, reporting to the Marquis and Madam. Mr. Su from the front courtyard has sent someone to convey that there is an urgent matter for the Marquis to discuss. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingchong stood up. "I shall go and see." "There is no need for you to wait for me to dine." With that, he strode out. Han Shi glanced at the sky and instructed, "Go inform the kitchen to prepare a more exquisite spread to be sent to the outer study." A small maid hastily complied. Before long, Shen Mingchong's servant arrived, carrying 2 brocade boxes, smiling as he said, "Madam, this is a gift from the Marquis. The box adorned with peony patterns is for the eldest daughter, while the one with lotus patterns is for you. Please accept it." Fei Su received the boxes and handed one to Han Shi. She did not rush to open it but smiled and said, "If the Marquis intends to invite Mr. Su for dinner tonight, please encourage him not to drink too much. Mr. Su enjoys pear blossom wine, which is quite potent. Prepare some Huadiao wine for the Marquis. Then, have Fei Su bring him a purse as a reward." The servant nodded and departed. Han Shi opened the box in her hands, discovering it contained the properties and banknotes that Shen Mingchong had just mentioned. After counting, she found 2 additional 1,000 tael banknotes, likely added as a supplement. Although Shen Mingchong had provided these items for their daughter, Han Shi decided to allocate everything she had originally prepared from her dowry to her daughter. The banknotes and property deeds were carried with her. And even if the visible dowry were substantial, it would not surpass that of the crown princess and the grand princess. Regardless of the context, a woman feels secure when she possesses funds. Opening the second box, she found a 500 tael gold note, 2 5,000 tael silver notes, and a small palm-sized case containing over 20 bright, pure pigeon blood rubies. The larger ones were the size of lychees, while the smaller ones were akin to lotus seeds. All beautifully laid out within the brocade case, causing Han Shi's complexion to flush with delight. Although she had some rubies in her private collection, none matched the size or brilliance of these. Han Shi selected half of them, handing the case to Fei Su. "The rubies I prepared for Tuanjie's headpiece do not compare to these. Please keep them safe and ensure that tomorrow you take them to my brother's gold shop to have a set of headpieces crafted for her. The gold need not be heavy. It should be delicate and finely made." Fei Su accepted the brocade case with a smile. "Rest assured, Madam, Master U.S. craftsmanship is unparalleled. Such exquisite rubies will certainly yield a set of jewelry that is nothing short of a masterpiece." Han Shi chuckled softly. That is indeed the case. The following day, shortly after noon, a group of well-dressed young men arrived in a grand procession, driving a dozen carriages through the side gate of the loyal and righteous Marquis' residence. Since Shen Mingchong's triumphant return to the capital, he had yet to receive an official appointment from the court and had been idling at home. Were it not for the frequent summons from the emperor to the Yangxin Palace for discussions, outsiders might have assumed that the loyal Marquis had fallen out of favor. Upon receiving the gatekeeper's announcement, he strode into the front hall, where Shanzai was originally seated. Seeing him arrive, Shanzai quickly rose to his feet. "I pay my respects to my esteemed uncle. Thankfully, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back everything you entrusted to me." Observing his dusty and weary appearance, Shen Mingchong nodded approvingly. "Excellent, you have worked hard. Please go wash up and have some lunch in the guest quarters. We can converse later." Shanzai, not one to be polite, agreed and turned to leave. Although he no longer resided in the manor, his former quarters had been kept vacant for him. Shen Mingchong glanced at the several boxes brought to the front hall and pointed to a few, saying, "These should be moved to the ladies' quarters along with the furniture." After receiving the news yesterday, Han Shi had sent someone to clear out a small courtyard next to her main residence overnight, which contained 4 Western-style rooms and 2 back rooms, perfectly suitable for storage. The servants carefully unpacked and cleaned the furniture before moving it through the second gate. Han Shi examined a few pieces at the front and could not help but nod in approval. These furnishings are not only made from excellent materials, but their craftsmanship is also superior to that found in the capital. At that moment, Fei Su approached and said, "Madam, It will take some time to move all these furnishings. Perhaps you could rest inside and come out to inspect once they are finished? Although you have already completed your confinement period, it has not yet been 100 days. It would be wise to take care of yourself. Furthermore, the Marquis has sent a few more boxes over. You might as well take a look. Upon hearing this, Honsher chuckled. I was hoping that Kimima had gone south to visit her family and that I could enjoy a bit of peace. I did not expect you to be even more talkative than her now. While complaining, she turned to the steward beside her and instructed. Keep an eye on things here. Make sure these youngsters are careful. It is better to move slowly than to risk damaging anything. Also, tell them to be quiet so as not to wake Honguer. The steward quickly replied, Madam, rest assured, I will keep a close watch on them. Fei Su gently supported Honsher's arm and smiled. When Kimima left, she urged me repeatedly to take good care of you. I must be doubly cautious. Otherwise, when Kimima returns, I shall be the one with sore ears. Honsher lightly tapped her forehead. You, my dear girl, in a short while. The two returned to the main hall of the residence, where they found several large boxes placed on the ground. Honsher waved her hand, and a maid stepped forward to open the boxes one by one. Even Honsher, who had seen much of the world, was momentarily dazzled by the treasures within. She could not help but recall the rumors that had circulated when her husband had first returned to the capital. At that time, it was said that Shen Mingchong had raided the treasury of the Golden Sands Kingdom and secretly kept the spoils for himself. Honsher had thought those rumors were merely gossip, but now, seeing these items, her certainty wavered. Although it was not uncommon for leading generals to privately appropriate a portion of spoils, the sheer volume of these items was astonishing. One must remember that when Shen Mingchong returned to the capital, he did not bring too many items with him, yet he had still returned with 3 or 4 dozen large boxes. Apart from 4 or 5 boxes of local trinkets, he had brought back over a dozen boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, paintings, and antiques, valued at approximately 70 to 80,000 taels of silver. While these few boxes did not seem numerous, every item within was of exquisite quality. Among them, the most eye-catching was a pair of 3-foot-high coral bonsais, their vibrant colors captivating all who beheld them. There was also a pair of jade lotus ornaments, their translucent hues and exquisite craftsmanship marking them as extraordinary treasures. Fortunately, only Fei Su and Bai Xiao, a few trusted aides, were present at that moment. Upon seeing these treasures, Bai Xiao wisely stepped outside to guard the door. Fei Su personally approached to open several brocade boxes, revealing one box filled with various gems, including coral bracelets, pearl necklaces, and jade bangles, filling 4 or 5 large boxes to the brim. The unmounted gems alone filled 4 boxes, along with a large box of South Sea pearls and another of East Sea pearls. Additionally, there was a box overflowing with intricately crafted headpieces made from gold, silver, and various gemstones, all neatly arranged in exquisitely carved brocade boxes. The remaining scattered jewelry and gems were too numerous to count. Another box was filled with precious medicinal herbs and supplements. The several large packages of top-quality bird's nest paled in comparison to the ginseng and lingji mushrooms that accompanied them. After examining the items, Honsher felt both astonished and apprehensive. She promptly instructed Fei Su. You personally take these items to the East Wing and make a detailed inventory of everything inside. I will go find the Marquis in the front courtyard. Fei Su complied, setting off to handle the matter without further mention. Meanwhile, Shen Mingchong was engaged in a leisurely conversation with Shan Zhe, who had just finished his lunch in the study, when a servant reported, Madam has arrived. Shen Mingchong chuckled at Shan Zhe and remarked, Your aunt must have been startled by the treasures. I had some boxes prepared for her. You shall take them away shortly, and there is no need to decline. Shan Zhe, hearing this, could only bow in gratitude. In that case, I shall not be polite. Uncle. Just as they were speaking, Honsher entered alone. Shan Zhe immediately rose to greet her and smiled. I assume Aunt has some private matters to discuss with Uncle, so I shall excuse myself. At that moment, Honsher was feeling quite unsettled, and she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth. You have just returned from outside, so do take some time to rest. Shan Zhe responded with a smile, bowed, and then exited. Once he was gone, Honsher turned to her husband and said, With the new year comes the spring examination, and Zhe Guer should be focusing on his studies. As an uncle, you should not be burdening him with trivial matters. Shen Mingchong chuckled. Rest assured, his teacher has mentioned that he is at the right stage of his studies. Being overly diligent may lead to a loss of inspiration. You have come here, I presume, not merely for Zhe Guer's affairs? Honsher ordered the young servants outside to the courtyard and then sat down to speak. I just looked at those items and nearly thought that the Marquis truly had seized the treasury of the Golden Sands Kingdom for himself. If this matter were to spread, would it not be detrimental to the Marquis? Shen Mingchong smiled and shook his head. Do not worry, my dear. Consider that while the Golden Sands Kingdom may be small, it has been established for several centuries. Moreover, their maritime trade is prosperous. How could their treasury contain only such a meager amount? These are merely what I am entitled to. Excluding the 10-odd thousand taels of gold and silver notes the Marquis had previously brought back. The items alone were worth around 300,000 to 500,000. The wealth accumulated by our marquisate over nearly a century is merely equivalent to these items. I accepted these treasures with a heart that raced. After all, our family does not lack for such riches, but I fear outsiders may use this to slander the Marquis. Han Shi still harbored some concerns. Shun Mingchong embraced her gently. Is it not said that families of military merit are never short of wealth? Fear not, for all these items have been cleared by the Emperor. He is well aware of their origins. Though they may seem plentiful compared to the treasures in the imperial treasury, they are but a fraction. Just keep them safely, and if you truly feel uneasy, select a few striking pieces to include in Tianjier's dowry. He chuckled. Speaking of which, the royal family is rather stingy. They merely provide a few garments and ornaments to marry off our precious daughter. Yet we must also part with these treasures. Upon hearing this, Han Shi could not help but laugh. What you say within the confines of our home is one thing, but if this were to spread, who knows how people would mock us? Historically, when a family has a daughter married into the royal family, which clan does not consider it a point of pride? It is not only the imperial consorts, but even those married into the ordinary noble families. Their remaining daughters are sure to be regarded more favorably at this point, she added. Speaking of which, Ingjer is no longer a child. There have been numerous suitors coming to propose recently. You should share your thoughts with me, so I may plan accordingly, Shun Mingchong replied. I have faith in your judgment, my dear, but although a crown prince has been established, the other princes are not to be underestimated. The families you suggested last time were quite suitable, with clean backgrounds and promising futures. Hearing this, Han Shi felt a sense of relief and remarked, Thank you for trusting me, my lord, but I sense that Ingjer seems somewhat discontented. After all, there have been many noble families seeking her hand lately. Shun Mingchong scoffed. Traditionally, marriage is dictated by the parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words. How could a girl have the liberty to choose? We must not indulge her whims. It is better to offer a more substantial dowry and find her a family with a good reputation than to let her marry into a family with ulterior motives. I am aware that Ingjer has harbored grievances in recent years, but she is still my daughter. A concubine's daughter is of little consequence, yet should anything untoward occur, even disowning her would tarnish our family's reputation. This matter requires your careful consideration. Han Shi nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will take care of it. Initially, she had planned to marry Shining off to a seemingly affluent noble family, but now that Shun Mingchong had expressed his views, she knew she must give her husband some face and seek a family with a reputable background for her daughter. Meanwhile, after Shanzai returned home with the treasures, he was not overly astonished by the gold and silver within the boxes. Initially, he had assisted Shan Mingchong in transcribing a booklet and was aware of the extent of Shan Mingchong's acquisitions. After sifting through the items, Shanzai selected several exquisite pieces of jewelry and fabrics, along with a few local artifacts brought back from Jin Min, which he personally delivered to the Lin family's doorstep. Chapter 104. Lin Mother and Shanzai. Since Anren's successful examination, the Lin family had seen a sudden influx of visitors. Although there were many maids in the household, the daughters would inevitably take most of them with them upon marriage, so Lin Mother decided to purchase 2 young servants and a woman for miscellaneous tasks. The newly arrived young servants were named Difu and Dague, and they spent their days following Old Lu, assisting with various chores. On this particular day, Old Lu was pruning a few osmanthus trees at the entrance with the 2 boys when he heard the sound of hooves approaching. Turning around, he saw the son-in-law riding in on horseback, followed closely by his young servant. Old Lu quickly dispatched Difu to inform the family while he went to greet Shanzai, taking the reins in his hands. Welcome. Son-in-law, please come inside. It was now early July. Although it was not as sweltering as June, the heat was still quite oppressive. Shanzai returned home from the inn and changed his clothes, but upon arriving here, he found his back drenched in sweat. Lin Mother had already come to the front hall to welcome him, her face beaming with joy. On such a hot day, there's no need for you to come personally. Just send the servants with whatever you have brought. It's too much trouble for you to come in this heat. She then addressed Feng Chao, who stood nearby. I have a new outfit for Nguer in my room. Go fetch it for the son-in-law to change into. Shanzai chuckled. Aunt, there's no need for such formality. I'll be changing shortly anyway. Lin Mother instructed a young maid to bring some sour plum soup. She continued. It's just a change of clothes. We have plenty at home. It's uncomfortable to be sweaty and sticky. Isn't it? Why did you come at this hour? You could have arrived at noon and had lunch here. Shunzhe replied. I had some matters to attend to in Jianmin and just returned at noon. I happened to bring back some seafood. Since it's hot, I didn't dare to bring anything live. Just some dried goods. They are excellent for eating or gifting, Lin Mother, having seen the bamboo baskets, smiled. Since you've brought them, I shall gladly accept. But please, do not go to such expense next time. How much can we mother and daughter eat? We ought to send some to the Marquis and your master. Shunzhe assured her. Rest assured, Aunt. I have already arranged for them to be sent. Lin Mother smiled. I knew you were a sensible young man. I was merely making a casual remark. She pointed to the sour plum soup that had just been brought in. Try this sour plum soup. It was personally brewed by Yu Jierer. Since you just returned from outside, I didn't dare to serve you anything cold. This is warm, which is better for your health. After running about for most of the day? Shunzhe indeed felt a bit parched. He took the teacup and sipped a couple of times, finding the sour plum soup surprisingly refreshing, lacking the cloying sweetness he had anticipated. It was quite palatable. And he ended up finishing it all. Lin Mother, increasingly pleased with her son-in-law, engaged in conversation with him, and their rapport grew quite amicable. That moment, Fangchao approached, holding a bundle of clothes, smiling. I happened to encounter the young lady in the garden while fetching the clothing. After hearing my words, she mentioned that the clothes for the young master might be a bit short. She brought out this outfit, which she had recently made for the young master, just right for him to change into. Upon hearing this, Lin Mother smiled. Since she made it for you, you should change into it quickly. I will have the maids wash the clothes you take off, and you can eat before you leave. They'll dry by then. After saying this, she called for Daguet to come in and guide Shunzhe to Anren's room to change. On the day of their engagement, Shunzhe had already received 2 outfits personally crafted by Yuran. He could not tell if it was her skill or her disposition that made the clothes feel so comfortable and well-fitting. He was usually reluctant to wear them too often. Today, he was dressed in a sky-blue cocoon silk long robe, accompanied by a matching fan case and pouch, all embroidered with delicate clusters of ink bamboo. The colors were subtle and elegant, and even before putting it on, he felt it would fit him perfectly. Once he changed out of his dirty clothes, Daguet took them away. Sister Fangchao just instructed me to take these out for cleaning. When Shunzhe returned to the front hall in his new attire, Lin Mother noted how the fresh